chat, if you scroll up about 5 minutes, you'll find at least 3 or 4 citations.
Okay.
Remember, phenomena, something happening. Science deals with the cause of things happening.
Okay. Even if I concede that observation and measurement doesn't count as science, right? Which I'm not conceding that, but even if I did, how do we prove that anything is anything?
Well, it depends what the question is. If it's
How do I prove that a ball is a ball? If that's like if I look at it and I measure it,
yeah,
then is that hasn't proven anything? That's not science.
No, hold on. No, don't conflate what I'm saying. If you want
No, I'm not conflating anything. I'm not conflating anything.
Very good, then shush. So if you've got a ball and you want to figure out if it's a ball, I'll give you, look at it and measure it, then you can prove that it's a ball of a set radius, dimensions, circumference, diameter. Awesome. But that's not science. Science deals with cause of...
Okay. So then we know that the Earth is a sphere, but it's not because of science. It's because we can look at it and we can measure it.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll concede to that point. Yeah, it's not because of science. It better be because of direct measurement. Now, the next question is, when was the Earth, a ball apparently, directly measured to have curvature over distance of the surface? We're off science now. We're on to observation and measurement. I'll give you that. Thank you. That's fine. But we're not doing science now.
We can observe the curvature of the Earth with experiments. We can point at lasers and they will, we can measure the curvature of the Earth to where the horizon is. Like, we've had this conversation before. I've been in the server and this is always the conversation. But you guys just can't admit that.
Hey, all right. Stop talking about us. Get to the measurement.
Okay.
Don't know why you need to talk about us if there's a measurement you can talk about.
Yeah, give us that.
What do you mean, if there's a measurement? Do you want me to give you, science experiments?
Oh my God.
Okay, I'll find a billion of them for you.
Laid out for you that we're not looking for science. We're looking for measurement.
What science experiment measures flat water?
We're not doing science here. I thought we reached this conclusion.
Okay, we do a measurement. Okay, there's a simple one. Okay, there was a basic simple experiment by an actual flat earther who thought that if he was gonna shine a flashlight.
Experiment again.
It's a measurement. Okay, he's not doing an experiment. He's doing a measurement.
Wait a second. How the fuck he just measured how? How much meters his flashlight beam was off from his target? And he found out it was off by 2 meters downward.
Awesome.
So how is that not an experiment or measurement of a curvature?
Okay, it's a measurement. It's not science. So we're going to be
talking about true. But okay, then it's a measurement. How does
it's a measurement that proves that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah. How does
which one of you is going to talk? Figure it out right now. The other one shut the hell up.
How is that not a measurement? How is that measurement not disproving your point about a flat Earth?
All right, explain the measurement and how it was conducted, please. So
okay. Basic simple measurement. Okay, you had a very strong flashlight. You just hold it from one point on the Earth. Then you just go maybe 3. I guess it was even a laser. Okay, a laser straight up. You just put it on the stand basically, 90 degrees to the ground. Okay, then you just walk, I don't know, 3 kilometers, maybe more. It's a very strong laser. Then you put up a sign which is actually as high as the lasers on the stand, okay? And now that laser, or at least you mark it, how high the laser, where the laser should be. Now the laser was 2 meters above that mark. How is that measurement not actually a proof of the curvature of the Earth?
You didn't use a laser.
Was a flashlight? Was a flashlight? Was a laser? I don't know.
It was a flashlight. He didn't have a collimator. Yeah. He tried a laser. He melted the collimator, so he didn't have one. He used a flashlight.
There was
those diffract.
Yeah. So there was a measurement.
When it passes through
none of this disproves that other people haven't done this experiment before. Other people have done this experiment before.
Jedi went over and over this for
other people have done this measurement before. Other people have done this measurement before, and they've measured.
What
The
did they
curvature
measure?
of the Earth.
Oh, wait,
Well,
and now
how
I'm
is
just
that a
gonna
measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Explain.
wait.
What do you mean? How is
Oh,
this
wait.
measuring the curvature of the
Sounds
Earth?
like the curvature of the Earth
Hold
is
on,
your
hold on, hold on,
interpretation
hold
of
on.
what they did.
I
It
have a
doesn't
question
sound
for
like
you.
that's
I have a
that was
question for you.
actually
This is
directly
an
measured.
important question. This is an important question.
Are you just
Okay.
listen? I'm in the middle of asking you a question, so you're not going to just interrupt that to ask me another question. So it sounds like the curvature of the Earth is an interpretation of what they did, not something that was actually directly measured. So how was diffraction controlled for?
You can't control for diffraction. Why are we controlling for anything? I thought this wasn't an experiment.
Oh shit!
Oh,
So we're not
okay.
going to control for anything,
Oh, that's
even though
the end
we're
of that.
doing
We don't have to
experiments.
talk about it anymore.
So why are you concluding curvature from what they did?
Because
Because you
Okay.
want to?
Okay. I just
No,
have another
because-
proposition. Okay, wait. Do you know the
what
difference
do
between
you
descriptive-
propose? That
Wait. No.
gave the
It's gonna add to my point, basically. Okay. Wait. I don't know what the difference is. Do you know the difference between descriptive statistic and wait? What's the difference? What's the actual one?
prescriptive?
Okay. Well, you figure it
Prescriptive.
out. Get
Oh no,
back
it's not
to us.
prescriptive.
I'm
Okay.
going to go to
Wait.
something else right now. So, if what was happening with the flashlight was due to curvature drop over distance of the Earth, then that means that we must have a geometric horizon distance on the Earth of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, given that rate of
Yes.
drop that you think that Jaron measured with a flashlight. Weird how
Yes.
a flat earther had to do it after thousands of years, but anyway.
You know, other people have done it
So
before.
let's just
Other people
take
have
a
done
look
it
at
before.
Dude,
just
let me
take a
explain.
look at an ocean to see if that curvature drop rate actually exists.
I've looked at the ocean before. I've seen ships go over the horizon. Like,
Brilliant.
All right,
Right.
horizon must be geometric if what they did in that not experiment showed curvature. 1 second.
And when we say dot experiment,
you're gonna show
Okay.
us the one experiment from those guys on that lake, right?
Not an
Yeah,
experiment.
yes,
So you
not
already know
experiment,
that
not
there's no
experiment.
geometric
Okay.
horizon. So you already
Okay.
know that the curvature that you decided to interpret from what Jaron did doesn't actually exist, if you've seen this.
No, there is.
Okay. Actually, I just want
If
to.
it did,
I just wanna-
that equals a 1.2 mile horizon in the picture I
Yes,
just
it
posted.
does.
That was fair?
Wait. Okay. Do you know
Yes,
what difference?
I've seen this picture a billion times before. Yes.
You already know there's no curvature, so why do you think Jaron measured it?
Who?
We're not going to be talking
You don't even
about
know
the
who you're
funeral.
talking about?
Wait.
I don't know who I'm talking about.
We know. Are we able to observe the Milky Way from the Earth?
Yeah.
Hush that man, please. Let's try and keep this conversation salient so people can follow along.
And it's always been there, right? Like the Milky Way is in the same spot.
Bum, bum. Are you not going to be helping the conversation?
Sorry.
No. Cell phone again.
Stay on the ground.
Keep him muted.
Rude.
Okay, so you've already seen this before. You know that the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. Therefore, geometrically, we're not seeing any of that curve that you think that flat earthers measured after thousands of years of globe proof for some reason. So, what's the problem?
Other people have done this experiment before they did it, and they got the same results.
Hold on.
Can you
What
name it?
experiment?
Can
It's not
you
an
name it?
experiment.
Can you name it?
Okay,
Can you
this
name it?
measurement,
Can
this
you
measurement,
can you
this
name it?
measurement.
Can you name
I believe
can
it
you
is an
name it, man?
experiment, but because
you
of
name
your
it?
stupid
Can you name it,
sophistry, you can call
Can
it.
you name it, man? Can you name it, one?
Sorry, I heard something in there that I didn't like. Everybody who shines a laser over a distance of water measures curvature, do they? That's a problem. So we've got
Yes, I've seen this bullshit study before also.
What curvature? The curvature that we don't see in that picture.
Are you familiar with a dual band and a tri-band laser?
I'm not.
Okay, so dual and tri, 2 or 3 different colored lasers, because we understand that different wavelengths refract differently. So when using dual and tri-band lasers, we have measured that there is no curvature to the Earth. One instance of a distance.
I actually don't believe that different
believe
colors have different wavelengths.
That's a
Can
problem.
you provide an experiment for me that proves that?
My goodness me! You don't think that different wavelengths of light act differently? How
Well,
can we now continue?
I do, but for the sake of the argument, can you
Can I get
who are you trusting for this? Who are you trusting for this?
You being a sophist? Nah.
I'll tell you
not
what.
acting on faith. That's
I'll tell you
boring.
what. I'll go right to the end. I'll go right to the end. We'll remove every single flat earther or globe earther that's used a laser, and now let's talk about the U.S. military. Let's talk about the Navy, for example, that use
Yes,
high and
let's
dual
talk
band
about the
lasers to
Navy.
target
Let's talk about the Navy.
objects at
How
distance from a vessel at sea
how does
to
GPS work?
a ground base. Yeah, awesome. So hold on. Why are we now going on to GPS?
The Navy uses
Why will
GPS
you
all the time.
not stay on lasers? Why do you have to
You
red
brought up
herring
the
to
Navy.
something else? I thought we were
Because
going to have a salient
GPS
Dude,
mathematically
one
proves
particular
that.
purpose for laser targeting systems. For laser targeting systems
The
that require a direct line of sight.
existence of GPS.
Dude,
Man,
why? I don't understand why, because now it makes me think that you are being dishonest by red herringing onto something else that I am not talking about. We can go on to GPS later.
No. I'm moving away from lasers because there's no way to.
I'm just sorry. Why? Because I'm just about to ruin your curvature with not flat earthers, not globe earthers, not Jeren on Netflix, but the US military. Oh, sorry. Do you
There's
not want
no
to talk
way.
about that?
Do you want to design?
do you want to hear?
We're gonna just go ahead with this. You're not gonna waffle away from it. Sorry. It's
This is
clear
not
that you want to get off the point. It's really clear you're scared, but we're gonna stick on this.
You asked for lasers now. Can you listen?
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, why can't the Earth both be flat and round, depending on where you are?
Fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
It can't
Okay.
be.
So, what were you saying about lasers?
That's a serious question.
Dual and tri-band lasers used by the military, direct line of sight targeting up to a distance of 150 kilometers. A direct line of sight using, first of all, an infrared camera so we can see the object in question so we can target it. We get
What type of lasers
confirmation.
again?
Sorry?
Wait.
Can I
What was
just-
How do you spell the types of lasers?
What?
Can I
Dual
just
and
make?
tri-band?
Can I just intervene for 1 second? Because Jedi, I must definitely disagree with you on one point. Science is not only about proving hypothesis. There is actually. Do you know statistics, for example?
I thought
Yeah,
we
I'm aware of
conceded science.
mathematical statistics.
So
yeah.
We're not going back to that. You're also trying to derail.
Let's hear
Don't want
this.
to hear the
Let's
conversation then.
What types of lasers were you?
Let's finish with
Jedi's been trying to make a point here, and these guys keep trying to take him off of it. So let's just get through it.
What types of lasers were you talking about?
Dual and tri-band lasers.
Okay.
So different coloured wavelengths to account for refraction, because we understand that different wavelengths refract differently going through mediums. So when we are targeting things, it's probably a good idea to at least have 2 or 3 different coloured lasers to account for refraction, right? That's what they do. It's the systems that they use. Up to a distance of 150 kilometers from a vessel at sea to a ground-based target. Now, we observe the target with infrared cameras. We see it. Awesome. Wouldn't be able to see it at that distance if the curve of the Earth was in the way. We also get a radar ping off of that object. That's 2 traversals over the surface of the Earth. So 150 kilometers times 2, yeah, 300 kilometers. And then we target the thing in question with a dual or tri-band laser to target it and blow the fuck up out of it. Now, this is applicable military technology. I was going to talk about laser tests that are done over a smaller distance, 10 miles, 25 miles, but as soon as I said a flat earther did that, you're going to jump all over it and say, nah. All right, let's talk about military applicable technology then, but you're not going to listen about that either, are you?
I mean, like, you brought it to the military, and like we could just talk about GPS and how you propose it works if the Earth is flat.
150 miles.
Why don't you respond to what he actually just gave you? Can you
Okay.
not?
I don't know anything about dual or tri-band lasers, so all I'm doing is taking him at his word as he's saying it. So I am looking it up.
Awesome. We understand that lasers primarily shoot in straight lines. That's why they're good
Usually
for
they
target.
can be cool.
Yeah, we'd understand that this is why we use different wavelengths of light to account for that refraction, but it's only a deviation of 0.2, whatever. But ultimately, this is military applicable technology. You know what line of sight laser targeting is, right?
I don't know. I've never done anything with the military.
Where does refraction occur, by the way?
When does refraction occur?
Where? At what height?
What?
What is refraction?
Oh my goodness me! Which
What is
type of
refraction?
refraction? There's multiple different types of refraction, my friend.
Okay.
Ultimately, you can have two different mediums where
Yes.
you have a light hitting one medium at an angle and it'll distort through that medium. Let's call that medium glass or water. But you primarily need two different mediums, the atmosphere and then something else. Let's call it water. If you want to
Sure.
talk about atmospheric refraction, but that's something slightly different.
Yes. How is that? Wait, maybe I was okay. I'm maybe way too drunk. How does that? How is that actually proving anything regarding flat Earth?
Well, being as the target in question is in a line of sight, if the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be able to hit these objects at distance with a
Yes.
direct line of sight targeting system. The curve of the Earth would get in the way, which is what we're looking for over a distance of water.
Yes.
I can give you a flat Earth test if you want to, because I know it quite well, where we have a laser and a target no more than 6 foot above the surface of a lake at a distance of 25 miles separating the two. We hit the target directly, where if there was a curvature of the Earth, the laser would go above the target at a distance of 95 meters at this distance. We're looking for curvature. It would obstruct things, wouldn't it?
Yes. Can you actually
Awesome.
link
So
that? And can you actually link that experiment, by the way?
yeah, sure, no worries. I can get the PDF if you want to. No problem at all.
Yes. Please.
Jedi, can you tell him about navigation now because we are on Navy?
Shit, man, I've got to go and get him a citation. So give me 5 minutes. I'll go and get that for him too. Please talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes, guys.
I'm trying to find anything about dual and tri-band lasers being able to be used for line of sight at 150 miles or whatever you were saying. I can't find anything.
Oh, practically, it's like this. Nobody from us didn't get like this. We got the message. The guy said the Earth is flat, and now we like idea. Wow, I want to be flat earther because idea it's good. It's so good. It's a little bit retarded, let's say maybe, but it's good. I want to be that famous flat earther. No, it's not about that. It's about only geometry of what is the reality. Is that sphere real? Is that why? And we look to the distance. We look for the drop over distance, and there is not such a thing in reality. That's the only thing.
I got something. I was listening to that video earlier from Professor Krupa, and he was talking about a bunch of different things. One of the things he was talking about was Michelson Morley, and the interviewer asked him, hey, didn't Einstein debunk the ether? And then, in a roundabout way, he replied, he postulated that there was no ether, and then in another time he said that, if I talk about the ether, my colleagues are gonna, basically take my birthday away. It wasn't an exact quote. I'm rough quoting out. I just watched it and then took a nap and then woke up and was thinking about it. But yeah, it shows that he knows why he can't talk about ether, and he was talking about the Michelson Morley, and if there is an ether, which there obviously is, then it's geocentric in nature. So that's why they're not allowed to talk about the ether.
Okay.
What the fuck is ether?
Yeah, sure. So I don't fucking.
You call it 0-point energy or quantum foam or virtual particles, but whatever you do, don't call it ether. But in layman's terms, it's
Dude, my brain is just so slow.
energy vacuum.
Wait.
Energy vacuum. Sorry, vacuum energy. I just woke up too, bro. Something's
No, I
wrong.
just,
My brain's
I'm so drunk. I fucking done.
But I didn't want to take away. I think Jedi was in the middle of something, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I know. He's just looking up for citation. Sorry. Wait. What's the hypothetical curvature of the Earth? Like, how
8
curved
inch per
is the
mile
Earth per 1 meter? I forgot
8
it.
inch per mile. 8 inch per mile squared.
You can approximate with 8 inch per mile squared.
Just very quickly, being as I'm back, I've posted you 2 references. One's a
good.
laser test over a distance of 120 kilometers, I think. The other one is the Dr. John D. Short laser test over a distance of 10 miles. You can check these out again over your own time. That's fine. Again, guys, we're not trying to trip you over. You wanted
No,
the evidence. I'm going to give it to you. There it
I don't
is.
fucking care right now. I just want to debate, even though I'm just too drunk. Fuck me.
I can't find anything on dual and tri-band lasers being able to see 150 miles.
Awesome. You probably find them in the references that I've given you. If you want, I can go and get you more. It's not a problem.
Yeah, we already dropped the links to the thesis from University of Dayton.
You're giving me the same, like it's the same source every time. It's FE core, right? Like it.
No.
Do you want another one? All right, no problem. I'll go and get you another one then. Bloody hell.
I'm just so
John D isn't FE core, and what does it matter anyway?
It literally has
if you scroll
the
up,
logo.
If you scroll up, you'll see more.
I'm just so impatient. I just typed in curvature of the Earth and it just gave me a nothing burger. Fuck me.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. Nobody ever measured it.
It's just no fucking.
I will remind everybody.
Wikipedia
Sorry.
Earth radius. Fuck off. How about that?
I will remind everyone that you lot came in with Jaren and posted nothing, and I've made claims and posted shit for you.
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah, because you spent your entire life researching this, so of course you've got sources to draw from.
Yeah.
So wait, you didn't spend your time researching, and you just have a blind faith.
Here you go. By the way, here you go.
You have blind faith that the different ways things in play exist. Like you've got blind faith that little bugs live all in your skin. Like,
nice try. That's cute.
What's cute? Do you know
you
there's bacteria in your gut? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I never said anything about that, and nobody cares. But really nice try.
Do you know that you have a gut microbiome? Have you studied it yourself?
No,
Have you
I
looked
never
at the
really
results
said anything
yourself?
about that, and it's completely non sequitur to the present conversation. But nice try.
I'm just saying that.
There's nothing to do
You're
with
just
nothing,
saying
man.
something that has nothing to do with the topic and is not going to lead to conclusive curvature of the Earth. But thank you for playing.
Okay. Just pointing out some hypocrisy.
I never said anything about gut biomes, but cool imagination.
Man, you're really worked up about this.
Look, there's the Casimir effect. Now you guys can find that 0-point energy you were looking for. Thanks, Trace, for posting that. Vacuum energy? How could there be energy where there's nothing in between the plates? And whatever you do, don't look up the vacuum catastrophe, because then you might find out about.
I never said anything about bacteria and their pore sphere.
Bro. Do you hear me talking? Is your computer?
I was talking to the guy in the fucking chat.
Do you need a new computer? Bro, please invest in a new computer if it's what's causing you to interrupt me. Because I would hate to think that you were doing it on purpose. So yeah, whatever you do, if you start looking at the vacuum catastrophe, like, you'll understand that your cosmology is in crisis. Like, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you're in the middle of a Kuhn cycle. You don't really have a model. They're trying crisis in cosmology. crisis in cosmology. Don't look that up, because then you'll find out that you don't have a model.
Okay, I'll look it up.
I'll do it with you. DuckDuckGo.
The natural curvature, no, hypothetical curvature. Let's just put it like that. Was what again? Because I'm not really experienced with empirical measurements. So what was it again?
300 proposed solutions.
What? Oh, okay, no, I'm done.
You're damn right you are.
Yeah, I'm just way too drunk. Let's just do it another time.
Can anybody? I just want to know, when the plane is flying at like 30,000 feet, does it fly 30,000 feet and accommodate to the curvature, or does it fly 30,000?
That's because of gravity. It does, if I remember correctly.
Wondering, asking for a friend.
That was just the height. The gravity was so way too strong.
What?
Just pull it right to the earth. It's just
Gravity? What?
yeah. Anyways, gravity.
What gravity are you talking about, mate?
Wait, what? Am I?
Which gravity are you talking about?
The Earth's gravity. Don't know what you mean.
Well, there's two different types of causal effects within gravity, as in two gravitational models. One's mass attracting mass. Yeah. And the other one's Einstein, the bending and warping of space-time, general and special relativity and all that bollocks.
It's
So
not the
again,
same.
don't just say the Earth's gravity, mate. I'm talking about
It's not
what
the same.
gravity you're talking about.
Wait, sorry. Which models are we talking about?
Which ones are there? There's Newton, Cavendish,
Yeah.
mass attracting mass, Einstein, bending and warping of space-time.
Wait. Those are not distinct.
They are. One
Wait, no,
supersedes
I get
the
no.
other.
Einstein proved Newton's theory.
Proved is completely in a different geometric space, you fucking idiot. One's in 4D pseudo-Riemannian, the other one's in 3D space. What the hell?
Yeah, you're not the one. I don't think you should be arguing for this.
Okay, probably.
I'll tell you what, being as I heard that familiar laughter in the background, you can talk to my associate Quantum Erasure about all of this bollocks if you want to. I'd sit down.
Yeah, Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life, number one. And you're saying that Newton's quote unquote theory and Einstein's general relativity aren't distinct? Is that what you said? Go back to
yes. I said that.
Somebody spanks your bottom. My God. Talk about idiot. Go back to picking up cans alongside of the road.
Okay, in which way is it distinct? Okay. In which way is it distinct?
In which way is it distinct? You made the claim. You tell us.
Wait, you make the claim first. You made the claim first, by the way.
What claim did I make?
No, Jedi made the claim actually.
I've heard about this.
Wait. How is it distinct?
Just to be clear, I gave you the two gravitational models where you just said.
Yeah, you just gave me two. Wait, but you made the claim that they're distinct, basically, because you just gave me two different models. So how are they distinct?
Hold on, my friend. You said Earth's gravity. I asked you which one you were talking about. I then had to give you the two different types of gravity.
I'm talking about Einstein's.
Hold on. You said they weren't different. So you made the claim that they weren't different.
Yeah, because I assumed by saying that.
Demonstrate to the panel how they're the same.
Especially when NASA, if you look in chat, 52 minutes after the hour, there's two versions of
Yeah,
gravity.
I don't see that. By the way, I don't see that shot.
Yeah, well, you take my word for it. NASA, lesson for students. Two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. So there you go. You're debunked.
These jokers been using the ambiguity fallacy with that word theory for so long that they think that, there's no such thing as a scientific theory. any joker can come up with a colloquial theory, and they're like, "Oh, this is science."
Well, the biggest problem is Newton's law, which really is debunked, is dealing with free space, while Einstein's general relativity
Shut up,
is dealing with force space. So that's a big friggin' difference.
Plus, Einstein precludes instantaneity, right?
Say again?
Nothing can be instantaneous in Einstein's version.
Correct.
Whereas it's supposed to be some sort of instantaneous action at a distance, according to Newton, which he thought was stupid.
Yeah, it's not really Newton's. It's Reverend John Michel, C.V.
Wait.
Boys, Cavendish.
I have just a different question. How is it possible that if those two distinct theories exist, there's
They're not
no okay,
They're not
models
scientific
about
theories.
gravity. Models about gravity. Okay.
Number one, they're not scientific theories. Neither of them. In your own paradigm, Newton's universal law of gravitation, that's not a theory. And then Einstein's general theory of relativity, that's not a scientific theory either. So,
Wait,
you want
how
to
is it
continue
not a
after that?
scientific theory?
Say again?
How is it not a scientific theory? Okay, what is a scientific theory for you?
A group of hypotheses or related hypotheses that have been confirmed through repeated
Can't confirm
Let
anything.
me finish.
Yeah,
Shut
sorry,
the fuck
sorry,
up.
sorry.
If you
Yeah.
ask me a question,
Sorry.
shut the fuck up until I get done.
Hmm.
So, what's a scientific theory? Not to me. It's what is a scientific theory? It's a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses that have been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Good?
Good. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So, why isn't the general theory of relativity a theory? Because it has no fucking hypotheses or experiments in it. Now, for you to debunk that, you need to go back to 1915, go find his paper, November 25th, 1915, and pull out at least one hypothesis from general theory of relativity, please.
Wait, how is time dilation not a theory?
He just told you, dude.
Wait, how is it not proven? Wait, we have clocks flying around in airplanes.
They don't believe in
Wait,
space.
what the fuck? You don't just...
Yorick, you know what is not a theory? You being drunk. That's not a theory, right?
And time's not a clock, you numpty dipshit. Just like
Okay,
football
okay, I
fields
guess you
aren't
don't...
yardsticks.
Okay.
Just like football fields aren't
distance-
yardsticks. Just
a
like
dist-
football fields aren't yardsticks. Did you get it?
So, okay, wait. A scientific theory is not... Okay, I guess...
But you would use
it's fine to say
yardsticks to
it's
measure a
still
football field,
It's still a
wouldn't you?
theory. I guess it's fine to say it's still a theory.
It's not
But
a
it's
scientific
still...
theory.
But wait, a scientific theory is backed by mountains of evidence.
No, a scientific theory. We just went over it. You don't know what a scientific theory is, do you?
Wait, how is it? Okay, how the
Wait,
hell?
okay,
I have a different, I have a
how is it
different
not?
Bro, a scientific theory doesn't mean
proven
theory.
by
It's a comprehensive explanation of an aspect of reality, bro. Please stop it.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not.
It's
That's-
not
you
only
just
that.
pulled that out of
your
No,
ass.
that's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, there's a theory
Somebody
in biology.
shut him up.
No.
Okay, if you want,
It's so stupid even listen to this fucking moron.
got it.
Yeah, because you can't disprove anything he
They're not
says.
actually
Okay, moron doesn't
theories.
understand.
Yeah, we can't disprove
go.
everything he said. Who was that fucking idiot?
What's with that language? Why are you so upset? buddy?
Fuck you!
Yeah, it seemed pretty
Yo,
triggered by that.
I'm basically very rational then, I
Fucking
guess, because
clown.
I'm actually starting to just...
You
You
seem
can't
pretty
disprove
triggered,
everything he
man.
says.
Makes sense.
Of
You
course,
just
I just
retreat into
disproved
fucking
everything
insulting
he
everybody
fucking
because you don't
said.
actually know how to actually back your claim.
Holy
be
shit.
Okay, it's fine. Dude.
Calm yourself. I don't want to have to start pressing the mute button. You're asking a question that has already been answered. Did
No,
you
because it's
listen to
answered
the answer?
wrongly. Don't you get
So,
that?
Okay,
Okay.
tell us
Like-
what's wrong.
Okay. I'm just giving you an example. Okay. I'm just giving you an
Okay.
example.
What was
because
his
I'm actually
answer?
more into biology and chemistry. Okay.
If he was incorrect, repeat his answer to us.
So as I understand it,
No, his answer. What did quantum eraser say to you?
Yeah, I know. As I understand it, his answer was basically a scientific theory is a It must be actually a hypothesis. Okay, maybe I didn't understand it. Just repeat your point.
Are you okay, everybody?
So as I understand it, it's just a observation, but a theory about the world, because you use
No, it's
theory
not.
inside a theory.
No,
Jesus
not a
Citation,
theory.
please. That's
Okay,
bullshit.
sorry. Okay,
Citation,
it's just
please.
okay. Then just repeat
Citation,
it.
please.
Say it.
I'm
Say it.
tired of
Okay,
you.
sorry.
You're just making
Say again.
shit up, and you got
Say again.
diarrhea.
Say again.
Let him
Say
try.
again. Say again.
Let him try
Put
one
him
more
on
time.
fucking mute.
Okay, sorry. Okay, then I don't. Okay.
Put him on mute. And we'll get back to this idiot up here. I am correct. We'll see how correct he is.
All right, go ahead.
Scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world or universe that can be repeatedly tested and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's
you can read
incorrect.
through a definition.
That's
That's the
incorrect.
definition.
I put 4 of them right in 58 minutes after the hour. That's what it is.
We're gonna go.
So you're fucking done. You'd fail 5th grade general science, by the way. Nice wiki Google parrot.
Okay, I'm just done. I'm really done. Okay.
Yeah, bye. So I am correct.
What I said is literally exactly the same as the.
No, really? Exactly the same. Really?
Exactly the same. It's not word for word.
Did
but
it
they
have any
mean the
hypotheses
same thing.
in
Are
it?
you
Dick
deaf?
shit?
Wait.
Dick shit.
Can I try
Did it
my
have any
explanation?
hypotheses in it?
With
I
the
didn't hear a
in accordance
hypothesis
in
in your
accordance with the
wiki
scientific
Google
method.
fucking
The
bullshit. Yeah,
It's just a
shut
really
the
well
fuck
tested and
up.
well explained idea, no? Am I wrong as well?
No, now we got another fucking idiot. What do you want?
So the conversation is going to go between Quantum Eraser and I am correct, apparently. Anybody else is going to get muted.
From my understanding, a scientific theory is just a well tested and explained idea, no?
No, I put it 58 minutes after the hour in text.
Let's have a look. Just a theory, difference between scientific. Okay, let's have a look at this. Yeah, I can agree with this definition. I have no
It's
problem
not an
with it.
agree or disagree. It's what it is, for God's sake.
So what's wrong with me saying it's just a well tested idea? Is that incorrect?
Yeah. Do you see any fucking ideas in these definitions?
A hypothesis, is that not an idea?
No, a hypothesis is a hypothesis. It's not a fucking idea.
And what would you define hypothesis as?
You tell us.
My definition of hypothesis.
Not
would
your
just be
definition, the definition.
Well, I think there's a difference between the definition and a definition, no?
Oh, you do? Let's citation.
Yeah, my knowledge. That's my citation.
your
Because
knowledge.
I
You don't know
define things as the way I look at things.
Not that we don't give a shit about what you think it is. We want to know what it is.
So would you support every definition from the dictionary?
It's not fucking dictionaries, you dipshit.
And then what is it?
What is what?
What is this? Where is this definition coming from? Just some random
Hypotheses. They're
page?
citations from universities, you numpty dipshit.
And if I give you a source from a university, would you agree with it?
It depends if they're correct or not.
And what would you define correct as? Is it from your knowledge or the knowledge?
Oh, brother, we got another fucking Elmer Fudd sophist.
I'm
Never
just
been
curious, because you're
anywhere
saying-
fucking near university. He just graduated probably junior high, right?
I've got a postgraduate degree.
Yeah, you're a fucking clown. So what's a
Well, you're-
hypothesis?
An educated guess, I suppose, based off observations.
No, it's not.
That's what your definition says.
You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Well, according to your
1 minute.
course, that's what it
No,
says.
you'd shut the fuck
Hypothesis,
up for
an
a second.
educated guess
I'm
based
going
on
to expose
observation.
you just in 1 second.
Okay, go.
Just shut the fuck up. You said it was an educated guess. That's
So
incorrect. At
so
1
your
minute,
source says-
shut the fuck up. At 1 minute after the hour from Colorado State.
An
A
educated guess,
scientific
I suppose,
hypothesis.
based off
No, a special
observations.
kind of
No,
prediction.
it's
not. That would have been one.
That's what your
one
definition
you would
says.
use. That forecast how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable.
So in other words, an educated guess.
That's not an educated guess. Do you got textual pareidolia?
Can you repeat yourself one more time just so I can understand?
Fucking
Maybe
clown.
I'm misunderstanding you.
From California State University, Long Beach, a hypothesis states a presumed relationship between two variables in a way that can be tested with empirical data. Something that you didn't fucking say either. It may take the form of a cause-effect statement, independent variable, and the effect is called the dependent variable.
So when you posted this thought
So McClellan, the nature of science
University-
and the
No?
scientific. I'm not done yet.
Sure.
I'm not
continue.
done rubbing your fucking nose in it.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah.
Yo, let him
So
speak, man.
from Kristen McClellan, the nature of science and the scientific method, see if you hear any echoes from previous statements. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction. About its verifiability. For example, if a hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. Funny, I didn't hear any dependent variables come out of your mouth. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. The second blank is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. Funny, I didn't hear any independent variables come out of that trap of yours either.
You tell me when you're done.
From Penn State University, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on what we just defined, the hypothesis. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Anyways, let's go back to the source that you
Anyways,
cited.
why? Let's stay on how you would fail 5th grade general science.
I've completed my first schedule. I don't know why you're trying to insult me.
Your
Anyways,
parents
thought
paid
co,
your fucking
scientific
professors off or something
thought
because
co,
I just
scientific
eviscerated
hypothesis.
your dumbass. You don't know what a hypothesis is. So
Have we
why
not
should I
all
even
agreed
fucking
that
talk to you
independent
anymore?
and dependent variables are like commonly defined? Like,
So
we
why
can
should I even fucking talk to you
Anyways,
anymore?
from your own source, scientific hypothesis, model theory, and law. A hypothesis is an educated guess. Oh wow, that's
Listen,
crazy.
this fucking guy just continues on.
Well, it's a citation you source. If you're not going to
It's
agree
a
with your own
citation
citation,
that you
I'm not
sourced.
sure. I'm
It
not
doesn't
sure.
look like one of my sources.
Have you? Okay, yeah. Let's just quote you in chat that you posted it.
You're a fucking clown.
Here it is. Reply. Is this not you?
Reply.
Did you not post that? I'm just using your definitions.
Reply. I just gave you the definitions of a hypothesis, crayon muncher.
You read them from 4 different citations, and when I read it off your
I've
exact
got
citation, you say I'm wrong.
25.
You can have 1,000. If they say something and you say something otherwise, I'm not too sure what you're trying to prove.
Oh, what the fuck, man. Go. Listen, it's time to start picking up cans alongside of the road. Your true vocation. Just go back there.
Just make sure you do it supervised.
And make sure you have a supervisor. You're finished. You're already compromised.
Make sure you're not be drinking the leftovers inside the cans, okay? Because he's burping at the moment while talking to you.
Who? I am correct was burping?
Yeah, he's burping off the cans that he's drinking.
I'm
Picking them up.
I'm drinking soda. Yeah, not through a can, but through a bottle and some cookies. These cookies are really good.
So you've proven that you don't know what a scientific theory is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. What the fuck are you doing here?
I don't think it's that big of a deal to think that your definition is the right one. You posted yours.
I didn't. That's not
definition
me.
is
That's not me. I'm not.
You need the exact words.
I'm not
It
Kristen
doesn't matter whether
McClellan.
you think, idea,
I'm not
guess,
Kristen McClellan.
predict. It's
I'm
all the
not
same
Penn
shit.
State. I'm not California State, and I'm damn sure not Colorado State. So what the fuck are you talking about?
These aren't our definitions. These are the definitions. You remember when I said earlier, dude? You remember when I said earlier that words mean things, right? Within science, words most definitely mean things. So it's good that we all understand that what we're talking about, so we can move on. We
So you wouldn't
understand now
agree?
what. Good. I'll ask you this question: have you got a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Do I have a scientific experiment to prove that the Earth is a sphere? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, I don't think the Earth is a sphere.
Fair enough.
No.
Would anybody else like to get up to the table and give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object?
It's not a question. Why you don't think that Earth is not a sphere?
Because there's no evidence to prove it is a sphere.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry?
I didn't hear, sorry.
We have constructed lies. We don't have evidences. We have inconsistent experiments that don't really prove anything.
Well, sounds like you're not the globe champion that we're waiting for. Teok is here, and he says that Einstein had many scientific hypotheses.
Really?
Said that.
Post one.
That's what he said.
Post
Who
one.
said that?
Teok.
Okay. How about scientific I am not English, so I don't care.
Teok also has been drinking from the cans he's been picking up, so just letting you guys know.
Okay.
So let's see the hypothesis.
So I'm gonna
from
say
19...
again.
Let's see the hypothesis from the general theory of relativity, published November 25th, 1915, please.
Wait. What do you learn in school, by the way?
Wait.
What do you learn in school? What do you learn in school?
Go and get the hypothesis.
Okay.
You learn whatever the curriculum is, which is whatever the government pushes on you.
I'm gonna find it.
You're not really taught general knowledge. You're just taught whatever the curriculum is.
It's awesome. We want the hypothesis from Einstein. You claimed he got lots, many, thousands, hundreds, whatever. We just want one.
Einstein didn't even know what a fucking hypothesis was.
I'm sure he had a big fat telescope that showed the sphere.
Okay. Is it possible to make hypotheses, or at least make mathematical conclusions that need to be proven? I guess that's actually the normal way to do it in
it's impossible.
physics,
You're
by
in
the way.
category error. It's non sequitur. No,
wait,
there's
how?
no
Wait.
scientific
How
theories. There's no mathematical hypotheses. It's a category error. You need to go back.
Just one question.
And maybe try cake decorating threads where you came from. Okay.
Theory. How about string theory?
Is anybody up here wiggling their worm? Just me?
Got it.
Yeah, this guy.
How about string theory? So we
String theory is not a scientific theory.
No, it's not. It's still not. But wait.
So why bring it up?
How do they try to make it a scientific theory?
Just go get the hypothesis from the paper that you were charged with.
Okay.
Don't do that.
We'll wait.
Stop trying to jump onto other subjects. I've noticed you do that quite a lot. Let's try and keep on track.
Well, a theory is never a fact. It's an explanation.
Yes, it is. Just shut the fuck up.
Of one or more facts.
It's an explanation where you can
String
derive
theory was never a
from
scientific
which you
theory.
then try to prove, as for example, time dilation.
But did you go get that?
Yeah, no.
hypothesis
I'm
yet?
going to try it, but I'm just going to try to explain you how actually.
No, you're
science
not
works,
explaining
okay?
shit until you get the hypothesis.
A theory doesn't become acceptable until it's disproved.
That's fucking.
No,
it never.
It becomes
it never
acceptable as
evolves
long as
to a fact.
Thanks for that.
Yes, they're watching you.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm gonna have to start pressing that mute another motherfucker button in a minute, guys. Come on, let's try and keep the conversation salient.
Trying to. 1 moment.
Hypothesis,
Theory,
please.
but like Newton's law, though, is it really a law?
No, it was debunked.
In what way, by the way?
In what way?
Yeah, I'm not going to. I just want to know. I do not want to be confrontational right now. If I asked that question, I didn't want to be confrontational. In what way was
So
because I'm actually
you're wrong,
curious.
and you don't want to explain why you're wrong?
Wait, me? No, I'm just looking for the paper right now.
Oh, okay.
Wait, it's actually possible. Wait. Oh shit.
Wait, so can I ask you a question, Mr. Globe?
No, don't get him off his mission.
Well, he believes in it, but he doesn't know where it is. Is he searching for his belief now?
He's searching for a hypothesis.
He's searching for the foundation. Interesting.
It's just like,
no.
Do you have the original paper? I'm just gonna be curious. Do you have the original paper?
I don't have it.
Okay, gotcha.
I used to have it, and then I took a dump on it, and then threw it outside.
Just use it as a toilet paper. Gotcha, mate.
Exactly.
Sure. Gotcha.
Always the same fucking merry-go-round. Somebody says gravity, then we have to explain what science is and isn't. Brilliant.
They can't explain anything without gravity. They need gravity
If you took gravity away, then all of their theories would fall apart.
They don't have any theories.
Wait.
It's already fallen apart. Look up crisis in cosmology. Come on.
Cosmology is not.
Yeah,
a
that's
science.
going to be way more interesting. I just want to hear a good explanation why that is actually crisis.
You claimed Einstein, lots of
Sure.
hypotheses.
I know it's a different topic. I know. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah,
to.
you're not
on
going to
paper
do
yet?
it.
Yeah.
Not
I
gonna
know.
do it.
I know.
You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're going to
Okay.
get the hypothesis.
I don't know.
You made the claim. Now it's time to support it.
Okay.
We're coming out of grade school. We're coming out of primary school. Out of grade
get it.
school. You can't
Well,
just shut him up.
yes.
Just mute him. Mute him.
I
I'm
know.
tired of this fucking shit already. Mute him.
No, I like hearing it. I like.
No. Yeah,
this guy.
you would because you're a fucking moron too.
I told you he was drunk. I muted him. He got muted. So come on, guys.
You like hearing that horse shit, huh?
I think it's funny.
Do you?
I do.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's hilarious. I mean, I'm almost pissing myself.
It's actually not funny. It is laughable, but not funny.
So no paper?
He doesn't even know what a paper is.
Very does.
Barely understands what a hypothesis is.
I
He
think
only
it's
knows
odd
one type of
to-
paper, and it's 2-ply.
I mean, I think it's odd to find the evidence for your foundation on the spot. Shouldn't you already know what you're talking about?
Yes.
There we
That's
go.
the thing when people make blind assertions or claims. When pressed upon their claim, we figure out that they really don't know what they're talking about.
Just mindlessly parroting Wiki or another dumbass baltard they heard.
Outer space, there's some interesting facts. Outer space has a baseline temperature of about 2.7 Kelvin, minus 453.8 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus
What's that?
200.45 degrees Celsius. Boy, that sure is. You'd need such a spacecraft suit for that.
It's a second law of
That'd be
thermodynamics violation. They don't have any temperatures from that. They've never been out there.
So you're telling me spandex and synthetics keep you warm? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure does, man. It's so cold there. Like, you gotta get a good pair of spandex, and you have a plastic spacesuit that'll keep you nice and toasty.
You're telling me these
warm.
polymers and cooling tubes and spandex keep you cool in negative 200
Oh,
Celsius?
really? After I
0.7
said
Kelvin.
second law of
It's-
thermodynamics violation,
closer
you're
to
going
the
to continue on this frame of fucking questioning?
You're
You
closer to
want
the
me to say it
sun.
again? Do you want me? I'm getting so fucking tired of people over talking me, man. I really am. About time for me to go. I'm not back in 2016. I ain't putting up with that shit again. So, I already said it was the second law. Outer space is a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. That was my rebuttal to your spandex horse shit. But you still went ahead and started talking about spandex and temperatures. That makes part. Have you been eating paint chips from the 70s? Yeah, Mr. Burper. Yeah, who was that? Go ahead, burp again.
It was Alpha Omega.
Yeah, there you go, Jetty.
Got it.
Who are we talking about here?
Alpha Omega should be on mute. He is now. I don't know why I haven't been christened with moderation powers in here.
You'd have to speak to the grand poobahs of this server, mate.
I ain't speaking to them crayon munchers. You speak to them and give me my fucking dude desserts.
So in the meantime, any Globers that have any claims, you can direct any of your questions to Quantum Eraser. Go right ahead.
Will we get muted if we ask a question they don't like?
Let me guess, gravity again. They
You can
don't
ask whatever
like.
you want.
Yeah, that's what usually happens. What are you, some kind of fucking Nancy?
Don't be scared. Speak up. He won't bite.
You some
Possibly.
kind of Nancy. Who was that just spoke?
I am
They'll
correct,
mute.
but
They'll
he's
mute.
incorrect.
They'll mute you just because they like the question. Like that's ever fucking happened.
Oh, that was existential. Existential. Go ahead.
Don't be scared.
Oh, I'm just saying that music is handed out pretty liberally around
Yeah,
here.
because we got diarrhea of the mouth, pretender clown frauds. Fucking, they don't shut up and they don't know shit. So you think we're scared of them? That's why they got the mute button. Are you in touch with reality? Existential. No, you're not.
Imp Midna
Whoa,
is unironically 40 pounds of pussy and ass. She's just floating.
There you go, Jetty. I wanna, I wanna down here. Yeah, there you go. So let's
I
test.
try to
your
keep it
science
open
back.
mind. I try to keep an open mind. I don't stand or try to defend any position unless I understand it completely.
Then why did you make that stupid fuckwit comment about the mute button?
Because it happens, man. I got muted for that.
Really? Can you?
Yeah, I got
Sure.
muted for thinking that there was an in between the different theories, and I got muted for that.
You got muted
'Cause
that there was
isn't.
in between of different theories. Makes perfect fucking sense.
Like there's a
Great
bridge,
sense,
or there's a theory in between flat Earth and curved Earth that might
So-
explain both.
There are no theories. You're in a category error.
Okay.
And you didn't get muted. So there goes your fucking claim for right now.
Just want to say, hey, everybody, how you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
We're right in the middle of a conversation. We're talking about scientific theory bridges.
Man, these guys
between...
just drop bombs, dude.
Say again?
When they both drop their ults on you, man, fuck.
Discord, the land of gamers.
I don't mind people believing whatever they want to believe. If it happens to benefit me, then I'm more happier.
What does that have to do with anything? Are you in a different server and answering here?
No, I'm just saying, if you believe that the Earth is flat and it happens to reduce your applicability for jobs, and I get the job, that's okay by me.
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it for an absolute fact.
Maybe your next question should be, how do you know this to be true? If you're interested in the subject, right?
Good one, yeah.
That's right.
It's like we have to hold your
Yes.
fucking hands in a conversation, guys. My goodness me.
I don't know if I want to like spend the time to be walked down
Ask the
path
question,
of
bro.
flat Earth.
What would be the point of debating? That would be just being here.
It doesn't even need
I
to
don't
be a
know.
debate. It could be a lesson. Just ask.
If you want to
Yeah,
listen, that's fine. Well, then you
I'll
should just say
listen.
you want to listen.
I'll listen.
Okay, then
I'll go back to background.
No, they just want to come in, with their spade shovel and then smash it in their own heads and faces. It's called baljitsu.
I fucking misclicked or something.
Let me help you guys out.
Well,
Quantum Racer, how do you know that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I'm not playing that devil's advocate shit. I want a real baller.
He wants LeBron up in this bitch.
How do you know for the fact?
I mean, don't take it personally. If you get fucking dumped on, then you're most likely a pretender clown. It's not rocket science. Everyone in this room knows that you're a pretender clown when you come in and Elmer Fudd sophist your way around. You're not getting away with anything in here.
Did you just say it's not rocket science?
It's not rocket surgery.
So maths then, right?
It's not. Yeah, maths. Maths for what?
For pretending rockets go to space.
Rockets going to a second law of thermodynamics violation? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
like I said, you guys aren't getting away with anything. You come walking on in here, think you can parrot wiki, right? Or just the headlines from something, and then you think you can get away with it. That shit ain't gonna fly, dudes. Mate, that's like 2015. That was before I came out here and set the record straight quite abruptly.
So what do you think you're going to accomplish by convincing a lot of people that the Earth is flat?
That's the accomplishment.
Oh.
Truth, mate. Truth is
I don't know. I would think like maybe some like rebellion against the government and how they're being corporal and corporatized that benefit only the wealthiest and shit like that. But like, nope, just the fact that the Earth is flat.
Or against the nature.
The entire government is not holding a conspiracy. The government's very, very large. Just a select few people.
Yeah, the clerk that works at the government building down the street just believes that the Earth is flat. She doesn't, it's not like the government.
Don't you find it quite interesting how they'll literally, like, globers will make the opposite arguments to each other and expect us not to notice? So, like, one glober will literally unironically say that there must be millions of people lying about it. And then 2 minutes later, another glober will be like, oh, it's only the people at the top. There's only a few of them. And then it's like, okay, so
what if, like,
you guys
believing
go
that the Earth was
I'm still
flat
talking, bro.
actually
I'm
sets you
definitely
back?
still talking. I'm definitely still talking.
thought
You
you were
guys
done, I'm
go
sorry.
and argue. Yeah, I'm still talking, bro. You can just wait till I finish. So I'm thinking, like, you guys argue with each other, and when you have a consistent narrative, then we can talk.
Okay, you done?
It's fair.
Yeah, the clue that I was done was that I stopped talking.
Okay, so I was just about to say, what if like believing that the Earth is flat actually sets you back or holds you to a limitation that you wouldn't otherwise had if you knew that the world was a globe?
Yeah,
What's
what
that
if,
even mean?
How do you know that? How can
okay,
we
so
go
let
find
me
that
ask
out?
you the opposite
Sorry.
question. What if the globe
Rockets.
narrative? Yeah, what if the globe narrative does the same and like wastes millions and billions in funding? We can do what if questions all day long.
No, I would say that the fact that the Earth is a globe has contributed greatly to the evolution of the speed of the internet and how much memory it has.
What are you talking about?
What?
That's completely that's completely erroneous, bro.
Did
like
you get
the
dropped
internet
on
would
your
have
head?
developed anyway.
You realize how much money goes into space, right? Just NASA alone is spending
waves can
$70
still work.
million
Magnetic
a
waves
day.
can still work on a motherfucking flat Earth, brother.
Yeah. It's like,
Anyway,
dude,
so
the internet would have developed as a matter of necessity, regardless of the shape of anything.
I mean, if anything, hundreds of billions of dollars could have gone anywhere else, like realistically.
He gives a flying.
So why do you believe the Earth is flat? Is it because you have been shown scientific evidence of that, or is that just because how you feel?
Oh no. No one's been shown scientific evidence to prove the shape of an object, my friend. But we have directly measured the surface of the Earth, and we practically use the surface of the Earth, and it is a flat horizontal plane. That's a problem if you're on a curved surface when it measures flat, and it's practically used in things like celestial navigation as a flat horizontal plane. So demonstratively, it is a flat horizontal plane. It's not a guess. It's not because I watched something on YouTube. It's direct reality. It measures that way, and we practically use it that way.
So you're saying that the shape of the Earth is like a disc where the center of it is the North Pole?
No. You'll understand that flat is a description of a surface. I haven't made a claim to the shape of the Earth, my friends. I'm just describing the surface of the Earth, which is measured and practically used as a flat horizontal plane. Can I have my mic back?
Here, you dropped it. Let me pick it up for you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. God, holding hand time. What do you mean by measured and practically used, Jedi? Would be your next fucking question, I'm sure. Surely.
Yeah, Jedi, what do you mean by practically used and measured?
practically used with regards to navigating across the surface of the Earth using the stars. With regards to celestial navigation, the basis of celestial navigation is a right angle triangle. 3 points: you, the observer, the star in question, and the ground position of that star forms a right angle triangle. The problem is, if you're living on a curved surface, is you would not be able to measure an elevation angle up to that star if the baseline, the Earth, was curved, and you most definitely wouldn't have a geographical ground position of that star at 90 degrees to you, up to a distance of 4,000 miles. So practically, in navigational purposes, the Earth is a flat horizontal plane. You can't have a triangle with a curved line in it, can you?
Good points,
But
bro.
thanks
Good
for
points.
asking.
Are you gonna post them, Tia? You're still typing about these hypotheses.
What hypothesis? When did I give you a hypothesis?
I mean, don't you think it would be hard to measure from the ground all the way to space if the thing was spinning, right? If the ball was spinning, think about it.
He's talking about the Teok guy again, who's back in the chat saying that Einstein had 2 hypotheses. Still yet to see him post any.
Yeah.
Let's have it.
Let's have it. Anytime now.
A moment.
Did you find them, Teok?
That is the first one in the document I actually put a link in. So these are in German, but I'm gonna find English translation. Wait, I'm gonna find the English. Yeah, chill. I'm gonna find the English translation.
You
One moment.
posted a
I have it open.
snippet
I have
in
it open.
German.
I have it open. I have it open. One.
But this is just a snippet.
Yeah, I know. That's why. Here you go. That seems to be English translation.
I don't care if it's in English
So
or German.
open it, and it's on. Wait. If you scroll down, the second paragraph. Oh no, it's. Yeah. So, second paragraph. There's A and B, and if you look under A and B, maybe I'm gonna do it. No, I don't.
Now I have an absurd claim that I heard from an actual flat earther. I'm a flat earther myself, but he said that the heliocentric model causes scoliosis, which may be true, but is that true? Just the thought of
Hell no.
We find that one. Okay.
Awesome. Can you read it out for the panel, please, mate?
Wait. Yeah. I'm just gonna. These are the actual 2 hypotheses.
Awesome stuff. So pick one. Within those, give me the DV, IV, and CV, please.
The what?
Pick one and give me the DV, dependent variable, the IV, independent variable, and CV, the control variables, please.
Not the control variable. There's no control variables in hypothesis.
Dependent variable must be then length, and I guess AV is time, or at least no, it's velocity.
Sorry, what was
velocity.
the DV again? What was the DV?
Length, observed length, and
the observed length of what?
What of the rod? A hypothetical rod. I guess you can. If you, well, it wasn't that with your Concorde, I guess. And AV is velocity, but let me just find it.
The AV. There is no AV.
I have no idea what you just said.
It's velocity. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is
What are you
confusing.
talking about, bro?
Along with the rest of us.
Is he
Do
talking
you
about
actually
delta
understand what
V?
you're saying?
He's mistaken delta for the letter A.
A moving rod. I guess moving means velocity, doesn't
A
it?
moving rod. Oh,
Yeah.
brother. Go ahead and put him on mute. No
Okay.
swearing in here. This is a family show.
Okay, got it.
No fucking swearing.
Sure. Sorry.
Where do we find a moving rod in nature?
I like to move it.
What do you suppose causes moving rod?
I can definitely name one, I tell you.
It's them hips, man.
Flatsy made a very important point. Flatsy said this. Don't you love it when people say dumb shit so confidently? It's absolutely hilarious, Flatsy, and pathetically embarrassing for them. But you're right. That's exactly what happens. Just stupid shit confidently.
Yeah, I know, man. It's kind of hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember one night before Flatsy was around, one guy came in and told you that the independent variable was him and the dependent variable was the moon.
It was the moon.
Phenomenon moon cause
Yeah,
that guy.
yeah, he caused the moon.
We've heard some really dumb shit, like the guy yesterday who said that general relativity caused eclipses.
Magnetic West.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's
Didn't he
pretty
also
cool.
say that the reason the shadow goes the wrong way is because the Earth's moving? He made some sort of dumb argument like that as well.
It's a shoe.
I still like Larry's question with regards to Aristophanes and the light. Sorry, the path of light and the path of light with regards to eclipses. I mean, which one do you want to pick, parallel or divergent? You've got two different models. Love that, Larry.
Yeah. Do you remember the answer to that though was that gravity curves the light straight?
Well, they kept asking me in like 2015, how do you explain eclipses? And then it just hit me one day, like the path of totality. And I guess it took me a little while later to find out that it was a dichotomy with Aristophanes. But once I put those two things together, it was like, yeah, they don't have a working model. They think that they do. That's the funny part.
Loved that yesterday, man. That was brilliant. Tickled me, that did.
Hey, is that a picture of No, that's not a picture of Bigfoot, is it? That's Harry Henderson.
Yeah, can't have pictures
Yeah.
of Bigfoot. That's not the Earth.
Yeah, I like to troll the Bigfooters.
Fair enough.
Amen for Bigfoot.
Isn't that evidence that Harry Henderson existed? Your
Right,
avatar.
right. You know, most of these Globers, by their own standards, should absolutely be Bigfooters. They'd seen it on TV. Has to be true.
They've got some states make it illegal to shoot Bigfoot, and there are states it's legal to shoot Bigfoot. Do you think they're all in on it? Shit.
Why would the hunters lie?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
But if government passed a law that protects Bigfoot as an endangered species, say what?
Something we're not being told there.
No, but you can't observe curvature. You know, they say that you can see boats go over the horizon, and then when you call them out on it, they claim refraction. So you guys got like an ad hoc continuum, and that's what you call your model. Like, I got a model, this ad hoc continuum. If you find something that goes against the model, I'll just make some shit up on the spot to make it somewhat kind of make sense in my warped and twisted brain, so that I don't have to face the reality of I don't have a model. But I'm going to ridicule everybody else who doesn't have a model, but just know that I got a model. Ad hoc continuum.
There's like the one thing I didn't know, like, you hear them talk about, like when they try to define mass, and they define it as resistance to acceleration, and then later on say mass causes gravity, which is a 9.8 meters per second acceleration down. I never picked up on that before. I'm like, that's right, originally contradictory. If mass is resisting acceleration, and it's also acceleration itself.
You on about now?
The resistance
that
to
happening?
acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, it's kind of what they're saying. Mass causes mass, or something. Yeah,
That's not what they're saying.
That's been
Love
dealt with
attracts love.
That's been dealt with back in a numpty clips some years ago.
Yeah, they actually do say that. And then when one of them says it, the other globe earthers will call them out for saying it.
That's not mass anyway.
They start off by saying if mass, okay. If mass, then mass attracts mass. So if the resistance to movement, then the resistance to movement will attract the resistance to movement.
Exactly, you got it.
Wow.
Laugh track.
That's like 3 layers of stupidity.
Just like following each one of their claims to a full logical conclusion, and then spell it out for them, and then see what they do with the contradiction. If they still accept it, they still accept the contradiction. This is just time to point and laugh.
I think, because think about how far it's gone in the past 8 years, right? They used to say, that we can see the curvature. Now they're like, oh, refraction. And they used to say that dark matter does exist, and now they're claiming, that it's been debunked. I mean, pretty soon they're going to be in the colleges teaching, we got to take down the cosmology of the patriarchy.
Lots of people in the panel. Does anybody want to defend that spinning globe monkey religion?
Yeah, defend the cosmology of the patriarchy. I dare you.
It's a spinning ball space monkey religion.
But to the guy was like spurging out, like extras or whatever. Flat earthers are moral degenerates. They're immature. They've removed themselves from the gene pool.
Yeah, and then so he told me to remove myself from the gene pool, and then in the next sentence called me immature. But yeah, good one, bro.
I'm so butthurt about a shape.
Yeah. So imagine if you went into a server of like, I don't know, botanists or whatever, and you were like, bro, grass is blue. Do you really think they would be telling you to remove yourself from the gene pool? And they'd just be crying about you saying that grass is blue.
I think it's a religious.
They're
It's a
so
religious zealot
emotional about
response.
something that if they thought it was as stupid as they claim, then it doesn't. Their emotional state doesn't make sense.
Well, there is blue grass though, Crypto.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Kentucky bluegrass.
What you know about that purple weed?
That's what I was going to say, man. Nothing. I claim ignorance.
I lost my guns in a terrible boating accident. I know nothing.
Yeah, that's actually where all my tax money went.
Boating?
Yeah, because I was going to pay my taxes, and then just it all got lost in a terrible boating accident.
Yeah, I dropped my bank account in the boat.
One of my favorite ones too is talking to Professor Phil, and I told him you can't see Venus in the night sky. He's like, yes, you can, you fucking idiot. Here's a link, and the link said how to view Venus in the night sky.
He sent me a DM last night. I didn't even read it, but because normally his ones are about something stupid.
Yeah, it's like completely broken English. You're like, dude, you're supposed to be a college professor and you can't even write a sentence. Like, what are you trying to articulate here?
I can just imagine him like banging on the keyboard while he's typing. So frustrated. Like the way he talks, like he's yelling all the time. That's how he types.
Yeah, you see him like he's in text chat with you, and you're like messaging back and forth, and he's typing, 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 and it's just basically like, okay. I'm like, dude, it took you fucking 3 minutes to type okay? What the fuck?
Delusions
Or like
of grandeur.
be right back. It's like, dude, you could have been gone and back in the time it took you to say be right back.
And as if you need to tell anyone, you'll be right back on Discord. There's always someone that'll take his place.
I think the stupidest shit I ever heard was Rumpus saying that you'd be able to see the back of your own head because of refraction. Like, what is going to cause the light to bend down at 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curvature rate as the Earth? And you're just a coincidence theorist at that point.
Ruhif still says that as well.
You can't see the back of your head? That's crazy, bro.
Ruif really picked up the Rumpus argument? That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow. They must be related somewhere down the gene pool.
So the globe blocks boats 3 miles away, but you can also see all the way around it.
It ain't easy being a glober.
Someone's gonna do it.
Yeah,
Lots of
somebody's got to.
movement.
Go ahead.
Go on, Harry. No, you're fine. Go on.
Somebody's got to defend the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex known as NASA.
Someone's gonna take one for the team. We're all team players here.
Damn it, why'd you wreck all the globers so fast, guys? Now we're all out.
Are we seriously out of globers?
Yeah, what are we gonna do in like 10 years when there's no globers left? Am I just gonna play video games by myself?
I have to start savoring these globers.
And then they'll take over flat Earth and start coming up with stupid claims like it's rising at 9.8 meters per second.
Hey Hank, download Warzone 2, man. I'll play some Warzone 2 with you, guy.
I'm stuck
You
in
don't have to play
Starfield.
alone.
It's too good. Oh,
Fuck that game.
Did you see that news article I posted about NASA recruiters are wondering why they can't fill intern positions with all the people who are playing Starfield? I was like, holy shit, they got NASA recruiters like inside Starfield saying, you ever think about getting a job or getting an internship at NASA? Like, no,
go,
fuck
Hank.
you.
dude, I would go in there and I would cause riots in the break room. People would be ready to kill me. Like, you can't expose our black hole money pit operation.
You know how much money we make doing this? Shut your mouth.
Where else can you sell cartoons for this much money?
Disney.
Yeah, NASA makes more than Disney, surprisingly.
Disney don't even come close to NASA's fun money.
It's same company in it.
It's, I mean, imagine the ingenious idea, right? We pretend we're a government agency. We make films. 70 mil a day. Crazy.
Damn.
Whoever thought of this idea was very smart.
And then people defend it for free too.
That's what I'm saying.
Wasn't it the Nazis that came up with it? Operation
Whatever it was.
Paperclip, Werner von Braun.
Can you think of a better operation? Billions of dollars and free defense from the entire populace.
I'm just going through some of the screenshots on Golden Globies. Here's one that Pooping, I guess, with a creative username. I've never got an answer from flat earthers, and your flat earthers are always wrong.
Oh yeah, you got us
Like,
there.
so how do you do that? How do you say you've never got one answer and every answer you've ever gotten is wrong?
Are you asking for like an explanation or
Yeah, how does that work? If you've never got nothing,
how do
you've got
people
nothing.
write like that or?
No, just how do you that logical worldview? So if globetard, how can you have no answers and all the answers are wrong?
Sticky one, isn't it?
I mean, can you not comprehend that sentence or?
Yeah, it's a
How can you
contradiction.
have
If he's got no
wrong
answer, it
answers
can't be a
and
wrong
no
answer.
answers?
How's it a contradiction?
So if he's got no answer at all, how could it be wrong, right, or otherwise?
Are you kidding
Why
me,
are you
dude?
assuming the true statement with respect to one of those
Are you
sentences?
kidding me, dude? A true statement? It's an on-your-face contradiction. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure that one out. Let me guess. You must be a dumbass globetard.
You must be
Oh,
joking.
no, I don't
right?
have an
There's no way.
opinion on the shape of the Earth.
Opinion? Yeah, we don't. This isn't an opinion server anyway. You're in the wrong genre.
Here's one. The surface of the Earth doesn't mean anything. You're being silly. Being a flat earther is stupid. Okay, so which one is it? If it doesn't mean anything at all, the conversation is pointless. Then why describing the surface as flat mean stupid?
The Earth is literally flat. It's just flat.
You think so?
Yeah, like if you see a picture from space, like that shit's flat.
Do you have a picture from space?
Yeah, I saw one from NASA. It was flat.
Can you show me a picture from space?
That's a hard troll, yeah. You're gonna have a hard time with that troll, man. I don't know. You're gonna have to do something better. Ask your mom for help or something. Troll's not gonna work, bro. You're gonna have to think a little bit more besides saying stupid things like that. I mean, that's fine, but you're just proving the point. I'm not a flat earther, by the way, but some of these people are skeptics, and they're just pointing out that when you believe in something like this, you can't even think differently. You have to just mock it.
Wait a second.
Is
You're
that
not a
XR?
flat earther? What the fuck?
Oh, well, Quantum Eraser, can you unban me from the channel? Can you unban me from Science vs. Pseudo? Some guy named B with the Buzz decided to start harassing me because I had a couple of Hebrew letters, and about 5 minutes later, he had the KKK show up with pitchforks
shut up,
and
nigger.
fucking torches. So I got banned from that channel, Quantum Eraser, because I used Hebrew. Apparently, you
Well,
can
that
only
doesn't-
use
that
English.
That doesn't answer my question. That's
No,
red
I'm not a flat earther. I said no, I'm not a flat earther. Absolutely not. Would you like to discuss it on your channel?
That's not my channel, dipshit. So you must be
I
a
didn't
globetard.
say that was your. I didn't say that was your channel. I said your channel, retard. Take the shit out of yours, bitch.
If I'm
your
retarded,
fucking channel, bitch.
you're
I'll slap
Helen
the shit out
Keller,
of you.
and you better fucking talk a lot, brother. Because
wanna
I'll
hear the
rip your
discussion.
asshole right out through your throat, and you know it.
Yeah, personal drama is really dull. We're just gonna move on from that.
Yeah. All right.
So what was the conversation before?
Contradictory globetard comments that they can't seem to
Someone
figure
also
out.
had a photo of the Earth from space. Can I see that?
Yeah, I got a photo of Bigfoot. You want to see that too?
Was that you, Ihma Pashe?
See, I've got a
I'm
photo of Joseph Stalin. You see this photo in my avatar. This photo of Joseph Stalin, right?
I read the guy's name and I full got copped, bro. Read his name, Magnetic.
Well, no, I was going somewhere with what I was saying, right? So my avatar was AI generated in about 30 seconds online. So why are people thinking that images prove that the Earth's a ball?
Well, I just want to see the photo. If it's there, right?
But you don't know that it's a photo, bro. That's the whole point. Like, if this technology is available to us now for like £5 a month online, then this technology has been available to all sorts of different agencies, government agencies, the military for probably 3 decades. So
I
maybe
agree with you. I just haven't really seen a photo, right?
Yeah, but you don't know if it is a photo. It's pointless. Any image you are shown now, it's impossible to discern whether it's actually a photo.
And let me explain why. Like, if you got a $20 bill, you know what a counterfeit looks like. But without that $20 bill to reference, how would you know what the counterfeit is? So
Yeah,
how are you
exactly.
checking these photos from space to see if they're counterfeit? Oh, you can't.
Yeah, against other potentially fraudulent images. So, yeah, there's no baseline.
Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever
I mean, you can be told what a counterfeit bill looks like, right?
you can be told.
What does it look like?
Can you not be told what a counterfeit bill looks like?
He's
No,
a
you gotta
rocket.
show-
really.
There's the rocket surgeon again.
They're the same thing, right? The difference
What's a
is when
rocket surgeon?
Yeah, it's a joke.
You motherfucker.
Are rockets alive? Can you perform surgery on them?
Go look in the mirror.
Yes, you can. So anyway, the point.
Okay,
that
I'm not
Larry was
seeing a
making-
surgeon.
which is really obvious, is that you need a baseline to reference when you're talking about fraudulence of either notes or images.
That's why every interrogation starts out with friendly banter, right, to get their baseline, and then they start asking them the hard questions.
Start waterboarding him.
James Webb Telescope snaps rainbow lightsaber. Shock waves are shooting through a newborn star.
Plus the champion.
It's a protostar with gas and dust.
Just wanted to let everyone know that my great grandfather was a chimpanzee.
That's really cool, bro. Do you have a photo?
Yeah, Larry's got a picture of him.
Yeah, and your great squared grandfather was a banana. We're all related, don't you know?
I've got a
I know
photo.
it's
And then even more greats, the grandfather of the banana was the Rock.
Oh, very interesting.
That's
Yo,
metal.
Chi Teng, can you get on the mic, bro?
That's some crazy claims in there. Come on, that person,
Yeah.
try whatever it is.
Yeah. So magnets, therefore the floor is a ball. We've also got auroras, therefore the floor is a ball. And then we've also got other planets have auroras, therefore our floor is a ball. Any justification for any of those?
It's really funny. The guy who was telling people the aurora borealis was, photons interacting with, the upper atmosphere and the magnetic fields, and they all told him that he was crazy. He's a crazy person. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm sure they said, "You just don't understand," and now it's like accepted. Now his theory is accepted.
What
So
magnetic field?
doesn't the Earth have a magnetic field?
You tell me.
I thought it does.
You thought. That's not too confident.
Well, what
And
is
therefore
what?
the floor is a ball.
Well, then why? I don't know. Maybe invisible three-toed gnomes are causing it. It's as good as answer as you have.
So there is magnets in the crust of the Earth or the dirt.
The crust. Okay. That's amazing. There's some on my refrigerator, and
So the inverse square law says that it never goes to zero. So those fields that exist
so
throughout the
what?
Earth,
What did you just say?
the inverse square law basically
Oh, I thought
says
you
that.
said Moore's law. The inverse square. What does the inverse square law have to do with fucking magnets?
Well, it has, or every time you double the distance, it drops 4 times intensity, but that's never going to reach zero.
Double the distance of what? The magnet?
The distance from the magnet, yeah.
You double the distance from the magnet. How does this get into auroras?
Oh, it's not.
So I don't know if this theory is true. I'm just going, this is what they
It's not a
said.
scientific theory.
I didn't say that it
The,
was.
the theory is a speculation, right? Is that
Okay.
what you're talking about? It's not a scientific theory, correct?
Postulation. Correct.
It's not a postulation either. It's somebody pulled something out of their ass.
That's what
There
a
you go, Larry.
postulation is.
That's what a postulation is.
You wanted to know what would happen after 10 years after all the globe earthers away. We'd literally just chew each other apart, mate. That's what'll happen.
That's what I'm saying. I'll be playing video games alone.
It'll make us stronger.
It's interesting, actually, because I'm just looking at this this utter nonsense that Chi Teng is posting here, and he's got Jupiter's aurora, right? And it's got this like little blue magical aurora. Older pictures of Jupiter never used to have an aurora. I don't know if you guys ever noticed that. So it's like they've added this as a new layer of propaganda to get everyone believing the floor is a ball.
So
What do you
Jupiter
mean,
dressing
bro?
up.
CGI. It's
Jupiter's
new
dressing
special
up with a
effects.
Wait, why would NASA release an aurora to prove that Jupiter is round?
It release an aurora.
Right. So the thing is, whenever I make these, like, I think they're really simple points, and then a Glober asks a clarified question that makes me realize they didn't understand.
Don't accuse me of being a Glober. I don't believe in them.
That they don't understand the simplest points that we make. It's just baffling to me.
Oh, I got a good one from the National Mag Lab if we want to, head on
Thank you
back.
for educating the Globetard.
You're welcome. So from National Mag Lab, a Tesla is a unit of a magnetic field. Another unit of the magnetic field.
No, a Tesla is a car.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not done yet. Tesla's a car.
Then don't
Thanks
state
for that.
lies.
Thanks for that. Shut the fuck up.
He's muted. Continue.
Tesla is a unit of magnetic field. Another unit of magnetic field is a Gauss. A refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss. That's a strong refrigerator magnet. The typical strength of the Earth's magnetic field at its surface is around a half a Gauss. So those everyday units of magnetic fields. So a refrigerator magnet strength is 100 Gauss, and the Earth's magnetic strength at its surface is 0.5 Gauss. Chew on that one.
Yeah, shit's weak.
Carry on.
Did I mute the guy now that?
Yeah.
No, he just wants to talk about Tesla as a car and shit. Too much wiki for him.
That's not his fault. He typed it on Google because he didn't know what you're talking about and saw a commercial and clicked on the top link because he didn't know about the algorithm.
Oh, gotcha. All right, fair enough.
All right, you're unmuted, Sonic.
Sonic.
It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Hey,
Is that like Bitch Sonic?
Yeah, it looks like anime Sonic.
He's got a Huckleberry Burger. Our friends in England won't know that. Sounds like some people here in the USA aren't catching on.
Nope. What's a Huckleberry Burger?
It's a Huckleberry Burger, a cheeseburger, Sonic. You get the connection?
Oh, okay.
That was water. It was.
I'm still confused about the Teslas.
Tesla is a unit of measure for a magnetic field.
But it says that Elon Musk makes them.
Yeah, it's a car. It's an equivocation fallacy.
What's that?
Don't tempt me, Frodo.
What's what?
An equivocation fallacy.
A what?
Equivocation fallacy is two different definitions for the meaning of the same word.
No, I understand that. What's a fallacy?
No, brother. Fallacy? Fallacious
Oh,
reasoning.
Yeah.
Google's your best
Well, what
friend,
does
bro.
that mean? You just said it's a fallacy.
Didn't you ever watch Star Trek, bro? Come on, it's not logical.
Isn't that the movie where they go to the moon?
It's not
No.
logical. You understand, right? Fallacy, fallacious reasoning, not logical reasoning.
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
fallacy is an error in reasoning. It's making an error.
You guys are
You're not being
What error
reasonable.
is being made?
Equivocation.
The
troll.
Can we mute the troll?
He defined it.
Wait, can you guys actually not boil down what a fallacy is to like what it
Yeah,
actually
they already
is?
told you.
Bro, we've been answering every
No, you
question
haven't.
asked.
You just said it's not logical. That doesn't actually tell
They
you what a
said it's an
fallacy is,
error
right?
in
Literal
reasoning,
definition of a
dumbass.
fallacy, bro.
Yeah, okay, but what is an error in reasoning?
No, he did actually.
And then
He
you
did
no, and then
tell
you
you.
asked like what?
What you just
bro,
did.
Yeah, what you
No,
asked.
it's like
is
really
so
basic
broad.
philosophy.
What you
This
asked
is
is so
really
broad.
basic. It's
So
not that
yeah, so you've got like
fucking-
you've got
Is this
deductive
fucking guy
fallacies, right?
again? Yeah, it's gold
like-
shock. I should have known. Shut the fuck up, Elmer Fudd sophist dipshit.
Yeah. Anyway.
Like, can you be nice, bro? Like,
No, but I
What?
mean, he was asking some pretty basic, stupid questions. Like,
Yeah, that's just me being nice.
again, maybe
Why do
he
we
didn't
have
like,
to be nice to
understanding.
obfuscation experts? Like if you come in here and you start talking about like fairy dust and angel dust, like that's not part of the conversation. Like at this point in the game, if you're in Discord and you don't know what a fallacy is, like maybe you should go read a book or something.
Get a grip, bro. Nobody uses this shit to talk about philosophy. It's like a 1%, dog. Like, actually, relax, dog.
Relax, dog.
Anyways.
I'm not your fucking dog.
Yes.
I mean, you are.
No.
Well,
Oh.
that's not what your sister said.
She said
I
you're a
don't know,
dog,
man.
bro.
Does that mean you're my bitch?
Yeah, I didn't tell he is the bitch. True.
Why do you talk like that?
Talk like what?
He's a
With no
dumbass
emotion.
balltard.
A potard. You're sitting here in like a fucking 30-man room, like moderating, bro.
A globe
It's
tard.
okay, it's not that deep.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that grown men have to moderate other grown men in a free speech forum because they're incapable of governing themselves.
It's not free speech if you actually have to moderate, or if you moderate at all.
Well,
Really?
actually, it is free
Citation,
speech.
please.
Well, actually.
Well,
Well, actually, citation, please. Support your bullshit.
Is that Stalin?
Citation to what?
Yeah,
Dude, I
yeah.
totally-
Basically,
What you just said.
Yeah, Larry, I
Okay,
came
that's
in on my
enough fucking
main.
answer.
Oh, for
Talking about
fuck's sake.
obfuscation.
Right.
Funny
So anyway,
enough.
Two obfuscation experts in the same room. I muted that guy because he was obfuscating, and he's got a Stalin picture. So that lets me know that he's in it for the long march. Look, I don't want to mute anybody, but you guys are making me do this because
Bro.
people have to be able to talk.
bro, I'm the one with the Stalin picture.
How the fuck do
that's
you
what?
have? How the fuck do you have muting powers and I don't?
I don't know, bro. I was here
What the
first.
fuck?
I can't believe I just muted my homie.
Yeah, the reason I've got a Stalin picture is because I came in on my main and they were like being snowflakes about my PFP and the name of the
Oh,
account.
okay.
What the fuck?
Oh,
We
it's
gotta have. Holy shit! There's a whole bunch of people in here who have muting power. We gotta develop some type of chain of fucking command here.
I like the chain of command. It's already
Yeah,
good.
I'm like, I'm feeling a little bit slighted here for cause.
So did Elijah.
that was me though.
Elijah felt some kind of way too.
Yeah, for cause. I'm not demeaning you fine folks, but I don't think you're as fucking decorated.
Everything before the word "bud" is bullshit. Or everything.
And if you don't realize that, then there's something wrong with your train of thinking.
The reason I got mod powers is because I stay up late at night. Somebody's got to run the night shift till the Australians get here.
G'day, mate.
That's right. Good day indeed.
Can't believe you muted crypto. That's hilarious.
It's like fucking
No.
Gomer. It's like Gomer Powell having fucking authority over General Patton.
Come on, bro. I'm not Gomer
Yeah,
Pyle.
it's probably worse.
That's funny, dude. You think I'm Gomer Pyle?
No, I don't think you're Gomer Powell, but it's an apt the fucking description.
Well, it's good to
Yeah,
know what
and
you think about your
that's
fans,
not
bro.
in the least bit pretentious either.
Good to know
You
how you feel
following
about your
me?
fans, bro.
You
Yeah,
you
I'm
follow
tracking you.
you do
I'm
do you
tracking you.
follow that train of logic, Hank?
Yeah, you think I'm retarded. I
No,
follow.
I do not. I did not say that, but you understand exactly what I mean, don't you?
Yeah, I just said that you think I'm retarded and I got mod powers and you think you're General Patton or some shit.
Yeah. You just play that fucking card, Hank.
Well, that's what you just said.
Yeah, that's not what I just said. Did I say you were retarded?
Well, Gomer Pyle is retarded,
Gomer
right?
Pyle wasn't retarded. We want to go
Maybe
down
I'm
this line,
confused.
Hank?
Maybe I'm
We want to talk
confused. Let me
more
go
about
look.
fucking magnetism? Huh?
Well, you did say it was 0.5.
You think this is going to work?
We need a baller. We
That's
need
pretty
something.
fucking funny if you think this is going to work, Hank. You know
We-
better. This wouldn't have worked in 2016, let alone now.
Maybe I'm confused on who Gomer Pyle is. I don't watch much TV.
Maybe. Just stick with the Gomer Pyle. You know exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
Full Metal
Don't
Jacket,
play
bro.
dumb. It doesn't suit you.
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, that's the retard in Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, brother. That's all right. I can take it. It's just when I direct you to fucking mute somebody, you go ahead and do it. How about that?
I don't know about all that, man. This ain't the military. I
Yeah,
haven't
you
signed no
you better
contract with
fucking
you,
stay
bro.
here then.
Got a phone call.
I can't believe you guys, man. I'll give you a fucking dose of reality real quick. You want to take that Pepsi challenge? I didn't think so. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves. Smoke them if you got them. I'll be back in a few minutes. With a fucking attitude. Deservedly so. Right?
So, the Earth is measured flat. I highly recommend Quantum Eraser's presentation on the Sea Sparrow missiles and its targeting systems.
Welcome to MC Loon's Lunatic Show, where globe-loving AIs discuss meaningful events. Our first guest of the evening, Craig McFaddy, also known as Fight the Tight Shirt. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, MC Loon. It's an honor to be in your presence. My relationship is open, and don't worry, I will just watch.
Okay, moving on. Tell us a little about yourself.
Like you, I love globes. I love globes so much that I want to become one. That is why I wear tight shirts, so you can see the rotundity of my body. I still have not developed gravitational orbits, but one can only hope.
I think the word is grab a mammalian, but are you not called Fight the Tight Shirt?
Yes, because it's a struggle to get it on, you see.
Ah, makes sense. But tell us about this incident in March of 2023. What happened there?
So, it all started with my neighbor asking to borrow a bike that my wife owns. And since I have a hard time saying no to people, I just said, yeah, no problem. A week later, while in my yard, I noticed there is still no bike. Since, as you know, I am an overgrown child with zero control over my emotions. So I start seeing red and start cursing.
Keep going.
Okay, so I stumbled around the yard dazed by the confusing flatness, so I steeled myself and looked around not finding the bike. I flew into an uncontrollable rage. But then I remembered that the neighbor's wife is scary, so I hid. So hiding in the bushes I wait for the my neighbor to exit his house. So seeing the object of my rage, I lose it, screaming loudly in my shrill voice, give the bike back. I see him turn and look at me confused, saying to me, "What do you mean? I returned it almost a week ago, right where I got it from." Clearly he was lying, so I am offended by his confusion. So of course I yell even louder as I run to tackle him to the ground. "Thief, you stole the bike. Fight me."
That escalated quickly. And did he fight you?
Yes. Although he was saying, "What are you doing?" and raising his hands up. My time with my lover in the Navy prepared me for this. So, I simply grabbed his arm and tripped him with my leg. Then, using my enormous weight, I fall to the ground with him, and then grabbing his head, bashing it into the ground repeatedly.
Wow. Wow. Okay, wow. That is too graphic for my show. Thank you, Craig. And thank you to our sponsor, Spacies. It's space food in space. We are also selling land on Mars if people are interested. Just contact us on the number scrolling past on your screen. Until next time, this has been MC Loon and the Lunatic Show.
Okay, are you guys done with your break now?
That's good, Trace.
That was wonderful. 9.5 out of 10.
What happened? What did I miss? Did I just miss something?
I actually just spat out my drink when I heard Craig McFatty. So anyway, fake time. First of all, we can't really hear you. Second of all, do you think the Earth's a ball?
That's it.
You're either hot micing or you're very low. Must be low.
I wear tight t-shirts for the rotundity of my body.
Well, if the Globers are not going to come in here, I'm going to have to play my AI.
Gravity. That proves the globe. Newton and Einstein combined to form the law of the gravitron. Gravity is the mass or misogynistic man, and bendy spacetime, its feminine homoerotic man identifying as his wife, that simply superseded objective reality with enough faith. And oh boy, do we have enough faith. Just ask anyone in my religion, they all believe in gravity. Therefore, it's true and the globe is true.
All right, Charmhole, I unmuted you. Do you got any proof for the curvature of the Earth?
Well, we both attempted to, but we can't. Someone higher up than us did it.
Oh, took me a second to realize. Yeah. I guess he just bounced since he was unmuted. So he can come back and troll
No,
people.
I think he was muted by an admin of the server or something, and so we can't undo their mute.
Oh. Okay. This place is usually popping right now. What's going on?
Yeah, I think they're giving up. They're losing.
I think we've demoralized them.
Hang around for a while. Or they'll respawn on their last point at some point. They usually do.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna respawn. It's just we've been killing them efficiently today.
Yeah, I did a lot of listening earlier.
Yo, Hank, I don't care what they say about you. You're like mod of the year, bro. I guarantee you. Fuck those other guys.
Yeah, I don't care what they
Even
say
though you
about me
muted
either, bro.
crypto.
Yeah, I did meet crypto though.
Mod of the year,
Stalin. I saw Stalin, and I.
bro. That was a
So did
perfect
I,
reaction,
Janet.
especially with a Stalin face. If anybody has Stalin, it's 100% mute. I agree with that.
No, I was trying to figure out who was, rumpusing the conversation, and Crypto's mic just happened to be lit up at the exact same time as the other guys, like twice in a row. So, yeah,
Still no globes?
only in your head, zombie.
Zombie, yeah.
Zombie.
E.
Flat Earth karaoke.
How does karaoke work on a flat Earth?
Well, did you know that if you can sing to a track where the vocals have been removed, therefore the floor is a ball? Did you know that if there's a CGI planet where there's an aurora, that makes the Earth, that makes the floor a ball?
Oh yeah, I've heard that one
It's
before.
interesting. It's interesting that they brought up the Jupiter photographs. I remember seeing on Facebook a good few years ago that the observation of Jupiter with the aurora around it was a damn well great fit for a photograph that was released about 10 years later with exactly the same weather patterns on it. So they just photoshopped it on the top of it, right? Unless the the storms on Jupiter don't change after time. Static storms now.
Yeah, as we know, weather never changes. It's always exactly the same.
Yeah.
Stupid fluff.
Hmm.
Somebody called Kitten has just joined us. Hello, Kitten. How are you?
I like Kitten.
Bit interesting. Can cats exist on a flat Earth?
Well, they'd have trouble sticking to one that's spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour, flying through space at like nearly 1,000,000 miles of converging and diverging trajectories. I think that yeah, cats do fine on a flat stationary plane that exists for God knows how many tens of thousands of square miles.
Furry animal goes meow, therefore the floor is a ball.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Seems legit.
Really, that's what I'm saying. Wow.
Cats like balls, therefore Earth ball. Like how illogical. Very logical to me.
Hey, I am correct. You're that fence sitter, right?
What's a fence sitter?
Well, you are.
What's a
Somebody
fence sitter?
somebody who sits in between on the fence and doesn't go either side. So not on the ball side, not on the flat side, on the fence in between.
And what makes you think I'm on a fence?
Our previous conversation.
I don't recall talking to you.
That's yeah. I can't believe it.
What, did we have a good chat?
Oh my god. I don't know. See, that's what you must be a Glober. You have to be because that's you must be a Glober. Because only
Why? What
Globers have
happened?
Because Globers have that fucking guppy memory. You know,
Oh,
goldfish memory. Yeah, it's only Globers have
Still
this.
pushing this shit.
I wouldn't say it's because I don't believe in sphere, obviously. I work a lot, bro. My head is all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody works, man.
Yeah, some people work more than others as well. And some
Well,
people don't remember every Discord conversation they've had.
well, maybe you should stop that if that's a problem.
It's a problem that I don't remember every Discord conversation.
No, I mean it's a problem if you have too many Discord conversations. You don't have real conversations in real life, man.
Sorry, say that again. I wasn't paying attention.
Exactly. Anyways, bro, that's why I said you're a fence sitter, because you never said that you were a Glober, and you never said you were a flat earther. And we had a long conversation where it was you and this other guy, you and fucking Zoidberg, talking all that shit.
Me and Zoidberg talking shit.
Like always.
There's not a single thing me and Zoidberg agree on.
Get the fuck out of here. You and Zoidberg were fucking like on the same fucking side the whole night.
Me and we have nothing we agree on, not a single topic.
Were you drinking? Are you a
I don't drink.
drinker?
You sound drunk. I don't drink, bro.
I don't drink, bro. That's the thing that I do not do.
Oh, you're the Russian. I remember you now.
Oh, now you remember me, man.
I
Oh, fuck
remember you, Mr.
me.
Russian.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's all you had to say. I'm the Russian.
Oh yeah, I know. That's all I had to
Shout out
say.
to Vlad the Russian. Love you, Vlad.
Yeah.
I'm good.
He's
Thank
that
you.
6'5" Russian. I remember you now.
Yeah, I'm that 6'5" Russian. Yes. Thank
See,
you.
that's all you have to tell me. You don't have to say we spoke. You just have to tell me who you are.
What? How do you not remember my tag? Like my picture is very distinct. You know, nobody really has the flower of life in their icon. You know what I mean?
Because
Especially
you
the
don't really
one.
have a name. You have a link tree, and that's all I can read. Everything else is cut out.
Well, yeah. So I'm the only one with the link tree on there. It's the link to all my shit. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, bro.
Hey Jedi,
Right, guys. Yo,
did you listen to any of my new tracks that I've made? I sent them out
no.
to a lot of people. No, I just don't have you in the DMs. That's why.
Send them to me, man.
I'm gonna send you my latest one. It's let's just say my progression in music making it will show. Like
Good.
yeah, it's
You make
getting
music as well?
yeah, I have an Ableton studio at home. I make music, yes.
What's an Ableton Studio?
Well, it's like you got the Ableton software and you have the Ableton like push to, you know, like the pad that you can like. Anyways, it's all the instruments. It's just the most amazing fucking thing to make music with, bro. It's like here.
Hmm.
I'll send you here. I'll send you a DM too. I'll send you and
What type of music
Jedi.
do you make?
Right now it's whatever the fuck, man. It's I was literally the past few years just learning music theory, learning
Do you spit? Do you sing? What do you do?
well, and I recently bought a mic. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing vocal layering and all that. Like that's another different fucking beast of its own, right?
Is
So
this a passion of yours?
That's amazing. That's why I
yes,
joined the room today. What else you gonna? What's your favorite color?
7.
it's pink like your
Seven.
mother's vagina, bro.
7. My mother's
Alright, guys.
vagina.
Yes.
I would like to see you say that to me to my face.
Oh, right to your fucking
Okay.
face. I would do it.
Sorry,
I would love
Right
that.
to right to your fucking face.
sorry,
Buddy.
Yeah,
guys.
you would.
Mom,
Yeah, right
I'm
to your
sure you
fucking face,
would.
buddy.
You
guys,
I
fucking
would.
piece of shit.
Oh
guys,
yeah, buddy. Hey.
please. I don't want to stop this conversation. There are other people that are joining the server. It's starting to pick up again, so maybe we can divert the conversation back to the flat Earth. Got a couple of people in. We've got Autumn. We've got Durf. I'm Dublin. Welcome to the server,
Fucking
guys. If
clown.
you've got any questions?
Piece
Yep,
of
yep,
shit.
yep.
Right to your fucking face, cunt.
Are we just
Brilliant.
gonna?
Get a room,
I will
guys.
mute you both.
You both have enormous
We'll
dicks.
mute
Let's
you
move
both.
on.
Call me a fucking guy,
Cunt. I said cunt.
Larry. Fuck off, you,
Oh,
Larry. I'm not a fucking.
Why did I get muted? Interesting.
Yeah, guys, this is not for this channel.
Yeah, definitely, guys.
Dearth and Dublin. Do you have a mic, bro?
Yes, I do.
What do you mean by that? Flat Earthers when they realize their balls are round. What do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming flat earthers don't believe anything can be like round at all. So certainly
what a
their balls
boring
aren't round.
What a
Wow.
boring statement, dude. Do you want to actually just engage this topic seriously?
I mean, I do. I just posted a meme. Not my fault you're offended by it.
Okay.
So is Earth round or is
Hold
it
on, you just
not
straw
Yes,
man
it
me
is.
again. At what point did I say I was offended by it?
I mean, you sound pretty offended.
Do I?
Yeah, you kind of
He
do.
really doesn't. He
This
sounds
is.
bored.
You think that the way I'm talking right now is offended?
Yes.
Well, then you're a
Wow.
very poor judge of offence.
Okay.
So, what
So
do you
you want to
think
make
the
it?
Earth is?
Sorry.
I mean, I
Alright.
know the Earth is round. It's a
How do
sphere.
you? Awesome. How do you know first-hand knowledge that the Earth is round?
It's because it's more scientifically plausible for the Earth to be round than it is flat.
Oh, so can I challenge what you just said?
Sure, go
That'd be
ahead.
okay. Awesome. You said scientifically plausible for a shape. You understand that science doesn't deal with shapes, mate. That's math and geometry. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. So what you said is kind of stupid.
Not really.
Okay, can you give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth or any
I mean,
object?
I mean, I can explain why the cause and effect thing if you want. If the cause and effect for science, it's
Yeah,
pretty simple. Like, well, for one, if let's say the Earth was flat or it was a shape that wasn't a sphere or anything, then many things on this planet, like the way that we look at them, would not be the same way. For example, day and night cycles would be completely different, since that's largely impacted by the Earth and its rotation around the sun.
sorry
If
to
the Earth
interrupt
was
you, mate.
flat, if the Earth
Sorry
was
to interrupt.
flat, then
Sorry to interrupt.
what are you
Sorry.
interrupting?
It's because I asked you for science and you've continued not to give me science. I've now got to ask you, do you know what science is?
You were bringing up cause and effect has to do with
Yeah, yeah,
science,
yeah.
and I literally just gave you cause and effect. So I
Awesome
just
stuff.
answered your
I
first
asked
question.
you for a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object.
You want an experiment to prove the Earth is flat?
There
No, we
wouldn't
didn't
be a
ask that.
scientific. You wouldn't see. This is the problem, my friend. There wouldn't be a scientific experiment, a hypothesis into cause and effect relationships to do with the shape of an object. I've asked you to demonstrate the shape of an object, but it's not a question for science. You said science, mate. That's not what we use when we're figuring out the shape of an object.
What do you mean by scientific experiment to prove the shape? Like
A hypothesis test. So a supposition into a cause and effect relationship where we try to determine the cause of phenomena through experimental testing. Now, you should understand, if you knew what science was, that science would not be the tool that we would use to figure out the shape of an object. To figure out the shape of an object, we observe that object and we measure that object. But that's not science, is it?
we have observed the planet though,
Okay.
and it's like it's round. I don't know what to tell you. I
So
mean, I
give me.
don't get how you want like
Right.
a scientific experiment for me to prove the Earth is round. Do you want like a scientific experiment to prove you're breathing too?
You said
Or do you want a
let.
scientific experiment to prove you're on the internet? Like
Dude, no, I don't. I want you to verify your claim, but you said lots of science, and science isn't the tool that we would use to determine the shape of an object. I'll give you observation and measurement. If you want to give me an observation and measurement of the surface of the Earth to determine its round, then yeah, that's fine. No problem. You can give me that all day, but you wouldn't be using science for this particular piece of inquiry.
I mean, I could give it to you all day. You just probably would deny it and would
Well,
assume
I
it's
tell you
fake
what.
or it's fabricated or whatever.
Poison the well harder, bro.
How about you give it to me, and then we'll go through it. And if I
Okay,
deny
sure.
it, I'll. Awesome. So give me first-hand knowledge that you know that the Earth is a ball.
Well, first off, day and night cycles. Again, if the Earth was a flat shape or was a shape other than that, then day and night cycles wouldn't exist because, for one,
what?
day and night. For one, it's determined, especially why day and night, by the location of the place you're at in relativity to like where the sun is. So, for example, in simpler terms, if the sun isn't like in your line of sight, or if the sun isn't like indirectly in front of you where you're standing, then it's going to be dark out. If it's right in front of you, it's going to be light out. If the Earth was flat, then we'd just be perpetually in light. You wouldn't have any night at all because the sun would just be shining and reflecting off the Earth like all day.
Okay. You believe all that. Here's a picture or
Well,
a GIF.
I don't believe it. It's a fact.
Stop talking. Look at the GIF.
No, I'm not going to stop talking.
Why is Quantum
Well,
still muted?
I can control you, so if I wanted to make you stop talking, I can make you stop talking. You can see here that the sun is above the horizon, but there's still everything dark.
Yes, because well, like light takes speed to interact with the surface. Like, hello. It's not like
Light takes
it's not like you
speed
see
to
1
interact
centimeter.
with the surface.
Yes, like you realize, like if the Earth, not the Earth, if the sun just magically disappeared, we'd still be seeing light for like 8 minutes, right?
Do you know?
Because
Do you know? No, you're going into your story now. Do you know why?
It's a story, it's a fact.
Do you know why this GIF doesn't look like when you look at the sun normally?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know why this GIF does not look like when you're looking at the sun going away normally? Can you detect any differences? Can you figure out what's happening here that might be causing it to look different?
Yeah, the Earth is rotating.
No, that's not. That's irrelevant and not what I'm asking you.
It's not
Assert
irrelevant. I
your
literally
worldview
just
harder.
answered your question.
Just
Oh, it
keep asserting
doesn't.
your worldview, bro. It will become true. Like they're actually asking you for like demonstration or validation for your worldview, and then all you do is just assert it again. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. All right. So now that you know you're basically just disingenuous, I'm gonna like explain to you exactly what my argument is. I literally give you proof, and you
You're
guys
gonna
stick your
insult me.
ears. No, I'm just gonna call you out. You guys stick your
Yeah,
ears.
you're
and
not
you guys
calling
stick
me
your
out, bro.
fingers
I'm
in
not
your ears and go la 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 when any sort of proof at all exists. That's what
Yeah,
you guys
that's
do.
actually what you're doing, bro. Because they've actually asked you for demonstrations of your assertions, and then you just reassert the same thing.
But
So that's
you've asked
actually
me.
what you're doing.
You asked me for a scientific experiment to prove that the Earth is
Well,
round.
he did, I didn't.
When it's like you don't even need a scientific experiment to prove the Earth is
Awesome.
round.
Thank
Like that doesn't
you.
make any sense at all to the argument.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but the reason he's
Sorry.
asking you that, bro, is because you asserted that it was scientifically valid.
You
That
said
the
lots
Earth
of
is
science,
round,
mate.
yes.
Dude, you
Again,
said
it's
lots of
your
science.
claim. Sorry, Jedi, just quickly. It's your claim that was silly that he's pointing out to you, and then because you're too arrogant to understand what he said, you then just reassert your worldview again.
I'm not really arrogant. I'm not like how am I acting
Yeah, you are.
arrogant by asking or by saying that your argument like makes no sense. Why would we
You
need a
didn't
scientific
understand his argument.
why do we need a scientific experiment to prove the Earth is round?
So
When
the
we've
fact that
already
you
done that
said
numerous times and
the
we've
fact that
already
you said
proved
that
that the Earth is round.
proves that you didn't understand the argument.
You're right,
You
I
said
don't
lots of
understand because
science.
your argument makes no sense. That's what I don't
No,
understand.
you said
We
not
don't need a
to
scientific experiment because it's not science. So when you claim it is because science has proved it, then tell us how science has proved it instead of just making a baseless assertion. Simple.
It's not a baseless. Like
Dude,
what? We have.
I just challenged you on what you said. You said lots of science, and then you understand that science isn't the tool that we would use. I went through this with you, but you went backwards, turned around at 180 degrees, and thought that's what you said in the first instance. Now, come on, mate, play the game, please. There
I'm
is no
playing.
scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. We know.
Well.
So, you said day and night cycles. I've got a
Yes,
light bulb.
which are
It's only
affected.
Dude, listen. I've got a light bulb and it's only illuminating the portion of the surface that it is over. If I move with that light source, it will illuminate the other portion that it is over, leaving that area in darkness. How hard is that for you to understand, or do you just need one light bulb to light the entire Earth?
A light bulb is in the sun, so it doesn't work.
Doesn't matter. It is a light
It
source
does matter.
that moves. Dude, you understand that light will only attenuate so far, right? It doesn't shine forever, and it only illuminates the portion that it is over. You've made a fucking assertion that the Earth is a ball, so I want direct measurement of curvature or rotation in your supposition. You're begging the question fallacy. You're begging the question that the Earth is a ball, and this can only be achieved day and night cycles if the Earth is a rotating ball. I don't want you to beg the question. I want you to prove the ball that rotates. So have you got a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth curving or direct measurement of the Earth moving?
There is no direct measurement because it's too small for you to notice. And I've already explained this numerous times to people in here, but you guys just refuse to ignore it or you mute me. So
What
if
you
you want me
want
to
to
explain
tell?
it again, I will gladly explain it again.
So let me just
Okay, sure.
suggest
Okay,
this,
sure.
right?
No, I'll explain.
Let me
So
just suggest this, right? So,
go ahead.
I was talking. So if I was to say to you, like, yeah, I think the Earth's flat, and you were to say to me, oh yeah, well, have you got a measurement for that? And then I said, oh well, it's too big. It's too big for me to prove it, right? Would you accept that?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. So why should we accept that from you?
Because mine's is like professional backing behind it, and you can literally
No, it
prove this.
doesn't, though.
Can you show
It
me
doesn't.
this professional backing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hold on, hold on, wait. They don't care about. Why would you guys ask that? You don't care if it's professionally backed. You're just gonna not trust the source.
Yeah, I know. Why would you guys ask
why
that?
would you even waste? Why would you ask that question?
Hold on, I didn't ask.
I'll trust
No,
the
hold
source.
on, hold
Show
on.
me.
No. We're not going to do this. I didn't say that it was professionally backed. He did.
Yeah, no, I didn't
So-
say you did. I was talking to the guy
Okay, cool.
who said, "Show me the source."
Yes, I would love to see this professional backing.
Sure. Yeah, but no, but it doesn't matter anyway, dude. It's like what matters is if it's actually like verifiable.
No, it's okay.
Doesn't matter if-
I'll play the game. I'll give you the sources. I'm just gonna sit here
But I
and
didn't
listen to
finish
you
talking, bro.
talk about how they're
Before you
conspiracies or
send
it's
it,
not true.
have him
Finish
define what he
dude.
means by professional. Like,
It doesn't matter.
Actually, yeah,
It doesn't
that
matter.
no, that
It
is a good
matters-
point. Actually, what do you
He
define
didn't
as
finish
professional expert?
talking, my guy. Just because he talked over me doesn't mean that you then get to as soon
Alright,
as he
yeah, good
stops.
luck.
Right?
Well, he's
The
making a good point.
Oh my God! Shut up. So the point is that it should be verifiable, not that someone with a title or a profession agrees with you. Right? These are very different things.
I mean, not really. If you're gonna say something, then you should probably have something to back it up, like a
A
professional in that
professional
field.
source, in my opinion, is something that refers to something credible and that can be referenced or publicized with evidence. Can you please show me that?
Alright, sure.
Yeah, don't give day night cycle.
Since you actually will be willing to answer that question.
Who's your citation? Who are you citing? Are we citing a
until-
university? Are we citing an individual? Who are we citing?
I'm getting your sources, but there's too many for me to cite, so I'm actually have to go through them all and find one that you'll believe.
One that I can verify, right?
No, the one
One
that
that-
you selectively choose to believe.
One that the
Hold
magical
on,
eyesight's
hold
gonna
on.
prove.
Hold on. Please don't define my thoughts, mate. Please don't do that. Don't cast me into this bag of all flat earthers deny shit for no apparent reason. Give me the reason and let's go through it.
Okay, I won't say that if you don't do that. Seem reasonable?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm still
One
Cool.
can accept
Then we're in
Hold on.
agreement. Then if I post a source,
Awesome.
you won't immediately go, "Oh, they're lying. Oh, these guys aren't experts. Oh, this is government lie." Blah.
If you
We'll
post a
do that.
source and we can't prove it's
Whatever it is.
credible, yes, we will just.
Whatever it fucking is, mate.
Okay, cool.
I'm still confused with your first comment about we can't measure the Earth because it's too big or too small or something. But
No,
whatever.
I said you can't register. Excuse me. I said you can't register the curvature because it's so small.
You can't register it because it's so small.
So it's not a ball.
So, according to the Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles, there should be a geometric horizon of 1.2 times the
Oh, yeah,
square
I
root
saw
of
that
the
coming.
observer's height in feet. Yeah. You're not going to listen. Why are you talking through me? I didn't talk through you.
I'm listening. I just heard this numerous times before.
Well, then, what? We're told that there's a geometric horizon because things are obstructed at distance. Is that too big or too small to register? Whatever the fuck that means. The surface of the Earth is said to be curving. Somebody should have proved that with direct measurement, right?
Mhm.
Awesome. So where's the direct measurement then? You said we won't be able to register it. So there either is or there either isn't. I'm confused. It's like you're talking out of two sides of your mouth.
When I meant by too small to register, I meant it's too small to perceive. If you
Too
want
small
to,
to
if you
perceive.
want to actually see the curvature in the Earth, you're going to have to go much higher than what it is on the ground.
Okay, so just so we're clear, sorry, I just want to be clear. Are we talking about left to right curvature or along the z-axis away from you, along the surface towards an object? Which curvature are you talking about, mate?
The curvature in general. The
The
curvature
perceivable-
of the whole Earth. It is too small for you
Awesome.
to perceive. If you wanted to
Okay,
perceive
so
it, you would have to go
that's fine.
up,
That's fine.
far up in the
That's fine.
atmosphere to see it.
That's fine. That's fine. You do remember from history, we are told that Greeks, for example, said that the Earth was a ball because they couldn't see a bottom of a boat at distance over the ocean, right?
That was before we had like any kind of understanding of space. Yes, I do know that.
Okay, is that
I
too
just-
small
I
for
just-
me to? Sorry,
I ju-
hold
no,
on.
I
Is
just
that
wanna-
too small for me to register?
Yes, it is too small
Being
for
as
you to register the curve or perceive it.
apparently,
So let's say perceive.
okay, so if the Earth is a ball of set dimensions, then the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.2 times that square root of the observer's height in feet that we all know about, causing physical obstruction of things at a distance, let's say a boat, right? How is that too small for me to register, being as the claim is I can't see that boat because the Earth curves in the way? I don't get what you're saying.
Well, I never said that you can't see the boat because
You
I
did.
don't
You
even
said
know what
you can't
you're
register it.
talking.
That's
Like I
me
never.
register. Hold on.
No, I said
That's
you
me
can't. I said you
registering.
can't. I said you can't perceive the
Okay,
actual
so
curvature in
I
the Earth because it's
can't
too small. And then I
perceive.
went, and then and then I went to elaborate that if you wanted to see it, you would have to go up into the atmosphere. You wouldn't be
This
able
is
to
why
see
I
it
asked a
directly on ground level.
clarifying question. This is why I asked a clarifying question about what curvature you're talking about, left to right or forward to backwards.
I'm
From me
talking
to an
about the
object.
general curvature of the whole of the Earth. The general
Awesome.
curvature, not specific
So
left to right.
Yeah, definitely not left to right. Let's not go there, but let's go along the z-axis from me to an object at distance over the sea. So we are told that the Earth being a ball should eventually obstruct that thing at distance, as in physical curvature. How can I not register this? I don't get what you're saying. It's becoming frustrating.
So you're asking me why you can't register a boat?
You said we can't
going over.
register it. You said we
Well,
can't register it.
I'm just
but-
asking for clarification on your question.
Yeah, and I'm giving
relax.
it
Why
to
can't
you.
we see the curve?
Well, I'm trying to. Well, why can't we see the curve again? I just like.
Not the question I'm asking.
Well, that's the
The
question
I'm-
this guy asked. I literally.
We don't care about this guy.
Like-
I'm talking to you. We
Okay,
are
cool. Then you
told
can shut up.
that at distance along that curved surface, that eventually that curved surface will obstruct my view of the object, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So we can register that then, can't we? See it, observe it. You said we can't register it, but the claim is we can register it, see it, observe it, because it's physically blocking shit.
I said you can't perceive the curve. Not that you can't
But we're
register the boat.
we are perceiving physical obstruction according to the model, according to the arguments over 2,000 years because of Greeks and boats and shit. So we can see it. We can register it, even though you're saying we can't register it.
You can see the boat. You can't see the curvature. There's a difference.
But what's obstructing the bottom of the boat then?
The water? What do you mean? Like
Which
the boat floats on water. You
which
can't see a
is
boat when it's on water, or the bottom of a boat, my friend.
why
When it's
can't
on
I
water.
see the boat? Because why can't I see the boat going at distance along the surface of the earth? We call that water in this instance because we're talking about a boat. Why can't I see the bottom of the boat?
Because the boat is in water. The bottom of the boat is underwater.
He
So do you
doesn't
know
mean
that
under
boats are
the boat,
buoyant?
bro.
Well, the bottom is under, like, huh?
The
You can.
bottom is not the underneath.
The bottom is the bottom of the boat. Period. Point blank. That's. I don't know how else to explain that to you. You can't see that because it's underwater. Like, huh? This is. Jesus Christ.
You still with us, Jedi?
No, sorry, I got disconnected. I just want to know if that water that we're observing the boat across, is it flat or curved?
The water?
Yes, on the earth. Is it flat, level water, horizontal, or is it curved water?
It's curved water. If the earth is curved.
Can't I see the boat at distance then?
You can't. Well, you can see a boat at a distance.
Why can't I see the bottom of the boat at distance? What's obstructing my view of it?
The water that it's under.
Which is flat or curved?
The water it's floating on.
Which is flat or curved?
It is curved.
Awesome. So is the curved water obstructing my view of the bottom of that boat then?
No, it is not.
No, it's not. Awesome. So there's no curved water to see then. So if I can't see it or directly measure it, then why are you saying it's a curved surface?
Because it is a curved surface. Like.
So you're just going to assert that it's a curved surface, and you're not going to play ball with regards to the curve is getting in the way of things at distance. You're just going to say it's non-perceivable, even though the math dictates that it should interrupt my view of things at distance along that water.
Well, it does.
1.2.
It's why you can't see a boat just forever and ever. Eventually, you'll
Why?
lose sight of it. That's because.
Why
Because
can't
of
I
the
see a boat?
Because of the
So
curvature
the
of the
water is
earth.
curved. So the water
That's
is
what I
curved,
was
and it is.
claiming this whole time. Like, yes, the
But
water.
you said, dude, again, you said we can't register it. Now you're saying that I can't
said
see
you
the boat.
can't.
The curve of the earth is in the
I
way.
said
So we can register it then.
if you'll let me explain if you'll let me explain what I said, just not interrupting
Get
me.
your head out your ass.
My
Pull
head
your
is out of my
confidence
ass.
back a little
Get your
bit.
thumb out of
Pull
your
your
ass.
confidence back a little bit and tell me exactly what
No, I'm
you're
not going to
saying.
pull
Because
back my
it sounds
confidence
like
because I know
you're
I'm right.
talking. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, mate. It's either the curved earth is in the way or it isn't. Which one is it? Because either way, I'm going to fucking register it.
Well, either way, you're going to see it for a bit. You're not going to see the boat forever.
So
Eventually,
why
you'll lose
can't
sight
I
of it. And that's
register the bottom of the boat?
because the boat is on water. You can't see the bottom while it's underwater.
Fuck
Oh my
me. I'm
god.
not interested, dude. I'm not interested about the water.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're
the boat
telling
that
us
is
wow.
underneath the water, the hull.
Yeah, I'm telling you wow.
Yeah, you're telling us wow. Everyone
Yeah,
in the room is
and
sitting
who are
looking at you saying
Who are you?
wow.
Who are you?
What do you mean, who am I? Everyone's listening to you.
No, I'm
dumbass.
asking who you are.
You're a dumbass.
Okay.
Just
that's
the
cool.
Elmer Fudd sophist. That's
Oh,
all
you're
you
quantum-
are.
oh, you're
And
quantum cool. I know
Jedi's
what it
got
was
you
me
by the
then.
short hairs, and you're thinking you're going to
Anyways.
overtalk everyone, right?
He's done
Yeah,
splurging
because
like
of
a
dumbass
3-year-old.
ballpark. Yeah,
Can we get back to the conversation, please?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. Squeeze his
Not
nad.
I'm not interested in the portion of the boat that is underneath the water, my friend. The claim is I can't see that object because the curve of the earth is in the way. You're saying that we can't register curvature of the earth, but the claim
Can't
is the curve of the earth is obstructing the view of the object because the curved surface, the water, is in the way. Stop speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
I'm speaking out of one. It's called my mouth, and I'm
Awesome.
using something called a brain. Something you should
So
use
let
also.
me clarify. Let me clarify just to help you. Apart from the portion of the boat that is submerged underneath the water, why can't I see the boat at distance? What's obstructing my view, if anything?
You can't see the boat at a distance. You can only see it for a certain distance.
Why?
Because the Earth is large, and because it is large, you are not going to be able to see the direct curvature. Like, How many more times do you want me to explain this, and how many more
How many
languages
more
do you want
times
me to
do you
explain
want
it
him
in?
to tell you the Earth is biggie, Effie?
No more. I don't want him to tell me that the Earth is big. He said that we can't register curvature, even though the claim is the
I
curvature
said
is
you can't
obstructing our
perceive it.
view of things. That why? The claim is that curvature will obstruct our view of things distantly across that surface. I can't see that lighthouse, for example, or that island, or that bridge, because what? The curve of the Earth is in the way.
Your mom's a flat earth.
Brilliant.
True.
Well done. See, this is, you don't want to be held. Sorry, you
Your
don't want your
mom's a flat
toes to be
earth.
held to the fire over this, do you? You either are going to make the claim or not. You said we can't register it, but the
I said
claim
you
is we
can't
can
perceive
register
it.
it. You can't
I
perceive
never
it,
claimed
even
that
though
you
it's
could perceive
physically
it.
supposed to be blocking our view of things at distance, according to the model.
At a certain distance, it does block.
Oh,
Yes.
so at a certain distance now. What is that distance?
That's what I've been like saying this whole time.
What certain distance? Is it 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Let me get that for you. You're asking what is like the distance where you
The distance, yeah, the
like
distance.
how far do
For an
you have to
observer
go out?
for example, if I'm 6 foot tall and I'm standing on the beach, so my eyes are 6 foot above the surface of the water, at what distance would a curvature of the Earth obstruct my view of shit?
Are you like I can't calculate that immediately. Like there's more I need to know. Are you on the ground? Are you on top of a roof? Are you like
He said he's
I
standing
literally
on
just
the
told you.
beach.
you
I
just told
told
me
you.
how you just said how
Have
tall you were
got a listening
and
issue? It's because you're talking, isn't it? I said I'm 6
I was
foot. I'm standing on the beach at the surface of the water. My eyes are 6 foot above the surface of the water. At what distance would a curvature of the Earth obstruct my view of things?
I do not know because I'm not an expert.
I've told you
You're
3
asking me
times.
things.
I've told
Like
you
you're
3
asking.
times. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, you understand the square root of 1 is 1, and 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. So for me, an observer at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. Easily registerable, right?
It's no.
No, it's not registerable. You can't see any further. You
Oh
can't
my
see 3,
god.
5, 10 miles. I'm just going to keep compounding you with this. You saying we can't
You
register it, but according to the math, we should be able to.
No.
Yes, 1.2
No.
times the square root of the
Oh
observer's
my
height in feet. Why
god.
don't you
It
like
feels like
it?
I'm arguing with a brick wall.
Feigned exasperations aren't going to get you out of this mess, sunshine. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. He said he was 6 foot. He's standing at the beach. So what are you going to do? You're going to take the square root of his height and then times it by 1.22. What is that, by the way? That's the answer. You typing away? You getting it now?
You said it wasn't registerable according to the
I just
mathematics.
registered it.
I said you can't perceive the curvature of the Earth.
You said register at the beginning.
I said-
Now you can't perceive. That's
Oh,
fine. I
brother.
don't care if you say perceive, but according to the math, the Earth is physically obstructing our view at distance. Something that we can perceive, because I can't perceive that object apparently according to your religion.
Well, it's not a religion. It's
Well,
fact.
you seem to
It's most
believe in something that
assuredly
you
a
have got
religion.
absolutely. You've got some kind of belief in something that you don't even understand at the moment, mate. You're saying that we can't register it, we can't perceive it, we can't see it, even though the claim is that we shouldn't be able to see it, the claim is we shouldn't be able to observe something at distance on that curved surface. What don't you understand?
I
If
don't
I'm on a
understand.
curved surface,
No, I'll
dude,
tell you what I
if I'm
don't.
on a curved surface,
I'll tell you what I don't understand. I can't understand how you could be so stupid and have a stick so far up your ass you can't understand this. That's what I don't
Yeah,
understand.
right. You're a
Brilliant.
dumbass clown.
Yeah,
You're
so I just
finished,
answered your question,
sunshine, right
everybody.
there.
So-
At 3 minutes after the hour, you're finished. You're done. It's all over. You see that? Yeah? You see that? You see that horizon behind platform habitat at 9.41 miles? We'd probably say the horizon's at least 10 miles away. You know, according to Pythagorean formula, do you know how far your radius would be if that horizon is just merely 10 miles away?
So does
There,
anyone
crayon
else have
printer?
any more coherent arguments about
Yeah,
how
you
you can
better whistle
prove
past
the
this one because
Earth
it's
is
your
just
ass.
totally, absolutely, 100%
Yeah, it's
flat,
your ass. You're a
and that
dumbass.
every single
You're a dumbass.
every single fact and
Every
method of
single
understanding we have of the
dumbass
Earth is
like
just
you.
false, and you guys are just absolutely
Yeah,
right?
you're
Or
a
are you just
moron.
gonna
You've
keep
already been exposed.
sitting in silence?
You're exposed right now. Does
Guy
anyone know?
literally said,
Does anyone know the answer to that question? According to Pythagorean formula, if that horizon in the Black Swan is 10 miles away and the observer height is 1 foot, how large would the Earth's radius be?
300,000 miles.
264,000 miles.
264,000 miles.
Yeah.
Isn't that how far away the moon is said to be?
It's at 235.
Oh shit.
That was today. Might be something tomorrow. According to apogee and perigee.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So sorry guys for losing my shit, but he said that we couldn't register it, but that's the claim. It's physically blocking shit, something that I
Effie.
can register, perceive, observe.
Jetty, you don't have to explain yourself. Everyone that was in here listened to this train wreck of a dumpster fire from a pathetic fuckwit. So we all heard it. There's no explanation needed.
I do like the confident types.
Him and his
Anybody
little
else?
Nancy fag feigned exasperations. Yeah. That as soon as I sniff those, I go and my wolf pups start their mouth starts to water.
Brilliant. He also said there was lots of science and stuff that proved the shape of the Earth. And then he returned on that and said, no, there wouldn't be. That was a great little conversation at the beginning as well, where he turned 180 degrees.
He wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. I have yet to run. I've been out here for 8 years. I have yet to run into an actual baltard that understands what a hypothesis is, what an independent dependent variable is, what a null hypothesis is, what an experiment is. Not yet in 8 fucking years. Not one. How about that?
Scary, isn't it? I mean, that's fucking scary.
And I'm not talking about your average skank and foul baltard. I'm talking about actual PhDs in pseudosciences, not only the pseudosciences, but the actual sciences they didn't know. Yep. Take that. That's what you're dealing with.
Let's see if we can move this conversation along after the last deep humiliation of the last offender of the Bull Faith religion. Durfan Dublin, we've got you in the server. We've got a couple of other names, lots of names that I don't recognise. So if you're flat earthers, I do apologise. Somebody called Kitten, somebody called Mark. Who else? Over fences. Any of you lot want to defend the Bull Earth religion? If you're flat earthers, I do apologise. But have we got any ballers out there? Have we got any questions?
Let me translate. He's asking you how many of you want to snatch your own wig off? That's what he's actually asking.
It happens on a daily occurrence.
Multiple times daily. Like each one? Go ahead. Take that Pepsi challenge. What about you, Jeek?
There's a guy in here called Jesus Was Black. Brilliant. Are you a defender of the spinning ball religion? Have you got any questions about the flat earth? Are you an honest person? No problem. Don't mind. But if anybody else wants to unmute themselves and ask questions, that's cool. I've got enough wigs. I'll give you some. You can give them back to me. Or you're just deeply embarrassed because of the last conversation with a baller saying that we can't perceive Earth curvature, where that's the fucking claim.
You
Earth
talk
curve's
about
going to
me.
fluctuate.
You talk about me.
Yeah, hello, Jesus is Buzz Black. How are you?
What conversation did I have?
Well, you haven't had a conversation, but did you listen to the last one, or would you like to start one?
I just joined. No,
Awesome.
I've had this conversation already, so I don't see the point of doing it again.
Awesome. What do you think the Earth is, my friend?
I think it's globe. I appeal to the authority. I lick their
What
balls.
authority? Sorry, what authority and what evidence did I give you?
I just believe whatever they tell me, honestly.
Really? Do you just believe anything that anybody tells you without any verification? Do you get lied to a lot?
By the authority? Not really. I think most of the time
Would you agree that governments lie to you?
they can lie to me. Yeah.
Awesome. Lies can happen, right?
Mhm.
Awesome. Do you check any claims that you're given at all, or do you just believe things at face value?
I think out of utility, I probably take many things in face value, but some things I'll check if I'm interested.
Why would it be the
Awesome.
government? That's an appeal to authority fallacy that
I
he's
just said
saying.
that. So why are you repeating yourself?
Appeal to
Repeating my-
authority Oh, so you just admitted that you're appealing to an authority fallacy.
Yes.
Oh, that Jetty, he needs a wig.
He does.
Already, boy, that was quick.
Mate, if the Earth was flat and stationary, would you want to know?
Would I want to know? If
Yeah.
Let me think. I wouldn't care to know.
Okay. Why are you here?
I just like hearing you guys argue with each other.
Oh, okay. Did you said that you'd only just joined. You didn't hear the last conversation, right? Where somebody was claiming that we can't perceive Earth curvature. We can't see it, apparently.
I wasn't there. No.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Have you ever experienced for yourself motion of the Earth?
No.
Awesome. Have you ever experienced curvature of the Earth with your very own eyes?
No.
Awesome. But an authority has told you the case, right? Outside of your senses.
Yes.
What evidence have they given you that the Earth is curving, that it's moving?
Let me think. Probably just go off images, honestly, and they could be CGI. All I know.
Images of what from where?
Space stations.
Awesome. You understand that the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation, right? You can't have gas pressure not disperse into a vacuum of space without a physical barrier separating the two.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Glad you said that. I thought I disconnected for a second. So your pictures from the vacuum of space can't be real because the vacuum of space cannot exist according to laws of nature. You understand this? Jesus was black. Are you okay?
I'm probably looking it up.
He's trying to find his wig. The second one.
And I'll go. Jesus was probably black. That's fine. If you
Hello?
completely disengage.
Can
Hello,
you hear
mate.
me?
You all right? Yeah. We
I
hear
don't
you
know
now.
why. Okay, I was very confused because this. Okay, so what I was saying was, I've heard like many different explanations of like the quote unquote containment of like gases, like the something about the belts. What was it? Magnetization, the radioactive belts, something like that.
Just
I
give me
don't
your
know
wig.
much about it.
You understand that to achieve gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary, fixed volume for the gas to physically press against, right?
That's
Yeah,
a new one.
I already heard this explanation before.
The
Awesome stuff.
explanation. What do you mean
Yeah.
explanation? Define gas pressure.
Define gas pressure. Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be? Oh, I don't know how to give a great description, but probably like. I
we don't
wouldn't
want
say
you to make
density.
we don't want you to make one up here at
Yeah,
13
so
minutes after the at 13 minutes after the hour. Can you go ahead and read those citations?
Okay. Like. Do. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of the container. Say,
Hold on. I asked you to read the citations. So from the chemistry department at Elmhurst, you don't read my stuff well. I'll take over. From the chemistry department at Elmhurst, the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's interesting. From NASA, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Shit, gas pressure in 3 sentences said container 3 fucking times. What do you know? Back to chemistry at Elmhurst. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container. This is a very important word. Causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, I wonder what walls they're talking about. Maybe the container walls? The higher the pressure. Last one, Chem Libre text. Pressure is, this is another really important word right here. It's an echo from the one above. Pressure is caused, gas pressure, by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. Get the idea?
I already know this.
But
Did you
yeah,
say
we all
Roger
know
that?
this. We all know this. Sorry, Quantum.
Sorry about that, Jedi. Did he say Roger that?
Yeah, he did.
No. Oh,
You
I
said
didn't
we
say
know
that.
this, right?
Yeah, I've been in this channel before, but just not for the last conversation Jedi was referencing. I didn't like.
Well, that
I
has a
didn't
lot
know
to do with the citations that I just read out. Do you understand that to have gas pressure in the first place, you have to have a container?
Yes.
There you go, Jedi. Take over.
So you understand this, I understand this, we all understand this, right? If I've got a tire that's got gas in it, the only thing the tire, the fixed volume, when the gas is in it, it's going to be under pressure. The gas is going to be pressing against the walls of the tire, right? Got a football, got a balloon. You understand this? Very simple, yeah? Very simple. Yeah. So when they tell us that up there is a vacuous space, not a physical boundary, my question to you is this. How are you still breathing, mate? The gas should disperse into the vacuous space because there's no physical boundaries separating the two. So when they give us pictures from the vacuum of space, from the International Space Station, that can't be real. The vacuum of space can't exist in the way that we are told. The Earth is declared to be an open system, no physical boundary. So therefore, 1, we shouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon. And 2, being there's no physical barrier stopping the gas from dispersing, the gas should disperse into the vacuum of space. So when NASA give you images from the vacuum of space, you understand that can't be real. Quantum Eraser gave you a citation from NASA where they described gas pressing against the walls of a container. So, hostile witness there, my friend. So, those images that you're given from the vacuum of space, mate, I'm sorry to tell you, they ain't real. They can't be real. The place can't exist.
Does NASA deny a container?
Is the Earth declared to be an open system where they send rockets to the moon and the International Space Station? We've apparently got remote control cars on Mars. Yes.
Are we an open system?
Yes. Free matter transfer, rockets to the moon, International Space Station, remote control cars on Mars. Open system. Now, if we've got
I just want to address that. So, like, would you not say that there can be a container that doesn't necessarily mean that all, like, for example, like, I can have a box, right? But there can still be, like, gas particles escaping this box. This doesn't mean it's not a container.
How?
So, I'm wondering, just a
Is
question
it
to
open
you.
then? Is it open?
It'd still be classed as a container.
Is it open?
Partial. Sure.
Partial. So it is either open or closed.
Why?
If a window's a little bit open, then it's open, right?
Sure.
Awesome stuff. So if we do not have a physical boundary, then there is nothing to keep the gas here, and the gas will fuck off into the vacuum of space.
Would you describe a balloon as an open container?
No, a balloon is a physical boundary where the gas inside can't escape because there's a physical boundary.
It does, right? Right. We know that when we have like helium balloons, like gas normally escapes, right?
They get through the very, 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 very small gaps, mate.
Would you consider this an open or closed container?
It's, we're talking about helium, mate.
Define an open
What is
system.
that?
Define open, closed,
that's
and
what I'm
isolated
asking.
systems.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what you're at. No, I'm asking you. Define an open,
Well, I don't know.
closed, and isolated system, please.
I don't know.
Then why are you asking it?
Because I want to know: is it a closed or open system according to your definition?
There you go.
of
So
light?
listen up, real close. 20 minutes after the hour from Chem Lieber text. An open system is a system that freely exchanges energy and matter with its surroundings. Pay attention now. A closed system is a system that exchanges only energy with its surroundings, not matter. But you got that. All right.
So, being as the Earth is an open system, that's free matter transfer, right? The gas can escape.
Right.
So, we understand that if they say that the Earth is an open system, we shouldn't be breathing because we wouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon, and the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. It's just entropy in action, mate.
Would you like to answer my question, or would you say that you don't want to? I'm curious. I would like to know.
You're a clown, man. You're already exposed. You're finished.
I would like to know.
You're finished. What's your dumbass question?
Would a balloon be an open or closed system according to the definition you read out?
It would depend on the structure of the balloon.
Well, an average pie balloon, and that average, like after 3 days, we would see it deplete.
And a balloon your balloon example, it depends because balloons get weaker over time. Right? So that's just an obfuscation. It has to be an open or closed system, correct? So,
right. So with
you're
this
done.
balloon, balloon
finished.
structure weakening, would this be an open or closed system?
Yeah, look at like you got some kind of point with this, right?
Well,
Would that be an open or closed
I don't
system?
know. Well, if I knew, I wouldn't ask.
You don't know. Is there a balloon covering the Earth?
I didn't say that.
So let's get back on point. For it to be, the Earth has to be an open system by definition, right? Because spaceships, traverse space, according to what we're told. Meteors, which are made of matter, hit the Earth. So it's definitely open fucking system, right?
Do you think?
No. Answer my question.
What's the question?
Answer. You ain't even listening, dude. Here, let me fucking destroy your entire worldview in one swoop. Okay? Because we already did it, but let me do it.
Yeah.
Technically. There you go. At 23 minutes after the hour from Professor Frank Lambert, a legend in the thermodynamics community. He's passed away recently. From the Journal of Chemical Education. Listen up really closely. You okay?
Yes.
All right. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the subject of our conversation here today. The mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in fucking entropy. So if you're still breathing, then you're on the side of decreasing entropy. You're in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Yep. Game, set, match.
So what was the question?
Fuck me.
Bye.
You said there was a question. I didn't answer a question, apparently.
There is no more questions. You're exposed. Give him your wig, and then we'll move on.
So can I ask my question or not?
Your question about your fucking balloon?
No, not my balloon. Can I ask the question, or are you done with me?
Is a condom a closed or
I'm
open
here
system?
to learn. I'm here to learn. Don't. I would say. I won't say that. Never mind. A closed system.
What's your question? Come on.
Thank you. All right. Would you say that it's possible, just as a question of possibilities, that there could be a type of container that only holds certain gases and not? I'm just wondering.
And what
I'm
gases
here to
would
learn.
those? What gases would those be? What are the gases found in the atmo?
It could, like oxygen, hydrogen, it's like carbon dioxide.
You're missing a really big one.
Nitrogen.
Oh, nitrogen. Oh yeah.
Nitrogen. So nitrogen, oxygen. That takes the majority of it. Okay. And
Yeah.
you're saying your question is what?
Is it possible for a container, a type of container that only holds these gases and not physical objects, like rockets?
So you're asking for a non-physical container?
A non-physical, yes.
You want to ask yourself that question real slow? Are you doing loads?
Dude, all we're doing is pointing out that when people say that they get images from the vacuum of space of, I don't know, the Earth being a ball, the vacuum of space can't exist because of what we've just explained to you. If it's an open system, we wouldn't have gas pressure, we wouldn't be fucking breathing because the gas would have fucked off. Quite simple.
How fast do you think the average particle of air moves through the atmosphere?
About 300 meters a second.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have to call it gravity, right? But would we agree that there is a force that pushes everything down, right? About the same.
No, we are not agreeing with that shit, and there is no force. And if that were true, it would never fucking rain.
Okay, so we're saying there's no force that kind of evenly distributes any type of downward pressure.
That's correct, because it would never fucking rain.
Sorry, my friend, just clarifying, which direction does gas go when I uncontain it, for example?
Gas, like when you contain it, usually bounces around until it hits a wall.
Yes. So within a container, the gas is moving in all directions, gives the spherical shape to the ball that it's contained in, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So it's moving in all directions. And when I uncontain the gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Which direction's gravity?
Towards the center of mass.
Awesome. So observably, and I'll give you gravity in this instance and I don't have to, but observably, gravity isn't acting on the gas, being as when I drop rocks, they go down, but gas is moving in all directions.
All right. So, would you say that that we can know the the atmosphere of say Jupiter?
Atmosphere. Hold on 1 second. I hate to interrupt, but atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. That's a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Please.
Okay, but like when we try to shoot light particles through Jupiter's atmosphere, right? And we can shoot light particles through these gases on Earth too.
Atmosphere.
we can see which light particles are
Atmosphere.
caught up by different
Atmosphere.
gases, right? So we can kind of tell.
So you're
what
just going to
gases.
continue with your paradox. You have a paradox in your question.
Well, we don't have like. Do you not think that Jupiter is like a sphere? Is Jupiter just like a
No, it's
lighter?
not a. No, I do not think. I know it. It's not a sphere of gases. Yes, I do know that.
Do we think that Jupiter is made up of gases at all?
No, we don't think it. We know that it's not made up of gases in a fairy tale vacuum. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
A giant ball of gas uncontained from a vacuous space. You understand that to keep gas in a space, you need to physically contain it like a football. Jupiter is said to be a giant ball of gas without the football around it, without the physical boundary, without a fucking container. So according to what we've been explaining for the last 10 minutes, the gas should disperse into the space.
Okay,
That can't happen, mate.
When somebody takes like a rocket, right, and they shoot it up off the ground into the open air, right? It gets it takes more and more velocity, right, to get higher and higher up in the air. Do you agree with that?
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
It doesn't.
No.
That's interesting. Like I feel like though if you add more energy into a system to get more velocity, it goes higher.
Which system are you
like
adding?
if we have like a rocket and we add more fuel to get more energy, like to
Yeah.
have more velocity, like the rocket will go higher.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it takes more
that's,
energy the
That's
higher you go up.
astonishing. So if I throw a baseball harder than the previous one I
Yeah.
threw, then it'll go faster. That's profound.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And so
What does that have to do
if
with
we have
gas?
these particles of gas, right? These
Yeah.
particles are acted upon the same forces that our rocket that we're
What
shooting
forces?
up into the air are acted on.
What forces are you talking about?
We don't have to call it gravity, but we can just call it like the for any type of force of entropy of resistance.
Empatry.
Dude, okay, I'm tired. It's fine. We can.
What to do with gas though?
What's empatry?
And God, I can't I'm just tired. It doesn't matter, right?
But man, you want to tease him because he just made a small mistake.
Yes, I do, because he was train wrecking himself way before that.
I'm not. Right. And so if we can measure the average speed of like gas that we breathe, right? We can try to see, well, is that speed higher than the speed it would take for something usually like say a rocket to leave, the surface of the planet and get high enough
You're talking about? That's
past where
gravity
we would view
horseshit,
this
man.
container being.
How can you please show gas pressure without a container to get back on topic?
Well, the thing is, if gravity is real, we would have to do that at
now we're
scale.
back to gravity. If gravity was
Right?
real, I'll give you all the gravity that you want. I'll give you the universal law of gravitation times 1 billion. I'll also give you all of Einstein's general relativity. We'll times that by 1 billion too. It won't affect the entropy of gases one iota. And I'll say this again. How the fuck is it raining?
Okay, so what do you mean by this rain analogy? You can just give me this feel. It's fine.
Listen up, sunshine. See, the sun comes out and it shines on fucking water, mainly the oceans, right? And what it does is it breaks the hydrogen bonds in liquid water and it turns it into a gas. Which direction does that then gas go?
It goes up. Sure.
Thanks for playing. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
You understand, mate, that if you claim gravity, which is just a vector down, a drop of rock, or observably, gas isn't acting the same way now, is it? Like Quantum says, we give you all the gravity that you want, it's still not affecting the gas.
Wait,
gas goes up. Evaporation cycle.
So gas goes up, but that's because it is a much lighter particle compared to something else, right? So it can
Observably
escape.
not affected by gravity then.
well, observably, it would be affected by gravity. It's just affected much less because gravity scales, exponentially to mass. And so something that has very little mass is affected much less by gravity.
Are you aware of the inverse square law to do with gravity, mate? Further away from the mass, gravity gets weaker.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a problem then, being it's a weaker force up there in the sky where all the gases acting on all of these not very big particles that are light or not dense or not a lot of mass or whatever. But observably, the gas isn't being affected by the gravity now, is it? We understand that to keep gas in a space, we have to physically contain it or it's going to fuck off.
I don't understand
gas is
that.
affected by gravity.
Sorry, show that to me. Show it.
Let's see. How can we show this?
Yeah,
we could look at faraway gas nebula.
That's a begging the question fallacy, my friend. Unfortunately, that's the very thing that's in fucking question. Like Jupiter earlier, that's a giant ball of gas. That's a violation of that law that we've been talking about. Gas will disperse freely and randomly in all directions. Please don't beg the question and point at stars and shit in the sky that we can't verify. I want a demonstration here on Earth, please.
It can't be done on Earth because the gravity of the Earth
it can't be done on Earth.
is bigger than the force of the gas
Sorry,
particles.
my friend, it can't be done on Earth, but the Earth is said to be the thing that's attracting the gas to it. So the very fucking cause of gas not escaping, but we can't do that on the Earth.
So if you had like a ferromagnet, like just a basic magnet, and you put it next to a massive electromagnet, you wouldn't be able to show the magnetism between that magnet and a piece of iron because the massive electromagnet would draw the iron in further than just the normal magnet, wouldn't it? But we are. This is a perfect analogy to what I just explained to you.
I don't care about the analogy.
What about my analogy doesn't work?
And it's not an analogy. You didn't explain anything.
I
That's
want a
not a
physical-
No, it is. It's an analogy. So I
gas
explained.
pressure.
I explained that the very minor
No,
force
you didn't
between two
explain
gases
it with
is
your
going to be
electro. You don't even know what
overridden by the very strong force of Earth. Am I incorrect about that, Quantum Eraser?
What's magnetism? And then differentiate that with electromagnetism.
So again, I'm going to say this again. Did it not make sense when I said that the very weak gravity force between two gas particles is going to be overridden by the very, very strong gravity force of the
there
Earth?
is no gravity
Does that not make
force.
sense to you,
There
Quantum
hasn't been
Eraser?
a force of gravity for 108 years.
What I just said, does that make sense to you? Yes or no?
No, there hasn't been a force of number one, gravity does. Which let's get down to this fucking gravity that I just train wrecked a few minutes ago. Which gravity are you speaking to?
I'm speaking of the gravity in relativity, as laid out by Einstein.
That's not a force.
I call it a force because it acts like a force, and
no, it
things
doesn't act
on
like a
Earth,
force, and it's not a force.
interact with it like it's a force.
No, it doesn't. It's not a force, and it doesn't act like a force.
So in the same way that I'd call like pancakes
I don't
a
care
dessert,
what you call in the same way.
because I live in a country where we have pancakes for dessert.
We don't want your fuckwit analogies. It's not a force, and it doesn't act like one.
Well, I'm sorry that you're offended every time I try to clarify
I'm not offended.
what I'm saying.
You're just wrong.
I'm going to say this again, okay?
You're just
the very
wrong.
weak
Jetty,
gravitational
just mute
pull
him, dumbass.
between two gas particles
mute
is
him. He's a
overridden
dumbass.
by the very strong
He's a
gravitational
dumbass.
pull of the Earth.
He's
What's
a
It's not
dumbass.
about
right?
what you think, dogs. It's about what we're told. We don't give a fuck what you think. Your opinion means shit.
What was wrong with what I just said? What didn't make sense about it?
It's an opinion, your belief.
No, it's a logical argument.
No, it's logic. Really? Post a syllogism.
Yeah, okay. I can write it out as a
Go
syllogism.
ahead. Write it out right now, and then shut the fuck up until you post it. Somebody put him on mute. Thank you. Now post it. It's a train wreck that I have to fucking ask people to do this.
I asked him for a physical demonstration. He gives me not an analogy of something that's got fuck all to do with what I asked him.
Yeah. That's Elmer Fudd's sophistry, feeble obfuscation from a dumbass. Fucking guy doesn't even know what a syllogism is. I'll guarantee it.
Don't see him typing. You need to be typing more.
It
Type,
doesn't
type,
have to
type.
be-
Dogs for gods.
It doesn't. It's not logical anyway. There's no logic to this. It's a category error.
Drace AI, thank you for that, mate. Gas pressure, thank you for that.
Why'd you need that? I just posted like 10 citations telling you what it was.
I'm spreading the love around a little bit.
He doesn't need any love. Me and him got issues anyway. I'm sorry. He and I.
Dogs of gods, I don't see you typing a syllogism in the live stream chat, mate. I'll tell you what, just for shits and giggles, I'll unmute you, but if you're not going to give that syllogism, mate, I'm going to have to mute you again. So are you posting that syllogism?
Yeah, I'm writing it currently. It's just I'm trying to formulate it in a way that makes sense, is coherent, and doesn't have any logical fallacies in it.
Oh, you're
so
finished.
that takes a couple of minutes. Unlike you guys, I'm not prepared to just repeat something I've heard 10 times.
Repeat something. You think we're repeating something. We don't want your bullshit that you just pulled out of your ass.
I'm sorry, can you try not to be such a rude child?
Fuck off. Try
and
not to be
actually
a
make an
pretender
argument.
clown,
Tell me
and
how
I
I'm
won't
incorrect.
be. I won't be rude if you try not to be such a pretender clown fuckwit fraud.
Why do you hate
I don't know what those words mean.
That's what you are.
How am I being any of those things?
Because you already called gravity a force. Gravity hasn't been a force for 108 years, so I already know that you're a pretender clown, i.e. fraud. Simple. And your fuckwit analogies to gas pressure. And after your syllogism, can you please show gas pressure without a container for us? We want to see that.
How come you're like so angry?
How come I'm so angry? Why, you and Nancy?
I'm just answering questions.
That's not angry.
Definitely not angry. Probably more frustration than anything else, because people like to pretend that they know what
I
the
would
fuck
characterize it. Forgive me,
Well, you
Jetty.
question does.
I would characterize it as contempt, utter fucking contempt for pretender clown frauds.
I don't think this is good for your health, man. Come on.
It is. I'm getting up there, man. I'll be 60 in like 2 months.
I think you're gonna have a heart attack.
You think? Oh, you concerned with my health? What's my favorite color?
I think it's let me see. I think it's blue.
It's
Is it
not.
blue?
Chartreuse.
Oh, what is it? What is it? What's your favorite color?
I just told you, chartreuse.
Oh, okay. The
So
Jedi
Jesus
is
was right.
he
Dude,
always like.
you understand the problem with pictures from space now, right?
Well, like I already know like the arguments you guys give against it. It's fine.
When you say argument, all you're doing is references laws of nature. So the laws of nature will dictate that space up there can't be real.
Okay.
Simple.
Cool.
So I popped in a little simple syllogism. P1, P2,
They forgot to tell you that in
and
Wiki,
the
didn't
conclusion
they?
follows from the premises, and both the premises are sound.
They forgot to tell
So
you that
what's
from
wrong?
Wiki, didn't they? We're talking Jesus was black. They forgot to mention that in Wiki, right? Right?
No, I don't know what you're
Yeah, they
talking.
forgot to mention that shit. You just went right along with it.
No, like normally my education doesn't like when it comes to like globe Earth, we don't really Google that. We just like get told that in our schools.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. All the answers are from fucking Wiki.
What?
My simple syllogism.
Fuck your syllogism. It doesn't have anything to do with logic. We already know. As soon as you said I'm going to give a syllogism, you snatched your own fucking wig off.
You just stated That it was the bending of warping of space-time, and then your syllogism is the law of gravity states mass attracts mass.
Yeah, I don't have to include the underlying
Well, that's
cause
in
of the law of
opposition to the. That is in
gravity.
opposition to Einstein of mass attracting mass.
No, it isn't.
I
No, it
told
isn't.
you you're a dumbass. already told. I didn't even see
No,
it.
I can explain this to you if you guys want. If you guys still don't understand this after
No,
decades
we're
of
not
talking
into
about it, apparently
explanations.
60-year-old quantum eraser. So
You can
here's me explaining
explain.
it to you.
We don't
The
care
bending
about
of warping of
explanations.
space-time causes
We don't
mass
care
to
about
attract mass. It
explanations.
causes an
We can
inertial
get a
vector.
village
Mass
idiot to
attracts
give
mass because
explanations.
of
Right? Yeah, you could just go on mute. Because, you see, we can go down to the corner to the village idiot. If we needed explanations, we could just get one off them. Or baseless assertions. As soon as you said you had a
tell me how.
of course, tell me how. You're in a category error. This has nothing to do with logic. Gravity has nothing to do with logic at all. Zero. So your syllogism is going to be a train wreck. Even before you post it, I already know that. It's a category error. You're a dumb fuck.
I'm still giggling at the fact that he said,
What category is it in that it's a category error, quantum eraser? Which category is it in that it's a category error, and why? You can't explain.
We're talking about physics. We're talking about conclusions.
Yep. And physics is all
We're
science.
talking
All
about
physics
shut
is
your
logic.
fucking
Logic is just a way of describing.
Shut the fuck up. We're talking about allegedly validated experiments. Now, the scientific method has a logical system to it, like step 1, 2, 3, and 4. But the results have nothing whatsoever to do with logic. That's why it's a fucking category error, you doofus muppet. You got that, sunshine? What the fuck?
So the results do have to do with logic. What you have is you have your premises. In the scientific experiment,
they
your
don't.
premises have to be
You ain't
shown to be
listening.
both valid and sound. Otherwise, your conclusion
you
will be
dumb
an
fuck.
illogical,
I said
non
they don't.
sequitur.
You can try to overtalk
you're
me,
wrong,
but you're a
quantum eraser.
fucking moron.
Can you tell me what's wrong with my
you're
argument?
a fucking moron is what you are.
Can you tell me how they manipulated the cause, being gravity?
No, he didn't listen to me. Let me say it again. The scientific method is logical, which you don't have anyway for gravity because there's no fucking science for it. But anyway, we'll move on from that point. The scientific method is logical itself. It comes from abductive reasoning to formulate a hypothesis and then deductive reasoning to conduct the experiment. But the results have nothing whatsoever to do with fucking logic. It's prima facie. It's a category error. That I explained that to you. Do you got it now?
No,
Second
can you
time.
repeat?
So, can I get this out without you interrupting me, please?
No, you can't because you're already compromised.
Compromise.
Okay, so I'm just going to say what happened is that you can't claim a conclusion to a scientific experiment unless you can demonstrate that it's a sequitur, that it follows from the premises and from the data that you got in your experiment.
I just debunked
So you need to use logic to formulate a conclusion, quantum eraser.
Fuck it. Shut up. You're a dumb fuck. So let's see an example that follows from logic from the scientific method. He doesn't even know what the fucking scientific method is. Give us an example.
Sure. So we could go with the boiling temperature of water if you want. So you could say that we observe the boiling temperature of water is different across the globe. And then you can hypothesize that the boiling temperature of water...
Stop him. The boiling temperature of water is not available for scientific inquiry. That's a what is question. I told you didn't know what science was. You just snatched your own wig off. Jetty, can you hand him another wig? The boiling temperature of water is a what is question. The scientific method only answers how, why questions, cause and effect questions. You're a dumb fuck. Yeah.
It's okay, man.
It's okay. This is about the 8,756 Baltar that went down in flames, by his own words. The law. Let's take a look. I didn't see this 1041. The law of gravity states mass attracts mass. The law of gravity, universal law of gravity. Newton didn't sign off on that shit, by the way. You don't even know the universal law of gravity. I'll guarantee it. That's been debunked for 108 years, by the way. So your premise one is fuckwit. And what's mass?
Did you do it?
And what's mass? Define mass. Get your popcorn out.
He didn't say he'd do it. What sort of question is that? He's
He was
stating
allowed.
he didn't say he
Yes.
did it. He's stating the fact that Einstein superseded Newton of mass attracting mass. Nothing to do with him doing it.
I believe he did it. I believe him.
Define mass.
Yeah.
What's
He's an
mass?
old-
Go ahead, Jetty.
No, I just said, oh shit. That's all. If we're on defining mass, then
Jedi, that will be with mass without the M. If you're gonna say oh shit,
Jedi,
mass without the M.
Is that why he said oh shit?
because
right.
I've been,
Dogs run away.
I'll tell you why. I've been on this merry-go-round lots and lots of times. When we ask to define mass, you're gonna have problems really, really quickly, mate.
Your syllogism is already bunk, but let's have some fun. What's mass?
At least he's having fun now. Finally.
Yes. Yes. We're just
Dogs.
dancing on the graves. Just sit
It
back and
took him
relax.
a while. I thought he was frustrated.
He ran.
the-
Did he? What a clown.
What's mass is Kiwi's way to say I want problems.
But the law of we could just stop. I could tear apart the whole first premise without even. I can do this in my sleep. The law of gravity, universal law of gravitation, which he doesn't know. I'll bet you don't know it either. Guarantee fucking it.
No.
I'll guarantee fucking. I tell you what. I have asked. I can say this with utmost confidence. I have asked, just like the scientific method, null hypothesis, and all that shit. I have asked every single Baltard for 8 fucking years. Not every single one, but a large proportion of them. What is the universal law of gravitation? And every single fucking one posted the wrong formula or equation. Every single one. Oh, dumbass syllogism's back. What's mass? I'll get back to you in a second. Jesus was black.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, who the fuck was I talking to?
You asked me a question. You didn't let me answer my last one, so I'm going to answer my
Shut the
last
fuck
one.
up.
So,
What's
what is
mass?
incorrect about
What's
the
mass?
idea that
I'm
two gas
telling you what's
particles
incorrect.
would have such a small
I'm telling
attractive
you what's
gravitational
incorrect. I
force
already
that they'd
told
be
you what was
overridden
incorrect.
by the Earth's
Yeah, I already
gravity?
told you what was
So,
incorrect. What's mass?
so are you going to have a conversation, or are you just going to keep railroading?
What's mass?
You're just going to keep railroading?
What's mass? It's in your first. We already destroyed the law of gravity. This is just for shits and giggles. What's mass?
Particles have mass.
What is mass?
Particles have mass. That's all you need to know. Particles have mass. Gas particles are particles, therefore they
Go
have
ahead.
mass.
Go
If
ahead,
they have
Jetty.
mass, they have gravitational attraction. But the
Gravitational
Earth has a much
accretion,
greater
and
gravitational attraction, so I
attraction,
can't show two gas
gravitational-
particles being
and their
attracted through gravity while they're on
And
the
their
Earth.
gravity.
What's incorrect about what I just
Gravity.
said?
What's mass?
What's incorrect about what I just said?
What's mass? You didn't define mass.
Yeah, I'm not going to play your stupid game, Quantum Eraser. So tell me
just
what's
mute him.
incorrect about what I just said.
Just mute him. He's done.
Gods.
Why can't you do this? Quantum Eraser, why?
Gods, hold tight. So, for us to understand what you are talking about, it's poignant that you should be able to define the words of which you are saying so we all understand what you're saying. Saying that things have mass is not a description of what mass is. Can you define the mass, please?
So mass is defined in this case as a red herring by quantum eraser, so he doesn't have to admit that what I said was perfectly logical.
Unfortunate that you're not answering the question, mate. Can you please define mass?
Oh, so particles have a red herring from quantum eraser? Is that what he's trying to say?
So,
Yeah.
if red herring from quantum eraser, then red herring from quantum eraser will attract red herring from quantum eraser. What?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, other flat earthers, but I believe that our atmo is considered an ideal gas, and an ideal gas has no attractive forces and only bounce off each other in the walls of their container.
Oh, AJ. Yeah, so this is my question. If mass is gas, then show me gas attracting gas, which doesn't happen.
I like the red herring fallacy definition. That was priceless, man. Do you want to give him another? This is just it's acme of foolishness to take him off mood again.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to try this one more time. Gas particles have mass. Because they have mass, they create gravitational attraction between each other. Because of this,
what's mass?
They should attract.
What's mass? Define mass first.
Don't understand what mass is, mate. I want to know what you mean
Because
by
the Earth has much more mass than you can't.
What is it? Particles have it. What is it? Tell us.
You can't record the attraction between gas particles because the mass.
What is it? What is it that particles have?
Because the mass of the Earth overrides the gravitational force between.
Mass of the Earth. The Earth has it too. What is it? The Earth has.
Math
Define
is
it.
physical substance.
So because of this, you're now asking about mass is a red herring because you won't address my argument that I've made multiple times.
No, I
so what's
wanna know
wrong
what
about
mass
my argument
is.
I've made
But
multiple
I can
times?
answer it. I can answer it. Mass
Brilliant.
is.
Dogs, shut up. Somebody else is going to
No,
answer
I'll
your
answer it.
fucking shit for you. No, you're fine. What's mass, mate?
All right, so mass is, it's basically, all it is just different substances. So you can
Incorrect.
have small. Hey, shut up, bitch.
That's incorrect.
You have
I
a,
just
yo.
put him on mute. I'm going to debunk Joe Biden right now. And he said it was the substance, right? Uh-oh, people were already ready. Drace was ready in the hopper with it. Holy shit, that was quick. At 55 minutes after the hour, from the Royal Society of Chemistry. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. You're debunked, Joe. You just snatched your own wig off.
No, you never even let me finish a fucking sentence.
Yeah, we did.
Idiot.
I
Can you
didn't
shut up?
We didn't have to because your first premise was wrong in the first place.
What you're even reading from. Second of all,
what?
Here's what I was about to say, bro. So you can
You
have
already said it.
Bro. You are the most obnoxious bitch.
You already said it, dude. You're already
Why
done.
we're going to let you continue talking when your first point was wrong? We're going to stop you at the first wrong point. We don't want to hear a big half an hour spiel on bullshit.
Yeah, when you don't understand the premise in your own argument, then we want you to define it. That's an issue if you can't define it.
Grace, how long were you sitting there with all those citations ready at the fucking drop of a hat? You
I have you in a folder, all of your arguments, and so as soon as I heard it coming, I was just ready.
Brilliant. Well done, Drace, man. Quality. Still trying to figure out what mass is.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the emphasis on it. See, I have it bolded and underlined. His doesn't have it because he's lazy.
Now he's lazy.
It's just dated. It's from you. It's just really old.
You know, I've always wondered why people get mad at lazy people. I mean, they really didn't do anything at all.
Okay, so do you guys have anything against my argument
mass
before we
versus
move
weight
on?
is irrelevant. Whoever posted that in the chat. You're
Hold on. Sorry, mate. You were interrupted. Say that again for me, please.
So, do you guys actually have a reason why my argument
you,
that, like,
dumbass.
you can't show attracting each other on Earth because the
What's mass?
of the Earth is so much greater, so it creates
What's
such
mass? Jetty, can you ask him again? I don't think he heard us.
Okay. My friend, just so we understand what you're talking about, can you define mass, please?
So why do you need the definition of mass?
Because I want to know what you're talking about, obviously. If
It's
we
in your
have
first-
a failure to communicate because I don't understand the words that are coming out your mouth, I need you to clarify the words that are coming out your mouth so I can understand what you're fucking saying. So can you define your term, please, of mass?
So I can give you a very simple definition. Mass
No.
is the
Nope.
property of particles that give them weight.
Negative. Mass doesn't have shit to do with weight, you clown. Nope. Wrong answer. You're done. Citation, please.
How about we just use logic again? Like if I have an object
No, you
with more
can't
mass,
use
it's
logic.
heavier. Is that true or is that false?
You can't use logic in definition of
Why won't you
terms.
ever
They're
answer any of my
axioms, you
questions, Quantum
dumbass.
Razor? Is it true or
Axioms
false
are
that an
hey,
object...
they're axioms, dumbass. Logic isn't
No, an
used
axiom...
to define shit. Logic isn't used to define things. What the fuck? What are the 4 types of logic?
what do you mean? Do you mean like
What?
the
You
4 types
some
of
bitch.
like
What is logic? What the fuck is logic? You better
so
start
logic is a
Googling real
language
quick.
that we use to describe the world around us. So
That's negative.
we'll
That's
have like
dumb fuck.
the laws of non-contradiction, excluded middle, and I've forgotten the other one.
Oh, that's a quick wiki Google search.
Identity.
What are
and
the 4
then
types
you
of
can
logic?
use logic abductively, inductively, deductively, and then
What are the 4
there's
types?
like logical fallacies, which are
What
invalid.
are the 4
Validity
types
is
of logic? You're
4
not
types of
answering my
logic, dogs.
question. Holy shit, man. This is imbecilic. I'm about done with this.
I don't know what the 4 types of logic are. I don't understand that question. But I've just given you a lot of information about logic. So
What's mass?
logically, things that have more mass are heavier. Yes or
What's
no?
mass?
Do things that have more mass, are they heavier?
Don't
Yes or
ask
no?
me a question. We've been asking you for 20 fucking minutes to define mass, and you haven't done it.
Yeah, I did. I defined it as a property of particles. That
A
the more
property.
there is,
That's
it
not
gives more
mass.
weight.
That's
Can you
not
give a
mass. Mass
citation?
and weight. Holy fucking shit, dude. Mass and weight are 2 different things at a fundamental level. Even in your own paradigm.
But mass gives weight.
Mass gives weight.
Yeah, you can't have weight without mass and some
citation,
force.
please.
Yeah, objects with more mass have more weight.
It's not a citation.
Yes, it is. It's a
No, it
logical
isn't.
argument. You guys have nothing against it. This is why you
It's a
keep muting me,
logical
so you won't
argument.
actually address it. All you do is Quantum Razor giggles like a child, and then you mute me. Is that all that happens? Yes,
Yeah,
great.
because you're a dumb fuck.
So do you want to deal with
You've
my
already
argument,
been
please?
compromised.
Do you want to deal with my argument, please,
You
Quantum
don't have
Razor,
an
or are you just going
argument.
to keep giggling? Is
You
that all
don't
you're
have
going
an
to do?
argument.
And you're a fuckhead. Is that all you're going to keep doing, child? Or are you going to
That's
actually
not
address
what
my
your
argument?
sister said.
Gas particles have gravity.
not what your
The Earth
sister
has
said.
much more gravity.
Can
The
I?
gravity between the gas particles is much smaller than the gravity created by the Earth. Therefore, you can't
Gravity.
show attraction between gases on the
All right,
Earth.
dog,
There, done.
dog,
Do you guys not
dog,
understand this? Do you need me to just keep
dog,
telling you why you're wrong
after
again and
you.
again and again?
Dog,
And you guys not
dog.
actually address it? You keep doing this red herring thing of define mass. Oh, well.
Thank you.
He's upset.
He's probably still fucking talking to himself. But he said gas has mass. I'd like to challenge him on that.
Well,
Dogs.
what's mass? We have to define mass first.
Oh yeah, I know we have to define mass first, and he's not going to be able to define mass correctly, even if I fucking told. He's not going to give a citation. He's just going to pull his thoughts out of his own fucking ass and claim that that's a citation, which it obviously isn't. But he said gas has mass. My question would be, does gas attract gas? He's not going to answer it though.
I gave you a logical syllogism for that.
Yeah, it was fucked
So-
up. It's a category error.
So my friend,
How is it a
Dogs.
category error, Quantum
I
Razor?
already
How do you
explained it.
define something as a
I already
category error?
explained it.
What category is
I already
it in
explained it 3
that
times.
other logical arguments
I
aren't
already
in?
destroyed you 3 times. I'm not going to do it again.
Well, you said it was science, and science uses logic to get to
Said it was
conclusions.
science. No, the scientific method.
I explained
uses
this to
logic.
you.
The
And actually,
results
this
are
boiling
not
water
logic,
thing,
you dumb
you
fuck.
said that was a what is, but I was asking if
So what
question, a
is?
how
What's
question,
mass?
a why question, when I was asking why the boiling
mass?
temperature is different at different places on
What the fuck
Earth.
is mass,
So
though?
when you said it's not a
Sorry,
scientific
fuck off,
thing
you
to talk
fucking
about boiling
clown.
water, then
You
you're
sound like
also
shit to
incorrect
me,
because you
dude.
seem to have
Fuck
no knowledge.
off. You've already been compromised.
fucking
Oh,
hell.
and by the way, from your alma mater wiki. Let me put alma mater wiki in front of this. I'll just state it first. In common usage from your alma mater wiki, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities, you dumbass. How about that? I'll post it for you.
You guys can argue with each other. Just try to be a little civil.
He's a dumbass. Just making shit up. Alma mater wiki.
I mean, does that mean we should
I mean, is that alma mater? He didn't define mass. Can anyone show gas
I know
pressure without a container on Earth? Well, where else would you show it, right?
Google it real quick, Joe Dad.
Okay, what are you asking me?
Can you demonstrate physically gas pressure without a container?
Can you demonstrate the pressure of gases without a container?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Awesome.
Open a window in a compressed room. See what happens? Push.
Yeah, the gas will disperse into the lower pressure environment. You'll understand that the only thing that was
Yeah,
keeping
why
the
does
gas
that
there in
happen?
the first place, that's entropy. You've opened the window.
Entropy? You're low
Yeah,
IQ.
yeah. The height. I'll explain.
You're low
The
IQ, sir.
height.
Defend that
My
statement.
friend.
Defend that.
I'm just about to. You shut the fuck up. When you open the window, the higher gas pressure dispersed into the lower pressure environment. You understand that entropy is a direction, right? High to low. So the higher pressure, when you remove the physical boundary of the window, dispersed into the lower pressure environment. So we're
What is
asking you
its-
for gas pressure. Dude, you understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We're asking you to show gas pressure without
No,
walls of
wrong.
container.
Means when there can be a change of pressure even in the open environment. Do you
How do you have
understand that?
pressure?
You know that there's changes in air pressure.
How do you
For
have
instance, if you
pressure
go,
in the
yeah,
first place?
yeah. Let me
Shut
talk.
the
Let me
fuck up.
Why am I?
Shut the fuck up. You fucking clown. You're asking for pressure already existing. We're asking for how do you have gas pressure in the first instance. So, not delta X. Where did you get fucking X?
What are you delta X? What are you talking about?
Oh, God. He hasn't graduated junior high physics.
So QE, I'd just like to point out that what I said is mass gives things weight. I never said mass and weight are the same concept
Get
or
the
had
fuck
the same.
out of here. Who fucking unmuted him?
All they do is lie. It's bullshit. Anyway, look,
Who
the
the
point
fuck
is,
unmuted him?
what causes air pressure, right?
Listen to
'Cause
this
you're asking-
motherfucker.
What causes air pressure? A container.
No, it does not always in a
Yeah.
container. Well, I mean,
Oh,
in
it
some
doesn't?
sense, I guess you could call the
I'm
Earth a
thinking
container,
you're
an
probably
atmosphere.
wrong.
In
I'm
some
thinking
sense, you can
you're-
call an atmosphere a
I'm thinking
container,
you're wrong.
maybe.
Atmosphere is a paradox. That's a contradiction in terms.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Wow.
And if you want to talk about the atmo, what occurs is we have high and low pressure systems due to temperature and different things occurring in the atmo, where eventually the high pressure fills the low pressure system and cancels out. Entropy occurs in all cases.
So I'll question, my friend, if you're going to follow along, and I'll give you an example. You'll understand that a tire or a balloon is the container for gas, where the consequent of
Here's what
containing that gas.
causes the effects of air pressure.
Why?
Wait.
Why?
Okay, no, you
Why?
want to.
Why?
Okay. You want to talk?
Yeah. I just want to help
I
you.
was going to respond.
So you
to-
understand what we're asking for. You'll
So
understand
you
that
are
a
asking
tire
for
or
the effects
Holy shit.
The effects of air pressure in any instance are always the same.
At Joe Diden. So you said that it doesn't require a container to have gas pressure. That's what you said. Yes?
Yes.
I'm going to debunk you right now at
Really?
7 minutes after the hour from chemistry department at Elmhurst University. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. I've already been through this. We'll go do it again. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container, listen up, causes pressure. You see that fucking word right there?
Yeah,
Causes
okay. Yeah.
pressure. Do you get that?
Wow,
So,
that's very
from
interesting.
chemistry, I'm not done yet.
I noticed above here it says pressure
I'm
is
not done yet.
proportional to the.
I wasn't done yet.
Oh wow. Okay.
From Chem Libre text, I'm going to support that citation with
Wow.
another citation with gas pressure from Chem Libre text. Pressure, gas pressure, is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. You're debunked.
Okay, so have a look at this.
Okay, okay, so you're debunked.
Hey, yeah. If you get to read your thing, I get to
so
read
you're
my thing.
debunked.
Read this.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
let's
you're
have a look at
debunked.
this.
What are we looking at?
Atoms and molecules in the
Atoms and
atmosphere,
molecules, you're
right,
debunked.
despite their tiny size, will strike a surface. Okay.
Holy
And there's
shit.
what does that mean? Surface. What does that mean?
What is
That's a
what is
physical boundary. It's a
They
physical
exert a
boundary.
force on that surface, and that is what we observe as pressure. Okay. So
Yeah,
look here.
that's
This is an interesting, instructive graph. See, look at all these little different gas bubbles
no
which
shit.
strike each other
No
in
shit.
the air.
Sorry,
They're
dude.
all
Dude.
as they get closer to the Earth. There's more gravitational forces pushing upon them. So there's more at the bottom, right? So
Really?
when
So
you
it
go
never
here,
fucking rained.
when you go here, there's more air pressure because there's more
Really?
air.
So it
There's
never
more
rained.
gas. Therefore, there's more
So it
gas
never
colliding into one another,
mute him.
right?
Just
That's
mute
a
him.
hell of a story.
Mute him. Mute the dumb fuck. Thank you.
Wow.
Jesus.
Another
I
Glober
was
doesn't
with
know
you.
the difference between claim and evidence.
Mm-hmm.
We know your stupid story, dude. We're asking for the evidence to support it. I don't know why you don't get the difference.
He's got diarrhea of the mouth. Wiki Discovery Channel diarrhea of the mouth. He's already debunked, but he keeps going like a dumb fuck.
Yeah. He thinks he's going to show force exerted on the walls of a container without a container.
Mm-hmm. He's done.
I wish these people had stopped prematurely ejaculating all over the fucking point.
He's pulling a Shitsit. Shitsit does the same thing. That's Witsit. He does the same fucking thing. So you have to stop him. Every single word will be evaluated. He's just like a fucking baller. He's the same thing Shitsit does.
They all do this. They just start motor mouthing when they're trapped.
Yeah.
I think they can just talk
Shitsit
through.
40 is the poster child. And he's allegedly a leader of the flat earth, just letting you know. He does the same thing. Listen to him.
Not to mention elastic collisions.
Who always says that fucking elastic? Who is that fucking? But he has no point with it. It's who the fuck? He's on our side. Flatsoid. He always mentions it, but has no point with it. Cracks me the fuck up. But I digress. Oh, look at the time.
Anyway, good evening, QE.
Shut the fuck up. Who'd I just tell to shut the fuck up, though?
It's Plum Bob. He's got a great name.
I didn't mean that. I just it was reactionary.
I know, it's all right. I'm just kind of hanging around, you know?
Can you show gas pressure without a container?
No. And I don't find that when I'm hanging around that I'm pointing at the center of Earth either.
Yeah. Good point.
You
No
need to
pun
change that to
intended.
plumb vector. It's not plumb line, plumb bob. It's plumb vector.
I'm just a bit upset because if this was 24/7, I'd have already changed him to Plum Bob SquarePants.
Well, I kind of like that one. I got to keep it as Bob, otherwise I won't know who the hell I am.
Plum Bob SquarePants. So you are now.
Yeah. Embrace your new identity.
I'll take it. If you see my name change on here on Discord, it's because of these guys. I might end up as Plumbob SquarePants. I like that. I do like that.
I like it too. So we've got a few other people in here that may want to rise to the challenge of defending the heliocentric religion, or maybe they've got some honest questions to ask flat earthers. Gone
They're gonna have
relatively
to show,
quiet with this man. Oh, you off?
yeah, they're gonna have to show gas pressure without a container. That's the topic of the discussion for tonight.
Awesome stuff.
I don't
So
often show gas pressure without a container, but when I do, I show it with 2 containers.
Brilliant.
Who are you, hillbilly blue balls, the redneck retard?
I'm glad to say that I am not.
You know what ballers must do? If you're walking down the street in your neighborhood and you see like Timmy over there with a flat tire, and he's got his hand pump, and he already patched the tire. You know how you do, match and the glue, and you know what I mean. And he's pumping up his tire. Every single balltard as they're walking by has to go up to Timmy and stop him and say, "What in the hell do you think you're doing, Timmy? All you need to do is remove the tire and just pump up the air around the rim." That's what they must do. You know what? During the fall, and we're getting right into the fall right now. We're right on the cusp of it, right? What I'm going to do is because I got a bike out in the garage, and there's a lot of people walk up and down the street, and I might just go out and just do it like it doesn't. I'll just release the air out of the valve and just pump it up, and then when people are walking around, I say, "You guys ain't stopping me." I got extra time on my hands.
You really do.
Oh shit! No, I would not do that, man. No, I wouldn't do it.
Oh, you missed some beauties the other day, QE.
I not as far. Listen, the number one. Ever since I got in here like 10 days ago, the number one. I mean, by far, it's not even close. Is fuck with gravity. I mean, these idiot, dumbass, newbie baltards, they just can't get out of this gravity thing. Is there another topic? Am I missing something? Maybe it's just me.
Oh no! Did you know that you can measure the angle between 2 equations?
You can. Depends on where the equations are, doesn't it?
That's quite impressive.
Well, what we heard is you don't need lines to acquire angles. No lines required.
Really?
Yeah, we also heard you don't need 2 or more points for a line. Yeah.
Yeah,
watch out for those clips.
Are they geometrical gods?
Must be.
Yeah, and when we brought up a deflection of the vertical, we got it's not a line anymore; it's a vector. So it's a plumb vector, not a plumb line.
Yeah, and he's going to acquire angles from a point, just a single point.
What about eptremy?
Sure, we'll get an argument for that soon.
I was trying to remember.
This is going.
How did the thing go? Like entropa, extrapa.
No, that's electrifying, electripa. That's
Oh,
all
there it
German.
was. Yeah. I couldn't remember what I was like trying to say that the other day. I just couldn't. It was on the tip of my tongue. So it's electrifa.
Electrifa and electripa.
Electripa. Okay.
Did you see his sorry ass debate with Brenda? This Jaren had Brenda on his debateism show.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting you, dude. He just did it.
It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Brenda looks like a 65-year-old man with a wig on. It's creepy, man. It's creepy, fucking delusional, scary. Don't do it. You're a young man. Don't do it.
Yeah, she looks like Joe Walsh.
See?
Oh shit. All right. It's getting a little bit late in the night there, folks.
You know, Brenda was just in here the other day. She said that, oh, what was it? Yeah, that flat's a shape.
Yeah, she would.
You know what's
Brenda says a lot.
hilarious? I think we went to the same high school. I told her that. I said, "Hey, yo, I think I know you. We grew up in the same neighborhood. You're about the same age as I am." And she said, "You doxed me." I go, "How? How did I dox you? I didn't say what school where I live. Even you didn't even none of that stuff was even told."
I don't think I'd
Like,
admit that, Crit, even if it were true. I would just leave that go.
yeah, I know that. What I was saying that people can be like. I was telling her like you would be toxic as fuck to me online, but you wouldn't act that way in real life because we probably crossed paths more than once.
I still wouldn't admit that shit.
Okay. Retracted, deleted.
Too late now.
Oh yes, it's too late now, mate.
You fucked up.
So, being as we've got a few more people in the server, would anybody like to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I'm sure they'd like to.
Oh yeah, they probably would like to. Good point. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I mean, I'd like to demonstrate my brand new Lamborghini as well, but you know, that's not possible
I think I
either.
can do it. I think I can do it.
Oh, awesome stuff.
Oh, oh no, it came out. It's all gone now.
Oh, don't do that to me, man. Fucking hell. I was all excited then.
I just heard Argon and I had flashbacks to last night.
Who was that guy yesterday going on about noble gases? Who was that? Can
Water
anybody remember?
gas. It's made of water gas.
I forget what he was called.
The squatting dog guy, Yakubianite.
That's
Yeah, what was his argument again? It was something about like noble gases, therefore pressure gradient, therefore Earth, the floor is a ball, something like that.
And then gets mad and just starts dropping homophobic slurs until you mute him.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
I want to get your channel taken down because there's a bunch of homophobic slurs being said. You guys aren't moderating it. They'll delete it. I'm like, what do you think is going to happen first, though, dude? Do you think that they'll ban your account first, or they'll take the channel down first? Which one?
Also, it's like if the homophobia is occurring and it's because of you, then it's not the channel, it's you.
Yeah, it's like that's how bad he is. That's just the logic of that. It says so. There's someone yelling homophobic slurs over and over and over again, and you think the one channel is particularly scummy. Do you think they're going to look at first with lower solutions and then higher solutions? You'll be the first domino to fall, dude. Anyway, I just got an alt account. Dude, everyone knows who you are. Your voice is like indistinguishable from everyone else.
Lots of people in the server, lots of people on mute. 2 people called Mark, apparently. Hello, 2 people called Mark. Anybody got any questions, demonstrations, gas pressure without a container, physical measurement of the curvature of the Earth, direct measurement of the motion of the Earth? Anyone? Bueller? 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 It's relatively quiet. We don't bite that hard unless you're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm pretty dumb. But can you... I'm just trying to understand what is a Schumann resonance? Is this some schizo shit? Sorry if it's a bad question.
So what's that got to do with the shape of the Earth or its motion?
Not much.
Oh, okay.
Just a side piece.
No problem.
Well, maybe it doesn't tie in at all. I thought some people try to tie it in.
Well, tell me what it is, because my knowledge.
No, I'm bad. Yo, you don't know either. I have fucking no idea. That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people.
I won't be able to define it for you.
Okay. But what's your take on it? What do you don't really take too much credence into it or whatever?
Unless I know what it is and I have my memory jogged, mate, I can't argue on it.
Feel that.
Is that it? Is everything done? No more globe.
Again, lots of people jumping into the server and in and out again. It's gone relatively quiet. If you've got any questions or anything like that, please don't be shy. Pipe up, that'd be fine. If you're new to our corner of the internet, you'll notice it's a Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. We talk about the shape of the Earth here. So if you've got any questions pertaining to that, that'd be all. We're still waiting for the correct definition of mass, if there fucking is one. We're still waiting for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Still waiting for
I thought
direct
it was,
measurement of the curvature of the Earth. We're still waiting for crypto. What's that, mate?
I thought it was resistance to acceleration. Therefore, resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Yep.
Or is
Brilliant,
that
innit?
changed now?
It changes every minute, mate, but I like that definition. It makes me laugh.
I mean, it's laughable, to be fair.
Yep. It doesn't mean anything anyway, let's be fair. Somebody in the chat called Femboy Tyler. Hello, mate. How are you?
I think I got a question.
What's that, mate?
Maybe There's no. Maybe it's a tough one, but can you explain like what is it? The attitude indicator? Is that what it's called? So that thing. Yeah, have you heard it? It's like the level site or whatever. I'm fucking noob, but I'm hoping someone who's pro can explain it.
In an aircraft.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said attitude indicator. Sorry, mate.
He did.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
So someone was saying it's like some flat Earth shit.
It
I'm
shows
understanding
you
what your
your
question is.
orientation, doesn't it? Your orientation in respect to level.
Yeah, it's your artificial horizon, isn't it? I thought.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the question. What's the question?
I'm just curious what you guys think about it. Like, I want to hear some smarter people on it. I'm dumb. Is there, you guys don't like see any deep depth to that? As far as like proving the flatness?
I mean, like, it's such a broad question. That's why. Can you make it a bit more specific?
Like I wish I was smarter. Probably pitch it better. But yeah, I just see it come up a lot when I'm like looking for information.
And what specifically about it do you think is like conducive to the argument?
Well, I think I guess it works with the gyroscope, right? I'm probably gonna sound retarded here, and then I guess they set it in yeah, I probably can't do that. But yeah,
Okay.
if people, I thought someone maybe had some better information on it. My bad. I had some weird shit.
Oh.
Trying to cook up something else besides gravity all the time, you know what I'm saying?
You think gravity's real?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that we talk about it a lot in here, so it's like multiple shit we can go to, right? But everybody just likes to cook up on what gravity is, it seems. Or I guess, I mean, the globies are stuck on it, obviously, but.
Well,
you
they
know.
think
They have to. They have to. If gravity's not real, the whole thing falls apart.
it's a home run when really it's like
Right,
a
right. You're
face
so
plant.
right. You're so right about that. Like they just say that, and like there's no going past that. You can't. You're so right, bro. Why isn't the atmosphere flying out? Gravity done. Checkmate. Huh. Interesting.
It's really this easy. Like the globe head, the globe tard would say, "Flat Earther explained gravity," and you're like, "What is that? What do you want me to explain?" And they don't know. They don't even know what they're asking you to explain. They'll be like, "Well, tell me what you want me to explain. Use it your terms. Define it. Define what is it? What is gravity?" And even the experts say, like Tyson, it's a long. Any explanation of gravity is a very
That's all
long-winded.
bullshit.
I don't know.
Yep, all bullshit. I've never gotten one real explanation. Ever.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's something. He said it's some kind of thing in the universe that does stuff, but I don't know what it is or anything about it. Is it really just a big I don't know? 96% dumb, stupid
96.
in the
The
universe.
100%, dude. What?
What's dumb about it? Their
Doesn't make
explanations.
sense.
No, that's what his quote is. Tyson had said that the universe is made up of dark matter and dark energy. And he says it's not a problem. It's really not a problem unless you look at the massive percentage of the model that consists of dark stuff. Then it's 96% stupid. There's only 4% you can explain. So the Globetard will come in here and say they have a model that they can barely explain 4% of it, and then tell you with that 4% knowledge, they're able to say that you can't explain their 96%.
So what's your model? What's your model that works better?
I believe.
Oh, here we go. I like this.
Yeah, I don't
What
think
model?
you. I don't
See,
think
this
you
is
need
weird.
one.
I get this
I don't think you
sometimes in
need
this
one.
chat. Sometimes, like, I get the criticism. You guys have a very big criticism of the globe Earth perspective, and I've heard some people argue, like, and dodge the okay. Well, what's your model? Question. Like, okay,
'Cause
so
it's
how does your
not
model
necessary.
explain things better? Because that's what we're ultimately asking for, right? We're like, what explains the
Then-
world better?
then look at
Which
yours.
what model?
No, no,
right?
no, no, no.
You've got
Thing
no
is,
explanation.
the thing is, the
I apologize.
mainstream
I mean,
idea
what explanation do you
is
have?
that the
Things.
Earth is round. That's a positive claim.
I don't think
We
it's
don't
round
we don't
What's
need
the name of
we
this
don't need
room?
we don't need to have like
Flat Earth? That's a
Yeah.
positive claim.
yeah.
He's up, and I
at
think
all
Jedi
of
wants
your
to address that specifically about
Yeah,
the model.
like I've never heard a satisfactory explanation for the phases of Venus. I think that's kind of you can observe that, right?
Okay.
I don't know if you
Why
trust,
haven't we
but like
seen any other
the-
flat Earth planets then?
If you shut up for a minute, maybe one of us
Yeah,
can
that's just,
address what you're
yeah.
saying.
If I hear
That's all.
an answer for it, I'd be very happy. But I've not heard a single explanation for the
So-
faces of Venus that would actually make sense. in
Okay,
a
there you
flat Earth model.
go. You've never
Fa-
heard an answer, but you keep asking.
Yeah.
That's the best part.
Wait,
So
wait.
inside your worldview,
Maybe because he doesn't shut up long enough to hear one.
that too, yeah.
Listen. The faces of Venus have nothing to do with the Earth being flat. Like what?
What do you mean?
It's your
What does it
okay,
have to do with the
so-
Earth being flat?
Well, the Earth being okay. So you're looking at the model of the
No, there's no
everything,
model.
right? Okay.
There's no model.
Then I have an issue,
The
right?
Earth is flat
then-
by all verifiable evidence and perceptions,
And what else?
and that's the claim.
What about
Yeah, that's the
everything
claim.
else?
What do you mean everything else? Like what?
Because guys were going on and on about like, oh, this model can only explain for like such a small percentage of their
Right,
model.
true.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot more things than just the Earth, right? In the
Right.
in the existence of everything.
Right,
So
which
how does your
isn't part of
model
our claim. Not part of the claim.
What?
The claim is that the Earth is flat. That's it.
But you're attacking the whole system, the whole model, right? There needs to be a position
No,
from
we're
which
just
you
attacking.
argue.
Well, the thing is,
Otherwise, you're
everything
just throwing
else,
stones, dude.
everything
why it
else in
rings
the model is based on the Earth being round, and that's the point of contention. That's the problem. The Earth is not round, so the whole model
So-
falls apart.
My understanding, my elementary understanding of how things move in the sky and how they appear, the explanation that the Earth is round and that we orbit around the sun, is has a lot of explanatory power to me. So that's one of
Like
the
what?
reasons why I'm persuaded.
Start
right?
explaining then, shit.
Wait, like what? Hold on. Wait. What is
Well, I
the?
know how the moon orbits around the Earth and how.
Okay, go look at the
sun-
moon right
this
now.
isn't-
Earth orbits around the sun.
Okay, go look at the
Okay, but-
ellipse.
but-
Ellipse. Go
And
look at the
also
moon right now.
how the
Okay,
face.
full stop. Don't try to go scalp here. Go look at the moon right now and draw it out. You got a crescent moon in the middle of the night.
But hold on.
Draw it
The
out.
moon, like this is kind of like non sequitur, bro. That doesn't prove the Earth is round. Like,
What do you?
That's all right. He squawked. He just wanted to squawk for a little bit, yell at flat earthers, and then dip.
hold on. Let's not be. We don't have to be like negative here, but I'm just saying like that doesn't
my
really
thing is,
prove
like,
anything.
Where is the model that you guys are talking about?
Yeah, we don't have one, dude. We don't need
What
one.
do
We don't need
you-
one. We're just saying the Earth isn't round. We don't need a model to
So how do
explain
you draw
everything else.
borders?
How do you what?
How do you draw borders?
You mean drop orders?
How do you draw borders? How does countries draw borders then?
How do
So
countries
you
draw
think the
borders?
Earth?
Yeah,
You
how do
think
you
the Earth
like
needs to be
what?
round to draw borders?
I mean,
That makes
it would
sense to
make it
you?
convenient. I mean,
That
How?
like,
makes
How?
Make it
you know, a
convenient.
lot like
I
Canada wouldn't
apologise,
be
dude. I do apologise, but
Canadian American.
that makes absolutely no fucking
Yeah,
sense
yeah.
at
It
all.
makes zero sense.
I don't
Yeah.
I'll tell
understand
you
how it
what.
doesn't make any sense.
What do you
Can you
mean?
Right, so
hold
I'll
on, hold on,
explain.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'll
Can you
explain.
explain it one more time, please?
Come
What
on,
do you
young
mean?
lady.
Explain what?
Just
So
explain
tell
how
us.
a country needs to be, or the sphere, the Earth needs to be a sphere
Because the
for us
borders
to
would be
draw
different if
lines.
it was flat. You do realize that, right?
Is your house
How
a
No.
would they?
circle?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Is
Hold on,
your
hold on, hold on.
is the
Is your
Earth a
house
circle?
is your house a circle?
Is
Are
the
you
Earth
hiding?
a square?
I think my house is built on a rectangular plot of land, which is not spherical, and I've got borders. Do you have borders
What?
in your house?
Rectangular? You do so
She's a
there's no
troll.
bumps? It's
Yeah,
absolutely
she's
like
trolling. She's
perfect?
trolling. She's trolling. She's trolling.
Yeah.
Oh
Alright,
my
and
god.
then you guys
Does
call
your
me a
house not have a
troll
border?
whenever like I
You
try to
are
Is
be
there?
trolling. What
factual.
do you
Wait,
mean
wait, wait, wait.
borders
Let's
and
start.
the?
Let's start this one more
No,
time.
I'm just
Does
saying no.
hold on just one second. Does your house have a border around it? Do you have a boundary
What do you
line?
mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Does
I
your
don't even
property
get
where you
sorry.
live
Why would there be a
have a
boundary
boundary
line
line?
where my house like I don't understand that.
I mean, there is. Like, why are you
Define
saying there's
titles.
not one? There is, dude. Like,
What
Define
do
the
you
titles
mean
and
there's
ownership.
a boundary line?
your
What
city
boundary
defines
line?
your city defines what's your property and the actual city.
But
Like, you
that's
know this,
not
right?
okay, but that's
It's
not
a
the Earth.
border.
That's a city.
What do you mean that's not the
That's the
Earth? What are you
surface of the
talking about?
Earth,
Where
is
does
it
it
not?
What are you
happen?
talking
Troll.
about? I'm
It's
That's
on
the
the
confused.
Earth.
my god.
Yes,
Your
it's on the
property
Earth, but that's
is on the
drawn by
surface
the
of
people of the city. I don't know. Like what like I don't
the city.
understand how to
I
explain
need
that.
I need
That's
clarification.
not the
Young
Earth.
lady,
That's the people
young
that live
That's
lady,
on
not
the
the
Earth.
Earth.
Get back in your
young
hole,
lady.
troll.
All right, bro.
I
Yeah, this
do
person's
apologize.
trolling. I'm
Hold on.
sorry.
Thank God everybody's calling me a
Wait.
troll because
Let
y'all
let
know what
Jetty
I'm
speak.
good at.
Yeah, yes.
Excuse me.
Yes, Jetty.
I can only hope that you're trolling because you can't be that stupid.
My
Young lady,
god.
I need clarification, and the question has already been asked to you. What the fuck have boundary lines, which can be drawn on flat maps and are, has got to do with a ball?
Yep. Nothing.
All right.
0, nil.
Y'all
This
gonna
is
mute me when I was literally making points. Y'all are retarded. Just saying.
yes, make your point.
We still
Hold
love
on,
you.
sorry guys, please. Your question was fundamentally, and your point was
The
fundamentally
person left.
retarded. Being as we
They
draw
left.
boundary lines on flat maps, and the boundary lines have been drawn on maps for thousands of years, you know, before the Earth was a spinning ball, for example. So your point is kind of retarded. That's
Right.
why
Even
everyone's jumping all over you, because it's stupid. Now, if you've got a proper question, we'd love to answer it, but that one makes no fucking sense at all.
right. The person's left, but the point is valid. You don't need something to be a ball for you to draw boundaries on it. Just how land that's on the flat surface of the Earth has clear defined boundaries and titles for properties. Right. Each property owner that has been laid by the council has a title, and your boundaries are very well defined. And I don't think the surface of your property is spherical at all.
And then you would put up a boundary fence between you and your neighbour.
Which is flat again.
My goodness me, is that the level that we've descended to?
Wait, did they leave?
Yeah, they
I
left.
hope so.
I could help her out. It's convenient that the flat earthers don't have a model
Oh,
You
because
don't need a
brilliant.
model. You don't need a model to say the Earth is
You know,
flat.
the
Well,
globe side doesn't have a model either.
hold on.
If you're looking for models, you Hold should on, Kurt. Let me make finish one, this point, present one. please. Finish your point,
The
Alpha.
boundaries
Falsification,
might be
falsification is
different.
independent
Wait,
to
finish your
replacement.
point, Alpha.
I know, but it's very convenient that there's no model to
Well, you don't have
counteract
one either. You've got
don't-
many models to explain,
Hold
and
Okay,
those
take that
models are
one
still not
fact.
accurate.
Use the one fact that you think you have. You think you've got boundaries and borders, and come with a show a model. Just use that.
I think
try to do it.
when they try and look at the stars, that's a good one.
Oh,
It kind of like throws the flat Earth argument out
I'll
of the
answer that one.
water.
I'll answer that one for
Okay.
you. Are you aware of the Cero cycle? Have you heard of this before?
No.
Awesome. So this is a 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 year development by the Babylonians, who with predictions of the stars could tell you tomorrow what the phase of the moon will be on a flat stationary Earth, just observing post-diction of what the stars do in the sky. 3,000 years old. It's still in use today. Now that is a flat Earth and the stars moving above it, the serocycle. It will give you when the eclipses are going to happen on the moon. Now, what the fuck has that got to do with a ball, being as the Babylonians didn't believe that the Earth was a ball spinning in the vacuum of space? They just observed the stars, and with post-diction could make predictions about what's going to happen in the future because they go in cycles. You understand that I've just given you a flat Earth model for star rotation. Google serocycle, please, mate.
CERO. CERO. Cero.
Hello.
Hello.
Cycle for me.
But does it have the North Star in there too? Like
Yeah, it does.
and
It does.
on their
Right.
flatter. All right,
It
all right.
starts
I'll
with an-
verify that.
It kind of
I'll
starts with
verify that.
an S,
That's fine.
not C.
Serocycle, developed by the Babylonians, will be able to tell you tomorrow, next week, and next month what the moon's fucking doing.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm not saying that the flat Earths don't have a moon. It's just the North Star in certain constellations, in certain hemispheres, don't pan out the same way on the flat Earth model.
What are you
Because of
talking about? Dude, what are you talking about? I've just given you the predictive power of the Babylonians. What the fuck are you talking about? Constellations don't work on
Alright.
a Earth. It worked for them. We use it today.
Babylonians took up the whole
who
world.
Do you know
They
who
like
uses
they
it today? Do you know who uses it today? NASA. We all use this. Now that's a flat Earth cosmology with a post-diction of the stars. You said we haven't got a model. There's one.
1894 BC. So 4,000 years ago.
Shit.
These Babylonians, did they have like access to the entire world there? Like they knew.
Why do you
Like, did they just know in their
I
own
don't think you
region?
need it.
used
I don't think
today?
you need that.
Why do you ignore the point
Well,
that it's still used today and go back 4,000 years? The fact is it's still used today all around the world.
So there you go.
I feel like we've like evolved from that. I feel like they've gained more science, more knowledge,
Yeah,
and they've
but
gone
we
forward.
still use it. We still use it.
It's
So,
still
like,
useful.
why are you
NASA's using that? NASA uses that?
Everyone who predicts the stars and the moon cycle uses that.
I mean, I get it. We use astrology too, like the horoscopes. They've known that for like thousands of years.
Yeah, but you're saying you're trying to like.
Being as you said, flat earthers don't have a model. They were the Babylonians, now 4,000 years ago, who believed and understood the earth was flat and stationary and could use post-diction to predict what the stars are going to be doing fucking next week, 4,000 years later.
Well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that it has the North Star and these certain constellations included, because I read that it was debunked. They didn't.
Did you
They
actually
don't
check
have a
the
model for
model?
those certain constellations.
Did you
But
check?
Hold on.
I'll find it out.
Can I
I'll find out.
challenge that?
Look it
Can I
up.
challenge that? Being as I've just given it to you, you're now going to say that it's been debunked 10 seconds after you said you'd never heard of it before.
Damn.
They debunked the flat Earth is a model of it.
There is no real model,
Now,
dude.
right. So this is
You
why
debunk a model,
we're
a
trying to like
non-existent
find
model.
a model or trying
I
to
don't
figure
think you
stuff
need
out.
one. You don't need a model to say the Earth is flat.
I could tell you your guys' problem is
Oh, we got a
you have
problem
to
now.
see it to believe it. Yeah, you do.
I think
And
that's how science works.
It's a
I think that's how
problem.
I think that's how science
It's a
works.
well,
Empirical
it's a
evidence.
problem with.
Empirical
I
evidence.
wonder
That's
if
how
we
have to
if we were to
verify.
like go into your guys' brains and see if you guys
have
could
to
have
verify.
images, build
You're talking
images
about.
in your head,
That's how
like
we do
3D
things,
images,
bro.
video.
Like, empirical evidence.
Some people think.
That's how it works.
But here's the deal. You can look up, and you could see spheres. You could see spheres.
No, you can't. No, you
could
can't.
see
No, you can't. You
Saturn.
see circles. You see
You
circles.
can.
You don't see spheres. You see
Look
circles.
at
You see circles. You
Saturn.
see a circle.
You
You
could
don't
see
see a
the
sphere.
You see one
dimensionality.
side of it. You see one side.
See a circle. Why are you lying?
No,
Yes,
You
you
see the
do.
depth. You
No,
can see the depth.
okay.
I'm
That
with
was a
the moon. You
lie.
only see
That
one
was a
side of the
fucking
moon.
lie. Dude,
You
this is the
also
problem with
see
you
the
guys.
Sorry, my
different
You're
friend, my
surfaces
lying.
of
friend.
the spin of the
Hey,
moon.
my friend,
And then
my friend, my friend.
You're
2
lying.
seconds. I don't mind if you say that things up in the sky are spheres. That's fine. The moon looks like a sphere. That's awesome. But you can't then declare that the thing that you're standing on is also a sphere without verifying the claim to be true. Otherwise, you're just pointing in the sky and making declarations. If things are in the sky as spheres, that's fine. But how would you prove that this one was also a sphere? Would you directly measure the surface of the Earth to see if it was had concavity in nature? Would you verify
they've
the
done it
claim?
with satellites.
Dude,
Tough.
how
They've
would
done it with
Brilliant.
like the planes and stuff. They've gone around.
Planes.
They've seen
No,
like
they haven't. Where? Can you show me?
there is a I saw before there was a geometric formula that like proved it.
Really?
And yeah, I have to find it again. But I was like, man, like I believe there's a flat Earth, but this geometry just like
How
totally
was it? How was it
fucking
applied?
wrecks it. It was like a
Really?
right
How was it
triangle
applied?
into the I can't remember exactly, but it was like a right triangle angle
But you know
that
for
you
sure it
see.
debunks it, right? You don't remember it, but you know for sure it debunks flat
We
Earth,
might
right?
have switched timelines. Like I tried to find it again, but this was like a year or two ago.
You don't see a problem with what you're
But
saying? Like,
listen. When you look at a telescope and you look at other galaxies, you see
Man, you're gish
every.
galloping.
If you see every other galaxy, it has a big ass sun in the middle.
Oh my
So
god, you don't even know
you
oh
your
would
my
own
think
model.
god.
you would
You
think
don't
That's
like
even
what,
know your
bro.
You don't know
maybe
your own model. I'm going to replace big ass sun with black hole. Know your own model, mate, before you argue it.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, what you're saying is not true, dude. Like, yeah, like it's
They
the
have
sad part
they
is
have telescopic pictures of other
The center
little
of galaxies
galaxies.
aren't.
oh my
Yeah, the center
god,
of
bro.
galaxies aren't claimed to be big ass suns.
Black holes,
It's
bro.
not the claim.
Fucking black holes, dude.
Or what's the center of our galaxy?
Black
That ain't a
hole.
It's claimed to
sunshine.
be.
Don't, what is
Yeah.
the sun a center of? The
Solar
planets?
system. Solar system.
The solar system. Okay, so they look at other solar systems, and there's a big ass sun right in the middle, and everything is. Solar system is pretty much flat, but there's
Those would
balls
be called
rotating.
stars in your paradigm. Those would be called stars
Is he
in your
retarded?
paradigm.
He is, dude.
Listen, don't argue semantics here. You know what I'm saying? That if that's
You're
your
a
only
clown,
argument,
man. You're a clown.
I'm alpha.
Where's this
I'm
model
the
at?
most alpha.
You're
Where's this
alpha?
model?
Oh my
Can we
god.
see the
Show
model?
me our model.
Can we see
Show
the
me the
model, please?
proofs. Write
Can
the
we see the
proofs.
model, please?
Show proofs.
Can we see the model?
Dude, you
We
thought
want
the
to.
center of our galaxy was a star.
We want the globe Earth model.
So listen, maybe
Listen, we want
we're
the
the
globe Earth model.
exception. Maybe we're the exception. Maybe we're
You're
not
the
flat. Maybe all
inception.
these other stars are not circles
You're the
like
inception.
in balls.
Yeah, but they're circles, dude.
You're
You
the
don't see a
inception.
sphere.
Now.
When you look through a telescope, you see a circle.
Holy shit. Please
But
show the
you see
globe Earth model.
they have the moon
Please
rotating, and they
show the
have
globe Earth model.
The moon
entire surface
rotates?
area.
You've seen the other side of the moon? Can you show it
Holy
to me?
shit, man.
This
Please.
guy is bugging.
No one's ever seen it. Show it to me, please.
We want the globe Earth model. We want to see it right here in live stream or 24/7 flat Earth chat. We need to see that. Let's do one at a time, gentlemen.
Didn't
and
they
ladies.
teach you it in school?
They teach
Nah,
you
dude,
it in
I
school.
want to
Can
see
you
the
show it
other
to us?
side of the moon, like you said.
The Chinese people are over there building bases.
Hey,
All right,
Okay.
Hey, Dizzy.
I have a.
Yeah,
I
what's
think
up?
Effie Jedi.
Dizzy, relax. We need the globe Earth model in chat. We all want to see it.
The
Please.
Jedi here. Did Jedi leave? Oh, he left.
No, he's still here.
Oh, he's here. You were the one arguing about the gas thing in the gravity, right?
Please show the globe Earth model.
Why are you trying to
What are you
change subjects,
talking
bro?
about?
Show the
We
model,
have
dude.
the model. It's out there. It's
show it.
everywhere.
Post it.
Post
Show
it in
it.
the chat.
I can't even talk in this channel. Like it says,
Yeah, you
can't
can.
I
talk
gotta
in this
upgrade
channel.
a rank or something.
Sorry, guys. Can you even
Just use
define
Google.
scientific model?
Define what?
Scientific model.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's another thing.
Not this again.
Math is science, by the way.
No, it's
Really?
not.
say
No, it's not.
is
No, it's
gravity
not.
math based or science? No, look it up. Math
Oh,
is the
okay. I'll go ahead
science.
and look it up. 1 second.
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, we'll get
We
it
will
for
do.
you.
No problem.
Just 1 second.
Get back on the
How do
merry-go-round.
how do people say stuff like this, dude? Like,
Because they're fucking morons.
are like, who told you this?
That's an ad hominem. Mathematics is the science and study of quality, structure, space, and
Really?
change.
Really?
Patterns. Mathematicians seek out patterns to formulate new conjectures, establish the
New
geometry,
conjectures.
establish truth by rigorous deduction from appropriately
Rigorous
chosen
deduction.
axioms and
Are you looking
definitions.
at 54 minutes after the hour from Richard Feynman from the Feynman Lectures on Physics? Are you ready?
Hmm?
Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. You're exposed. Game, set, and match, clown fuck. Go back to picking up cans alongside of the road. Okay? Supervise.
Okay, science is the
Just shut him up.
systematic.
He said
Just shut him
Yeah,
up.
just mute
Shut
him.
him up. Shut him
Scientific
up.
study.
I don't want to listen to anything more from you. You're finished. Go back to primary school. Pay attention this time. And not drop anchor in a couple basic reasoning courses along the way.
I am so amazed at these people that just deny facts like that, QE. It is just mind-boggling to me, the stupidity of this world.
It really opens your eyes to the NPC nature of the average man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
Yeah, I
crazy.
know what you said makes sense, but my third grade teacher told me gravity, so
I'm still trying to get over the lady that came in 5 minutes ago and said, "How do borders work on a flat Earth?" Still trying to get over that one.
I'm sorry, I missed that one. I had to do chores.
Oh. I mean, that was amazingly stupid. Like, seriously, it's got to be right up there with the worst things I've ever heard come out of someone's fucking mouth.
Well, her claim was that people make the borders for your house. Well, does she not understand that it was people that made the borders on these countries, that there are no real borders?
Just.
And the crazy thing is, bro, that person really thinks they were making sense. Like, in their head, they won that 100%.
Her argument was, QE, that borders prove the globe because you couldn't have borders on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Good thing you deleted that Flatsy. That's unlike you. Leave the degenerate stuff to us. Is she even listening?
That was her name was Femboy, so I don't think they were a girl.
Now I'm talking to Flatsy. She posted something in text chat that we'll take care of that. It's not. I want to say degenerate, but it's probably not that. We can move on. Please move on.
Yeah, Flatsy, don't sink to our level, mate.
Yeah, don't sink to that level. You're pristine. Just stay in your lane. We'll take care of that. Damn, it's almost midnight here. What time is it over there in England there, Jetty?
6 o'clock in the fucking morning, I can see the sunrise. That's
See the sun enter
7,
your
8
field
hours
of
I've been
view.
here.
No fish and chips this morning.
Don't have fish and chips for breakfast, man. Fuck's sake.
What kind of fish do you guys eat? Is it just cod?
No. Haddock.
Haddock.
There's my one.
I thought you were going to say carp.
No, man, you won't find carp in fish and chip shops. Haddock, plaice, cod. Those are the three primary ones.
I figured.
Red herring.
Red
Oh,
herring.
yeah, we have a lot of those. Yep.
Australia, it's a lot of flake, a lot of shark.
Bro, I went to the Globe.
Skate's good.
They're not even talking about Globe Earth in there. It's like,
Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
Alpha God is now posting citations. Well, not citations. Dictionary definitions of what science is. Reading through it very, very quickly. Can't see the word math in there. Thanks, mate.
And
You
you'll
don't
also notice, Alpha God, that it says the physical and natural world.
You also don't test theories. Theories are the results of tests, you ignoramus. That's what you get for mindlessly parroting Wiki. This isn't a citation. You have a 147. You ought to talk to shits at 40. You guys would have a lot to talk about.
By the way, I am listening,
Not a
and when I
147.
posted that meme, I didn't see that. I just read it. I just wanted to put pretenders on there, and I didn't see what was going on until I actually posted it and deleted it immediately.
Yes, you did. I went,
I'm sad I missed it.
it wasn't that big a deal. That's not a proper citation, 147. You dumbass cracker.
I tell you what, let's give him the opportunity to reply. I'll unmute him.
Oh, God.
I'm hovering over the mute another motherfucker button. So, Alpha God, please be careful.
I manipulated you.
No,
You're
I'm not.
already under my spell.
Fuck off. We'll try it again.
All right. It says, by definition, science, systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation. You can observe physically an object
You're missing a
and
point.
multiple objects. What is
Define
the
the
point there?
scientific method.
Observation and experiment.
Can't be science without the scientific method. What's the scientific method?
All right. Hold on. Let's start with we're observing this object. We can come to conclusions that there's like a number there. Like how many? How do you quantify it?
There's a number
Experiment.
there.
You see like.
Do you see
this?
the number?
And
There's
you're not
3 of
making
these
sense
things.
at all. We see something, there's a number there. What did we see?
A number there.
We see the physical property. Okay, like you have a hand. You have a hand. You have 5 fingers.
Some have 4. My dad lost his.
Do you have a 147 imbecile quotient?
It's not 147.
Nah,
it's
I don't
147.
see why.
I don't see why
Why it
you'd want to
wouldn't be.
advertise what
Wouldn't
your
be
IQ is.
science. It's double
Do you think
threaded.
it's seeing your physical hand?
I'm sorry. So science is only like
Define the
you
scientific
add
method.
red paint
Yep.
to purple paint, and then it makes a different color.
That's
like
not.
that's
Oh,
science.
by the way, your definition is wrong. Science, it's to know. You posted a definition that was pretty weak with natural science because your testing of theories. You don't test theories. You test hypotheses that concluding theories. You're a dumb fuck. You're just mindlessly parroting this horseshit.
I feel like you're just projecting
Is that
because
what you feel?
we all know.
That's what we're concerned. Let's open up a whole forum for feelings, and then you could be the chief.
I mean, you're the one that's
You
getting
fucking
upset
clown.
about this.
You're upset. No, we just
And you're
fucking
doing ad
debunked your
homs.
dumbass.
Why
Nothing to do
won't you
with upset.
define the
We're just
scientific method? Let's
conversating.
go through the scientific method step by step, and you can answer the question. Observation and
He just said conversating, no swearing.
why do you ignore this question? Why don't you want to step through the scientific method?
You could do it. You could do it. Step
No,
us
not
through
you
it.
could do it. What is the scientific method? That's not you could do it.
Process of objectively establishing facts through testing and
That's not the
experimentation.
scientific method. That's
The
your crappy
basic
definition.
process says making an observation, forming a
what?
hypothesis,
That's incorrect.
making a
It's
prediction,
incorrect.
conducting an
It's
experiment.
incorrect. Okay, so I make an observation. I look at a tree. So what's next?
Form a hypothesis.
You can't form a hypothesis with concrete nouns. You'd fail 5th grade general science. It's observation of natural phenomena. You dumbass. Where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
Science buddies?
Yeah, so numbers are not natural.
Yeah, science buddies. Just shut them up.
Fuck me.
Huh?
Numbers not natural.
Ask a
Brilliant.
question.
It's not ask a question. He's science buddies, idiot.
Pretty sure numbers are pretty natural.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Give me five.
Every time I go
Not
out on the archery range, I trip over
not
a
for like
bunch
a
of fucking
lion.
fives. You dumbass.
Not for like
cracker.
a lion or something. Like a lion's not counting.
Just
but
shut
like...
him up. Somebody
Make me
shut
sweat.
this guy up
So
before
this
people start
is my.
losing IQ
You could,
points.
hey, listen, buddy.
Real
Calm down.
ones.
Calm down.
Fuck off. And then when you get there, fuck off some more.
Hypothesis? It's a tree.
Maths is now occurring naturally in nature. I have a number 5 tree growing in my backyard. That's them fives you keep tripping over, QE.
Yeah. I sprained my ankle on one the other day. Bastards.
I knocked one out the other day. Don't know if that's going to make anyone laugh.
All I got in my backyard is number 2s from my bloody dog.
And bring you to rationality and reason.
All right, guys, it's been a lot of fun, but I've had my fill of tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I will catch you on the flip side. Thank you.
A pleasure as
See ya.
always,
God
sir.
bless you, buddy.
Take care.
Get well soon. Take your
So, is there an equivalent to outer space in the flat Earth truth? We shouldn't expect to go to the moon or sail the stars. Hey guys, I don't think there's like a mod in here to wrangle the room, so if you want to talk
Yeah,
about
there's
something,
a mod in here. There's always has to be a mod in here.
would you answer some questions about flat Earth truth?
Yeah, man. That's why we're here.
Okay, great. I mean, understand that most of us are coming from complete ignorance. We've been indoctrinated, all of our lives. I'm slowly starting to, crack those pathologies, or ideologies. But I have questions like, we were taught, that there's a whole sea of stars out there that, if we had the technology, we could traverse it. This is emphasized by media, movies, and things like Star Wars and Star Trek. Is that totally different in the revelation of flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anything that we're told about the vacuum of space, for example, Mars being a planet or a distant solar system, galaxies, and so on, we understand that the claim of the vacuum of space cannot be true. It violates laws of nature, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, and I'll try to explain it to you as simply as I can. To achieve gas pressure, for example, we understand that that is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. The Earth in the heliocentric model is declared to be an open system, so no physical boundary. This is where that second law starts to take effect, because we understand that high pressure will disperse into lower pressure environments. So, being as the Earth is an open system, uncontained from the vacuum of space, one, we would not be able to achieve gas pressure because there's nothing physically to press upon, but two, the gas will disperse into that vacuum of space. So when we're told, for example, that Mars has got an atmosphere around it, or Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, the claim is that these giant balls of gas are uncontained from that vacuous space, violating that law of nature that I just spoke of, the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase. High pressure will disperse into lower pressure environments. So to claim that Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, uncontained from that vacuum of space, is a violation of that law of nature. So yeah, unfortunately, mate, we're not going to any other planets in the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space cannot be real. Do you understand that point, or do you need me to elucidate it anymore?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
And then I would ask, as a religious person, I believe in God, and the way that we reconcile the the heavenly realm is that it's an entirely different plane of existence. It's like a different dimension.
Well, if you believe in the Bible is actually a flat earth book. And all the ancient Hebrew cosmology shows a flat stationary earth.
Sometimes
agree
we
with
get
that.
asked. Sometimes we get asked why would they lie. Now there's thousands of reasons why they would lie about the shape of the earth, but this is one of them. To make the God of the Bible out to be a liar, because as AJ just pointed out, he said within that book that the earth is a flat, stationary, on four pillars, immovable plane contained within the firmament. So the heliocentric model of the spinning ball in the vacuum of space makes the God of the Bible out to be a liar. Therefore, you can start poking holes if you want to in everything else that is contained within the Bible.
Further to that, we can also see that God created the earth as a center, with the sun, moon, and stars within the firmament rotating around the earth. The heliocentric model that comes out of the Catholic Church and out of Rome or Greece is Helios, the sun god. The heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center of everything.
Thank you. I understand that. I understand.
Got any other questions, my man?
Sorry, did you ask if I have other questions?
Yeah.
I mean, not really. Not that I understand everything else. I just don't have any other curiosities at the moment.
Well, the biggest question to ask yourself is, where is this curvature? Where is this rotation? When you step outside your door every day, what you witness is a flat, stationary earth, a topographical plane, of course. We have topography, but if we go over large bodies of water, ice lakes, then we can clearly see that there is no curvature that can be detected. So no curvature,
if it's one continuous landmass?
Well, we have oceans between our land masses, but we have ocean floors. So, yeah, I can't see why not. I don't know about what's under the ocean. I'd be speculating. No one really knows. Apparently, we've done more space exploration than ocean exploration. So, see, this doesn't make sense to me either. We haven't even explored our own planet yet. Apparently, we're up in Mars and putting remote control cars up there, and what a load of garbage in a violation of natural law.
Is there any representations, like a map of the flat Earth model?
Not really, mate. There's lots of maps, like thousands of maps, but to verify any individual map by myself or anybody else is kind of impossible to do so. Nobody knows the extremities of the Earth, its orientation from one thing to another. We couldn't give you a map that we could independently verify for ourselves and say, here you go, mate, here it is. I haven't travelled around the world, I haven't measured it, for example, the distance between continents, or I haven't been that far south to say what Antarctica is or isn't. So no individual is going to be able to give you a model or a map of the Earth. There are lots of them, but you'd have to. When I say there's lots of them, I mean there's like seriously, man, lots of them. But to say that any one was a true depiction of the Earth would be kind of fallacious to do so.
Are there ones that are more or less or reasonable?
Mate, I wouldn't be able to answer that question for you, I'm afraid. Maybe somebody else would, but definitely not me.
No problem.
Are you talking about just the relief map? Like what sort of map?
It's just to see, like, we have, North America, Australia, and we can kind of approximate, like what the other guy was saying, we can do, approximate where they are in comparison to each other.
Well, there are a lot of flat maps, and they use flat maps for navigation. There's an AE map. There's many maps that are used. Most of them are a flat representation. No one actually navigates off the globe, but we got to remember that this is formulated off a flat Earth, wrapped into a ball, and re-unwrapped back out, and we have distortions and other things. If we want an accurate map, no, we can't present one. We don't have the resources to go and map the world and present an accurate map, and they're not going to definitely not going to do that for us.
Where do you start running into issues of mapping? Because obviously we can map, like, towns and things, right?
Oh,
Well,
lots of
there's
things.
there's issues with mapping over large scales. They're never accurate. That's why when you are driving around in your town, you would use suburb-sized maps that are showing the streets more accurately.
I guess I don't understand that one. Like, if I start in, St. Charles, Missouri, right? I can drive to, you know, Boise, Idaho. I don't even know if that's a place, right? And it goes by step, right? Like, so
So on that, you would be following the map for a certain distance, and then you would have to turn over the page to have a local map of the new area that you're in. And if you want to find your position or where you're going or the location you're looking for, you would use the grid option on the map. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to ask. If I have a map and I'm looking for John Street, Louisiana, I look up John Street, Louisiana. It says turn to page 96 and reference on the grid A7. And then we find that street and then we follow the map, and we may have to flick through many pages and suburbs to get to that location. Or I can have a bigger map, say of Australia, like where I live now, where I can see all of the main highways and choose main highways I want to follow if I'd like to go down the east coast of Australia. But once I get into a town, I go back to a smaller, localised map. It's not 100% accurate.
Yeah, no map's 100% accurate, mate.
It just jumped out.
That's a shame.
I don't know, I was a bit confused with his question.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. Give me one moment.
No worries, man. You see, everybody else out there, we can be polite and cordial when asked, decent questions. We don't always shout at people.
No, and I am happy to answer questions about Flat Earth too. But the problem we have, and the reason why it goes the way it does, is because when you generally ask these questions, when you're asked these questions and you answer them genuinely, or you say, even that you may be speculating on some things, it's just used to make a fool of you. So instead it ends up going the other way in here, where we're asking for evidence of this extraordinary claim rather than us being able to have this cordial conversation.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. New microphone wasn't working out too well, so I had to go back to my phone. But hopefully, you can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Better. Yeah.
So within a reasonable, scope, we can kind of understand how to get from uptown to downtown, right?
Yes.
But where does it start becoming an issue? Where, because the globe Earth model would have us believe, we can pretty much, if we're focused on the technology, we can see we have satellites that are showing us what the scientists in Antarctica are doing, right?
Okay, so let me give you an example. I used to do a lot of fishing out on the reefs, and I could never use a GPS as I was getting in close to the reef. There was many, many boats that were zoomed out on their GPSs who thought that they had kilometres to go.
Are you there?
You cut out there, AJ.
AJ, give us a sign.
Yeah, AJ.
You talking to me?
Depends. Are you AJ?
Oh, I thought you said Jerry. Sorry.
No worries, man.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
I don't know what happened.
You left off where they had kilometres to go.
I am a Zionist.
I was saying that I used to do a lot of fishing on the reef, and what people do is they have their GPS zoomed out a little bit, and not close enough. And even if it is close enough, it's still pretty dangerous to rely on your GPS. There was many people that would hit the reef relying on their GPS, or even coming back into the marina. We had a bit of a dog leg into the marina where you really at night had to rely on navigation lights and forget your GPS. And many people who don't know how to sail or navigate by navigation lights would rely on their GPSs and crash into the rock wall coming into the marina. For some reason, these Globers think that their GPSs are 100% accurate because they're from some crazy satellite.
Oh, looks like we lost Saturn again anyway.
Yep. I think I was answering his question right. I was a bit confused, but it sounded like he wanted to know at what point were these things not accurate. Well, they're never really 100% accurate.
Yeah, I watched something the other day about a spot somewhere in the world. I don't know. And the GPS kept on telling people to turn this certain way, and they were driving straight into a like a boat ramp into the into the ocean, something like that. Anyway, and it happened to a few people. They had to do adjustments and make sure that GPS wasn't telling people to do that anymore.
Yeah, well, I bought a new car that had a GPS in it, and I also had this flash four-wheel drive GPS. And I said to we used to do all this traveling, and I said to my wife this time, don't worry about the paper maps, because we used to run off all the paper maps and find all the dirt road shortcuts. And I said, don't worry, we'll just plug it into the GPS and go. And anyway, we went through this town, and then about 4 hours later, we went back through the same town. And she's saying to me, I'm sure we were just here like 4 hours ago. And I'm going, nah, there's no bloody way. Anyway, I stopped, pulled over, had a look. It took us in a big loop, told us to turn left when we should have turned right. And it took us in a big loop back around to the town. So we ended up doing a 4-hour loop. And then I turned it off and went back to my map.
That's crazy.
Oh, for God, flat earthers are right about something, just not the shape. Flat is not a shape, it's a description.
So, AJ, would it be fair to say that you doubt the globe paradigm?
Sorry, what was that? I missed that.
Would it be fair to say that you doubt the globe paradigm?
It would be more fair to say that the Earth is a topographical plane, and I don't not just doubt the globe paradigm, I don't believe it at all.
Okay. So you don't doubt the flat earth paradigm?
No.
Okay.
If I did, I wouldn't be here having the discussions that I've been having.
Exactly.
I'd be still searching for myself to make sure of what I knew.
Okay.
Yeah, like this realm could be a sphere. We're just not living on the outside of it. But I'm not making a claim there, right? That's just a speculation on my part.
all evidence we can see and gather, it's evident that we are on a topographical plane.
Yeah, what is that evidence?
You just need to walk outside your door and have a look for yourself, really.
Okay. Can you enumerate that evidence for me?
Yeah, no worries. Let's go about it a different way. Has anyone spoken to you or asked you any questions in here?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. And I'm all I'm asking is that you be honest. We don't, and I can tell you I was in the same position, but can you tell anyone in history who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth or the drop over distance?
What is a drop over distance?
Well, if you can imagine yourself standing on a sphere, let's just say there was a little Lego man or little you standing on a basketball, in every direction, that sphere is going to drop away from you no matter where you're standing on that sphere.
Okay.
Correct? Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay, so who's ever measured this curvature? Who's ever directly measured or shown drop over distance? We're given a radius, so we know where we should be able to find it, but who actually ever has or measured this drop over distance?
Well, I'm
Without
having a
water flow too, by the way.
I'm having a problem, I guess, understanding the question. So let me just break it down for you, and then maybe you can clear up my confusion. The like when you say drop over distance, do you mean like the arc length, or do you mean the angle, or do you mean
The
just
curvature. The
yeah?
actual
So what kind
curvature.
of
So if you're standing on top of, like I said, if you're standing on any point of a sphere and you're looking out over a certain distance, it's going to drop away from your feet.
Yeah, and we're given dimensions, right? Curvature. We're given circumference, diameter, radius. So from that, that would indicate that the Earth would have, as a natural consequence, a measurable drop over distance, a rate of curvature. So that's what we're asking for, a measurement of that rate of curvature, so that we can establish that it was actually measured to begin with. Because how did we get those numbers?
okay? So again, just clear up my confusion. What would be the units attached to that rate of curvature?
Well, if we're having a look at the Earth calculator, it's 8 inches per mile squared. Or if we're looking for the horizon, the horizon should be curving at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah. So
So
which one are we looking for?
every mile is 8 inches squared by the mile. So, for example, over 10 kilometres, there would be 7 or so metres of curvature.
Okay.
Remember
So
sorry, buddy, go on, carry on.
what was that?
I was just about to interrupt you, but then you started speaking, so I didn't want to interrupt you, so carry on with your point, please, mate.
No, I'm still confused. So if you would like to actually elucidate, that'd be great.
Okay, have you ever heard of the argument, I can't see that ship at distance because the curve of the Earth is in the way?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome stuff. So this is what AJ was referencing with the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If we're standing on a ball at altitude, the physical geometric horizon is just a mathematical calculation away to figure out where the obstruction should be. Quite simple to understand, right? Standing on
Makes
a ball,
sense.
straight line. Yeah. So that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Are you in the live stream chat at the moment? Do you see the picture of the two Oryx, yeah?
Live stream chat. I'm sorry.
On
I'm
the
not
side,
sure.
that button at the top right.
Yeah, above your name or up at the top there'll be a button depending whether you're on your phone or not.
Oh, okay. Yes, sure. I see it.
Cool. So when we look at this observation, we notice that the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs. Those two oil rigs are there because they're at known distances from the observer standing at the beach. One's at 6 miles plus, one's at 9 miles plus. The observer's standing at 1 foot. So if we're to use that calculation, the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225, which is 1.225. So if we're standing on a ball, given the dimensions that we're given, the physical geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. We demonstrate within this image that the horizon is obviously beyond that geometric limit. So when we're looking for Earth curvature, when we're trying to find the obstruction, we don't find that curvature or obstruction when we make long distance observations. You understand that point?
Long distance observations.
Yeah, looking out across the sea to see how far we can see with technology, binoculars, telescope cameras.
So in this
natural
image,
consequences.
if you blow up this image, the actual curvature where the Earth is curving away and it should be blocking your view should be no further than 1.22 miles. So you shouldn't be seeing water beyond 1.22 miles. However, we can see this flat water out to that horizon, which would approximately be at 10 miles. We know that it's beyond 9.41 miles. So therefore, there is no curvature. If there is no curvature, what is it?
Vanishing points.
Okay, so
you
what
have a
I've
vanishing point of
gotten
1.22 miles. That makes no sense at all. We're seeing 10 miles to a horizon. We're not seeing the physical curve at 1.22. That should be blocking what we're seeing beyond 1.22.
The furthest line out there will be our vanishing point that you can see.
So where's the physical curvature of the Earth? Where is the geometric horizon required of a sphere?
Okay. Just, this is probably a misattribution of what you're saying. So, of course, correct me. It seems to be the argument that I'm hearing is that the calculations for the horizon are either misunderstood or incorrect. Therefore, there is no curve. Is that wrong?
No. What we would say is that horizon is physical. It's the actual curvature of the Earth. Therefore, it cannot move. It's a physical horizon. Yeah. And this is required on a sphere. There has to be a curvature, the physical horizon. So according to the maths, the geometry, the radius we're given, at this observer height of 1 foot, that physical curvature needs to be at 1.22 miles. Now, we see no physical curvature. We can see flat water all the way out to approximately 10 miles. Now, if the horizon is meant to be the physical curvature of the Earth at 1.22 miles, but we can see the horizon at 10 miles, we have now debunked this curvature or this geometric horizon. We don't have one. Everybody knows and everybody witnesses that all we have is an optical or apparent horizon that moves according to the conditions. So if we go through the modus tollens, maybe that'll help. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, which would be P, then every horizon distance measurement, that's in all directions, remember we're on a sphere, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the geometric horizon. as we can see on this photo, not Q at 1.22 miles. Horizon is at greater distance than 941. So if not Q, therefore not P. There is no geometric horizon that can be seen or measured.
There is no geometric.
It makes sense, bro. Look at it. I mean,
Ask some
So,
questions.
so
How is
the
it a camera trick?
sorry,
Did you say that it looks like a camera trick? Is that what I heard?
I don't think I said that.
No, I told him to ask some questions. I think that's what you were
Oh,
hearing.
sorry. I was coughing at the same time.
All we're doing is testing the geometric claims of the Earth, making long distance observations where the curvature of the Earth should obstruct our observations of things at distance. Unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be that obstruction in any long distance observation that we make over a distance of water. We have to understand that we are told that 72% of the Earth's surface is water. If that water is observed and measured to be flat, then how the hell can the Earth be a ball?
Well, fluid dynamics also states that large bodies of water at rest find their level and lie flat.
correct.
Statics, yeah, fluid statics, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So if that's the case and 70 to 75% of our world is water, where is this curving water around the globe? Again, this is crazy.
Non-existent, my friend.
So
Water
again,
only takes form of what is containing it, and the top of the layer of the water is not contained, so therefore it will stay level, and it won't. It's not curved at the top.
Surely this isn't all settled in your mind just yet, so ask any questions.
okay. So the again, you correct me here, but the argument seems to be
Look at
that
the second picture they just posted. That's another one of the black swan. They just posted another one. This is another one though.
Is this gold shock?
It is, but let him ask his
What?
question.
I'm just looking it up. Okay, I'm not like, just like obviously these two pictures are different.
They're both black swans.
Same black swan.
Sorry, what's
That's
a
right.
black swan?
It's the I'm not gonna say it's a claim. It's more like a you know what? Someone else explain it, please.
They're
Well, if
both
I was
further
to
than the geometric limitations of the sphere Earth.
Your photo has just proved what I spoke about, that the actual horizon is not physical as dictated by a sphere. It is optical and moves with the conditions. So your photo has just proven my
I mean, it
claim.
doesn't seem to prove that because we don't really know anything about the two photos.
Goldchuck,
Dude.
real quick.
Yes,
But,
we do.
you know, okay.
Could I?
Let
Could
this
I,
guy ask his question. Yes, please go ahead.
let me. Could I try and explain what a gold swan is, just so I understand it? It seems to. Could
Gold
could I
swan.
do that?
Black swan.
Black swan.
Black swan.
brother.
Black
Black, yeah,
swan.
but go ahead.
It seems to be like a form of defeasible logic that says like something like all birds can fly. A penguin is a bird, therefore penguins can fly. Well, that's just not the case. It's sort of like a black swan. All swans are white.
Not quite.
Not at
Not
all.
quite.
It's an analogy which was formulated by Karl Popper, a philosopher. I don't know how long ago. I don't think he's alive anymore. But he used the analogy of black swans. So it's to do with falsifiability and abductive reasoning, I think. And so the claim was that all swans were white. Nobody had ever seen a black swan, right? So it was just naturally assumed that all swans were white until explorers reached Australia and discovered a black swan. And therefore, they only needed to see one black swan to falsify the claim that all swans are white.
So with
So in
regards
this
to
case,
sorry, yeah.
Well said, my friend. Well said.
so in this
So
case,
go on.
we have the claim that the Earth is curving, and we only need to show once that there is no curvature. Therefore, the analogy, the black swan.
Yeah.
That's
Wait, that's
kind of
not how that works.
it's
well-
kind of formulated in the if P then Q argument. If
Why,
the
why
Earth
doesn't
is
it work that way?
hold
right.
on.
I'm trying to get to that point for me because that's sort of what I'm hung up on. I think I'm kind of confused like Goldchalk is too. But let me try and
I mean, it assumes that
explain.
like the evidence is
Well,
like
right,
deductively
right.
definable or
Hold on.
like
One
true
second.
in that sense, right? But it's
Right.
not. So
I am just having a hard time getting from, well, since this physical horizon doesn't seem to be the case in this formulation of the argument, therefore the Earth is stationary and a flat topographical
This is
object.
falsifying the curve aspect, not the
Right.
motion.
No, for sure. No, I was just going back to like the experience and like demonstration of that experience by walking outside and like tying like the whole argument together. And I'm just having a hard time saying if it's not this argument, if it's not this geometric horizon argument, which may be wrongly formulated, possibly. If it's not that, why is it necessarily the case this other thing? That doesn't seem to follow for me.
It falsifies the radius.
Okay.
The claim was physical obstruction. I can't see that thing at distance because the physical Earth curve was in the way. Now, when we're looking for that physical geometric horizon, it should be where the mathematics dictates 1.225 and this observer standing at 1 foot. What we demonstrate and what everybody else has decided to start posting in the live stream of other observations where the horizon is in front and between the aurics is the horizon is an optical phenomena. It will move around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use if you keep your altitude at the same height. So the claim was it's physical, but we've demonstrated it's an optical phenomena.
I mean, well, those could both be true, depending on how you define your terms.
What do you mean
No,
both?
the physical aspect can't. Go ahead, Jay.
What do you mean both can be true?
Well, I mean, depending on how you define physical, then like light is just an aspect of that which is physical, i.e. physics, right?
I'll give you an example.
You know what we mean.
I'll give you an example. So I've got a friend and he's walked to the other side of a mountain. I will understand that I can't see him because the physical mountain is in the way. Earth curve. My friend has walked across the surface of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth has obstructed my ability to see him because the curve of the Earth is in the way. That should be a mathematical position, shouldn't it, for an observer standing at altitude on that ball of a known radius. Being as we've demonstrated that the horizon isn't physical, that it moves around, then the claim of physicality is therefore removed because the
What you
physical
mean by like it doesn't move around, like, is in if you draw like a straight optical line towards it? Like, I don't know what you're referencing because you say
Well,
like,
if you draw
like
a
all of
line-
these things, like these things don't exist in a vacuum without light,
globe
right? So I don't know how you're like
geometry-
claiming that like, one is the
Globe
case. And it's not.
geometry,
It seems kind of
as
nonsensical.
claimed of the horizon, is non-existent.
The fact is,
Geometric claim
if
of the
you
horizon
draw-
is false.
if you draw a circle, now I'm not claiming a tangent
Sorry,
line
when you
here.
mean the geometric claim is
Hold
false,
on,
you're
hold
just
on.
saying that like as
Hang on, let
proposed
me
by like the
explain it.
Glover's
Hold on.
model, it's not
Let
true.
me explain it to you.
Let him explain.
If you draw a circle on a piece of paper, and then you draw a tangent line to a piece of that circle, yes, can that point ever move on that circle? Is it going to? If it did, the circle would have to grow.
Okay,
in
so you're
size.
treating. Oh yeah, so you're treating line like light, like a straight vector to the tangent of the circle. Okay, that's all I asked.
Like a radius, in a way, in a sense.
So if
But what
you're
you mean by
standing on-
geometric shape, you're just saying that like, well, under this model,
let me
like
explain
it
it
has to
really
be the
Not our
case that
claim.
Hang
that
on,
We're not
light
treating it
acts
as
like
anything.
a
It's your
like a
claim.
thing tangent to the
Let me
to the surface,
explain.
right?
If you're standing
not
on a
a
ball,
tangent.
I'm not claiming a tangent. I was just trying. Sorry, I was trying to explain.
No, that's not the claim
Um,
you're making. That's the claim of the
no.
model that you're criticizing.
Okay, so let's just say you're standing on a ball and you've got someone standing at 10 o'clock and you're going to have someone standing at 2 o'clock. The bulge between 10 and 2, which would be 12, is going to block your view. That is
That depends on the
physical.
model of light that I'm
Hang on.
using.
that is physical because that is the physical curvature of the physical Earth. We're going to have
Well, when
a
you say
break of,
it's physical and it's the physical
well,
Earth, you have to reference
hang on.
some methodology by which
Wait,
you're
wait,
looking at
wait.
things.
You're going to have
AJ, say that
a
again.
physical body of water, if we're looking over water, blocking your view at 12 o'clock. If we were over an ice lake, you're going to have this physical mountain of ice, this curve in front of your eyes. And I understand what you're trying to claim now. You're trying to claim that the light bends over that curve.
I'm not making
now
that
you're
claim.
talking about well,
So how
that's
would it
what
work
it sounded like.
No, my criticism is that you're working off of a specific model of light, which is fine. That's valid.
Which is the
But you
model
just
that
have
we're
to admit
given.
that that's how you're operating.
How would
We're
it
working off of the
for
globe.
you?
We're working
How-
off of the globe claim. They've given us
Exactly.
the numbers. They've given us the geometry. We go out, see if we can observe it. We don't. So what is the
Okay,
evidence for it then?
the globe claim doesn't deny that light bends, correct?
Oh my goodness
Well,
me.
What is the
wouldn't
evidence
it,
for the
wouldn't it
globe
have to?
claim in the first
Right.
place? It's a geometric
With it-
claim. They've given us a radius that gives us a geometric
I don't know
tangent
why you
point where
keep
the
saying
horizon should be.
geometric claim.
That's not, yeah, because you're stupid. It's a geometric claim, obviously. It's a ball, it's a shape, right? So there should be a tangent with the observer's line of sight. That's where the horizon should be. We're testing whether or not it actually is, in fact.
In a
There's no
vacuum,
evidence that
yeah,
it
that
is
should be
because
the
we don't.
case.
Okay, that should be the case. So what are
In
you
a
claiming then?
vacuum.
That the atmosphere distorted the geometric
Wait,
horizon
in a
so that it didn't
vacuum, do
appear
you
where it is?
understand what in a vacuum means?
Yeah,
Can
a
we
space
demonstrate
Like in a
devoid of
that
logical
in the
emission.
vacuum.
first place?
That's right.
Or a hypothetical
You're
vacuum.
tripping, dude. You're tripping.
He's
Okay,
time.
Or in a
okay.
physical vacuum, if you would.
Okay, great. So what are you claiming then? Are you saying that there is a geometric horizon in that picture that's refracted,
I don't know
distorted?
I don't know why people keep saying geometric horizon. Like obviously
Well,
the
that
horizon
Yeah,
looks
'cause you're
like
an
something,
obfuscator.
right? And
If I
then the
could
question
interject
is
for a
what light is
moment,
doing with
please.
respect to whatever that horizon looks
would
like, right?
Yeah, okay. So that would take us back to the original question, which was posed to Zeno about who measured it to begin with, in order to assume that that's what's happening.
I'll give you the answer to that one. That would be a guy called Alberuni. He went to the top of a mountain and noticed, he said, the horizon dipped, making a claim to the physicality of that horizon. Being as we're demonstrating the horizon isn't in its physical geometric location according to the math, that apparent direct measurement has been falsified.
Well, you can derive knowledge or facts not by only measuring, but by using like other forms of how can I say this? Not
Got the
research,
empiricist with the foundationalist going on in here now.
but like,
All right, so Mr. Goldshock, what do you think is going on in that picture? You think you live on a globe?
In which picture?
Do you think you live on a globe?
Absolutely, he does.
Do I think we live on a globe? I don't know. What do you define
Yeah.
as a globe? Like, is in the standard model of the universe or the standard model of like
Yes,
the Earth?
there you go. The heliocentric model.
Standard globe
that we
claim
were
that we're
told
all
since
brought up
school.
on. The
I have a positive
3,959 mile
doxastic
radius
attitude
claim.
towards the globe model. Sure.
Okay, so you think that that's what we live on?
I believe it to be the case more so than
You
I believe
do believe
the
it to be the
alternative
case. Okay, so then you necessarily believe that there is a geometric tangent point horizon in that picture at 1.2 miles that is
The
not observed.
fuck do you mean by geometric tangent point horizon bullshit? Okay.
Well, I
just
guess
say
you
like
just need
in
to
the
go Google
model.
those terms.
Read the
Okay, so
picture,
when you
dude.
say
Read the
that,
picture,
are you
dude.
referencing your model in your head where you're saying,
No.
oh look,
Your
it's a
model.
circle
No, I don't
and I'm
have a
drawing a
model.
straight
I
line
don't
to
have
the
a model,
tangent?
The
silly.
model
Or are you
you
I don't
referencing
have
the
a
real
model,
world?
silly. I'm referencing your belief, your religion, which has a
My religion.
geometric
Oh boy.
limitation to the distance of the horizon at that 1.2 mile marker that we keep talking about,
I
where it
don't know
should
why
be
you keep
observed in
saying
the black
geometric
swan.
limits.
Yeah,
Like,
because you're stupid.
okay,
God, you're
so
Because you
stupid.
don't know what
no,
geometry
no,
is.
because I'm using this as a rhetorical tactic. That's the actual reason. Because the answer is that it doesn't matter what the geometric blah 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 whatever you're referencing is. Because if you're referencing just the model, then like yes, the model in a vacuum is in no air, light doesn't do anything. It's like
Got
a
it.
straight
Yeah.
line drawn from your eye
I was.
level to whatever you're
Yeah,
looking
I
at.
was.
Then
I was
sure,
already there.
like
I
that's
was
what you would
already there
expect.
2 minutes
But if that's
ago.
not
I
how
was
light
already there
works,
2 minutes
then that's
ago.
not how the model
I
works.
was
So I
already
don't
there
know why
2
you keep
minutes ago.
referencing it as if it's some sort of like gotcha. It's really dumb.
I was already there 2 minutes ago, and it is a gotcha because you necessarily have to believe in the physical location of that horizon at the 1.2 mile
Wait.
distance.
Don't you understand that a sphere
Wait, you can
dictates
believe in the
physical
physical.
curvature?
Hold on. He necessarily has to believe in the geometry of that horizon, putting it at the 1.2 mile distance, if he thinks that the world is a sphere with the radius that we've been given. So, what is your evidence that it is geometrically and physically at that location, despite being observed beyond 9.4 miles? Go ahead.
Why am I getting muted over this shit?
Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead. What is your evidence that it's geometrically and physically at 1.2 miles, even though it's observed beyond 9.4? Go ahead.
Did you need to mute me again just to?
Yeah, that's not the answer. What's your evidence that's physically at 1.2, even though it's observed beyond 9.4?
What?
Okay, I'm
Who
not gonna
says
engage
it's
if you're gonna act like
9.4?
this.
Yeah, you can fuck off then. You're obviously
Who
not
says it's
listening. That's all you
9.4?
tried to do is obfuscate this whole time. I just want your evidence that it's actually geometrically at 1.2, and you keep asking me, what does geometric mean? So it's clear that you don't have shit, unless you want to try again right now.
I mean,
Sorry, so just to clarify the question, you want to know what the evidence for knowing why it's geometrically where it is, or what
Yes.
evidence I have?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're asking that, just to be clear, you're asking like why it is I believe this to be the case.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I've put trust in institutions and my ability to see things, and in my experience and the evidence that I've collected and looked at, it seems to be the case that this is what the Earth looks like. There, that's my evidence.
It looks
Do you
like
want
it has a
do you want
1.2
it
mile
present?
geometric horizon, even though we don't
your
actually
ability
observe
to
that. We
see
observe that.
things. Your ability to see things. What did you see, my
Hold on,
friend?
dude. Hold on,
Hey,
dude. I'm
let
trying to talk
Heretic
to this
take the
guy.
point, otherwise I'm going to start muting flat earthers as well.
Yeah. So this is what you observe. Except the whole problem is with the black swan, it's not what we observe. So what are you talking about?
maybe
Wait,
not
sorry,
what
it's not
you
what you
observe,
observe, but it's what I
maybe not.
observe, so I'm not really sure what the
Yeah.
criticism is.
It's what you observed.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, that is
You
how
observe it.
one comes to personal doxastic attitudes towards things, right? It's what they believe, right?
Okay, can you
Is it
share any of those
doxastic or
observations?
dogmatic? Like, I'm
Doxastic.
sorry.
Doxastic.
Can you share any of those
It's-
observations?
He's bringing in some
like
some
as in, do you want like photos or like what are you asking for?
Whatever you have. Whatever you have that'll prove that that horizon that we showed you beyond the
Measurement.
9.4
I don't have
mile
anything that
mark
will. Wait,
is
sorry.
actually
By
at
prove, you
1.2.
just mean like
One at a
add
time,
like
guys.
a positive doxastic attitude towards it over
Measurement
the
would be great.
alternative.
Measurement
Whatever
which
you have.
validates the math you're appealing to.
Invalidates the math. Sorry, what math am I supposed to invalidate?
The
Validate.
1.225 mile.
Oh, sorry.
horizon.
Validate the math.
Because you said that your observations are consistent with that geometry, even though we keep showing you that
Yeah,
that
well, they're
geometry
personal
is not
observations,
observed
yes.
on the Earth. Okay, all right. So it's just kind of a thing in your head. I got it. Whatever. That's
Well,
fine.
I mean, am I supposed to be like arguing to prove to you guys that the Earth is round?
No, you don't have to, but we'd like to see your evidence if you have any.
Why'd you join the chat then?
Wait, I didn't. I got asked a question.
Well, you're being kind of smarmy and weaselly and sort of trying to obfuscate the point and asking questions like, what do you mean geometric? It's just sort
Well,
of
I mean,
irritating.
because it's kind of obvious that you don't seem to understand like the built-in beliefs that you have about the model to begin with. That's why.
Oh, what are they?
Well, I mean, your initial claim seemed to, or your initial way of presenting it seemed to suggest that you believe that light always works in a perfectly straight line, and if
I never said
anything
anything
deviates
about
from
No
that
one said that.
expectation, then
I
the
never
model
said
is
anything
disproved.
about that. I never said anything
I didn't
about
say you
that. All
said
I
anything
said is
about
that
that.
the
I said that's how you
geometry.
presented your
All I
model.
said is that no, I didn't present a model. You don't know what you're talking about. All
He's
I
talking
said
about
is
the
the
globe
geometry
model.
that
You
you
presented the globe
necessarily,
model.
the geometry you necessarily have to believe in if you do think that you're on that sphere that you said you think you're on. It's
Okay,
not
you
observed.
presented the
So,
model
I'm
and the
just
mathematics with respect to the globe model. And I said
yeah.
that your presentation, your model, has certain built-in beliefs about the characteristics of light with respect to that model, which of
Not our
course is
model.
true.
I'd just like
Now,
to point out that
my
you are being
criticism
dishonest.
was merely that that was an assumption baked into it, that you're not necessarily going to observe. That's it.
It's
That's
not
all I said.
our assumptions. It's not our model. It's yours.
Yeah, and you're wrong anyway. I'm not making any assumptions.
Well, it's the model presented.
All we're doing is taking the
I don't necessarily agree
geometry
with the
that's
model
been
as
presented with
presented,
this.
right?
All
So-
we're doing is taking the geometry that is presented with this globe claim and just seeing if it actually is observed in reality, and it's not.
Yeah, we observe
So,
it that
what
way. You
reason?
guy observe it in a different way.
We all observe the same black swan.
I don't think
Go
that's
ahead,
the
Jedi.
case, though.
My friends, I do apologise. You do understand that we're being really kind to you by saying that the horizon appears to be at least 10 miles away. If you actually notice, this is taken within a cove on the left and the right. You can see the extremities of that cove, which are 30 miles away, and the horizon is
What are we
actually
looking at now?
the same black swan image that we gave you earlier.
Just
You'll
post it again.
notice.
God, I'm not gonna like scroll through hours of chat.
I know, but with good faith,
Someone will
we are
post it.
Okay,
we are
this
being
image, right?
kind.
Okay, I don't put any stock in random images unless there's like actual something to back it up. No offense.
That's fine, that's fine. But we are being kind to you by saying it's 10 miles away. It's actually measured at a distance of at least 30 miles away because it's beyond the extremities of the cove that you could notice. With a good computer, you zoom in on the image, you'll notice that the cove on the left and the right hand side.
How is getting
is
a good
very-
computer to zoom in on a JPEG that's like terrible quality gonna help me at all?
Because you can see it better. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're giving you 10 miles, where actually the horizon's beyond that at 30 miles. Now, my main point is going to be this.
Do we have any
and I-
evidence that the observer height was actually 1 foot on the name of that photo?
Yes. Yeah, because this is a photograph taken, this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want, and you'll notice that the guy in the video
Yeah,
puts the camera
I'd
down.
kill for the video.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all. I'm sure hopefully somebody will post it to you. Will be able to reference the YouTube channel because it escapes me at the moment. BSLM9 or 69 or something like that, I believe the gentleman is called. You observe in the
Sorry, what's the video called?
Is it BLSM69 Heretic? Is that correct?
It's BMLSB.
That's it.
I think the number is 69. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn,
So
people are getting so immature lately.
I can't tell
It's
if
a
this is a
That's the
joke.
name of his YouTube account.
BLMSB?
No pun.
That's the name of his YouTube account. That's right.
So it's a video.
BLMSB?
BMLSB.
69.
69. Oh, right.
Okay, so it's a video. You can notice that when you watch the video, mate, you can see. Sorry, why do you have to shout Jesus? It's basically you watch the man with the camera and the tripod, put the tripod down and the camera on the surface of the water at 1 foot. Now we can
He's got a bunch
clarify
of
this.
videos. Which one am I looking for?
Oh, my
Magnification
goodness.
one? Oh no, that's magnification of his original. Okay, hold on.
The video was taken years ago.
Yeah, I know.
and
He's
we're
got a
all
whole bunch. This is why I
going back
It's
asked.
in the chat now
before
for you,
2020
alongside.
with
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go.
no problem at all. But then the question then becomes this. You'll notice within the modus tollens argument, if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Shit, is that a mirage?
How was that
Damn.
measured to be true then? We don't want to need
Sorry,
to
how
beg
is
the
what
question.
measured to be
we
true?
want the direct measurement of that number to be. You understand the question, mate?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the video. Could you repeat the question?
959
That's a great video.
mile radius of the Earth. Because that's what we're pulling apart with this. Because the number of the radius of the Earth, how was that to be true in the first instance? It was actually apparently measured by a guy called Alberuni who used the horizon to make that assertion physical in its mathematical geometric location. So being as you're going to talk about the bending of light, then you're going to ruin the direct measurement using the physical geometric horizon. You're literally snatching your own wig off without realizing it in this instance, my friend.
Wait, sorry. He's got a
Because
photo of
you're
one
just
where
going
he's
to
got a
ruin that
photo of the
measurement
boat, and then he's
directly,
got one where
apparently.
it's not a photo of the boat. A
Because
question.
that's the fucking thing in question, innit?
You hear what Jedi said about where the
Amen.
radius was derived? Did you catch that? It was
No, we did.
derived with
Shock.
angle measurements to the horizon, which you're now saying we can't actually see in its geometric position, which it must have been in if we actually did get the radius from it, as is claimed. Did you catch that?
Yeah, he's distracted by videos now.
Probably watching the video. Yeah.
Seems Globers were happy enough to assume a straight path of light when they were trying to work out this radius.
Well, that's what I wanted to point out. Now,
That's funny.
Goldshock seems to be fairly polite here, but then he contradicts himself because when we were discussing the Black Swan, he says, "Oh, you seem to be assuming that light travels in a straight path all the time." I said, "So you're claiming the light's bending over the curvature?" And he says, "No, that's not my claim." And then he came out and said it again to Flatwater and said the same thing. You're just assuming that light travels in a straight path. So again, he's claiming that it's curving, but then he says that that's not his claim. So he's contradicting himself.
Okay, I didn't contradict myself if I didn't say contradicting myself when I say I'm not claiming it's curved and also you are claiming that it's straight. These aren't contradictions.
No, you asked the question that we were claiming that light travels in a straight path all the time, that we don't, assume this bend. So if you're assuming this curved light is why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Wait, why are you
we're not
assuming that
apparently
my
taking that
assumption
into
is that?
your
Well, it has to
explanation is the
be.
curved light.
You already told us it is.
I
Because
mean,
you said that
technically
you
I
think
could. Well, no, technically I can have any
Listen.
like numerous reasons
you're
why
not-
I
if
don't
you're not
believe your
claiming one
like
part, then you're
positions,
claiming
right?
the
Let me
other.
just spit it out real quick before everybody jumps over it. You already told us that that's what you necessarily have to assume because you think that you're living on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So you have to think that light took whatever
Exactly.
curved path it needed to in order for that geometric horizon to appear as it did instead.
Oh, sorry. In which case?
Any and all.
And then, yeah.
Okay, wait. Why? Okay, you do realize I could have many other beliefs that would invalidate any like observation, so-called observation
not
made by someone
this
who's
is not
claiming
bring
to be
your
a flat
own
earther,
globe
and yet
day.
also
This is
still
not bring
like
your
believe
own
light
globe
goes
day.
straight, right? These two things aren't actually in contention.
I guess you could stack as many incoherent beliefs on top of each other if you want, but if you want to maintain consistency with your core supposition that the Earth is this globe with that radius that you said that you think it has, then you have to think that light took whatever curved path that it must have
Okay,
in order
no, you
for a
do-
geometric horizon at 1.2 miles to
Sorry,
appear
what are
beyond
the two
9.4.
beliefs that I'm holding that are actually in contention? Like, show me the two things that are actually in contradiction with each other.
Well, you keep saying, no, I'm not assuming that light took that curved path in order to get that 1.2 mile geometric horizon appearing around 10 miles or wherever it actually is. You're saying, no, I'm not making that
Wait,
assumption.
hold on.
But then out of the other
Hold on,
side
hold
of
on,
your
hold on.
mouth, I'm
Stop,
not
stop,
done.
stop,
Out of the
stop,
other
stop.
side of your mouth,
You've went over the
out of
point
the
there. I
other
think we're
side of your
lost on.
mouth, out of the other side of your mouth, you say, yes, I think that it is a ball with a radius of 3,959
Sorry,
miles.
what is the-
So those
okay,
things
sorry.
are in contradiction with one
Okay, no,
another.
hold on, no. What observation do I take to be true that was taken that shows like this? That shows the geometric like horizon not being 1.29 miles.
Okay, so you haven't taken the Black Swan picture to be true.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why. Jesus, okay.
Why not? Why not?
Because
What's
I'm
wrong with
looking
it?
into it right now.
Okay, that's fair. I'll take that.
Oh, but his statement was not that life bends over some curve. His statement is that life arrives, or the vectors of light arrive on with different angles in accordance to a certain plane, the plane between planet Earth and the star in our stellar system.
Yeah, this could
right?
also be true, but I mean, it would
It's a
arguably be
curved
the same
line
thing
of
as saying
sight.
light bends, but
No, it's not.
but saying a curve does seem
It
to like
is.
mess with
It's
the.
a curved line of sight in the model, in the paradigm. It is a curved line of sight, right? You don't get to bring your own versions of shit here. Sorry.
What? But why do you attribute
Wouldn't make
belief
sense.
to me, like, which I disagree with? Like, you arguing with a straw man then? You're just here for the double, you're not to, like, actually find truth.
No, there's a claim on the table. If you've got a different claim, then go to another server and make it. We're dealing with the claim of heliocentrism.
It is heliocentrism what I'm talking about, literally.
No, it's not.
What?
I love these people that are fucking late to the party. You do realise that for 5 years between 2015 and 2020, we sat around in
lying
Discord
to
servers
people,
with
yeah. Trying to
observations,
trick them with fake
lenses-
pictures.
Why? These people that
Why
are
do
late to the
you
party.
think you get to
for 5
just
years-
personifize to people your religion? Oh, mute this person, they're not letting you break.
Just
Thanks.
let
It's only-
Jedi finish, please.
It's only because you interrupted me, mate, whilst I was clearly speaking. I doubt that I'm robot in this instance. It's interesting for the gentlemen that are late to the party. Between 2015 and 2020, we sat around on YouTube and Discord servers with long distance observations, where proponents of the globe Earth model said we can't see the bottom of that thing because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way. Didn't matter the distance of the observation. If we couldn't see the bottom of something, it was because of physical geometric Earth curvature. Then 2020, we give them this image. And then they turn around and said, no, we've never claimed that the Earth curve is fucking physical. It's a fucking straw man to suggest that you would even see the curvature of the Earth because of the bending of light. So for those gentlemen that are late to the party, we did this for 5 years. You did claim that the horizon was physical
did?
obstruction.
I don't know why you're
They
saying
did?
you did.
Yeah,
claim
no,
it.
He's
yeah, no
saying
one
this
claimed
is
it.
It seems like
Hold on.
somebody claimed it and you're mad about it, but I don't know why you're saying you
Ipso
claimed
facto, by necessity, you do claim it if you claim the globe.
It
No, it
was
no,
don't,
only
they
because
never
talking.
again, you can just deny that you believe any of the images that are like alternative to your viewpoint, right? Like these don't
What?
necessarily
Hold on.
follow. Like I don't know why you keep assuming that they do.
Yeah, I don't know why you're assuming their position.
Sorry.
They usually
Give-
follow. That's probably
give-
true, right? But they don't
give-
necessarily follow. So
right. Well,
Give
no.
me one observation then. Give it to me.
what?
Any observation.
I don't know why you
said
guys like running people down these
we would
dialogue
deny.
trees.
Hold on. This guy. He's just made the claim that we would deny other observations. So give me
What?
one
No,
other
I didn't
observation.
say you would deny other observations. I said that in order for you to make the claim that I believe that that I must accept that light bends or like, well, bends is like a weird word. Yeah, sure, bends or refracts in order to like create the illusion the Earth is not or does not have like a circumference of, I can't remember what the exact, like 6,000 kilometers or whatever it is.
24,901 miles.
Yeah, I'm not using miles. Fuck miles, okay. But like whatever. Like I don't have to take both those images to be. I would have, in order for you to say that I have to like accept light bends, I would have to accept that those images are true and
I
and
get
are
you.
real and legitimate, and then I would also have to accept at the same time that the Earth is round, right? But I don't necessarily have to do that. It may usually be the case that somebody who accepts the globe Earth model will also like accept that like light refracts, but it doesn't necessarily follow. So
That's true. That's the other thing you can do. You can just hand wave the observations that we bring you. Yep.
yeah, of course. Like it's not very compelling, but like like you can't just
There are no
jump
observations
to
where
like
you
you
claim
must
it isn't
accept, like you don't
happening.
have to.
Yeah, yeah.
There are no observations where you claim it isn't happening.
What? Why are you telling me what I believe?
Because you think you live on a sphere.
Okay,
Oh my
but you
god.
do but you don't know which observations or like what evidence I'm referencing when I say that.
So
though.
it's irrelevant what
Okay,
observations.
well,
All of them. All of them.
Let's go back to
Wait.
my question
All
then.
of them
You said
include
we
light
don't
bending?
know.
Like why do you make that assumption? How do you know that to be the case?
My goodness.
They
You
don't.
have the. Do you believe in the globe?
Go on, Jedi.
what?
Is it because you
That's
are
fine.
like supposing your belief to be true to begin with, and therefore you're like criticizing my belief from that position rather than doing an internal critique? I assume that's why you're saying, well, all of them like show, because you're assuming your evidence to be the case.
It's impossible to discuss an internal critique here. You should.
Well, I
you
mean, they're
should be aware
trying.
of
They're
it.
like they're jumping between like an attempt at internal critique and then an attempt at like saying, well, no, it's not actually an internal critique. It's a little bit of a mess.
Who brought up in a vacuum? Was that you?
I brought up in a vacuum.
Metaphorical vacuum is not the vacuum of space. That's I
Harsh.
think we
Sorry.
mentioned that.
It's like
Not
both a
talking about that.
metaphorical and a physical vacuum in order to make the claim that light like doesn't bend. Like that's one of the assumptions anyway. Of course, like
Right,
that
so
assumes like
when
gravity
wasn't
too, if
there
you believe
air?
gravity affects like light or whatever.
Just to confirm what you're saying, that if the atmosphere didn't exist, we would see the geometric horizon, right?
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying
You
I was
said perfect
referencing a metaphorical vacuum.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, because
You guys are just
like when you
trying.
have a
They were
model,
just trying to like run you down this dialogue.
It's a way to isolate a situation or
Yeah.
an anomaly, right? And you use a specific set of words to describe an isolated situation. When he says in a vacuum, he means isolated with only a few variables in action. That's what he means. Sorry, I assumed you pronounced.
Yeah, no, you're totally correct on all parts. Thanks. It's an accurate description. How the fuck do I pull up Google?
In isolation, this would work in this specific way. The mechanisms that are deemed by the laws of the universe are this. That's what he means. Not a literal vacuum.
Thank fuck for that.
Thanks. Yeah.
Well, he said he was looking into the picture and the video still, which I accept. That's fair. I would do the same.
First claim, never mind, I'm just double checking. The first one is like what? Is it 9 miles? It said. Fuck, I'm gonna have to convert all this shit into like metric.
Why are you Canadian? Like, that accent doesn't fit with that attitude.
Yeah, no, true. Yeah, I am.
Okay, that makes sense. Because every time I hear somebody with a North American accent, I assume I have to like start converting everything in miles and feet and inches and livers and whatever
Pretty
the
sure
fuck.
anybody who's like in sciences would probably force themselves to convert it to metric anyway. Just because.
Agreed. But are you like in STEM?
No. I did high school STEM. Does that count?
Yeah, that's count. Why not?
Everything is in metric there. My understanding is like American system uses mostly metric for that too, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Wait, there's Americans in here. Does anyone remember their high school years?
Yes.
Did you use metric for like scientific measurements?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever measure like distances in metric?
Yeah,
think
dude,
so.
if
We had
you're
to convert-
taking chemistry or physics class in high school, you definitely use the metric
Oh
system.
my god, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would have
Watson's really
thought.
big. But yeah, to answer your
I'm
question,
from
yes.
England. We use both.
I mean, if you're in any science-based class, you're using the metric system.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What, they teach both in England?
Yeah,
In England.
yeah, man. We use both. Depending what we're bloody talking about, we'll use both.
Well,
Canada's weird like that too. Measure
I
food
don't
in
fucking know.
pounds for some reason.
Yeah, exactly. So
I
we use
mean,
both.
we can
Use
use
miles
astronomical
for-
units, okay? Guess what? They use.
Don't get your astronomical unit.
Well, you don't think the astronomical unit is like a coherent measure? Damn.
I'm asking you how you got it.
That's the
Wait,
distance.
yeah, it's
That's
kind of
one
stupid.
one astronomical unit is the distance between the Earth and the Sun.
It's like using a
It
foot.
astronomical units can exist on a flat Earth too, because you have a distance between the Earth and the Sun.
Not a claimed one.
How would we confirm? How would we confirm distance from Earth to Sun?
By measuring it. You could
How
look
would
at the
we measure
body.
that?
You could look at the body, the celestial body, on flat or globe Earth, and then there are instruments that measure the distance between celestial bodies that are available since the 16th century, I think.
Awesome. Like what?
Hmm?
Like what instruments?
We'll have to search. Hold on. Give me a second.
Say it. Go and say it.
Say what?
Gyroscope, is that what you want him to say?
What do we use to measure the distance between the Earth and the Sun? Astronomical unit. No. Hold on. That's not the point.
Is that the apparent sun? Is that the actual sun? Do you know
the
that
sun
the
you
sun
see,
that
I
we're...
assume.
Well, how is that sun that you see? Is that the actual physical sun itself, or is it a projection of it from somewhere else? Is it
Well,
refracted? Is it?
In your
Where is
flat
it?
Earth model, how would you measure the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
The sun doesn't
We wouldn't.
exist.
Oh, it doesn't
I
exist.
wouldn't.
So what's generating
Okay,
heat?
Nobody said
retard
that.
Victor is going on mute. Good job, buddy. Bye bye.
How did you make the
You're not gonna
affirmation
speak
that
up
the
for
sun
us like
doesn't
that. Nobody here says the sun doesn't exist. Just morons like that try to say that on our behalf. Just so you guys know.
Who's trying to say the sun doesn't exist?
The victor tried to pipe up on our behalf. That's how stupid these people
Oh,
are.
I appreciate
I can't
your
figure
input.
out
That was
what it
good.
is that we're saying
You should
and what
unmute
they're
them.
trying to argue against, and yet they try to
Why
argue
are
anyway.
people head-ass
Okay.
boy?
So in a flat Earth model, how would you measure the distance between the flat Earth and the sun?
We don't.
You just
No one's making a
something you're
claim
not
to the
even
It's
curious
not.
about?
It's not needed, I guess, right? They can-
You can't triangulate a distance to it because it has to be in the same fixed position. Oh, sorry, Jedi. Didn't know if you were still talking there.
Do flat Earth people believe in fusion?
No one's making a claim to the distance to the sun and the flat Earth side. You do understand that, right?
Wait, sorry. When you say it's not in the same fixed position, are you saying that two observers looking at the sun are looking at two different suns, or?
Yes.
It's not in the same position in free space relative to those two observers.
How does that? So there's two suns then, or?
No, I didn't say that, but its apparent position, it changes depending where you are.
But how
Wait,
does
sorry,
it change? What's the mechanism?
Wait, the apparent position changes depending on where you are.
Yeah, it won't be in the same position in
Yeah.
space for both observers in two totally different places. So you can't triangulate a distance to
Wait,
it
what do you mean
properly.
it won't be in the same place for two different
Yeah,
observers?
dude. What I
Oh,
just
because
said.
it's in orbit. Okay, it's a flat disk in orbit around the sun. I
Wait,
feel
that
like this is
doesn't even
pretty
make sense.
simple.
They have to either
Yeah.
say that like it does have a fixed location, but it has like a different apparent location, but or
Right,
there's
right.
like two physically different suns. I don't know.
Well, the orbits are like eclipse, so it's not like a perfect circle. So the distance changes where that flat disk is being measured. You know.
There you go.
I
try
got my
and
flat
touch a
earthers.
rainbow.
Stop talking all over each other.
Flat disk. Who the fuck said flat disk?
Yeah, and who is that idiot saying flat disk? Speak again.
Libtard. I just muted him.
Yeah, you're done. Because nobody here said that either. Stop trying to speak for us.
Well, I mean, you were speaking for us by saying that light bends over the curve, and we have to believe
I
that.
mean, he did actually have a better explanation than you guys did as to why like the sun would appear to be like
You
immeasurable.
actually said
I
the
didn't
light
make an
bent yourself.
explanation as to why. All I did was say that
Somebody
it's in
else
another
did.
apparent position for different observers. I didn't make an
Wait, and then
explanation
I
as to
asked
why
you.
that would be. I didn't make any explanation. I just said that that's what's observed.
Wait.
The lines of sight do not converge at it for all observers. So make of that what you will, but that's just the way it be.
Can you stop muting all these fucking people for like making shit up?
Sorry, dude. They've had this problem for hundreds of years. For example, put yourself on different points along a latitude line. Try and triangulate the sun. You will not get a convergence point of where the sun actually is. Now, you don't have to argue with me about it. That's just been a problem they've had for hundreds of years with trying to triangulate the sun. They can't.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. We're not trying to tell
Yeah,
you
why
why
do
it
you?
does that. We're not trying to say
Pretty
there's
sure that's
two of
not
them or
true.
anything like that. We're just saying that that is the phenomenon.
Yeah,
We don't know
why do
why.
you think the distance has
So,
changed so many times over the
so
years?
one way you can measure the distance between the Earth and the Sun in any model, flat, globe, cube, or whatever, is to observe the passage of the planets, Mercury and Venus, within the inner solar system across the stellar disk, and then observe the
Where'd you get the radius of Venus?
You don't
Yeah,
need it.
Sure do.
You do.
For this
either need to
calculation, you
know
don't
its
need it.
size or if you're going to be talking about Venus or Mercury going across the path of the sun, you damn well better know the size of it or the distance, one of the two.
Gonna need that.
So
The size or the
well,
distance
you
of the.
you never allowed me to finish, but the point is that you observe the planet's path across the face of the sun. Two different
Yep.
places. You just take one place and then measure in after passage time in another place, right? And then you measure the chords across the sun's disk and timings. So you obviously like use some sort of device to keep up time, and then using simple trigonometry, you can get an accurate distance from the sun of the planet you're on.
Not without that radius of Venus.
There's no need for radiuses.
You
Yeah,
need to
there
know.
is.
Wait, but you
You,
could
you need a
calculate the
telescope.
radius of Venus anyway, so this is like kind of
You
besides the point.
you need a telescope and just a time watch and a calculator and knowledge of
You need the
trigonometry.
size of Venus. It was
Well, apparently you
assumed,
don't.
not measured. Yeah,
Actually, yeah, you wouldn't need
do.
to measure any of these directly. You could just like get two telescopes, have two angle calculations, and you could figure out the distance of the planet.
Not without a size.
Wait, no, you wouldn't need to know the size in order to like just take two telescopes from two different positions, right, and then form a triangle using them.
You need to know the size or the distance to these two objects that seem to be passing the sun.
Okay, well, you would know the distance to the object, and then from that you could calculate the size, but you wouldn't need to know the size directly in order to
Where'd you get
determine
the
the
distance?
distance of a planet.
So where'd you get the distance to get
You
the size?
measure it. You measure
You
it.
take two angles.
So
What are
the
you talking
solar
about?
disk, yeah. You measure the chords on the solar disk, which illustrate the passage of the. Sorry, somebody's calling you.
Good.
You're not going to get size or distance from angles. You need to know you can have an angle and a distance.
Okay, if I take two observation points, okay, how about this? Like you know how you can calculate the distance to some other object given like the base of a
Using
triangle, right?
trigonometry.
Yes.
Using trigonometry, right? That's going to be a problem for you to begin with. Oh my god. And I'll let Jedi go into that if you like.
Yeah, but
why is that
we
a
don't wanna
problem?
be shit. How do you measure an angle off of a curved line?
Why
You
are we
learn
assuming
it,
a
then
curved
it
line?
won't be a problem.
Yeah, if you're standing on the Earth, which is a curved line, how do you fucking measure an elevation angle up to anything that's in the sky?
Wait, are there non-curved lines on Earth?
If the surface of the Earth is curved, how do you measure an elevation angle to anything that's in the sky? Being as
Okay,
you cannot
why are you?
measure
I
angles.
don't know
with
why you're
curved lines.
referencing like a curve.
Well, that's the surface of the Earth. Now we
Wait,
understand
but
that
wait,
can't
you
measure.
believe the Earth is curved?
My God, this is your problem. I'm pointing out
I
your
mean,
problem.
why is it? I'm not referencing my worldview right now, though. I'm referencing yours.
Not my worldview, mate. We're talking about the
No,
distances
I'm
to
referencing
objects.
yours as to how you would find the distance to a planet. But you don't
said
need to
trigonometry.
like cover the entire Earth. That would just get you more accuracy under your view, right? You could just take a board and put two telescopes on it and look up.
You said two
You
telescopes.
obviously haven't been
so 2
listening.
points.
No one has claimed a distance or to be able to measure a distance, and it's irrelevant to the what we are standing on.
You've already got a problem when you said two different telescopes. What, on a curved surface? So that
Why?
curved surface
Wait,
is
sorry.
the Earth.
Why is the surface curved? Is a board curved?
We're talking about how you got the distance to these objects.
Wait, why
The
are we
sun
referencing how I got the
Venus-
distance to the objects? We're assuming a flat Earth right now.
No, we're not. I'm
Well, I
talking about
am.
astronomical. Well, why?
mean-
Because we were talking about astronomical units, and we're talking about how we've got the distance to the sun. Apparently, that's because Mercury
And then we were
or
talking about
Venus.
how one might go about calculating the distance to Mercury.
Dude, why do you keep talking through me? I'm trying to fucking explain, and every time you talk through me, I have to fucking start again. This is the claim of distance to the sun because of the path of Venus and Mercury across the path of the sun. You're telling me that two telescopes using trigonometry can tell us the distance on the Earth being a ball to these objects, Venus and Mercury, because we need to know their size and distance, and the sun. I'm pointing out to you that if the Earth is a curved surface, you're not going to be measuring any fucking elevation angles up because you can't measure angles off of curved lines. That's your problem, not mine. No one's assuming a flat Earth argument in this instance. We're trying to disprove your fucking ball and distances to fucking objects in the sky. What don't you get about
Referencing the like determining the distance to Mercury or Venus. So I don't know why you went on this like weird rant about other shit, but you know.
Do me a favour, so I know that you followed. Repeat what I said.
I stopped listening when you stopped discussing what I was referencing.
Well done. Back off.
Yeah, I mean you.
Just ruined your fucking argument as soon as you said triangulation. Fucking hell. crescendo to the point is you assumed the radius of Venus because you assumed it was the same size as the Earth.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to determine a distance of one side of your triangle with only one angle.
And you're going to need all straight lines for that triangle too, for it to be accurate.
Which is a problem for you that asserted the
Correct.
path of light bends with regards to the Black Swan argument. Now you're going to say that's straight when we're looking through all of the fucking atmosphere. All of it.
Uh-oh.
There's no parallax to triangulate a distance from either, is there? Well, that's what India was in here harping on the guy for like 30 minutes about.
Every step of the fucking way, we're going to trip you over. Do apologise for that, but we just have to demolish your arguments at face fucking value. It's not our fucking problem, the fucking Earth's flat, mate.
Well, I, for one, am glad that very few people believe that, because otherwise we couldn't get to where we're trying to go ever. Would you guys like Goldshock unmuted?
He's probably still talking to himself.
Probably.
I had to ask the question of him to repeat what I said, and as soon as he said I wasn't fucking listening, I lost my fucking shit. I do apologise, guys.
Hey,
But
thanks for letting me
guarantee
back on.
that's fine. Make sure that when somebody speaks to you, you at least listen to them, mate. Right?
I mean, I
won't
told you
assume
what you
you're
were
from
saying
Earth.
wasn't really relevant to what I said.
You said triangulation.
Yeah, because I
Triangle.
mean, I can tell you what I assumed in the model that I was using, but I mean, you just decided that you were going to tell me what I was assuming instead for some reason. But that was fun.
We're not interested in you. We're interested in how they got the distances to objects in the sky. Our friend pointed out that things, Mercury and Venus, went across the sun. You pointed out
I don't care how some
triangulation.
amorphous they got the measurement. Obviously, we're discussing
you?
what's happening here.
You said triangulation. How do you measure angles off of curved lines?
Again, I don't know why we're like, it's like so weird. Like we want to investigate a topic. I don't know why we have to make a bunch of assumptions about like some other person's belief set and then go off of that. Like, why can't we just start with what the information that we believe to be the case now and then go from there? This is so strange to me.
Okay. So the path of light when we're looking at stars, is that straight or is that curved?
Well, okay, when you ask that question, are you asking my views? Are you asking like scientific consensus? Or are you asking how we should go about trying to determine it to be the case?
I'm asking you who said the path of light bends earlier. Is it now straight when we're looking at
No,
things
I
in the
didn't
sky?
say the path of light bends.
It did about 50 fucking times.
No, I said it could. Because like there's, God, I don't know, it was like really like.
Do you remember the observation of the two oil rigs? We had that conversation.
This is so irritating because like I keep getting told what my position is, even though I've stated quite clearly what it is. But you know.
Okay, does the path of light bend?
Does the path of light bend? Okay, when you ask that question, are you asking my personal beliefs, my beliefs with reference to what I can prove, what people generally believe, or what people agree with on this conversation?
What you can prove.
What I can prove, and what would be like the standard of proof that we would be looking at?
If you gotta ask me, then you probably can't meet it.
I mean, there's different standards of proof, right? There's like scientific standard of proof, and then there's like, you know.
Well, how low of a bar do you want me to set for you?
Well, I mean, I mean, we've made
Bring
an
us what you
assumption to
got and
begin
we'll
with
take a
about
look.
like the nature
Why
of how
even
we
ask?
see.
Just bring us
Can
what you got.
Can I
we'll
just
have a
make
look.
something really like maybe a simple point here, man? The point is
is that we are told that we live on a spinning globe with a certain radius, and we're told certain facts about the reality that we live in that we are told are science, mathematics, etc. And generally, most people accept that. Flat earthers are going and they're questioning that and testing these observations for themselves. So this is globe, we're talking about the globe Earth and the globe Earth belief and the current belief of the globe Earth. So when we're having these discussions, it's not about your beliefs, it's about the globe Earth and what we're taught about the globe Earth. So we're asking for evidence of this globe Earth that we are told and believe, not what you believe.
Okay,
So when we
well
say
then I
we're
would
trying to
encourage you
prove
guys to
this,
go look into textbooks then, or something, because I'm not going to answer the questions for like all the scientific answers for that are available out there, right?
Nah, we'll just sit here and ask globe defenders for their evidence.
Yeah, that really seems like an effective way of determining what's the case. Asking a bunch of laymen what they
It
think
is.
is the case. That seems reasonable.
It's not just laymen. The internet's open to everybody, not just laymen.
I mean, it's by and large laymen.
So doesn't mean it's all laymen.
Well, I mean, like wouldn't it be more effective? Wouldn't you be like have like a better use of time if you went and like actually looked at the methodologies that people use to claim that the Earth is round? Wouldn't
Yeah,
that be a
maybe,
more
but this
effective
way
use of
works too.
time?
This way works too.
well,
Okay. Well, I mean, then it
as a
seems
fact-
less like you're actually interested in the answer, and you're just more interested in having like
No,
internet
I'm actually
arguments.
asking
hang
for
on
the
a second.
answer. I'm asking.
As a fact, wait on, as a fact, we did investigate these subjects when we decided that the Earth was flat. Indeed.
Who's
We looked in, well, flat earthers who in this channel, you know, we did look into all these things. Now,
Some
what
of
we
you
have,
probably did, yeah.
no,
You probably looked at
I would
some of
say,
the evidence, yeah.
okay,
We
I'd
look
say
at it
most
all
of
day,
them.
every day, to be honest. But anyway, bring
I
it
mean,
to the
you
meeting.
just said
what
that
we
like
have-
you don't
hang
want to
on,
go
man,
look up for the
just
evidence. You just want to
Bro,
have
do
like
you know how many
discussions
groups
with
in the
random people
world?
on the
First
internet.
of all,
I
do you
don't
know
know
how
if
many
that's very
groups in the
convincing.
world
dude,
do
you're
this,
gonna let
bro?
me
You are
finish
not
or
the
you're
only
just gonna
people in the
monologue?
world that do this, bro. Trust. There's
Dude,
over thousands.
are you gonna let me finish or are you just gonna like monologue over the top of me?
Go for it, AJ.
Fuck, I lost my point now.
Something about textbooks, testing claims. We did.
Yep.
Oh man,
If
I've
anyone
lost it.
claims to know something that I don't, I'll just ask them for their evidence to support it. Still waiting to find anybody who can show us how they know that they're living on a sphere of the claimed dimensions that were supported by what's his name here, Goldshock.
Oh, yep. That's it. I got it. Yes, we did test these things and look into these things in the beginning, but now what we have is Globers coming in here to have this discussion. And what we want to point out to them as the first step is that this globe can be falsified. This belief that they have of it being science and proven and all these beliefs that they're taught, what we're showing is that they're not in actual fact, they're not facts, and we can go and test these things. We're not here to change people's minds. We're here that you can go out, understand what we're saying, falsify this globe for yourself, and start making some observations on what it could be. Now, our main observation is that there is no curvature. So if something is not curving by default, it's flat. Very simple.
So when I go out there and I see curvature, what do I do then?
You show us.
I can't show you. I see it. If you
You
don't
snap
see
a
it,
picture of it. You don't know what the
It's
camera
not.
is. You don't have a cell phone. You
It's
snap a
God
picture of it
changing
and
your
you
eyes.
show us.
God changing my eyes. All right.
Yeah, he's
I
spinning a
can do
flat.
it. I can
Who's
spin
saying
it
that?
the
Yeah,
other
he's
way.
getting muted. You're not adding. Yeah, you show us. Grab a picture, bring it back. We'll take a look.
Which way is it
That's what
curving,
you-
Scott?
It's curving away from me.
Up or down?
Up or down? Seriously?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Down.
Down.
Really?
Okay, so if someone's on the other side of you, say like 500 yards away, which way does it curve for them?
Down.
So there's a valley between you guys then, right?
No.
Oh. So what is it? Straight?
No, we don't have the same horizontal. So
But is it straight or is it not?
it's not straight. No, it's
Theirs drops from the horizontal and mine drops from the horizontal. And our
What
horizontal
you
is
said?
not the same.
Yeah, but you said that there's no valley in between you guys. So if it's not going up and it's not going down, what is it?
It's something that I just can't wrap my head around how you guys can't understand this concept.
Yeah, that's a tough question. Yeah,
No,
I agree.
it's an easy question, but you guys seem to struggle with it, and I'm not sure
Yeah,
why.
it's tough. Yeah, up and down are tough concepts for some people.
It's not a raise or a drop in elevation. It's the same elevation.
Oh, great. So it's not down, right?
It's a drop from horizontal.
Yeah, that's a drop in elevation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's by definition not.
Okay.
I don't know why it's so
Define
hard.
horizontal.
90 degrees from perpendicular.
Oh,
Or
that
from,
sounds like a
from
straight line.
horizontal or from vertical.
That sounds like a straight line.
90 degrees from horizontal. I mean vertical. I don't know why I'm
Yeah.
struggling with vertical.
Yeah, you struggle a lot in here. Probably in
Yeah, and
general.
Yeah, right.
What
up until you
happens?
guys kick me again.
So I can get 90 degrees from vertical with a curved line?
No.
That's
Yeah.
funny. I've got a
So they're
definition
really not
that
the
says
same thing, are they?
level with
Nice
the
try,
ground.
Scott. Thanks for playing.
You can do it on a tangent from a curved line, sure.
Tangent would be a straight line. The curve itself is not straight. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what happens to water when the surface drops from horizontal? Does anybody know? Or...
Well, I don't know if
doesn't
Scott
drop
does.
from-
Let's
it
ask
doesn't
him.
drop from its horizontal. Each location has its own horizontal.
Yeah, so what happens to the water?
It follows it.
It creates a nice little circle.
But what happens to the water?
It creates a nice little circle.
When there's a change in elevation.
Should I say it again?
Doesn't it flow, Scott? I don't
know. No, not
Really?
National Lake.
So rivers don't go downhill then?
Rivers do
Wow.
go downhill. Oceans don't.
Right, because there's no drop.
All
If there was
right.
a drop, the water would flow.
Okay.
Usually how that works.
And around we go.
Well, that's on you.
Okay.
You can step off the ride whenever.
Yeah. I'm just kind of curious why you guys don't step off. I mean, what do you get out of this?
We did. We did. We
Entertainment.
stepped off the. Yeah.
Entertainment? Well, all right.
Yeah, just like you, right? It's all entertainment for you too, right?
No. No, actually.
Oh. Okay.
We've been through this before, Fusili.
Absolutely. How have you been?
I'm okay.
Good.
But no, I don't come here for entertainment. I come here to try and understand the human mind.
I've not proved
Yeah,
your
and
building.
you guys make me work. That's for sure.
That's the problem.
I'm trying to understand what's in it for you.
Exactly. You're trying to. Yeah. You're here to ask questions about us when the forum is for asking questions about reality and the earth.
Well,
So you're
I
asking the
already
wrong sort of questions.
I already got a handle on reality in the earth, so.
I don't think you do.
So
You haven't
you're in here
demonstrated
trying
it
to
yet.
learn. So you're in here trying to learn logic, then.
Yeah, no, I got a handle on logic too. I'm good there.
Well, that's what you say.
No, I'm not
Can
sure
you
about
back
that.
it up?
I know you're not, but I'm good.
You can say that, but can you back it up with some, logic?
Yeah, with 99% of this world, I can back it up.
Right. So with that curved water level is a horizontal line. That kind of logic.
It's really not that hard of a concept to grasp. You just tried.
Horizontal, you
Some
said that was 90 degrees perpendicular to vertical. You said that cannot be curved. Yet it's not a hard concept to grasp it being curved. Okay, so make that make sense, Mr. Logic.
Yeah, save us.
Just draw a circle on a piece of graph paper or something, like you did back in the days of 9th grade in algebra.
Well, can I measure a 90-degree angle with that to another line?
Yes, you can.
With that curved line that you said I can't get 90 degrees from.
And there are infinite tangents along that circle, right? And all
I
those
didn't ask
tangents are
about a
straight
tangent.
lines.
I asked about the curved line.
It's the same thing. That's what.
No, it's not. A
No.
tangent is a straight line, not a
All
curve.
right.
I can do that in a
All right, never mind.
computer. Dude, I can do that in a computer. I've used AutoCAD. I've drawn a circle and I've drawn a little star above that circle and I've tried to get an elevation angle from that circle to that star. The computer will literally turn around and say that that function isn't available. You fucking idiot. You can't measure an angle off of a curved line.
Well, but we do it all the time.
No, well,
You
you
can't
can't because you're false anyway, because you don't
But we do it
have
all the
a
time.
physical. You don't have a physical horizon. You have an apparent horizon that moves in and out all the time. Therefore, you have no tangent line.
What?
Dummy.
How does that even
Yeah,
follow?
curve for the tangent.
You don't draw the horizontal to the horizon. That'd be stupid.
What's it
The
in
horizon.
celestial navigation? What's a GP of a star?
From what I'm told, it's where the location normal to the Earth is.
Normal to the Earth, so the ground
Yeah.
position of the star, directly underneath the star, right?
Yeah, but it's directly underneath is
Or
determined by
also, what's that?
its vertical
What's that
position.
angle? What's that angle?
What's that angle?
Yeah,
Whatever
vertical.
vertical is, 90 degrees.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So every single star is a geographical position of 90 degrees to you, the observer, at any distance from 1 mile to 3,000, 4,000 miles. So that's a straight
Wait,
horizontal baseline to give you 90 degrees under every single star. So you can measure an elevation angle up to a star. Let's keep the math simple. Let's put the sextant on the floor. So we don't have to do dip corrections or altitude corrections, which take you down to the flat horizontal plane. You have noticed that every single star has a ground position of 90 degrees. Now we understand that you can't get 90 degrees, 190-degree angle on a curved line, let alone hundreds.
Sure you can.
No, you can't.
You can.
90-degree
We do all
angle
the
on
time.
a curved 90-degree angle on a curved line.
Yeah, we do all the
Have
time.
you ever
It's really easy.
do you do carpentry? Have you done any type of building of a thing using a right angle triangle? You will
No,
understand that you can't use a 90-degree set square on a curved line.
Maybe you can't.
Maybe no one can, because you can't have 90 degrees on curved lines. We're not drawing tangents. We've got a vertical line down from the star to its geographical position and where it hits the surface of the Earth, which is a horizontal line. Not just one star, but every single star in the night sky. You can't have one 90 degree. Now, I know it hurts your fucking religion, doesn't it, you fucking prick? But you
No, not
can't
at all.
have 90 degrees on a curved
I
line.
can.
You say that I can't, we can't. You don't
No,
understand
I can.
geometry.
I can.
No, you. How do you have a 90-degree angle on a curved line?
I already told you. It's vertical.
Did you? Yeah, the vertical line down from the star in question, where it hits the surface of the Earth. Then you have a horizontal line from that star in question to you, the observer, with your angle measuring device at a distance of 3,000 miles. That is a 3,000 miles straight horizontal baseline for you
What's
to
this?
form your right angle triangle.
What's this horizontal line to me thing?
You understand that horizontal from that ground position to you.
Yeah.
So you can
And
measure an elevation angle up to that star, forming a right angle triangle with 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, all the stars.
Why do I care about a right angle triangle? How'd this come into the question?
Because you said that you can measure right angle triangles off of curved lines. You can't. You're an idiot.
I never said anything
Like
about a triangle.
I did. We're talking about celestial
I didn't.
navigation. You said that we can measure a 90 degree with a vertical line down. I've given you a vertical line down from a star.
Okay.
Which is the base of celestial navigation. Rendering your fucking point mute, and you're a retard.
Okay. Now what?
I've just kind of removed your religion for you, but I've noticed that you
Hmm?
have an arrogance of a dickhead and you're just going to sleep well at night by ignoring everything that I've said, because you must believe in all certainty that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
Can't deny what my eyes see.
Where do you see that?
See it everywhere.
Well, narrow it down.
Well, for example, I can go out and I can look at the moon and I can watch it go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Okay, that's
Roughly.
not seeing a globe.
What's
How,
that got to do
how,
with the
how else
shape
can
of
you
the
explain it? Because everybody on the Earth sees it go by at 15 degrees an hour all the time.
Awesome.
Share
That's
the
the
math
moon.
on that. The only way that works is on a sphere. It's the only way it works. So I can't hear FB Jedi if he's trying to speak. I see his light go on. Is he road running everybody, just me?
No, I can't
hear you,
either.
Jedi.
I'm
Are you
not
still
even
trying to talk?
talking.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
talking.
But you guys do
Okay, so
understand that.
that would be an appeal to ignorance to say it only works if I'm on a sphere. Okay, prove it by showing us the sphere that it's working on.
No, I can show you the math, and there's no way that people in multiple locations can watch the same 15-degree angle happen, looking at the same thing if it's going
Yeah, what
flat.
presuppositions did you make to come to that conclusion?
It's just
About the
math,
moon?
man. It's just math.
Yeah, so walk
Yes.
me through it. What presuppositions are you making and then basing your math upon?
Sorry, it's just math. That math got a radius value in it.
It's the only way the numbers work.
It's the only way the numbers
You
work.
know
Can you
that
show us? Show us those numbers.
Probably not.
Yeah, didn't think so. And show us the presuppositions that you have to make to arrive at the conclusions that you did as well.
Do
You're
we
gonna have to
do we
assume certain things like the moon is a ball and sort of stuff like
no,
that.
I don't. I don't.
You don't have to assume the nature of the moon.
No.
No?
If we start from a flat plane, right, or a flat line, where we got multiple positions on this flat line, and each one of them are watching this thing proceed through their sky at 15 degrees per hour. It would have, in order for that 15 degrees to remain constant, if that object in the sky were moving also flat across the sky instead of in an arc, it would have to be speeding up as it's far away from you, slowing down right above you, and speeding up as it's going away from you again in order to maintain that 15 degrees. But in order for it to do that, the other people, it's doing it at point A. Point B, it has to be doing exactly the opposite. So if it has to be speeding up for point B while it's slowing down for point A. And the object can't be doing two things at one time, a little less than 10 million things at one time for the 10 million people observing this thing. Now, that's a very simple mathematical concept. It just can't work on two flats. And you can call it a light, whatever you call it. Whatever you call it, it's moving at 15 degrees an hour.
Whatever it is.
Yeah,
so
it doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. So it's necessary for the ground to curve into a sphere in order for that observation in the sky to take place as it does.
It's necessary for the ground to be a sphere, and it's necessary for the object above to go in a circle, basically.
Got it. Necessary for the ground to be a sphere for the moon to do what it seemed to do. Okay, so let's just see. Let's just see. Okay, it's the only way. That means that that it necessarily is a sphere. So now just show us that sphere.
Well, at least you agreed that the math is the only way it works, and I'm good with that.
No, I didn't. I just went.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just going with you on this. So this is the conclusion that it necessarily leads to. If you're correct in your presuppositions and your conclusions, then the Earth necessarily is a sphere, and if that's the case, then you can necessarily show it. So go on.
How would I show you a sphere or something that's 25,000 miles in diameter?
Gee, it only has a geometric horizon distance of a mile if I'm a foot off the ground.
And if I showed you 1,000 pictures where it's a mile away, a foot off the ground, you would reject them all.
Well, why don't we start with one, and then we'll see what I do after 1,000. How about that?
I don't have access to an ocean right at this very moment.
Well, when you do gain access to one, we can start with one, and then we'll see what happens after 1,000.
Yeah, I already know what will happen.
Well, you haven't tried it, so that's kind of interesting, but okay.
You reject all other information.
I haven't rejected anything. I just want to see the sphere directly. You say it necessarily must be that. If that is the case, and you are correct in that assertion, then you can just show it.
Okay,
It's
so how
out there.
about so how about if we take distances between known cities? because they've flown jets between them.
Okay, so
Each way.
once again,
What do we
you're
do
going
with
to
that
take
information?
distances. All right, you're
Yes.
going to take distances that were given to you. You don't really know how they were arrived at, but you're just going to take the distances that were given to you, say this necessarily only works on a sphere, and if that conclusion is correct, then that means that the Earth necessarily is a sphere, so show
Yes.
it.
Why? We're done.
Show the sphere.
We're done.
Yeah, you do seem to be done.
If it's necessarily a sphere,
Yeah,
we have to assume
we're
it's a
almost
sphere.
there. We're almost there. If it's necessarily a sphere, just show it. You can necessarily do that if it necessarily is. So go on.
Yes, but yeah, I know people have shown you pictures of mountains that are 3/4 blocked by the ocean. They've shown you pictures of buildings almost all blocked by the ocean, and you just say, "Nuh-uh."
The same ocean that doesn't show any geometric horizon? What do you mean?
That is the geometric horizon. Blocking
really?
those. Yes.
So how come when we try to do a line of sight test to one, we don't actually find a geometric horizon?
What is it you don't find?
The geometric horizon that you just said that we find.
Okay, so what's blocking the mountain?
Oh, is it a geometric horizon? I guess we're going back to the
doesn't
Black
matter.
Swan now.
What's blocking the mountain?
That would be your claim of a geometric horizon. Shall we go back to the Black Swan now?
What do you think's blocking the mountain?
Yes, you're going to struggle to make this burden reversal work for you, aren't you?
No, if you don't want to understand the world, that's fine with me. I don't.
I am. I'm trying to get you to help me understand it. So you say it's a geometric horizon.
you're not trying.
Should we see if horizons are geometric or not?
What would it mean to be geometric?
You don't know after all this time in this conversation?
Yeah, geometric is an abstract concept. You can't
So
see it.
you don't know what we're referring to after all this time in this conversation.
I just told you, geometric is an abstract concept.
Oh, so it's too abstract for you, man. You don't know what we're talking about all of a sudden.
By definition, you don't see geometry. You can
Oh,
talk on top of a line.
So by definition, you don't see the geometric shape that you think that you live on.
No, you can't see geometry. Geometry is abstract.
Oh.
You would
What's
know that
blocking
if
the
you
bottom
passed
of that shit
geometry.
then? What's blocking the bottom of that shit then?
Well, that's what I'm asking for. What's blocking the bottom? It's the water, in my opinion.
Hold on. We're asking you. You said that you give us observations where we can't see 2/3 of a mountain or half of a fucking tree.
Yes.
What's blocking our ability to see it then?
The water.
The water.
Yeah.
Is that water curved?
Yes. Definitely
So
curved.
that would be the geometry of the Earth being a ball, then, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's roughly a circle.
Oh, we do see
Big
geometry
sphere.
then. This
Yeah,
geometry.
but that's an abstract representation. You can't see it. What you see is the water.
This sphere is blocking our ability to see things, right?
Yes.
So a hump of water between you, the observer, and the thing in question at distance over that hump of water.
No, it's not a hump. A hump implies altitude change.
Well,
there's no altitude change.
My goodness me, we're now going to the level point from the inside of a radius of a ball. Whatever, there is a hump of water between me and that object on a curved surface. That curved surface is in the way, correct?
The curved surface is in the way, correct? Yes.
Awesome stuff. So can we have a direct measurement of that curved surface then, please?
How?
Don't know, mate. You're the one that making the fucking claim that the only thing that can obstruct objects, according to you, is the curved surface. So we want direct measurement of that curved surface.
I would go with reciprocal angles and do the math to calculate where those verticals are meeting.
Angles?
That's what I would do. You won't accept that, though, so I don't know what to do for you.
Angles?
Yes.
On curved lines?
Now, reciprocal zenith angles have nothing to do with curved lines, do they?
Reciprocal zenith angles?
Yeah.
Do you know what an area of equal altitude is?
Reciprocal zenith angles just require verticals and pointing at the other object.
Tell us who did this.
What's that?
What?
Who did this with the reciprocal zenith angles?
The main surveyor guy, for one. I saw him, and Larry over at Gem Server. He's done it for a living.
Can you show a picture of that? Can you show a picture?
Well, I trust him. Maybe that's where we differ.
No, but I just want to see a
I
picture
know
of
this
what was
guy.
done.
He sounds reasoned, huh? What's that?
I would like to see a picture of what was done.
Yeah,
But
show Fusel a picture.
If you really wanted to, you could find one, I'm sure. But you don't want to.
I'll go find it, but only if you're willing to discuss it.
Sounds fair.
I don't know what there's to discuss, but sure, I guess.
Did main surveyor tell you how he accounted for deflection of the vertical?
How he did what, where, when?
Guess not.
I understood what he said. I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay,
Yeah, I got that much.
Yeah, that sounds about right there. Yeah.
Okay, so it says that what we got here? He measured 94 degrees down to the line of sight. So how big of a distance is 1 degree in your model?
1 degree is 1 degree. There's no distance to a degree. It's an angle.
Well, isn't it 69 miles?
Isn't what 69 miles?
One arc.
Come on,
one.
Scott.
Yeah.
1 degree on the Earth. Yeah, I guess it's 69 miles. I really don't know that stuff very well.
Okay, so 69 times 4 would be what? Around 280?
Why are you multiplying 69 times 4?
Because he got 4 degrees over 90. That means that line of sight, he would have had to seen almost 280 miles away. Do you really think he looked 280 miles away?
I have no idea. I've seen 280 miles for sure.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the world record longest photograph?
The world record longest photograph?
Yeah, was it like
I assume it's the
240?
James Webb. I assume it's the James Webb Telescope.
Oh wow!
Taking pictures of the edge of the universe.
Visible
Yeah.
universe.
Is it not the James Webb Telescope for the longest picture?
No, I'm
On
talking
the
about
Earth.
on Earth, Scott.
Yeah, he means on Earth.
Wait, you mean you've got a photo of the edge?
That's what they tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I go
universe.
around.
The longest picture from a place on the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea what the longest picture is. What
I
is
think
it?
it was like 240 miles. So the main surveyor was
It
able
was
to get
it
a
was
photograph from
275.
I go
All right,
around
then.
breaking long distance site records all the time.
I've seen it from an
walking the
airplane,
dog.
Say
I
that's
know I've been
longest
flying.
line of sight, surface to surface, is 275 miles.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so he took a picture from 275 miles away.
Yeah,
This
but why
guy,
are
the
we
main surveyor, right? Because that's what he would have to have done to get this measurement, is
I'm
seen
not
something
sure
that was 275 miles away.
I'm not sure that's how the math works. I haven't done the math in a while, but I'm
Well, it
not
says
sure
94 degrees down.
It's irrelevant.
Isn't this your big disproof of flat?
Yeah, the fact that it's greater than 180.
Yeah, but it would have required him to see almost 280 miles away.
Well, I don't think the math is going to work out that simply.
It was 275 miles, bro.
Nobody cares about that anymore, bro.
So was this from the main surveyor stuff?
Yeah, this is what Brenda posted on that debate with Jaron.
And what did he say the distances between those 2 points A and B are?
I don't know.
Well, it's kind of important to the math.
Well,
if you don't know,
so we could just
If you don't know the distance from A to B, the angles aren't going to do any good.
Angle.
Well, it says it was 4 degrees over 90, so 1 degree is 69 miles. Multiply that times 4, you got
That's not how it
270.
works. That's not how it works.
Jed's
All right.
like, somebody say angles.
Yeah, that was funny.
Just say angles again, please.
That might be why the main surveyor isn't in this conversation anymore, because of this dumb bullshit. He's fooled people into thinking he saw 280 miles away and saw a fucking theodolite from 280 miles away.
You don't have to see the
Well,
satellite.
yeah.
You just point it to the peak of the mountain, right? You know you're pretty damn close to it.
Shit. Guess we don't have to take account for refraction over that distance, then, do we?
Well, if you're high enough,
Hmm.
it's not going to refract much. And plus,
Much.
refraction will flatten the measurement.
Oh, flatten. Much.
Why do you
Fucking
think it'll do that?
arbitrary.
Is that because you presuppose that there's a curve out there that it appears to flatten? Is that why you think it works that way?
No, because you'll get less of a total angle. Because
Angle?
if the refraction is pulling the light rays down, well, you can laugh. I mean,
Sorry, man.
What were you saying, Scott? About refraction?
Angle.
so if the refraction is pulling the light down and it's making an arc, sort of like the McDonald's like sign.
Oh, so it is
will-
because you
it'll-
presuppose that there's a curve that light is bending down around to make it appear flat. That's how you just assume that light works. I got it.
I don't know how you got that from what I just said, but good
Well,
on you.
yeah, curving down, presupposing the curved gradient layers and the curve of the Earth to go with it, and all of that.
Bro, what is this noise?
Yeah, but see, we already know the Earth's a globe based on all these other measurements we can do
See,
because
there
we
you
know
go.
distance. We know distances between places.
How
And
did
then
you
we just
already
gotta
know
figure out
that?
how big it is.
What measurements?
Well, if you don't think we can figure out how far things are from each other, then
No, you said we already know the Earth is a ball because of measurements.
yes, distances
So
between
what?
known cities, geographic
No,
locations.
no,
Yeah,
no, no. Curvature over distance. When was that measured? Not distances. Sorry, not distances between places. Curvature of the Earth. When was that
This is-
measured? Could be
this
true.
is the beauty. This is the beauty of mathematics. If you take enough measurements and distance between things, they only plot onto one shape.
How come all the scale maps have straight lines?
How come all the what, where, when?
Scale maps, any map with a scale. Straight line distance between every
You mean
point on that map.
you talking about a flat map?
Any scale map.
There's no other type.
What's a scale map?
A map to scale.
Map with a scale.
So
Oh.
you think that if we open an atlas, for example, that has a flat map
Yes,
of
there'll
the
be a
Earth,
legend. There'll be a
Yes,
legend, and it'll have a scale.
And what do they also say about that scale when you start moving up and down, north and south? What happens to the scale? Does the scale remain the same, or does
Show
the
me
scale
one that says
change?
something different.
Says something different from what?
That says that the distances don't, that the scale doesn't work for the entire area. I'd love to see that.
No, you wouldn't, because if you did, you'd look.
So you'd need. Would that mean there would be a requirement for separate scales for the one map, Harry?
Yes. That's how the maps are drawn and described. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fact. Look at a map one day.
Yeah, I have a map of the entire United States here.
Dude, when I look at a map, it's flat.
Straight line distances.
You were the
Yeah,
one who brought up the map
we-
distances and then
Yeah.
had to be told what a scale map is, but anyway.
All right. You can pretend you won that one. I'm fine with that.
You can pretend that we didn't. That's fine.
Yeah, but if you think Greenland is big as it's drawn on a flat map, I don't know where do we go with that, right? And Australia's
I don't
as
think
No,
long as it is.
just get a map with a scale. Come on, that'll work.
Feigned exasperation in lieu of curvature.
No. Jerry's trolling. He knows he's wrong.
No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. No,
He's just here for fun. He's
No,
trying
he's
to get a
not.
rise. He's trying to get a rise out of me.
No, I'm
That's
not.
he
I'm
lives.
telling
He
you how
lives
to.
for. He lives for this shit. He
Come on.
he
Just get a
knows he's
map.
bullshitting.
He lives for this shit.
Jerry knows he's bullshitting, and I know Jerry knows he's bullshitting.
I know that
No,
you
it's
know.
true.
The rest of you guys aren't, but Jerry
No,
is.
get any map with a scale of the entire continent of Australia, and that scale will work for the entire continent. Straight line distances. Go ahead.
For me.
It's enough for you guys to ignore reality.
You're ignoring the
It
scale map of
can't be.
Australia at the moment, mate.
It can't be that tough for you guys. It just can't be.
You're ignoring the scale map of Australia at the moment, mate. Have you noticed how you're ignoring that point with your feigned exasperation and having a go at him, saying that he's lying and he knows
Well,
he's lying?
let's
Have you
put it
noticed
this
how
way.
you haven't? Have you noticed how you haven't addressed it?
If you showed me a scale map, if you showed me a map of Australia that was to scale, in which the single scale worked to find this accurate distance between all two known points in Australia, and then you showed me that same Australia drawn on a globe map, those two Australias would look nowhere near alike.
Why would that be?
Because on the globe they have to stretch out Australia.
So not to scale then.
It would not be to scale.
Mm.
At least not for the east-west directions. It could be to scale north-south just fine.
It wouldn't
way
be
they
to
do it.
scale on the globe. Is that what you're saying?
No, the globe works perfectly. You can take a string. You can take a string between any 2 points in Australia, and you can have a simple scale for all globes. Just one works for the whole thing.
Show that.
Just grab a globe, man.
That's not enough. I can't just
not enough for
grab a
you.
globe and demonstrate what you're saying to me here. Like, get us the maps that they're actually using. Demonstrate that those distances actually represent the real world distances.
Would you believe them?
Who cares what I would believe? Just bring it here so people can see. It's not about me. It's about you showing this globe to the world.
To the world?
Well, maybe for you it's about me, but I don't know if everybody else is as obsessed.
What?
Well, he seems to want to make it about me. Keep up, Victor.
I don't think so.
Well, he just said it's about me, so keep up, Victor.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. Keep up, Victor.
No. I've been listening, bro.
Yeah. Well, if you're not gonna keep up, then I'll just sit you in the corner again.
All right, you can go ahead, bro. But he didn't say that.
He did, but
no, he didn't.
Keep not keeping up.
I've been listening this entire time.
It's really adding. Yeah, not too well.
Very well. What are you talking about?
Have you noticed the times he said "not for you"? Yeah, he's talking to Heretic, as in it's not good enough for him. So shut up.
Yeah, and then he's worried about what I'm gonna believe, what I'm gonna accept, and I told him it's not about me, and then he said, "Yeah, it is." Anyway, Mister, I'm listening very well. Why don't you
He
just
said,
keep
"Yeah,
quiet?
it is." He said the "yeah, it is" came out of his mouth.
Okay, yeah, he's not worth talking to. Who's speaking up now?
But when you and I are the two people in the conversation, who else am I talking to?
See, now even Scott's going to say, yeah, he was making it about me. Well, at least we got rid of that other guy to chime in and deny what's going on right in front of us.
Well, yeah, that's your turf, huh?
I mean, we could do that, but it's kind of boring after like the 5th time.
Crisis, why are you so aggro today?
Did you say racist?
Crisis. Your name has
Flatwater
the word
crisis report.
crisis. Yeah,
So he called you crisis?
I called him crisis, yeah, because
Yeah.
it has the word in it.
It does.
Sounds like a loaded question.
Why
You
would
just
it be
be
a
a little
loaded
angry.
question? You just seem a bit aggro, like not even
Yeah.
angry, like just aggro.
Okay, yeah, it's probably a better term.
Who cares?
Yeah, that.
I mean, can we not have casual conversations? Jesus.
Maybe.
If you don't like it
We'll try
here,
it out.
you can leave.
I never said I don't like it. I'm just.
Stop
You
complaining then.
guys are like so impossible. Holy moly.
He's just concerned with his mental health a little bit.
Not even that. I was just asking, like, what's up?
All right. I see.
My God.
All you guys want to talk about is me. Why are you so obsessed?
Well, we can talk about me if you want.
No,
All you-
please.
All you guys want to talk about is
It's not the
Black
direction I was
Swan.
trying to go in.
I think it's the profile picture, man.
The Black Swan. Yeah, because it shatters the
That's it.
geometry that you believe that you exist on.
Yeah, but that's all you got, right? That's it.
Yeah,
That's
just something
so
that shatters
weird.
the whole paradigm. Yeah,
But it doesn't.
but it does.
You know, what is it? It's like 6 arc minutes of
It's a-
refraction answers that problem.
Really? Can you show us the
I think so.
calculations for that? 6 arc minutes over 10 miles.
Yeah.
And then
Okay,
demonstrate that the atmospheric conditions fit your fucking model.
Well, how much would it take for 6 arc minutes of refraction?
Okay, so
Don't
that's
care
begging
about
the
your
question.
backwards engineering.
So we don't see the geometry that you believe you live on.
No one
but
ever
then you
expects
just
to.
assume that light did whatever it had to for that thing that you didn't observe to actually be there. Got any evidence for that?
Well, the vast majority of the time, the light does exactly what we expect it to. Then every now and then there's some kind of
What does it
phenomenon
do?
that
What do
bends
you
the light.
expect it to do, and why do you expect it to do that?
Well, for example, I can point some kind of theodolite or some kind of measuring device at a peak of a mountaintop. And if I know how far I'm away, it's not where it should be. It's always lower than a flat Earth would suggest. That's just simple math, right? It's just simple trig. And the really cool thing is if you move back and forth with that theodolite and keep pointing at the same top of that mountain, you always get different measurements for the
What's
supposed
the maximum?
elevation.
Sorry, my friend. You've said theodolite so many fucking times now at a distance of over 270 miles. What's the maximum range of a theodolite?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't say
about
anything about 270 miles though.
About 5 miles.
Why would the maximum range of a theodolite be 5 miles?
Because it's a limit.
What's the limit on it?
5 miles.
But why?
What stops from seeing further?
It has a limit.
What does that mean? What limits it?
Where it then becomes rendered useless because of half of light, which you're assuming is straight in this instance, which it isn't.
But nobody. What?
Well, remember.
Go and get a theodolite manual and then go and point out to me the limitation of the technology in question. Off you go.
You know, it only takes a tiny arc of that light for your curved world to appear flat, Scott. So how do you know what you're looking at? How do you know you can actually ascertain the world's true dimensions by looking at all this curvy, bendy light that doesn't represent what's actually there, huh, Scott?
But strangely enough, even with the bendy light that would appear to flatten the Earth, it still doesn't rise far enough.
Why would it appear to flatten it? You just think that because you think that it's curved to begin with. And then you think that when it looks
No.
flat, well, that's because of the way that light behaves to take that curve and make it appear that way. That's
No,
the only
because
reason
the
that you
amount
think that it's working that way.
refraction always
Also,
makes
he'd be
the geometry
taking
higher.
he'd be actually taking an angle measurement in
Angle?
that scenario.
Angle.
Yes, of course.
They've got a curvy line of sight and a curvy baseline. Oh shit!
Yeah, just more evidence for you guys to reject. That's okay.
Not evidence. You haven't brought
So what
anything.
you're saying
You've
is
just made
actually
claims.
nothing.
You've never
So
actually
what,
brought evidence for anything. All you've ever done is make claims and then say,
yeah.
"Well, you wouldn't believe it if I brought you the evidence anyway." So I'm
Oh,
just not
you
gonna. That's all you do.
You know you've been presented with this evidence.
You
please.
know you
You've
haven't.
been
And you
doing
talk
to be
about
fair,
us.
both sides do that.
You've been doing
No,
this
we
long
don't.
enough.
We show them the black swan and variations thereof and things like that, line of sight tests, laser tests, things like that all day long. And he ironically does exactly what he's accusing us of doing. He hand waves it all while he provides nothing and says that we hand wave that.
No,
Pure
my point
projection.
was like,
Well, what I
well,
find very interesting.
people show like photos of celestial objects, right? We've used like telescopes to gather, and like other people say it's computer generated graphics. Like,
What I
not
find
true.
really interesting is you come into a debate platform to speak about your belief of the Earth, but then you don't want to give any evidence because we'll just ignore it. Well, that's really
It's a lovely
not the
cop
way
out.
you come into a debate platform. That's pretty silly.
Well, imagine this
Okay, but
though. Imagine we're claiming
can-
that we've got these geometric horizon tests. Right? We've got a black swan. The horizon's way
guys.
too far. Hold on, dude. I'm in the middle of talking. The black swan. No. Imagine that scenario where we say we have these things, and then Scott Mackey comes in here and says, "Well, let's see it." And we go, "Well, you wouldn't believe it."
Well, I mean, guys, is it fair to say that if I show you a picture of, let's say, Jupiter that we gathered through the Cassini space probe, you would just say it's computer generated graphics? Like, what would be the point then of me presenting evidence that you will never accept?
No, we wouldn't say that at all. My goodness me, what an idiot. What we would say is
Why
the
would you
area
call me an idiot? You're an idiot. Like, I never insulted you.
I'll tell you why. Because you obviously haven't been listening hard enough. So demonstrably stupid. The
I
argument
literally
would
had this happen to me yesterday.
Brilliant.
You're an
So we
idiot
understand-
because you don't know what
so
I'm
we
talking about.
understand- So we understand
Jesus.
that we understand.
Zoidberg, you're crazy for being in here.
We understand that the area of where the photograph image is taken from can't exist. So Cassini, in the vacuum of space, that's a problem. Surely you must have been around this argument long enough to understand that that's a thermodynamics violation,
Again,
second
called
law
me dumb.
thereof. Yeah, no problem. Demonstrably true because you obviously don't understand the argument well enough.
Well, I think you're dumb for thinking that it's not true. There you go. If we're gonna strawman each other and if we're gonna be like belligerent, sure, let's do it.
It can't be true because the vacuum of space cannot be real because it is an open system to our atmosphere, which according to the second law of thermodynamics will mean that the atmosphere, high pressure, will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Jupiter, Saturn, giant balls of gas, uncontained from the vacuum of space, should disperse into the vacuum. Say gravity. Go on, I'll give you 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is gravity. Like, what do you expect me to say?
So give me the observation of gravity acting on gas. Don't point at
Gravity
Jupiter
acting
or
on. What do you think gas is?
What?
It's
Are you going to say it's
molecules,
mass?
matter, right? Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Are you going to say it's mass?
Yeah, it has. Every
Awesome.
molecule has
Brilliant.
mass.
Thank
Like, what are you
you.
talking about?
Thank you. So show me gas attracting gas then. If gas is
Gas
mass, show me gas
attracting
attracting.
gas.
Yes.
Yeah,
If gas is mass,
you give me enough gas to show you this. There you go.
we've got all the gas on the Earth. There you go.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
the gas
And
attracting
that's
itself?
proving it, right?
Is the gas attracting the gas?
No.
No, thank you. So therefore, gas
It's
which
the
is mass
Earth
doesn't
attracting the gas.
It's attracting the
Pulling
gas.
it.
Where's the gas made? Where's the gas made?
Pulling it. Where's the
It's
gas?
pulling it down. It's pulling it down, being as gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and the only thing that changes the path of gas is something that it physically collides with, another gas particle, or the walls of a container, or something solid like your fucking head.
A force.
only
Okay,
thing.
so you're
The
gonna insult
only
me. You sound like a moron. Like, please don't talk to me.
The only thing that changes the path of gas is something that it physically collides with, not something that it left behind the Earth.
I don't care. Dude, you continuously
care?
insult me for no reason, and you're not willing to have a good faith discussion, so just move on.
Well, neither are you. Because you're
Go
just going to make
backwards,
claims and then run from them.
I'm not
Yeah,
running from
fine.
them. He's the one continuously insulting me. What's the
You're
point
not
of
gonna.
continuing
You're not
conversation?
gonna provide experimental evidence of gravity-containing gas. Don't even start.
The
Of gravity
planet
containing
itself?
gas?
Yeah, as per the atmosphere claim that he just made.
Yes,
Yes.
correct. The atmosphere has gradient, and the fact of the matter is that gravity can pull only so much until the fact of the matter is that the pressure here on the surface of the Earth is strong
Yeah, now
enough
you're restating the claim again. We
Yeah,
heard
sure.
this. You're doing it a second time now. We already got your claim. We already knew it before you even
Prices.
made it once, right?
You
What we were
interrupted me in the
actually
middle of
asking
the
for.
sentence,
Yeah,
and
in the
then you
middle of
critiqued
your
me
sentence,
earlier.
right, saying the same thing that you already told us, that we already knew before you told us the first time. We're not looking
You
for a
guys can't mute
repetition
for
of the
overtalk if you're
claim.
just gonna overtalk.
We're looking can do whatever we want. And we're not looking for a repetition of the claim. We're looking for the evidence to support it.
And the evidence is your existence.
No, it's not. That's a begging the question
It is,
fallacy.
literally.
No, it's not, because that's the very thing in question, the atmosphere, right? That's the thing that you're asserting. We're looking for the experimental evidence of gas actually being contained by gravity the way that you say that it is.
The atmospheric pressure.
Now, it's a
that we
circular
have
argument.
here.
It's a
that
circular
we
argument. That's the thing in question.
Okay, that's
You
impossible
don't seem
to
to
talk. Go on.
understand.
I give up. I don't want to talk to
It's a circular argument. Don't you understand that? We're saying that we don't have any experimental evidence of gas actually being affected by gravity like that. So we don't think that that claim about the atmosphere carries. And then you just reassert it. Don't you see how that's circular?
What changes the path of gas? Again, what changes the path of gas?
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh,
You insult me.
collisions.
You insult me for no reason. Why would I talk to you?
I'll do this. I apologise, my friend, for insulting you for no reason. Do apologise.
You
Now, what changes the
overtalk.
path of gas?
What changes the
What
path
changes
of
the
gas?
path
I
of
don't
gas?
understand the question.
If gas is moving in a direction, what is going to change its path?
Many
A
things.
force.
A force would be one, yes.
This is where you
Can
guys get
show
stuck.
this? Can you show this then?
Yes.
Go on then.
If you have an atmosphere with atmospheric pressure, right? Which pressure is just the movement of the molecules of that gas,
No,
right?
pressure is defined by
Generated on area. But I can never fit, like, it's just impossible. Like,
incorrect.
do you want to move to one-on-one so we can actually
we'll have
talk?
a one-on-one now. And I'll point out
No,
that
it's
you're incorrect.
impossible. You interrupt me
You're incorrect.
continuously.
You're incorrect. You're incorrect.
Okay, well, you can believe what you want.
Gas pressure is in the word pressure. Press.
Mm-hmm.
The force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. The only
What do
thing
you
that changes the path of gas is something that the gas physically collides with, another gas molecule, or the walls of its container, or, for example, my head.
Wait, that would all be a force. That would all be an example of a force.
Yeah. So the gas exerting a force on the walls of its container, therefore, by achieving gas pressure within a fixed
What
volume.
do you think when the gas hits the surface of the planet? What do you think happens? That's atmospheric pressure.
So,
Like when
to
molecules
demonstrate,
bounce off the surface of the planet, that is atmospheric pressure, no?
Begging the question of the planet, but you've given us one of the walls of the container.
Okay, the Earth, the firmament, when the gas bounces off the flat plane, that generates pressure, no?
Okay, you're just
When
giving us the walls of the container. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, one of the walls is the ground.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So demonstrate gas pressure without the necessity of physical force.
The necessity of physical force? What do you mean by this? I don't understand.
Gas pressure requires physical collision to take place.
Yes.
Correct?
When the
So,
molecules hit the ground.
So present it with a force, with a non-physical force.
It's
demonstrate
I
gas
think it's
pressure without a physical force, a physical
I'm
barrier.
a materialist. What's a non-physical? Like, are we talking about metaphysics? Are we talking about God, magic? Like, what do you mean?
Gonna have to help him
That
with
would
his
be
claim, I guess.
your gravity. If I'll just give it to you, right?
Gravity
that would be your gravity.
is a force that is applied on matter, which means it's a force that is applied on a physical object.
Can you show that?
Yes.
Can you show
The
gravity
fact that
being
you are not
applied to
flying
gas
off the planet
with an
is
experiment?
gravity.
That's begging the question.
How does this
Wait,
guy
show
complain
what
about?
exactly?
How does this guy complain about getting interrupted, and he's constantly interrupting?
Oh, well, you interrupted me so far. I'm just like returning the favor.
Now we have a guy interrupting to ask, "What is this about?" After
No,
we've been talking about it for like the last half an hour.
I've
Maybe
been here.
he
I know
can
what
just
this is
pay
about.
attention until he figures out what's
I'm
going
well
on.
aware of what this
And who is that? And
fucking
okay, good, he's muted.
conversation. Faggots kill themselves.
Oh, there you go. Very nice. Very nice, mate.
We got that clip.
Really
Let's
nice.
get him banned.
I mean, in fairness, you faggots should kill yourselves.
Okay.
you, mate.
Very good,
Two.
mate. Well done.
Okay, we'll get
Shows-
him banned too.
Shows what type of person you are, man.
Yeah, let's see.
So again,
Kalu
very
and
simply.
Destiny. Hey, say bye, guys. You're getting kicked off the server.
Yeah.
Bye. So what changes the path of gas again?
The path of gas? I don't
think it's
understand. Like, do you mean like the way molecules move within a gas
Parrot.
cloud?
When
Like a parrot.
when gas is moving, what changes its path?
So when you say gas is moving, you mean molecules, right? Of the chemical element.
Yeah,
What changes its
right.
path?
What
Yes.
changes its path? Like other molecules, limitations, or where the gas is, other forces like electromagnetism could probably, I would assume, like gravity would probably, I would assume, like things like this.
So you don't
We
know.
understand. So we understand that to change the path of gas, it needs to physically collide with something, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, that's one way. Yeah.
Okay. Can you demonstrate another way then, please?
Yes, but you don't recognize that way. I would say
Without
gravitational
begging the
force.
question.
I would
Without
say
begging the question.
what is the begging the question? Can you explain that fallacy to me?
Religiously pointing at the sky and saying, "There's my proof."
That is not a definition of the informal fallacy. Can you give me the definition of the informal fallacy begging the question? And also, can you give me the name of the informal fallacy in Latin? Because it has a Latin name. I don't know if you know
Now
this,
you've
but
got to
it
give
does.
it in Latin. Oh.
Yeah. That's the name of the informal fallacy.
Awesome stuff.
Begging the question is, what changes the path of gas? Numerous methods.
Awesome. So the physical collision of the gas particle with a physical object. Yes, we agree to that one. No problem.
I mean, technically, it'd be an electrostatic force.
Shut up,
But...
you moron! You're not talk. They're not talking to you.
So, what else changes the path of gas?
Gravity.
It's fine. Can you show that, please?
Yes.
Electromagnetism does also.
Electromagnetism also mentioned that.
Irrelevant. We're looking for your gravity.
Gravity.
When you say
in
prove
the
gravity, what are you asking for? Like prove the force, or like
You just be
prove?
quiet. You just be quiet because you're derailing this conversation, which took
What proof would you
forever
accept
to
for
get to
gravity?
here, and you're trying to reset it again.
I'll tell you what. Just give me the observation. Just give me the observation of gravity changing the path of gas.
So, if I invent an experiment where I put a little bit of gas in an open room and it all falls down to the ground, that would prove gravity to you?
Just give me somewhere in the physical and natural world where gravity is making gas change its path.
You don't accept that proof. I can say, like, for example, as we already mentioned, gas giants, but you will never accept that.
Yeah, because I said here on the Earth, the gas giant is begging the question. That's a giant ball of gas that isn't dispersing into the vacuum of space because of gravity.
Would you accept an inference rule?
How about you shut your mouth?
I would like a demonstration, being as we're talking about physical effects within the Earth. So here on Earth, I would like a physical demonstration of gravity changing the path of gas.
Changing the path of gas. I thought we were just demonstrating gravity and how it affects matter.
No.
Yeah, so gas is matter. I want you to show me
Matter
gravity.
attracting matter.
No, listen. I want you to show me in the physical environment, the Earth, where gravity changes the path of gas. Why don't you get this? Fifth time of asking.
Okay.
The
So
limit corruption might count, but they don't
what
understand
I
density.
can produce to you is a very famous experiment that we quote all the time here, which is not accepted by you, which shows that mass attracts other mass, given the fact that gas is matter,
Guys, say
and
Cavendish.
matter has mass. Yeah, and
Just tell
matter
your
has
story.
mass. We can demonstrate this with a simple experiment, no?
Then go on and do that. That's what we've been asking for 10 minutes.
Okay, that's the Cavendish experiment then.
You're not
Observe
giving me
phenomena.
what I asked for. I'm asking for you to show me in the physical and natural world where gravity changes the path of gas, please. So what I'm asking you
Gravity
to do.
changes the. That's a malformed question.
Well, you're asserting that gravity stops gas from dispersing into a vacuum. Therefore,
Never said
not
that
going
either.
into. Hold on, vacuum up there, apparently, according to you and your belief. So, according to you, gravity changes the path of gas. It doesn't disperse into the vacuum. It turns around and comes back.
Well,
How
well,
about
I
a
have
limit
news.
corruption?
I have news for you. The Earth's atmosphere is not crispy, clearly separated from the vacuum of space. There's a gradient to it, and there's a reason why there's a gradient to it.
I'm still
That's
asking you for
relevant too,
something
because
that
there's
you're
no
not
gradient in a
giving me.
gas in a box.
Wrong.
You're begging the question again.
Well, you guys
Why
are
you
like just what is okay? Can somebody, because I'm pretty sure you don't know what begging the question is in the context of this discussion. Can somebody give me the definition of the formal fallacy? Like I read philosophy, I've never used begging the question.
You've assumed that there's a vacuum, that the gas is not expanding
Yes, because we're
into to
talking about
begin
my
with.
model. We're talking about my model, and in my model there is gas,
And Jedi's
there is
asking
vacuum,
for a
there is all.
demonstration. Jedi's asking for an example that you observe in reality, not in a model.
I'm asking you, are you doing an external critique or an internal critique of my worldview?
I'm just asking for the
Jedi was pretty
observation of the
clear.
physical and natural world.
No, it wasn't
Limit
clear because I'm
corruption
obviously
just
not
are an
understanding
observation in
what's
the natural
happening.
world.
I'm confused. I'm asking you for
Oh.
clarification. Are you doing an external critique or an internal
Well,
critique
Jedi
of
was
my
just
worldview?
trying to clarify, and you talked over the top of him.
Oh, sorry. I apologize then.
What do you... Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm
Seven-
not going to interrupt Jedi.
No, you'll find him. Seventh time of asking, can you show me on Earth where gravity changes the path of gas? Stops
On
it going in the
Earth?
direction.
Yes.
Yeah, here.
Are you
Limit
asking
corruption.
from my worldview or in some sort
Answer,
of like
man.
isolation? In my worldview, I would say gravity changing the path of gas, or the way you phrased it, would be the fact that we still have atmosphere and we can breathe.
So, and you don't understand how that's begging the question. The very thing that's in contention, your worldview. You're just
Okay,
making
but
an assertion. Listen, I'll explain it to you. You're making an assertion that there is a sky vacuum and the gas isn't dispersing into it because we're breathing.
Why doesn't the
No.
CO2 disperse in a limit
Yes,
corruption?
you're just reasserting the very thing in question is what he's telling you. So it's begging the
I'm
question.
okay.
Yes.
What?
So do you have some scientific evidence to support this claim that gas can be affected by
do you think?
gravity in the way that you suggest?
Why do you think we have atmospheric pressure? Atmospheric pressure
Now
is
that would be a
proof that
burden
gravity is
reversal. Now that would be a burden reversal.
Sure. No, I'll make the claim. We have atmospheric pressure because gravity operates on the
my
molecules of the
God.
gas.
You just keep making that claim over and over again. Then when we ask you to support it scientifically, you just make the claim again.
Yes, we measure that we measured that we have atmospheric pressure here on Earth.
and then beg the question that it's due to gravity. And then when we
The
ask you
initial
to
critique.
support that experimentally, you just make the claim
The
again.
initial critique wasn't at the level of experiment; it was at the level of theory, claiming that gravity can't even explain it,
No,
and that gas
you
in the
don't have
box
a
is the only
theory
way it can
without
be
experiment
explained.
in the first place. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't either.
I asked. I
So you
asked
admit that
if
you don't know, so you definitely aren't qualified to judge whether I know. Just sit down.
Yeah, explain how a
Guys.
gradient works with the gas in a box.
It does.
That was where this
Temperature
critique started.
differentials. Yes, I can show you a gradient in a container right now.
Okay, okay, whatever. Like this is such a. Is there somebody, a one person that I can go to another room to, a neutral ground, and I can only talk to him like Jedi. I don't mind. He can schedule a call with me. We go to a private call and we discuss this, or with anybody. I just want one person.
I'm not interested in hearing you just repeat the claim ad nauseum. We want the evidence, and you never get there. You just reassert the claim.
I am asking you if you're making an internal critique from my worldview, then the evidence I can produce when it comes to mass attracting other mass, in the case of matter, which gas is, would be the Cavendish experiment. You guys don't accept this.
It's not an experiment. It doesn't have to validate that hypothesis, but you said mass attracts mass. So gas is mass. So show me gas attracting gas.
Yes, and that will be another example of evidence that you would not accept.
I just want the observation. I just want the observation of gas attracting gas.
Observation. I don't understand what you expect me to do. Like I have to acquire titanic volumes of gas to just basically recreate some sort of environment where like we would see so much gas in one place that will start to coalesce, right? That's the expectation, because I don't know how to do that. That would be impossible for a simple human to achieve.
So being as we have all the gas on the earth that isn't attracting to itself, gas being mass, gas attracting gas, I've given you all of the gas on the earth, and observably all of the gas on the earth isn't attracting itself to itself.
Well,
Idiot.
do you okay, so you insulted me again. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I noticed that I did not insult you a single time.
Because you can't give
I only
me
started insulting you
after the
since you
8 times-
continue to insult me for no good reason. And
Well, you wanna know
you're just
why?
being in bad faith. You're
You
just
wanna
being
know
in bad faith. Why would I
know
talk
why?
to you? No, I don't want
You
to
know
know
how
why.
frustrating it is when someone keeps going in circles?
Yes, I'm experiencing it with you right now.
You're the one taking us in a circle, buddy.
I disagree.
the
From
one-
my point of view, you're the guys doing this to me. You're gaslighting me.
You're the one
Kind of.
who
Sorry for
said
the pun.
that you couldn't replicate this. You would have to get lots and lots of gas, which you can't do.
Yeah,
I've
it will
given
be
you
impossible.
all the gas on the earth, all of the gas on the earth. I've given it to you. We can all observe it. We can all feel it. We can all experience it.
But you
So
do not
all of
accept
that
my
gas-
explanation for the atmospheric pressure, right?
It's not supported by
But you're
experiment.
You're not giving me again
mean-
what I've asked for.
Nor measurement.
Measurement
I've
of the
asked.
atmospheric pressure is an experiment.
No. You said
No,
mass is gas. You said mass, the resistance to
I
inertia.
said gas
attracts-
is mass, not mass is gas. Mass is gas is meaningless.
What?
Makes no sense.
Damn right it doesn't.
Oh,
Gas,
good.
the resistance to inertia is touched as the resistance to inertia. Of course it doesn't make any sense, but we'll get past that fucking
What I
issue.
said is,
You
I said that gas
mass-
being matter
you
has
said
mass.
You said mass attracts mass, didn't you? Yes.
Yes.
So gas is mass, isn't it? So show me.
Gas is
gas
matter.
attracting
I said
It's
matter,
not
and
mass,
matter
mate.
has mass.
Awesome.
One
So
of the
gas is mass
attributes
then.
of matter is mass.
Awesome.
Then there's density and all that stuff.
Why don't you get this? If gas is mass, which you've just elucidated, and I agree in this argument, yeah, gas is mass. So show me gas attracting gas, which
Are
you
you saying
failed to
gas
do. So.
has mass or is mass? I'm confused.
Has mass. Has mass. Do apologize. I misspoke. I apologize.
So
But
I
I've
need to
given
demonstrate
you-
that gas
I've
has
given-
mass.
Fe, you made a positive claim. Could you back it up?
What positive claim? I haven't claimed anything.
No,
yet.
when you
I'm
said
asking
that
him.
Earth isn't an example of gases attracting gases. That was an assertion of like what is the case. That's a positive claim. Because Lloyd can use Earth as an example, assuming
I
that's
mean, I
not the case.
tried.
So do you have an example? Do you have proof that that's not the case?
Yeah, gas isn't attracting itself.
Okay, do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, you can't show it happening. There you go.
Wait, that's not
See,
proof of the
I'll tell
alternative
you.
affirmative.
I'll tell
That's
you.
not how that works.
Go and read gas law for yourself of an ideal gas. It states that there is no attraction between the gases, only an elastic collision.
Wait, yeah, but do you have proof of that? You're just
Keyword there,
asserting it. Do you have
ideal.
experimental
Someone
proof?
dropped a
Because
citation for him.
okay, because Zoid did actually give you an
Ideal means
argument
it's
for
not
why matter
reality.
like attracts matter, right? And that, of course, gases
Did
being
he
a
show
form of
gas
matter, that would
attracting
also
gas?
necessarily follow that it would
Did he
attract
show?
Do you
itself.
understand
Did he
that
show
he's
gas
using...
attracting gas? Yes, or no?
The fact that we have an
Yes or
atmospheric
no? Not you.
That is
We're
begging
gonna
the
let the white
question.
knight take over because you just go in circles. So did he
Sure.
show gas attracting gas?
Oh, well, I mean, what do you want for proof for?
Oh, would that be a yes or no? Did he show gas attracting gas?
To whoever talked about the ideal gas law, you should look up the van der Waals
Who's
equation.
talking now?
We obviously
Bye.
need to know what your question is asking in order to answer it.
I think it was pretty clear. Did he show gas attracting gas?
Dude, stop being a douchey.
Okay,
I mean,
and he's gone
come
too.
on, dude. I can
Did
address
he
the
show
question
gas
if you
attracting
clarify
gas?
it.
It's a very
Nope.
simple question.
It's as clear as it can be.
No, it's not a simple question. You guys like to say that these are simple questions, but they're not always simple questions.
Okay, you lose. We'll go back to
But
Zoid.
we do have examples of quote unquote gas attracting gas. Gas molecules, or the chemical molecule of the element that is in gas form, because that's one form of matter, can attract another molecule of the same element, therefore creating a cloud of the two molecules, therefore creating gas clouds. No?
What happens there? And that goes back.
When molecules attract each other, they coalesce and create clouds of matter. In terms of the thing we are looking at, is in gas form. One of the four types of forms for one of the four types of forms for each individual chemical element, right? Like chemical
Can I get a
elements can be
citation
like
for that? Because
liquid, solid, gas,
sounds
and
like
plasma.
yeah, that sounds like a restriction of volume and other factors taking play to cause that to happen. Can we get a citation that it's actually because the gas molecules are being attracted to one another, please?
Well, again, when it could be a it could be a restriction of volume, it could be other stuff, but this is one situation where you have a simple one molecule of what is like one element that is like oxygen, right? You have one molecule of oxygen in proximity to a cloud of molecules of oxygen. The fact of the matter is that one molecule of oxygen is highly likely to join that cloud because of the mass of the cloud. Not only necessarily because there's constraints within a container.
Where was this observed and tested?
This happens all the time on the surface of the place you live in. You have different molecules of specific gases, right? That are influenced by the weight of other gases, and they coalesce with them. Clouds, for example, are one thing, which is like water vapor and air, right? Generating more and more weight to them until they're so heavy that they have to like diminish in some way, which results in rain. Sorry, English is my fourth language. I'm not using the correct terms.
Fourth? Bloody hell, man. Well done.
Yeah. Hebrew, Russian, Bulgarian, Italian, Spanish, and then English. I'm Jewish, by the way.
That was more than four. Sorry.
Sorry?
That was more than four.
Well, I'm an international Jewish boy.
Awesome stuff. Well done, you. I always respect people who can speak more than one language.
Well, I mean, I have to. I just lived in different places.
Well done, you. Clouds are slightly different, though, when we're talking about nitrogen, for example. Now, if nitrogen is mass,
then show me nitrogen attracting nitrogen,
No,
oxygen
but like,
attracting oxygen.
is it?
It's hard to do so, being as gas dispersal. You were read out earlier by AJ that gas doesn't actually attract itself; it disperses in all directions. It's not going to change its direction because the thing that it left behind is big. The only thing that changes the path of gas is physical collisions. So when
Wow.
gas collides with each other, it has an elastic collision and then fucks off in a different direction, doesn't it? We understand this.
Okay, I understand that gas within some form of a container behaves in a specific way. Sure. It exudes pressure on the walls of the container when the molecules bounce off the walls of said container. Sure, and that's pressure. In the case of the Earth, the container would be the surface of the planet, where like the atmospheric gas bounces up, creates pressure down here, which is 13.4 psi. I always forget. Right, and then there's an additional force that operates, or many additional forces. Like one of them would be gravity, and even with gravity, gas is not crisply separated from like the remainder of the universe. Like our atmosphere is not crisply separated. Like there's gradients to
You're
it.
saying it's not. So what you're saying is gravity is not going to prevent entropy from increasing.
Entropy from increasing. I mean, like equalizing everywhere.
No, just entropy increasing. So it's not going to cause a decrease in entropy, right? Entropy is always going to increase regardless of your gravity, right?
Until like something reaches entropy, like matter reaches entropy, or like as the lowest energy state, or in what sense? I'm kind of confused.
Right. So
well, the fact that so you can test this. You can test this mechanism by getting a syringe, like a large one. Put your thumb on the tip of the syringe, and then pressure the piston. You will reach a point where you can no longer
container
provide.
Then.
No, that's the demonstration of gas pressure and how gravity at some point reaches the situation where it is a force that tries to pull down the molecules, but at some point the pressure becomes so big for it to overcome, so it can only pull down a specific layer within within our within the atmosphere. Then it creates gradients based on the rest of the layers, right?
Oh, good. So, sorry to interrupt again. We had this conversation, as you can imagine, quite a lot of the time. When we actually look for citations and references as into what causes atmospheric pressure on the Earth, we don't find the word gravity in that situation. Now, I do apologize. I don't have that reference to hand. I will go away and get it for you in good faith. But ultimately, when we do the research within the heliocentric model, the Earth model, within the atmospheric model, gravity's not mentioned once.
Sure, but I'm not. The pressure of the atmosphere, right, is something that at some point gravity cannot overcome. That's the point. Like gravity pulls the atmosphere down, which has pressure, but because of said pressure, gravity cannot pull everything down and create like a distinct layer of atmosphere which is clearly separated from, let's say, the vacuum of space. That's why you have gradient.
I'm sorry, I've got to interject. You're saying pull, that would indicate a force, and gravity is not described as being a force.
Well,
gravity is not pulling anything down. There's no, in your paradigm, gravity is not pulling things down. It's not a force.
Well,
I know you like to bring up the Cavendish experiment. We know you like to assert mass attracts mass, but what my friend T Dubs has said is
You sound like you take it up the ass and you enjoy it.
Jesus
it's
Christ.
it's demonstrably true that gravity hasn't been thought of as a force for over 108 years. It isn't a force. Would you like references from, I don't know, Brian Cox, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Professor George Musa, that say that gravity is not a force?
Sure. What I mean is a downward vector from the surface of the Earth to the core of the Earth. That's what I
So
mean
you
by
say
a force.
downwards. So you say downwards vector, which is my point in contention. Gas doesn't move in that downwards vector because it moves freely and randomly in all directions. Let's take, for example, a thermal vent at the bottom of the sea, a methane one. You'll notice that it bubbles up away from the Earth, the mass that is said to be attracting it, and goes away 180 degrees away from the mass of the Earth. So observably, gas isn't affected by whichever gravity that you want to assert, most definitely not mass attracting mass.
Well, okay. When we talk about the atmosphere as gas, we take it holistically, no?
Is the atmosphere comprised of oxygen, nitrogen primarily, and a few other bits and pieces? Gas.
Sure. Yeah, so we do agree that the atmosphere is gas, and we talk about the atmosphere holistically, right? As like a
Sorry,
like a
forgive me,
single
mate.
thing.
I've
It's not
been awake for nearly 24 hours. When you say holistically, what do you mean?
like we're talking about the atmosphere in the sense that it's a unity of particulars.
One entity.
Yeah, one entity. Yeah, I guess you can say it
Yeah,
that way.
okay.
Sorry, my throat is dry.
It's okay. I'll tell you what, I will apologise for calling you an idiot twice. I've been awake for nearly 24 hours and I may have lost my patience, so I will
It's
apologise
fine.
again.
I hold no ill will
Hey
against it.
Zoidberg, rarely do I hear somebody explain that atmospheric phenomena as you did. That's good.
Cheerleader.
Hey, Bunny.
What's up?
Get a room.
Get a glass of water, mate.
I will.
See? Effie Jedi can be nice. Can be.
Bro, why don't you guys argue for dark energy instead? It's like a better one.
Wasn't that debunked?
No, it's like still controversial.
Oh, okay. Isn't that a mathematical concept? Because gravity didn't account for everything, so I had to put in dark matter, dark energy to account for the mathematical problems.
Yeah, but there's still some people that believe that there is dark energy, so it's still controversial.
Yeah, it is. I don't really care either way. Dark energy, dark matter seems to happen in the vacuum of space, and that's the very thing that's in contention right now with the path of gases.
It's something I've been wanting to bring up too is that when we take what do they call them? To barometer, sorry, right? And we take a pressure reading. We have it upright, and it's taking a reading of the pressure, right? If we turn it upside down, it's the same. It'll read the same pressure at the same point, right? So that's showing that there's an equal amount of pressure going up as there is going down. And you're claiming that there's a downward vector of pressure pushing down. So by rights, when we turn it upside down, we should read a decrease in the pressure, not an equal amount of pressure. Because you're saying that there's more of a downward pressure than an upward pressure, right? Or even turn it to the side, you're going to still read the same pressure.
Plus, Jedi's correct. I mean, the pressure that we breathe is created at ground level, at sea level, and if the gravity is strongest at the center of the Earth into the so-called atmo, it'd be pulled down. We wouldn't have anything to breathe if gravity was preventing them gas particles from leaving the Earth in the first place.
So problems for bubbles of methane at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're waiting, man.
Waiting for me.
Yeah, you're in the limelight. Yep.
What were we talking about? Gas pressure, atmosphere. Atmosphere, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we take the atmosphere as a holistic thing, as a one thing, like just a big collection of gas. It doesn't matter if if for the sake of this conversation, it doesn't matter if it contains, it's made of different types of gas, right? We just take it as a holistically as a unit of gas, right? That unit of gas being matter, has weight,
volume,
or mass.
Volume, right?
Volume depends on many things, but it certainly we can say that it has mass, right? That mass compared to the mass of the Earth, doesn't matter if it's a globe or not, this can work for both, is that matter is interacting, the matter of the Earth is interacting with the matter of the gas atmosphere in many ways. One of them would be, given the fact that the matter of the Earth doesn't matter if it's, for the sake of this conversation, it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe or whatever, is much, much more than the matter of the gas atmosphere. So the gas atmosphere uses, or not uses, is affected by a downward vector. This is what we can observe. The effect of that is the atmospheric pressure we experience on Earth. It doesn't matter if it's flat or not. And the other is the gradient difference, given the strength of this downward vector that the Earth applies on this gas atmosphere, and also the nature of how gases behave within a container.
But the gases are created at ground level. They would never be released if the gravity was stronger at that point.
Yes, correct. You're right. If the gravity was stronger than the gas pressure of the atmosphere, then we'll be pulling much more of it. When I say pull, I mean we'll be vectoring much more of the atmosphere's molecules down to the ground. It doesn't matter if the planet is
It's created.
it doesn't matter if it's a planet or flat.
It's created at ground level. If gravity did exist and was powerful, it wouldn't release it from the ground to have an atmosphere.
What do you mean? It's created as in air. Air is created on ground level, as in like trees generate like air, or what do you mean? Oxygen.
Chemical and biological cycles primarily down here on the surface of the Earth. So yeah, trees, foliage, grass, primarily
Yeah,
the waters of
plankton.
the Earth.
Yeah, sure. That's, I'm not disputing that.
Yeah. So it's produced down here at ground level.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine, but you'll understand that it's, and I'm going to use this word badly, it's not like gaseous thoughts, but its first instinct, its first motion is away from the mass that is said to be attracting it. Away from the Earth, away from the mass.
To a degree, I would agree, yeah, sure. Like, that's
so
why...
Point in contention is the gas pressure gradient graduates out into a perfect, near perfect vacuum in space. So gas
that's within my worldview, right? You're talking about my worldview.
Gas doesn't disperse into an available space as it should do, and as demonstrated here on Earth. According to you and your belief, it graduates out into that vacuum of space on a ball that is spinning and moving at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun.
But I would say in this case the container is the Earth. The firmament, the Earth, doesn't matter if it's flat, cubed, or globe. That's the container.
You said firmament. That's a sky container.
Oh,
not
sorry,
the
sorry.
surface.
I said English, fourth language. Because when in terra firma, whatever, like firmament, I meant like the soil, the ground, like whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But that's only one part of the container. If a
Yeah.
container at all, that's just a surface. You understand that we're told that the Earth is an open system, an open container. So when we understand this, that is free matter and energy transfer. Closed system, just energy transfer in and out, but no free matter transfer. The matter can't get out because it's a closed system. The Earth is declared to be an open system, so free matter transfer. Matter, gas, we've gone through that, so the gas is free to escape.
Yeah, but that's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming is that the container is the Earth, doesn't matter, cubed, round, or flat. And then there's an additional force which you can observe, which pulls things down and creates the pressure gradients.
I think he keeps missing this, Jedi. Sorry, he keeps missing this point and skirting around. If you keep saying it's pulling the atmosphere down, the gases for the atmosphere are created at ground level. So it's not created in the air being pulled down. If gravity has a force pulling them gas particles to the center of the core, they wouldn't remove themselves from the Earth. We wouldn't have an atmosphere. That's what you're missing. That's the point you keep skipping over.
Okay, so if gas, whatever gases that the atmosphere consists of are made on the surface of the planet, which I'm not disputing, it's true. Like phytoplankton, trees, they all consume one type of gas from
And
the
go
atmosphere
where?
and produce
And then go
another.
where?
Right? But
And then where do they go?
the trees,
gas.
the
The gases
phytoplankton,
that are produced, where does it go?
they remain within the atmosphere. Where would they go? They remain here within the atmosphere.
Well, how did they get to Mount Everest?
They don't get to Mount Everest. It's just that there's like
What? So there's gas produced at the top of Mount Everest?
no, there is not.
Right.
What
So
I'm
they're
saying
produced
is
at the ground level, at sea level,
yes,
and then where did they go? Where did they go? Did they go up to get to Mount Everest?
the atmosphere itself has like many layers based on the atmospheric pressure, which is based on the fact that there's a downwards vector. Something making these layers.
So they went
form,
up.
Gas is produced at ground level. Nothing's being pulled down from a gas factory in the sky.
I agree. That's not the claim. The claim is that there are layers based on pressure of that atmospheric gas, like atmospheric pressure, and those things, those layers, have individual pressures, and they form because there's an undisputed downforce or down vector.
Is
You
there?
guys want to?
There's other factors involved, right? So it's produced at the ground level and disperses into the greater volume above it, right? And you have temperature gradient as well, which is going to affect
Yeah,
the
temperature
pressure.
affects pressure. I agree. Yeah, of course. There are parts to this. It's not only this, but I'm just saying.
So we have gases going up into a temperature gradient with up in defiance of your claimed downward vector.
Yeah, but why do you think, if that was the case, we have the highest atmospheric pressure close to the surface of Earth?
Because that's where it's created and it disperses upwards. We haven't got a gas factory in the sky pulling gas down. This is the point you obviously get, but you're deciding to ignore.
Give me a second. Somebody wrote to me at work. But the fact of the matter is that you see those molecules that are created here near the surface or on the surface also there. Like, what do you think the mechanism is? Is it the fact that these layers are shifting individual molecules between them? Due to what? One reason could be temperature. Another reason could be terrain, right? But the fact of the matter is that those layers exist because of atmospheric pressure, which exists because of gravitational pull. That's what I'm saying. Like, undeniably, molecules from individual gases, be that carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, or neon, or whatever types of gases exist in the atmosphere, are shifted between the layers for sure, undeniably. But that doesn't mean there is no other operating mechanistic factor to this, right? Just because gas is created here near the, or the atmosphere, some of the atmospheric gases are created here on the surface of the planet, but we observe them somewhere else, that even more so, like, proves that there's like numerous factors at work, right? Also, the atmosphere is not static. There's like consistent turbulence in it, right? Right.
Keep saying that gravity's pulling, right?
Yeah, as a force.
So again, and I've tried to elucidate this to you, but you don't want to accept it. Gravity hasn't been thought of a force since Einstein come along in 1915 and released his paper with regards to special and general relativity, right? Superseding the notion that mass attracts mass. Now we understand that these things happen in two completely geometric spaces, so are non-compatible with each other. One happens in 3D space, one happens in 4D pseudo-Riemannian space, right?
So I'm reading about gravity right now on the Wikipedia. But I don't think they shy away from calling it, at least here, they don't shy away from calling it a force.
Yeah. Wikipedia. I've already given you Brian Cox, Professor Musa, and a few others who, these are science communicators and people that tell us what gravity is and isn't. And they tell us that gravity isn't a force, is not a force.
Well, I mean, but let me check this. So there's like quotations on the Wikipedia article about what gravity is, and I can go. Why would, like, science communicators are not somebody I care for. I just care about like the academia defines like the terms it uses. So just because somebody says, "Oh, it's not a force," and I'm like a science communicator, sure, maybe for you it's not a force.
When we go to university, is
People call it
gravity mass
interaction.
when we go to university and they tell us what gravity is, they tell us that it isn't the thing that we first told you in primary and secondary school of mass attracting mass. It's actually Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time. It's not what you first thought, not what we first taught you. It's something else now in higher education.
Well,
yeah, that's true. Why?
I'm telling you, I'm reading it, and people don't say gravity is not a force.
It means the bending of space-time, right? Like that's one of the more Einstein way of looking at it.
The NASA people say it's a force. Why would they contradict Einstein? They used to work with him.
Because it's two different gravitational models. One we use here on the Earth, and
It's
one that they use
Newtonian.
up there.
Newtonian gravity? Okay. Let's check if Newtonian gravity is defined as.
Yeah, Newtonian gravity will be described as a force, right? But like Like general relativity gravity will say that like objects create a well in space-time around them, which like pulls other objects towards them.
Well, no, but even hold on, Einstein.
I mean, you can call it a force, but they probably like the way they're describing it is probably going to be different because like probably force has like a certain like definition that doesn't quite fit with the concept of how gravity is. I mean, other people are describing it as not just a force, right?
You're right. Einstein argued that it isn't a force; it's an interaction between mass and energy. Sure. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, in short, force is just like a way of mathematically describing how like objects interact.
I think the interaction itself is, in this case, between the atmosphere and our planet, would be a downwards vector towards the core of the planet. If we critique my worldview, which is the global
Technically,
worldview.
it would be both directions, right? You'd have like the or underneath like Newtonian physics, the Earth is acting on the gas, and the gas is acting on the Earth. Right?
Is it falling at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yo, I completely agree. Gravitational pull would be generated by both objects, but the Earth would be stronger, so it will be effectively a vector pointing downwards towards the center of the planet, right? In my world,
Is it falling at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Was that it?
I mean, that's how we describe it, right? But technically, you're both pulling on each other, and that you're coming into each other at 9.8 meters per second squared, roughly. Like if we were in a vacuum, that would be like maintained. But of course, like
right. And what's the claim about the fall rate of objects of different mass?
That there is no different fall rate with respect to Earth, merely because.
Right. So is the mass of gas falling at 9.8 meters per second squared? It's a simple yes or no.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't hold true if you had like a supermassive object like right beside Earth.
Is it or not? Is gas falling at 9.8 meters per second squared?
I mean, like you have to delve into what you mean by falling. I don't like this.
Oh my goodness! It's like pulling.
There is a force. There's a force acting upon the gas that is a 9.8 meters per second of acceleration downwards towards the Earth, right? If that's what you're asking, it's not literally like it's falling in the same way, I guess, like an astronaut is falling towards Earth.
So it should never go up then.
Well, no, it can go up if there's a force greater than 9.8 meters per second acting upon it. In the opposite direction, which happens all the time.
Like what? Can you give me an
example? Right. If I'm standing on an object, right, at least underneath classical Newtonian physics, if I remember my shit right, in the same way Earth is pulling you down at 9.8 meters per second, you're not going anywhere because you're being held up by something. Like a pen is being held up by the desk, which is pushing up at 9.8 meters per second at the same time, right? I mean, it's very easy to move a pen.
I don't disagree. I think that characterization is fine. Gravitational interaction between two objects always happens because both objects have mass.
Yeah.
That's fine. Well, for the sake of the conversation, we're using it as a force, as in what is the actual effect pragmatically in the real world. Like the atmosphere is being, quote unquote, pulled down to the ground. And we're talking in both the Einsteinian sense and Newtonian sense.
Yep.
In this case.
No, in Einstein it wouldn't be being pulled. It'd just be falling.
Oh, the interaction would result
of curved space-time due to the disproportionate distribution of mass.
But all that matters is that the mass combined with the gravitational pull gives each particle a weight. It's a very small weight, but there's a lot of them.
Right. So therefore it should be falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
They would if there wasn't a whole lot of other ones in their way.
So when they're going up, they're falling at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah. I thought we'd just gone over this. Gas particles that would breathe around to the ground level. Yeah. If gravity was a force at the center of Earth, it wouldn't release the gas particles from the Earth.
It's not.
There's not a gas station in the heavens pulling the gas down to Earth. It's created at ground level and it disperses upwards.
But the Earth
There's
is
no
not
downward
created.
vector. You need to wake up. You do not live on a globe.
The Earth is not creating the gas. Sorry, you're just wrong. If anything, the plants are taking gas out of the atmosphere when they.
No, but they mean it in the wait.
Recycled, produced and recycled.
They mean it in the sense that the plants consume one type of matter and exhume another type of matter. In both cases, like
but the plants keep one of them. The plants keep the carbon inside them.
You keep the carbon inside them. That's how they store it,
yeah.
and then they toss away the unneeded. Like
yes, but the plants result in a net loss of gas. Yes,
but it doesn't matter. Like no, I'm not even arguing about this. Doesn't matter. But in the case of the situation is that
weight or
no, we're talking about.
They take in the carbon, they keep it. They release the oxygen out of the CO2.
Scott, I agree with you.
CO2, you have oxygen. You have fewer gas particles.
Scott, I agree with you. I agree with you. Right. Wait, please.
Yeah, and
give me a second.
They go up, not down.
Okay, guys. The point here is that what the gentlemen from the flat Earth side are saying is that they're gases that are produced via some naturalistic process here on the surface of the planet, and they remain on the surface of the planet, which I contested. But they are indeed, there are gases that are part of our atmosphere that are produced here on the surface of the planet. That's true. It's undeniable.
Going up.
In some cases, yes, because of numerous factors. Like we already spoke about difference in temperature. We spoke about the fact that the atmosphere, the atmosphere is never at rest. It's turbulent consistently. We talked about atmospheric pressure and how gravitational forces coming from
There's
the
no
Earth.
such thing as atmospheric pressure.
What? What?
There is only gas pressure. There's no such thing as atmosphere.
Sorry,
Hold
guys, to
on. I
interrupt.
think most people here would disagree with you.
Okay, so I do
Because they're
apologise,
globers.
gentlemen, for interrupting. It took me a little while to find, but if you notice in the side chat, I posted something that you, my friend, might be quite interested in. Gravity is not the cause of atmospheric pressure. Have a quick watch of that for me, mate, and then get back to us, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't say what he thinks it says.
Gravity. We love gravity. The
Good morning,
magical,
Oliver.
mysterious.
Or actually, it's good evening, I guess.
Yes, it's afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. Oliver, did you see that shit the Mexican government did with the aliens? They were like
I
putting
did.
aliens in parliament and debating. Like, what was
I
that shit?
did. It looks like a little clay object. I'm not too sure. No one has actually acknowledged that it's an alien.
Nah, dude, they said that it was like a llama skull backwards or some shit. Like that was the alien's head. It was bogus, dude.
Yeah,
and also had like a combination of like animal bones and human bones. Like its femur and like its legs were like fucking aligned, bro.
Yeah, look, if another government wants to lie to us about what comes from outer space, who knows? It's not that far of a stretch. Coincidentally, it looks exactly like the ones that come from the movies, right?
Yep.
Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe the movies were onto something, bro.
That
you know?
shit
You
real.
think
I mean,
you think all these producers actually coerce with the government to get an idea of what's up for outer space? Maybe Stargate was real. Maybe we do have these portals that can teleport to other universes.
Can we? God.
I don't know. Who knows? The government lies to us about a lot of things. I mean, starts with something and ends somewhere. Who knows what the end is?
What kind of llama got eyes on the back of its head?
Have you guys tried to search a satellite hit by meteorite before? It's never happened. I don't think so. Does anyone know why a satellite has never been hit by a meteorite?
why not? or like who just have you like genuinely have no clue.
Well, what we're told, what we're told is there's about 20 odd thousand meteorites, and that's just like a very conservative number. There's probably a lot more, right, that we don't know about, private ones. Google displays like 25 or some shit thousand satellites publicly. That's a lot of satellites, right? There's also a lot of meteorites. A shit ton of meteorites crashing into each other at all times outside of our atmosphere, supposedly, right? How come a satellite has never been hit by a meteorite?
There has
Is
been
that even
instances
true?
of that happening.
Where?
Yeah,
has it
yeah. I
happened?
wonder. Yeah, yeah. It says right here. Yes, there has been. Oh, actually, no. It says there's only been one recorded instance of a satellite being destroyed. Oh, being
And that's
destroyed.
when NASA sent
Never
their
mind.
DART
Never mind. It said
missile,
being
right?
destroyed. So
The only record we have is when NASA allegedly sent a DART missile to hit a meteorite. A DART satellite, whatever it's called.
I mean, I think it. Wait, how did?
no, I mean it says that there's been one that's been destroyed by a meteorite, but I'd have to.
Well, when I search, all I see is NASA's DART mission hits asteroid in first ever planetary international collision. Planetary defense, right? That's what Google was covered with. And there's another one that says the only satellite ever destroyed by meteorite from a decade ago. Over a decade ago. And that doesn't really have that much information. It's just some freaking lone wolf article. I mean, we have sent a shit ton of satellites up
Oh,
to
they get
space
hit
that
by
we've been told.
micrometeorites all the time.
And do they not destroy them?
Yeah,
Well,
why
they have
would
protection
they?
against
Yeah,
micrometeorites.
why would they destroy
Apparently.
A 6-inch meteorite in diameter is putting freaking holes and canyons in our cities, and it sends
A
shockwaves.
what-inch meteorite is putting holes in
You said-
cities?
Why are we looking at cities? You think satellites are made the same way that are like cities are made, bro?
Wait,
So
sorry, did you
a
say
six-
a city is getting hit
so
by
a
a
six-
6-inch meteor?
So a meteor at 6-inch in diameter sent a shockwave throughout 3 cities in Canada. Right? So if a little micrometeorite
I think
hits
that's
a
after it
satellite, what
hits
do you
the
think
Earth,
happens?
right?
Does it not hit at the same
No, because like
volume?
when it hits the atmosphere, right? Like it disintegrates usually.
Sorry, say that again?
Like, sorry, like when you say it's 6 inches, like are you saying when it hit the ground or like when it hit the atmosphere it was 6 inches?
It was 6 inches in diameter when it collided.
With what? The ground or the Earth?
It collided with the ground. It collided, so it
Okay,
landed
well then it
somewhere in
must have been
Canada.
like a very large, like quite a large meteorite, relatively speaking.
Well, it was small when it hit, right? It
Yeah,
shattered.
because it would have broken up in the atmosphere.
Right, but we only recorded the actual crash, and it sent shockwaves throughout 3 states in Canada, and it made a nice big hole.
I mean,
Yeah,
How many
shockwaves are.
avocados?
Wait, shockwaves mean
How
like
many
nothing. They can
avocados was it
detect
the
like
size of?
tiny
So what
little
happens if a
things.
little rock hits a satellite in space? You think no one's gonna notice? You think
Yeah,
it's not
no,
gonna
but they
send
can
it off
detect
position?
shockwaves from like across the world, and it can be like the tiniest little thing.
And yeah, I
I'm sure
could,
they
bro.
can, bro. I'm sure they could, bro. And tell me, the meteorites are crashing into each other, but we have some magical force field protecting them from satellites?
Well, I mean,
Well, it says
no.
here. Actually, no. I'm reading here. I can read all this shit out. It says the reason why satellites are rarely hit by meteorites is a combination of factors. One is low probability. The vastness of space makes it statistically unlikely for a satellite to collide with a meteorite. The risk is there, but is considered to be small. Small
How
size of
small?
meteoroids. Many of the meteoroids in space are quite small, often the size of grains of sand, reducing the impact risk. Orbital mechanics satellites and meteorites are generally traveling at high speeds in different orbits, which makes the likelihood of them intersecting at the same time and place very low. Protective
that too.
measures. Some satellites have multi-layer micrometeorite protection to reduce the risk of damage. As
So
they
no
do
one actually
encounter.
knows why.
Wait, these are all answers. These are all part of the explanation as to why, though.
Why would you say that? Why would you say no one knows why when I list out multiple factors why, bro? Can you stop?
All you've said and have reverted to is unlikely because blah blah blah. Right? We have evidence that
Man.
meteorites supposedly crash into each other all the time, and they're large explosions. We have
Wait, what do you
thousands and
mean they
thousands
crash
of
into each
satellites
other
being
all the
launched
time? That doesn't mean anything. Space is really big. Where are they crashing into each other?
And the fucking meteorites are probably fucking huge, bro.
Wait,
So
but
they're
things
crashing
aren't
into each other
crashing
but
into each
avoiding
other all the
satellites?
time in orbit. That's not true.
So if I show you that we can observe meteorites crashing above us but dodging satellites, would you agree that there's
Wait,
a
sorry. What do you mean crashing above us? Isn't it like hitting the atmosphere?
hitting each other?
I
They're
mean,
probably fucking
I'm
huge.
sure there's a couple that have, but I bet like any
Every single
observations are
day.
probably incredibly rare.
every single day at every single moment.
I mean,
Oh no, and
maybe
also
they'd have
says
to be
here
awfully fucking small,
monitoring
though.
and I mean
Even if they're tiny, do you know? Have you seen a map of the satellites we have above our planet? Supposedly.
Yeah, I know how. Wait, are you talking about satellites or are you talking about meteorites right now? Because usually satellites, like
What
technically
I'm saying
meteorites are also
is,
satellites, but usually they're referring to like
okay,
man-made
search up,
satellites.
search up a map of the satellites above our Earth. Right?
Wait, I know
Google
what
a
it
3D
looks
good
like.
image.
I know there's
How
lots of
many do
them.
we have? No,
I
no,
think it's
there's
like
a
10,000 or more.
phenomenal. No, bro, there's
yeah,
like triple that.
8,000 or more.
Triple.
It doesn't really
How old is
matter.
that?
Space is very big. Triple 10,000 means nothing, but okay.
Well, they have to orbit quite close to Earth, no?
Yeah, relatively speaking.
Sure. So, what's the distance between satellites?
I mean, what do you mean, like between
How
like them and their average points, or like at their closest points?
at the average? No, what's the average?
Their average? I don't know, probably several thousand kilometers.
You think each satellite is several thousand kilometers from each other?
Several
Yeah,
hundred kilometers.
there's not
Thousand? That may be weird.
triple.
Like,
There's not triple of like 10,000 satellites in space. It says about 6,718 here.
it's
Google
gonna
displays
depend
20.
on them.
Google displays 20
Man-made. No, I'm
something.
talking about man-made. What Goldshock said earlier is that a fucking meteorite can be considered a satellite, right? I'm talking about man-made
If
satellites.
you go on Google and get a public list of satellites, man-made is about 20 something thousand in orbit.
Really?
Yeah, that's Google's.
Yeah, there are a
public
lot of
list
man-made
as well.
satellites.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's
sorry,
Google's
the
list of
intersatellite
public ones.
spacing is about 73 kilometers. My bad, I was off by a
73
big factor in the
kilometers.
first
You're
claim.
off by a freaking behemoth, right? So there's no chance of these satellites being hit by asteroids. Well, your sort of supported citation where you were reading off said there's a low
Wait, I
chance.
didn't say. No one said there was no chance of them getting hit by meteorites. That's obviously
low
been proven not the
chance.
case because one of them did get hit by a meteorite,
No,
and many have been
where?
hit by micrometeorites. So I don't know why you're
Show
saying
me.
that none of them get hit by meteorites.
Show me. I want to see. I haven't seen a single evidence of a single satellite being hit.
I mean, you haven't
You
seen one?
read it out yourself, bro.
Wait, you haven't seen one?
So what I read was NASA has sent a DART satellite, a DART missile that was
No,
meant to
you're
hit
the one a
Israel.
decade ago.
Yeah, but that one's not credible. I don't find that credible at all.
What
It's just
do you
some
mean
random
that's not
article.
credible? Because you disagree with it, or what? Yes,
Because
there
it's a
is
random
one.
article that's not posted by multiple news articles. It doesn't actually cite any sources. They just say first satellite allegedly hit. It doesn't actually show anything.
Wait,
okay.
sorry, you want an image of a
lost.
satellite crashing into another satellite?
I want to see something credible that shows that a satellite has been hit. Because you said they're being hit by micro meteorites.
Like a measured
What do you
radius.
want, like an
That'd be
image,
great.
or like NASA to say we've been hit by meteorites?
Anything would be nice. That's credible.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, measured radius. A measured radius or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, like we've been arguing about for the last 2 hours.
It just seems very odd to me that even though what you were reading off that little tablet of yours, it said low chance. Low chance doesn't mean no chance. However, the chance should increase, right? The more satellites we have
And
that
it
we
does,
send into
yeah.
orbit.
Well, I mean, there's enough
Well, it
chance
does
because
increase,
it
yes.
says that the satellites are built with protective
So they're still
measures.
being hit, right? What type of protection are they built out of, bro? Freaking Kevlar armor?
It says
Yeah,
some satellites have
unironically, yes.
multi-layer micrometeorite protection to
They
reduce the
actually do
risk
use
of
Kevlar
damage
armor on them, yeah.
if they do it encounter space debris or small meteoroids. Like it says it right there, bro.
Where does it say that they're immune to freaking rocks?
I mean,
The one reading is
it doesn't say that.
It says reduce, right? So has it completely eliminated it? Because if it's zero evidence that anything has ever been
I am
destroyed,
just so bored right now.
because you cannot actually show that anything has been destroyed. If you say
well,
reduce,
I mean, something did
minimize,
get destroyed by
Yeah, something did get destroyed,
China.
but you don't want to believe it, bro.
where, what got destroyed? What satellite has been shot down and crashed? I want to see maybe evidence of it being landing on the surface of Earth, even if it didn't land. Evidence that it was actually destroyed. Something, anything.
Wait, yeah, China destroyed one, yeah, in orbit, yeah.
China destroyed one, so it wasn't hit by a rock.
I mean, you asked if one had ever been destroyed. Like what?
By a natural cause, like a freaking rocket.
How do you explain if I go to Google Maps right now and I change like the perspective, like I can see everything, bro. Like I can see my neighborhood. Like why is that?
You can see a neighborhood.
Yeah, I can see my neighborhood, right?
That is
If I zoom in.
Bro,
Nice
Google
one, bro.
Maps uses
Google Maps
high
take
altitude
photos.
planes, so I don't know why you're saying that Google Maps
Planes,
is
cars,
satellite
trucks, they use
in
everything.
space.
No, I'm talking about like I can zoom in and see my neighborhood.
Because
Like,
the freaking
top
truck
down.
outside your house, bro, it takes 360
Fascinating.
photos.
Wait, really? Wait, takes pictures of the
Aeroplanes
roofs?
took photos. Wow.
Of the roofs by planes, the street views by cars,
Oh, okay,
bro. You
okay.
can
My
literally see the
planes,
cars.
my planes. Okay, I think that's a better explanation.
I mean,
I'm
well,
not.
part of it is that like
I've never
anything that's
seen a
large
Google
enough gets
Maps
tracked,
frame.
right? And they move the satellites
Oh.
around. That's one thing, right? That's one aspect.
So what about the Samsung selfie satellite? That fell down. That got destroyed.
Naturally.
Schizophrenic.
Well, I don't know. I guess the helium and the balloon ran out.
That's good.
I never heard of Google taking pictures of my neighborhood with a
Bro,
with a goddamn
literally,
plane.
if I go on Google Maps, right, and write my address, it's literally a photo taken by a freaking truck.
No, I'm talking about the top down, like when you zoom, like you zoom
yes,
in
Google
and
actually
out.
tells them. Yeah, Google actually tells you that if you Google it,
Bro,
taken by planes.
bro, you've never heard the good.
What is this noise?
I'll put it in the text chat. The picture of the Google planes that take.
Google
Oh, I
doesn't
actually did not know that.
No, Google doesn't deny this. They tell you they're taking my planes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was taken from a satellite.
No,
There you go. There's an image of the Google
Yeah.
plane.
They don't deny them, bro. They literally tell you. Oh yeah, satellites. We love them, right?
Yeah, dude.
So no explanation to why they're not getting hit.
Well, they are getting hit.
Okay, show me.
They build protection for them. What are you talking about?
Sure, protection reduces the damage. Is there damage? Can you show me damage?
Why do I have to show you damage?
Because there's tens of thousands of satellites. Surely at least one of them has to be destroyed, no? Like we have high failure rates for everything.
I think one of them is bound to be destroyed if there's like a big enough meteorite. Sure.
When is that going to happen?
How's that? Supposedly
What is
a
that? I
grain
don't
of
know.
sand, bro. A grain of sand traveling at 17,000 miles per hour rips supposed holes in these satellites, but it never happens.
Anto, Spake, I don't think you posted that where you thought you did.
Where is it? Oh, it's in general chat shit. I'm tripping, man. Sorry, I just opened my eyes and heard the discussion, man. I'll post it in the text chat, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, good man. Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, you can reduce risk for everything,
Oh yeah,
right?
and Goldchuck also posted something else too.
Anyway, you can
That's a
reduce
check.
risk for anything, but you can never eliminate it. Putting Kevlar, so for example, Kevlar armor, right? No security company will say this Kevlar armor will completely protect you. It'll minimize the chances of damage, right? You're still going to get hit. There's still going to be damage. Can we see these hits? Can we see the damage?
Wait, but couldn't it be possible that
No,
even
it's not possible.
but no,
No, it's not possible.
it's not. Well, okay, then you're dumb.
Okay, continue.
What do you mean? Like you don't even know what I was gonna say.
You were
What was
going
I
to say,
gonna
is
say?
it possible that we're just so lucky that nothing's been hit?
Yep.
No, it's not possible.
Why not?
The chances are too low. It's
Why? I
impossible.
mean, what do you mean the chances are too low?
Because
When you say the
because we have
chances are
meteor-
too low, that means
because-
there's a possibility, bro.
No, the possibility.
Like you said, the chances are not completely eliminated. Okay.
When the possibility
So
is so low, we call it unprobable, which means not possible. When the chances are so low, sure, there's still a micro chance. But
Oh, wait, have you calculated this probability? Show me a calculation right now.
My calculation is it's never happened.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me explain to you my reasoning. Let me explain to you my reasoning.
I'll see you later.
When meteorites hit each other and they're dodging all these satellites we have, right? It makes me worry. Why are they hitting each other but not hitting something that we threw up there? Allegedly threw up there. We've thrown so many satellites up there. Should they not be getting hit by the same shit that's hitting each other? They're telling us there's asteroids, meteorites, or whatever they're called, collapsing into each other consistently every single moment of every single day. It just happens, right? Naturally. Why are the things we threw up there not getting hit then? And I'm not talking about 100 satellites. We're sending thousands and thousands of satellites to space every year, allegedly, right? I think the number on Google public lists of satellites are like 25,000, right? And that's of what they tell us. I'm not sure how many satellites are up to. There's a little map I saw. Every single dot surrounding Earth's radius, or the perimeter rather, it's completely covered in satellites. There's nothing that's not covered. If a meteorite was to travel around the perimeter of the Earth, surely something's going to hit sometime. Just they can say it's protected, right? Protection doesn't mean immune. They at least show me the hit, even if it's not completely destroyed any damage. How do they fix these satellites? Do they send them back down? I'm confused because any minor damage can affect a satellite in many ways.
No, they decommission them.
And they just
Out
send
of
another one.
curiosity, though, can you show me an example of these meteorites hitting each other?
I can after my game.
Okay, because you're talking about all these meteorites hitting each other that you seem to have
Do you
a lot of
disagree
evidence
that
of.
meteorites are crashing into each other?
I'm sure that there are collisions between meteorites. We're just talking about debris in space. I'm sure there are collisions.
How often?
No, I mean, what scale are we talking about? Like just in the immediate vicinity of Earth? Are we talking about in all of space? What's the scope here?
It has to be reasonable to where the satellites are, right?
So you're talking about meteorites that are in or passing through low Earth orbit.
At
We
least,
have
at
examples
least,
of them hitting each other.
right.
Okay, I would like to see that.
Sure, I'll show you when I can.
Issue is that we're arguing about Narnia here. We're arguing about a violation that we can't go to.
You mean no one can go to?
Yeah. Well, who's in space?
Well, that's my concern. If we have so many things up there, surely something's doomed to fail. But we have it's like a perfect immune rate. Like there's no problems at
Satellites
all
fail all
ever.
the time. They just don't tend to fail to meteorite collisions because you're talking about a very small object striking a very small object in a very large amount of space. It's unlikely.
Well, it's not that big,
Now
bro. When you think the radius of the Earth, it's not really that big when you think of all the meteor showers that are happening literally constantly. There's like 20 at one time happening. But we never hear of it, not once.
Now, meteor showers are the meteorites colliding with Earth's atmosphere at any point in Earth's atmosphere. Earth is very, very big.
How big is it?
I mean, I don't know what the exact surface. I mean, you want like a cross-sectional surface area?
Like
Not just the radius, the circumference, like the diameter or anything. It's just most globe earthers, they'll say, oh, but the Earth is too big when it comes to one of these questions. They don't know how big it is. They've not got a clue. They've not even looked into it. But they'll just say it's too big anyway, just to go to the response. That's normal.
So when we're talking about collisions with other objects, we would probably be looking at a cross-sectional surface area.
Well, you don't know how big it is my point. That was the point.
And he also just answered that question.
Okay,
What is
sorry.
the
Hold on.
radius?
The cross-sectional surface area, I'm calculating out to be just shy of 50 million square miles.
You just picked that out your arse, bro.
No, I ran a quick calculation.
How was your calculation done?
You don't even know how big the Earth is, but you know how big a
I don't.
cross-section is.
The
Square
numbers
miles.
that I can easily look up, I don't tend to memorize, and also numbers that I don't ever use, like cross-sectional surface area of the Earth, is something that I'd have to.
That's not
So,
being
really fast
question,
calculation for.
how do you calculate it?
How did I come to a cross-sectional surface area?
How did you come up with that number you just spit out? What
Yeah.
type
Okay.
of,
So the area of a circle, pi r squared, and so if you take a radius value through that equation, you're going to have a surface area, and you're going to take the largest radius for a cross-sectional surface area for like direction of travel. That's how I came up with the cross-sectional surface area. And it's, I mean, I rounded for the purpose of saying it, but I could read out the whole number I calculated. Would that make you feel better? I was using an estimation of the radius. I also used an estimation of pi. I could probably get more precise numbers if you would feel better about those.
Well, I don't care, man. I was just pointing out that this is what we deal with day in, day out. I've been with the Discord server for like fucking 5 years almost, and most globe earthers will say that the Earth is too big. How big is it? I don't know. Oh, well,
So,
I don't know.
like I said, I didn't know offhand what the cross-sectional surface
Right, I'll
area
not
was, so I
finish.
calculated it for you.
I'll not finish, bro. Right, I'll just shut up.
Okay, go for it.
I was being sarcastic. I'm not going to shut the fuck up, to be honest. Like, but please don't speak over me.
Did you have anything else to say?
For me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, does space exist is the problem in the first place. Like, we've got all these stories about this place called space, satellites are up there, ISS is up there, people are taking spacewalks and all this kind of stuff. But does this medium that they claim exist, this vacuum enveloping this tiny little bubble of pressurized gas? I mean, how is this the case? How does a vacuum support a pressurized system? Especially one, the entirety of space enveloping this tiny little bubble.
Well, I think linguistically speaking, you're using a lot of words that lead you perhaps to thinking of it in a way that's not accurate to what it is.
Okay, give me some straw man, please.
Well, I think when you use the word bubble, you're thinking of a thing that is a certain way out to a very specific defined barrier, and then on the other side of that barrier, it is a very different way.
No, I'm just, I just gave you, like, in sort of, I don't know how, the easiest way to explain it. Alright, I'll just, so it's not a bubble, like, what else can I call it? I mean, it's a pressurized system maintained within a near perfect vacuum. So I've dropped the bubble.
It's an atmosphere, which is a collection of gas around a significantly massive object that tends to be at higher density at closer distances to that massive object.
So it's a gradient. So gas pressure.
I mean, that's a way of looking at what I said.
Well, it's a gradient. It gets less and less dense as you gain altitude, gain elevation.
Correct.
So beyond the Kármán line, which is deemed as the Kármán line, space is as good as an infinite near perfect vacuum. How can a vacuum support a pressurized system?
So the Kármán
that was my initial question.
The Kármán line is an arbitrary point.
I know,
on that
bro.
gradient
But good you've been
where,
through this, bro. You don't have to keep picking holes in what I'm saying. Like, you know exactly what I'm saying, but you'd rather argue the words that I'm using.
Here's the thing.
It's
You
space
are
of
looking
vacuum.
at, okay,
Bro, it's space
tell me
of
what I'm
vacuum.
going to say.
Well, bro, I'm asking you the same question over and over again, and you don't want to answer it. That's why you're fucking sort of
Just go ahead and tell me what
I
I was going to say. Go ahead and tell me what it was.
I wasn't making up that I knew what you were going to say, bro. I'm just trying to ask the same question over and over again.
Okay, then how about you let me respond to what you said?
Why do you not?
Well, I was trying to.
I've asked you multiple times, man.
So I was trying to respond.
Somebody else take this, man. I'm going to go and have a cup of Earl Grey, man.
Whenever you're ready for me to, I will respond to you. But I'll stop every time you keep wanting to add more.
You keep wanting to add more. I keep having to ask you the same thing in a different way, bro. Fuck's sake, man. I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, man. I just woke up, fuck's sake.
Okay.
What type of tea do you drink? I think that's an important one.
Earl Grey, son.
Earl Grey. No sugar or with sugar?
Nah, brown sugar, bro. Demerara sugar.
Sugar. Why not honey?
I don't mind honey in tea, but it's not as great as a bit Demerara, bro. But I'm
No, no.
fucking. It's a bit early in the morning for it to be saying the same thing repeatedly without a cup of Earl Grey because I'll start getting pissed off. So I'm back a minute.
Nothing like a bit of Earl Grey tea for the morning.
But feel fucking welcome to answer the question while I'm fucking making my tea. How can a vacuum support a pressurized system? Like, that would be really nice of you.
Oh, so I thought you were actually leaving. I didn't know you were.
No, I'm just going to
continuous
make a
with
cup
you.
of tea, bro. I literally just opened my eyes and came in the room just to see what
Yeah,
was
sorry.
going
I
down.
thought you meant you were leaving to go make your tea and then you would come back. Am I
A vacuum
misunderstanding?
can't support a pressurized system is the answer.
That
It's
was the thing.
impossible.
It was a rhetorical question, bro. That was the thing.
So when you say a vacuum supporting it, it sounds like you're talking about some kind of interaction that the vacuum is having directly with the atmosphere.
Well, not specifically, bro. I was just literally saying that we've got pressure on Earth, or say it in as basic terms as I could say it. We can register pressure on Earth. We've got barometers. My granny had a barometer, for instance. We've got 14.7 psi. It is a gradient. It is an average. Blah, blah, blah. You gain elevation. Then beyond this arbitrary line, like what you said, the Kármán line, space is deemed as this near perfect vacuum. But on Earth, we cannot have pressure without containment at normal air pressure. So at this extremely low pressurized system called space, this near perfect vacuum, pressure cannot be maintained, i.e. we cannot have a pressurized system in it. I'm not saying that the vacuums helping maintain it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it is, our pressure is maintained while enveloped by this near perfect vacuum. I don't know if I've
Okay, I have
pinched
heard
it
and
good enough.
understood you. I would like to continue my statement where you.
Well, would you though? Would you? Will you actually answer, bro?
Are you gonna let me finish ever, or am I gonna get through
What
like
do you
half
mean,
a
bro?
sentence every time you
Bro,
hop back in?
see, you're going to be pure condescending and that like a wanker. That's not going to make me very happy, man. And I've just
Sorry,
woke up, so I don't
you
want to
said
take
you
it
won't
off.
answer, you won't answer, you won't answer, and every time I
What do you
start to
mean?
answer, you hop back in. So
Right,
I'm
go,
gonna go
go,
back
go,
to
go,
trying to
go.
answer through
Right,
you
right.
telling me
Let's
to
go.
answer,
I'll give you
because
the
I am
third or fourth
capable
chance.
of
Right,
continuing
bro.
to talk despite
Right,
you
bro. Right, bro.
trying
I'll
to
give you
hop back in.
the third or fourth
The
opportunity to do so.
gradient at the Kármán line continues. That gradient continues. The Kármán line, for our purposes, is a very arbitrary point at which we think, for the sake of simplicity, we can go, look, beyond this point, we don't really need to make very strong considerations about the density of the atmosphere, because it is so rarefied at that point that most of the things we may want to do up there, we would treat it as being effectively nothing. But the atmosphere does continue past the
Bro, we
Kármán
know
line.
it's a
The
gradient,
gradient
bro.
just
Stop
continues.
telling us it's a gradient, bro. Why are you continuing to tell us it's a gradient, right? We know it's a gradient. Can you have a pressurized system, gradiated or not, in a
So
vacuum?
what you have said is that
It's a yes or
we
no
get to the
question, mate.
Kármán line and then it
No,
is
I said
basically
beyond there.
nothing. But that's
What's
not actually strictly true, is what
who
I'm
says
saying.
basically
Yes,
nothing?
it is. That's your claim. 10 to the minus 17 tour thereafter. It's your claim. Stop
Yeah,
changing
so
the claim.
the pressure there is very, very, very small. Though there
Not
continues to
pressure, though.
be
Is it
gas.
pressure?
Yes, that
Is it
is a
pressure, bro?
pressure.
Right?
That
Can you
is a
have pressure
very,
without? Can
very
you have
small
pressure without
pressure.
containment, brother?
Yes, that's what we're getting to.
Right, but I'm not asking you to tell me a story that pressure without containment is in the sky. I'm asking you to like give me a demonstration, a citation, evidence that pressure can be maintained without containment. Because I think you'll find that that's not the case.
So I think you'll find that 10 to the negative 17 torr, a number that loves to get thrown around, is a pressure. It is a very, very small pressure. And you'll find that as you get further and further and further away from significant masses, these pressures continue to decrease, but typically in ways
So it's a
that
pressure
become
gradient,
next to
Oh.
impossible for us to measure with our normal tools.
But that's
So
the
you're going to
story
need
about the same
containment then.
place.
They still need containment then.
So unless you
So they
can
need
provide
prevailing
evidence that
forces.
this can be the case. So is that all you've got, the story to back the story?
Well, we put things there and we measured the pressures, and that's what we measured.
No, they told you stuff's up there. They told you, they show you stuff on TV. So I'm asking you again, can you have pressure without containment? Is there a demonstration of this? Or is it just the story about the place up there that you're trying to prove?
I have to be honest, I missed half of that because my wife needed my attention.
Come on, bro, science needs your attention, brother.
Come on, his wife's very important.
Yeah, man. Of course.
I mean,
So
my
I'm just
wife's
saying,
more important than any of you to me, so that's just always going to be true.
bro,
That
I can
wasn't
actually hear that
sarcastic.
in your voice, bro, that we've got utter contempt for speaking to people who are questioning their reality, man. Somebody
What
else take your
happened was
man,
I
bro.
missed half of your question, and I just needed you to restate it for me because I was distracted.
My point is, you've got utter contempt for people that are like us that are questioning reality, and you heard me saying that, so you never missed that.
Okay, I mean, if you want to read into my emotional state, I'm not going to stop you.
Just give us a
It's just your
demonstration
phone,
of
bro.
pressure without containment was what the guy's asking for. Demonstrate it. Show us how it's done. Pressure without containment, or even a vacuum without containment. Go ahead.
You get a very significant mass, and you have gas near it.
Can you demonstrate this, like in a lab?
It can be demonstrated near any very significant mass. The issue with trying to demonstrate this in a separate way, say on Earth, is Earth itself is a very significant mass. So you're in the field of Earth trying to demonstrate something that would require you not to be in the field of Earth.
So what you're saying then is it can only be demonstrated. It can only be demonstrated in ways that cannot be demonstrated.
You could, I mean, there are potentially means of demonstrating it that are very sophisticated, but it's hard to do. It's hard to do gas experiments on Earth that do not have to consider the fact that Earth is there while you're
So
on Earth.
can you tell us how they could possibly do that? Because I'm sure there'll be a Nobel Prize for you. Because I know
If we
for a
could go
fact
a
nobody's done it, bro.
significant distance away from Earth, that would be perhaps
go to
a starting point.
Go to the place that I'm saying does not exist according to laws in physics, multiple gas laws. So if they go to that place,
What gas laws say that space does not exist?
Well, I think Boyle's law is one of them. What's the other? I mean, Heretic, you might know the names of them. I can't really remember. It's not my cup of tea, but I've heard these points argued literally for years over and over and over again. The second law, your entropy must increase
Boyle's
in an
law
open
has to do with
system.
pressure and volume. It does not state in any way that space doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't say space doesn't exist, bro.
So Boyle's law is not a good example of what I asked for.
Coulomb's law.
Sorry, Jedi, I didn't hear you there. What was that?
Is that Coulomb's law? I might be mispronouncing it. I do apologise. 20
Coulomb's, I think that's one of them, yeah. I think that's one of them.
So, sorry for interrupting, gentlemen. I do apologise. You mentioned earlier that any mass, sizable mass, would attract gas to it, correct?
I mean, presumably any mass would, but not to an effect that we would be able to measure. Sizable masses make this measurement significantly easier.
Okay, so if I had a vacuum chamber, you know what a vacuum chamber is, right?
Okay.
Yeah, cool. And let's say it was a big vacuum chamber. Let's say the one that's at NASA that's over 200 foot tall has the ability to create 10 to negative 6 torr, I believe. When you impart gas into that vacuum, I'm giving you the entire gravitational pull of the Earth, for argument's sake. Which way does the gas go when it's put into that system that was vacuous?
Presumably, it would collect slightly more dense closer to the surface of the Earth, because the Earth is still in that system as a significantly massive object.
Yes, so it doesn't do that because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, doesn't it? So when you
Gas
impart gas
doesn't
into a
move
vacuum
randomly.
freely, well, it's
He's
how
not
it's
answering the
described.
questions. He's not answering the questions.
So sorry, the premise you gave me is slightly off. Gas does not just move randomly. Gas particles will gain energy and they will continue to move in a direction until they collide with another thing or otherwise acted on by a force. But what you'll find in this large chamber when you introduce gas back into it is it starts to immediately form a
volume of
gradient.
gas. So the gas moves in all directions, doesn't it?
Yes.
But you're just going to assert because you've got a belief that the Earth is a ball with
Sorry,
a
Jedi, I'm
gravitational
not
field
trying to cut you
without
off. I don't know if it's just me, but you're coming in super spotty.
Kind of moves in all directions, and the only thing that changes
yeah.
the path of gas. Okay, no worries. I won't
Cut it
interrupt.
out for me. Cut it out for me, Jedi.
Jedi, you're roboting a bit, mate.
Yeah, most of your last statement was I missed it.
The last half of it was okay, like, but
I think we lost him.
it must be those fucking satellites in space, bro.
Those freaking NASA agents.
He'll be back.
I'm sure he will, though I do need to call it a night very soon.
How old are you, mister?
I'm 35.
Yeah, I'd advise you bolt before Jedi comes back anyway, man. He'll destroy you.
What were you saying, correct?
Do you have a background in physics?
To an extent, yeah.
Qualification?
BSME.
What is that?
Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering.
Okay.
So that would mean you're pretty vested in this place called space, bro. Like, we're only just trying to find out where we live, and we don't accept what we've been told. There's
I
a lot of
don't work on.
discrepancies.
So I don't work on space systems, which is why when it typically comes to space systems, I don't have these numbers memorized because there's a lot of numbers I have to remember in my daily life, and space systems are not ones I have to use day to day. I work on surgical robots, and so I tend to know a lot more in that space. Offhand, most of those other numbers I need to look up. That's just how it is.
Oh, that makes me feel confident.
Interesting stuff.
Sorry, you both talked at once.
Surgical robots. Oh, I can't wait for that.
That's what I'm saying. It must be interesting stuff, man. Shit.
I think it's incredibly interesting.
Oh, I wasn't taking the piss there, man. I'm being serious. That must be interesting.
I mean,
These days I'd probably trust a robot with a knife hanging over me than a doctor.
The surgical robots, for if it makes you more comfortable, are always driven by a surgeon, and always driven by a surgeon who's in the room.
Interesting.
There are conversations about remote surgeries and stuff, but it's more of a concept, because the reality is, at the end of the day, you need a surgeon in the room at all times for any of the billion of things that can go wrong during a surgery. Surgeries are already dangerous enough that you would never do one without a surgeon in the room.
But my father just had some robotic surgery. He had his
prostatectomy,
adrenal gland removed from one of his kidneys. That seemed to go wrong late, but there's been no fault directed at anybody. But he had it removed and then went into intensive care, and then they found out 6 hours later he'd had an internal bleed. So he had to go back down and have more surgery, not from the robot this time, from the actual surgeon. And they found it was a litre of blood inside his stomach.
Fuck's sake.
But
yeah, but this was from the robotic surgery that was removing that. I think it's adrenal gland on the kidney. It's responsible.
I'd be suing them, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm in the process of. I'm in talks now, but it's just difficult to get them to admit that there was any error on their part.
That's why you get
They're
it
not
all
going to want
unfortunate.
to. An uncontrolled bleed, though, is 100% the surgeon's fault. The surgeon should not be cutting or doing anything that he doesn't have direct visibility on, doesn't have the ability to control the bleed. And if he doesn't see the bleed, that's going to be his fault, unless the tool drastically malfunctioned. But even then, the surgeon should have direct visualization on that tool. I've been through a lot of this. But typically, we actually don't do kidney surgeries with the robots. Though I did just work on one that was a natural orifice for kidney stones, but that's not a cutting tool.
So I take it any surgeon that works with these robots has got to have some kind of background in the robotics as well.
They don't necessarily train in the robotics while they're in medical school, but they do have to train on the robots before they use them.
Yeah. Go.
At least in the United States, it's like upwards of 80% of prostatectomies are now done robotically because it is just a faster, safer, quicker recovery procedure if they do it with the robot.
Yeah.
Overseas, I don't think it's quite as common, but U.S. medical care is a weird beast.
I was about to say, I feel like cutting me open is one of the few times I'd just accept a robot doing something to my body over a person. I don't trust people.
To date, the only robots that do fully autonomous portions of surgeries is with eye surgeries.
Oh, no. Not like, I understand that it's under human control. That's why I'd probably like prefer it, right? Like, to be a surgeon, like my friend's brother's a surgeon. Fucking crazy. I do trust him with my body. Man, me under the knife, the one day the surgeon's hand fucking starts spasming immediately. That's my greatest fear.
I know the intuitive system, which is the first one I worked on, was they have significant work on tremor reduction. So if the surgeon tremors at all, that the robot won't also tremor.
Doing the Lord's work.
What, it'll
Making me
tremor?
less afraid of the hospital.
What do you mean it'll tremor in the opposite, sort of to make up for the tremor that the surgeon has, you mean?
So the control system tries to interpret whether it's an intentional move by the surgeon or an accidental tremor, and it will remove the accidental tremor automatically.
Right. Cool. Fuck's sake. You do some shit, man.
It's a weird one too, because surgeons they have huge egos. They have huge egos for a really good reason, but they have huge egos, which makes them very difficult to work with. And they don't want the robot not to do exactly what they want exactly when they want it. So there's this weird battle between like, well, we could technically maybe do it better than you, but you don't ever want it doing something that the surgeon doesn't exactly want. So it's kind of this weird back and forth where we're like, well, we could maybe make something better than the surgeon would be on their own, but like we don't want to take any control away from the surgeon at the same time. So there's a big back and forth.
There's still doubts then.
I'd like to have a game with a totally autonomous robot surgeon in a game of, the little board game with the guy you got to shit out of.
I'd like to have a game with
Surgeon?
D-Dub, you sound like you're inside some kind of bucket or something, man.
Sorry, man, I'll shut up.
I don't know, man. Sounds fucking fucked
I think,
right up.
I think from what Jedi News was talking about with the surgeon guy is, and from our perspective, and I'm sure the guy can surely understand what we're pointing out when we're talking about a pressurized open system adjacent to a vacuum without no containment. Because when I think of that, I can totally understand it and see how ridiculous it is, because I'm a refrigeration engineer and I deal with gas pressures and vacuums, and I transfer gas pressure around. I open contained bottles that have in a vacuum, and I open the valve and the gas goes into it. So I'm working with this every day. Now, if the Earth was a ball with an atmosphere around it, with no containment, that atmosphere would disperse into that vacuum. It's an open system.
So,
It's an ever-expanding universe, according to the globe model. No, but what I'm saying is, surely you can understand this and where we're coming from, and understand that there is some sort of there's something going on there. That is not right, not correct. It doesn't work on Earth.
I can understand where you're coming from. And I think it relies on a couple things. I think one, it relies on saying that gravity is not a thing. That's part one. Even if we don't have any agreement on exactly how gravity works, if gravity is a thing, it's going to have some pretty consistent results that we can rely on.
Did we go with that? Like, did we just run with that then? Like, we've not got a scientific experiment, so we just run with if gravity is a thing, it would have some pretty fucking big results.
So that, I mean, if we want to get really, really, really specific about gravity, we can. But I think we can speak about it in a general way at first.
Which one?
So
which gravity?
The one that we observe affecting all objects that we're able to measure.
I think the problem is, I'm sorry to interject, Singer, because I've got to go, Shirley, but the problem is, and sorry, the surgeon guy, we've brought that up again, and obviously what the gentleman's saying is you straight away going into gravity, but then that brings us back to what is gravity? Which gravity are you talking about? What is the observed natural phenomena on Earth? What was the first natural phenomena of gravity, and how was it put through the scientific method? But you're using these terms gravity as if we're going to take gravity as a thing. We don't. So we're talking about we're talking about gas pressure without containment, which we're trying to say is ridiculous. And then all of a sudden gravity comes into it, which we have to, you're just saying we have to just talk about that. And we're saying, no, we don't, because we can't observe gravity. It's not been observed, and it's not put through the scientific method. So it goes round in circles.
So
circles.
without doing an entire deep dive on the history of all science related to gravity,
just give us an experiment for either Newtonian or Einstein.
I'm going to say without doing this deep dive. What I'm saying is the first element is existence of gravity. Because if we say gravity doesn't exist, if we say there is no gravity, that all objects that receive this is let me I was asked if I understand where you guys are coming from, and let me try to say that. Because if there is not gravity, if gravity is not a thing, if gravity is not affecting objects, then gas that starts going upwards would continue going upwards forever. And you are right. It would just keep going till it was all gone. And any of the gas that was traveling down would hit the ground, bounce off the ground, and then start traveling up. And very, very quickly, it would all be gone into space in the absence of gravity.
So you're begging the question that space exists now.
Well, it would go away as far as it possibly could go away if gravity were not a thing.
No. If vacuum, cold space.
Again, if gravity were not a thing, it would go as far as it could go.
But what if it has
very quickly? All of it.
What if gravity is not a thing and it has went as far as it's going to go?
Then presumably it either hits something or it stops existing. I don't know how far that would be.
So we'd ask you, bro, I need to ask him again, man, for an experiment. Like, if you're going to say gravity existed, then you've got to claim which kind of gravity you're meaning, either Newton's gravity, mass attracting mass, or this Einsteinian nonsense that's made up of mathematics.
Yeah, what is gravity? Define gravity.
Again,
not the effect. Not like you said, things fall and shit like that. But we know things fall, bro. Like things rise, things fall, depending on their density and their sort of their
medium.
Again, I said that there were two things that I think explain where you guys are coming from, and I'd like to do the second one maybe before a deep dive on gravity. Because the first one is reliant on non-existence of gravity. And if you guys, as you seem to believe that gravity is not a thing, and it just straight up doesn't exist, and it is not happening.
Bro, we deal with like reality first. We don't say that this thing's not happening. So, like, so you're saying it does happen,
space fake.
bro?
Space fake. Do you think that gravity is not a thing? Can you just tell me that?
Bro, you're saying gravity is a thing. So you're the one that has the positive claim. So you're the one that's got to back it by an experiment if you can cite one. Because I know you've not got one, bro.
I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm trying to explain where I think you guys are coming from. I'm trying to put my headspace in your headspace.
Okay.
And so for the sake of that, is it true? Gravity either is a thing or it's not a thing, independent of what exactly it is or how exactly it acts. It either exists or it doesn't exist, right? We can agree to that.
You need to know what it is, right?
Great, and it would be great to figure out what it is. But before we figure out what it is either is a thing or it's not a thing. Can we agree?
Bro, it's not back. But that's the other point is it's not got an experiment backing it.
Can I get just one of you, because 3 of you are talking right now, and I'm having a little trouble following. I started asking you, so I'd prefer if you continued. We could, and then I don't want to cut the rest of you out of the conversation, but just for the sake of this immediate part.
Well, neither do I. I don't want to cut anybody out. It's an open forum, bro. But yeah, so all I'm saying to you is that I know there's not an experiment backing it. So for to say, like, do things fall, do things rise, dependent on the relationship with the medium, yes. Like, we've got little g, these, like, the 9.8 meters per second squared. So you've got that. So that's an effect. But who's established a cause and effect relationship? That's the point of a scientific experiment, bro.
Great. But even before we do an experiment, it either is a thing or it's not a thing before we know about it, right?
Did you not hear what I said?
Yeah. So there's a cause and effect. Ultimately, you need to do these experiments to establish its relationship and quantify it and understand what the causal relationships are. But before we've done any of that, it's either there or it's not there, right?
It's either observed or it's not.
Yeah. And
so
my understanding of a lot of flat earthers, not all of you, but a lot of you, you say it's not observed. You say gravity is not observed. It's not there.
Well, things fall. The law of gravitation, the 9.8 meters per second, then that's a thing. But to say it's caused by space-time bending or mass attracting mass, we don't see either of these in reality.
Okay. So way before we do that, so you're saying, so if you do say that's a thing, then, for example, I could take a rubber bouncy ball and I could bounce it off the ground as hard as I can, and it'll go shooting off the ground really, really fast. But we'll see as it goes up, it gets slower and slower and slower and slower and slower until it stops going up, and then it starts going back down again. That's how a bouncy ball behaves. Right?
And?
Okay, I'm not getting it. So we can treat other objects like this. Maybe, not all of them bounce very well. So maybe we'll take objects that don't bounce and we could throw them up as hard as we can. And they'll go slower and slower and slower, and they'll stop, and they'll start going down faster and faster and faster until they hit the ground. Some of them will bounce, some of them won't. And we see that with all objects that we're able to throw up.
Just one thing, sorry to interject. When we talk about a natural phenomena, it's something that naturally occurs in nature naturally. Now, we can talk about bouncy balls and bouncy things. Somewhere along the timeline, somebody has claimed gravity. The first claim was mass attracting mass. That's no longer the case. So that couldn't have gone through the scientific method, because if it did, it would have been proved or unproved. So that's never happened. Now we've got the Einsteinian, the bending of space-time in a fourth dimension. But what we don't need to talk about bouncy balls. In nature, on Earth, in reality, where do you observe gravity? Whichever gravity you are claiming. Where do you observe it in nature?
In that, all things that go up will have, as we call it, a downward acceleration. They will slow, they will eventually stop, and then they will begin accelerating back down towards the ground. That is wherein gravity is observed. In the cases of all objects that we've been able to measure, this happens.
That would be specific to solids or liquids within a medium that is less dense than it relatively.
Okay, so that brings to the next. So in all objects that we're able to measure, this happens. Though, if there is additional forces acting on those objects,
Not
that
all.
may...
I didn't agree to all. You're saying all. You're making the claim all, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Not all things.
If we extract all other factors that we are able to measure, this happens. But if we introduce a factor that creates a force that causes the object to continue accelerating upwards, we will see that this doesn't happen anymore. We can do this in a lot of different ways.
Did you say create?
Create. I mean, I say create because I'm thinking in the terms of an experiment, but if we're talking in, if there's some observable factor that is creating a force that makes an object accelerate against this other observed phenomenon, then we will see it behave differently. For example, if I put a very strong magnet under a magnetic object that it is repelling, it won't accelerate downwards. The magnet will keep it from doing that.
Yeah. Or if you alter the specific medium that the object resides within.
Yeah. So if I
the density of it.
If I surround an object with a higher density material, the higher density material will tend to displace the lower density object, and so that it moves upwards. And that's observable as well, because it tends to be that all of these objects attempting to accelerate downwards, the higher density ones will tend to displace the lower density ones in absence of other forces interacting.
So what's gravity, the cause or the effect?
The gravity appears to be, the gravity is what we're calling what appears to be causing all of these things to accelerate downwards.
Okay, so it's the cause of the downward acceleration.
That's I believe what we should call, because it's understood by everyone, but we could call it another thing. It appears to be that which makes these things accelerate downwards.
Well, it's understood by everyone, but like the top scientists, they've not got a clue.
So
they don't know what gravity is.
There's things
Stating
that need to be understood
as if we observe what's causing it. You're stating that as if it's obvious what's causing it, and it's not. It's not obvious.
Well, he seems to be doing the thing that a lot of them do, which is mix it up between being a cause and an effect. 1 minute it's the downward acceleration, which is the effect. The other minute it's the thing that caused that. But what caused it? Mass attracting mass, Einsteinian 4D space-time bending and warping, something unknown. What?
So I don't want to completely dismiss, but you did hop into a bit of a middle of a longer conversation. I don't want to rehash the whole thing.
That's
to
fair.
catch you up.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
here.
don't want to do that to be mean, but I also have to go to
No,
bed real soon.
I get it. Makes sense.
Now, we're here most of the time, bro, so come back anytime, please.
Yeah, and I'll drop in, I'm sure. If this downward acceleration is happening, then the extension that I make that you may not make is that in absence of some other force acting on the gas probably is going to behave like all of these other objects that accelerate downwards.
Okay. So the thing is, we observe some downward, some upward, and some in equilibrium static, and some going in all directions like gas. Okay. So what makes us choose downward as the go to? Why is that take priority over the things that other things are doing? Why are we focusing specifically on the down?
So, for instance, if I talked very briefly, and I didn't want to dive super far into it, but if we have a mixed medium, that the higher density objects tend to displace the lower density objects and settle in a low. So if I take something like a very high density gas and introduce it at the top of say, other gases, we will see that the high density gas will move downwards and displace the low density gases.
I think you'll find that is a temporary effect, and over time, those will they'll just disperse.
And so if we introduce other things over time, other forces, moving air like wind, things like that, like yes, gases tend to be fairly heterogeneous, but if we try to control, well, I mean, sorry, yeah, they tend to homogenize to an extent that we do find that if you like measure the quantities of certain gases as you get higher and higher in the atmosphere, the lower density gases tend to be in higher quantities the further up you go. But that's a little bit nitty gritty. We don't have to deep dive that one. So I would assert that if all objects that we seem to be able to measure do this thing where they can go very fast upwards, but they will eventually slow, stop, and then come back down again, that gases would do the same thing.
I've got to mention that okay, you've got a denser molecule going upwards towards an area where there's less dense gas molecules, right? If it finds a gap, it's not just going to say, "Oh, I'm not supposed to go past here because I'm more dense." It's going to go through that gap and continue until it collides with something. So that is not how gas behaves. What you're saying?
We don't
it's like
seem to see that with any other object or
that's why it's gas. Gas behaves differently. That's right. There's different states of matter, and they have some behave similarly, but have other different qualities, different traits, different behaviors, such as gas.
So your assertion is that gas does not behave in the same way that everything else does, except when we're measuring it.
Temporarily, but over time, the entropy will increase, and it will just do what we observe it doing, and that's expand in all directions to fill the available volume.
And so I guess so you're in a space. So this is slightly different than I thought. You're in a space where you think this effect that we call gravity, or sorry, a clause of an acceleration that we call gravity, if we want to be specific to the language we were using, just ignores gases, except in certain instances.
Well, I'm not claiming that there's this thing that it needs to ignore.
Well, you're saying the gases can go up and up and up, and they will never slow, stop, or accelerate back downwards.
They'll collide with something.
Yeah, you're saying the only thing that could divert a gas is a collision with another thing.
I haven't seen a demonstration of any other thing. Yeah, it's explained. That's how it's taught.
So
we're not taught it any other way.
Disagree with this,
how
but
the gas laws were formed.
But let me revise. So I guess for your case, the two things then, if I'm talking about two things that I think could lead to you thinking the gas could expand, is that gravity, as it affects all other objects, it does not affect gases. So that could be a cause of why you think the air would spread out into space if space would exist and then continue on. So, okay, if that is the case, then that would make sense. And then the other one, the one that I hadn't gotten to yet, the second one, is an idea that the absence of gases will exert a force on gases to cause them to spread out. And I believe that's a misunderstanding of what a vacuum is. And I hear a lot of people make that mistake.
Make a mistake. Sorry, can you clarify what you mean by
the idea that a vacuum has a mechanism by which it interacts with other things to exert a force on those things? Does that make sense, what I'm saying? I might be able to find another way of phrasing that, or maybe I could give you an analogy that would make sense. I don't know what to do with silence there.
So it's not that it's the vacuum has an interaction. Wait a sec. So we're talking about entropy, so high pressure moving towards low pressure.
Not talking about entropy directly. No. I mean, I think entropy is an interesting conversation because I think the second law of thermodynamics is very complex and interesting.
That's what
been a few
dictates that
years since
gas
I've had to
moves
directly
from
do
a higher
calculations
pressure state
regarding
into
to
a
it.
low pressure towards the lower pressure. That's what dictates that
That's
occurrence, that behavior.
So that does not dictate the second law. The second law is significantly more complex than that. But what I'm saying about it's like if I had a container full of steel balls and I put a great big magnet on the top of that container, that magnet would pull those steel balls up to sit at the top of the container where the magnet was, right? So by the introduction of the magnet, I would create a pull that moves the steel balls. And I think people sometimes hear vacuum and they think that vacuum is to gas what that magnet is to those steel balls. And will pull the gas towards the vacuum. But
no, it's just a higher pressure moving towards a lower pressure.
Okay, I'm saying I think there's a certain number of, and it's good that you don't believe that because vacuum has no mechanism by which to do that. But I do hear a lot of flat earthers make that kind of assertion.
Well, essentially, I can create a vacuum without removing any of the gas molecules within a container.
I presumably, if you made the container large enough without changing the volume of the gas without changing the mass of the gas inside of it, you could, in the presence of a significant gravitational field, but that goes back to gravity, which was the
What is a gravitational field? What is a gravitational field? Define that.
Lovely. Another person joining into the middle and wanting to totally detach from what we were getting at.
There's no such thing as a gravitational field, but go on. There's an
love that you want to participate.
There's an etheric field, and gravity moves counter to the etheric field.
I disagree with Sunshine.
I also disagree, but I think I think it was Correct was asking, and one of the other guys missed, but is gone. But Space Fake and T-Dub, do you all feel like I sufficiently have an idea of where you guys are coming from?
I'm not sure, man, because you seem to think that other flat earthers said something, so I think that kind of sort of.
Well, that's why I said there were two ways, and it seems like you guys don't belong to group number 2, and so I said there were 2 ways. It seems like you guys belong to group number 1, which is the gravity contention.
But I still had a sentence to finish there, but it's all right, man. On you go.
Well, sorry, do you think I misrepresented you? I was just trying to cut to the chase.
No, but just a couple of times you've said, oh, well, flat earthers think, or these flat earthers seem to say, or and just this. I wouldn't say that about, well, I suppose I would say that about globe earthers because you do come in and give us all this bullshit. Maybe I'm just the same, bro, sorry.
Flat earthers don't tend to be a homogenous group, so it's a little bit hard because it's hard. If I interact with a new flat earther, it's very hard for me to know where they're coming from because flat earthers believe a lot of different things.
I mean, I would always say that I don't believe stuff. I dropped belief when I dropped the globe. So, I mean, I don't believe in domes and fucking ice walls and all this stuff that we've been fed, through biblical stuff and TV and shit like that, images and stuff that we see. I don't believe stuff, I wouldn't say.
Okay, then maybe I can phrase this in a way that'll be more palatable to you. I think flat earthers are not a homogenous group, and that the things that they think are true can be very different from flat earther to flat earther.
I suppose.
But there is also underlying truth, things that are true that both sides could learn from, or just to the realization that some things that are thought of as hard truth are not fact.
Sure. And just for the sake of wrapping up what we were talking about, I think, well, for me, none of the people here belong to that group number 2 about the vacuum creating an interaction, which I think is very good because that's something I have a strong disagreement with. And then
Not so much.
mostly
Bro,
in the
when I said that, I wasn't meaning it has like an interaction, like the vacuums somehow like causing a reaction. Like, I was just meaning in general, we can't have pressure without containment. To then say that there's a near perfect vacuum somehow surrounding or enveloping that containment, that would be even more ridiculous than just gas pressure without containment in my mind.
Sure.
Yeah, we're just talking about gas expansion within a volume, and the globe claims that there's the volume available to it is the entirety of outer space, which is what 4 times 10 to the power of 80 cubic meters or something. It's a freaking astronomically ridiculous amount of volume that the gas that's clinging to this spinning ball is available to it, and it doesn't do it because of magic gravity.
Well, and in the case where gas was not affected by the idea of gravity, then you would be absolutely right. But I live in a space where gas is affected by gravity.
No, you don't.
And
Sorry,
we've not got
excuse
an
me. When I say
experiment.
I live in a space, I mean this is my understanding of the world with which I'm approaching this discussion.
Understand.
So, do you know of a scientific experiment like what I asked you a while ago?
I mean, I don't have one I could directly show you, but I imagine I could come up with a way with which we could establish whether gases are being affected by gravity or not. And then
Please do.
design an experiment in that way.
I mean, if it follows the scientific method, then that would be what we're kind of asking for, bro.
Okay. Well, I think I'm not gonna at this point. It's quite late, and I'm not gonna try to live design an experiment with you guys. But I would be happy to do something like that later.
Cool, man.
I got an idea for you.
Nobel Prize in post.
I don't think it'll be anything novel, but somebody had an idea.
I think that the lines of latitude, or between lines of latitude, they're not equally spaced. In my mind, this is how I think of it. If the Earth is flat, then these latitude lines can't be equally spaced. So I've got an idea for a test, and you can, because when you do the Eratosthenes experiment, right, or the one that I participated in, I don't know if I trust the data, but I participated in it, and my measurement was correct, and everyone else's measurement was correct. What it's supposed to be for the latitude. Now, my twist of the experiment is, let's also do one at the full moon. So it's like the day before the full moon, and then like all synchronized at the same time on the full moon. The sun measurement doesn't have to be synchronized, just at your whatever time. But the moon one, because there's not refractive, there's less, well, there's not as much refraction, that you might get a more true measurement. So if we do an Eratosthenes of the moonlight, the moon shadow, and put that into some sort of model, we could see whether it conforms to more of a flat refraction or a curved surface.
I'd have to think about that, but on its surface, that actually sounds like a very interesting idea.
Q, he has a video about this. He dug up some stuff about it. It's been done.
Oh.
It's called Bad Moon Shadow if you want to check it out.
Yeah, I proposed this like 2 or 3 years ago, and I was just hoping that someone would do it.
And the latitude lines aren't perfectly evenly spaced. They're not even claimed to on a globe because it's not a perfect sphere.
What's it called? Bad Moon?
It's called Bad Moon Shadow.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to call it a night, but thank you, everyone, for being polite. I know we took a minute to get there, but I appreciate you all.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
Do the majority of flat earthers subscribe to the idea of a firmament?
Nah, that's a specific container claim, and that would be down to the individual.
So
I
in
think
this,
what most of them will agree on is containment, but exactly what that container is, I don't think there's any agreement.
is there like a defined shape of this, or is it subjective to the individual?
Well, I mean, there must be some sort of objective shape to it. We just don't know what it is.
Because, well, I brought up the firmament because the firmament is considered a dome. So my question would be, where would the spring line originate on Earth to create this dome? Since you know, a dome is basically a three-dimensional arc.
So where are we going to reach the container, basically?
Exactly.
Good question.
I would say I'm not a snow globe tard.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm saying I'm not a snow globe tard.
What is that?
I don't think I live in a snow globe. Like, that is a biblical reference anyway. Like, so I'm not religious, so I don't believe that. But I
Yeah,
mean,
but there were
it kind of looks like when you look up, we have got kind of a dome the way we see. It does kind of look when you look up, especially at night when you look up at the stars. It kind of looks like that. So these ancient civilizations that thought that, I could get why they thought it was like a dome, like what we see. That's my idea on where they got that idea from, but I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, even like modern civilizations, it's two domes create a sphere. So in a sense, we still kind of believe that, but we just have more, evidence to provide that argument. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if everybody's asleep, but yeah, I just had that question. Like, hypothetically, for people that subscribe to the dome theory, like, where would the spring lines be? Like the origin point for that.
Even if he was to dig into the descriptions that's given by the Bible, it doesn't really make a claim as to what shape. The one that does make claim to a shape is the Catholic Bible that says it's dome, and then the other translations that branch off of it. So, yeah, dome being the one given a shape. But if you get Job, for example, he calls it a molten looking glass, which is really just a mirror.
So the
Or
sky would be a mirror, or like
a magnifying glass that you would use to read.
magnified.
Wait,
Yeah, I
there's
don't know
actually
how to
people here
proceed.
that believe in flat Earth?
I don't personally. I'm just asking, a question of like, hypothetically, if there was, like, where would the origin point be for this barrier that splits us from? Well, yeah. I know there's people that don't believe in space here, so I don't know. Like, what would the origin point be for uh the barrier that creates the split from land and sky?
That would be where we wouldn't be able to go, which a lot of flat earthers claim is the Antarctic region, because the Antarctic region beyond the 60th south parallel is not allowed unless you get permission. And you can take trips down there, but they're already predetermined paths, they're already predetermined locations, and they don't even actually explore anything that would be close or remotely close to where this edge would be, edge of the room, not edge falling off into a space because we don't believe that we're living in a disk flying through space. It's like,
What would you guys say
how
to
do you
somebody?
so the Earth that we're walking on right now is just the floor, and where
What would you
this
guys say to somebody, right?
the
You
origin point of your dome question would be the walls of the room.
What would you guys say to somebody, right, who says that the majority of scientists believe that the Earth is round?
This is a different cosmology, right? You're standing on the floor of the universe. Everything you see in the sky above you is in the sky above you.
Yeah. Moon stars are in the sky. I don't see them on the ground.
You have to be a bit more specific, Pirate King, because you're talking about people from all different fields of study. Some that don't, they're not experts in the particular field of deciding what Earth is or isn't, which isn't a science, by the way. But digress.
Yeah, but like the Earth of or the shape of the Earth is known as like an empirical fact by the majority of scientists, right? So like as
But you're
somebody
saying
who's like
majority of scientists. Okay, so what does chemistry have to do with it? What does a chemist have to do with
Bro,
thinking that Earth is a sphere?
sure, yeah,
but
maybe
not,
I'll be more
not,
specific. The majority
no,
of
but not
the
even
people
that, bro.
who study the shape of the Earth.
Bro, you said empirically known, so that would mean there's measurements for the radius, for instance. Would that be the
I'm
case?
sure there's like a radius measurement of the Earth.
Well, you've got a number, but I mean, who's measured it? That's the point. No one.
And
Like
satellites.
physically, like
But they
I
would have
don't
had
think
to.
anybody has like really physically like walked around the Earth and measured the radius, if that's what you're asking. But
So how would they know?
I do
Like,
think.
If the
How do
answer
they
is
know?
satellites, then I'd like you to show me a photograph from a satellite showing a picture of the Earth. That's very difficult. You can't do it. I'm just going to
but
say it
before
right now.
even
You
that,
cannot get me
You
a
you
photograph of the Earth from a satellite.
wait, you
bro,
want me to
get
before
Google
even
you
that,
get the
satellite
I said,
images,
images of
right?
Earth? Because I'm pretty sure
bro,
a
You
lot
get
more.
sensor data from the satellite sensors, right? And you get little images that are created from that sensor data, but it is not a photographic sensor. It is not a photograph. These
Do you need a
So
photo?
before,
Google Earth
right,
is
Wouldn't the
before
insane.
sensor
you even
data
send a satellite up,
just be
right,
sufficient to figure out the radius of the Earth?
you're going to need to know the radius before you stick something up to go round the radius, surely. Like before Sputnik was put up, they would have had to know precisely what they were orbiting.
There's probably like mathematical formulas or like equations that they've done to figure that out, right?
Oh,
Like it's not
there's
like
plenty of
people are
maths,
just
and
like going off of nothing.
there's an assumed calculated radius, but there's not any actual specific measurements of the radius. Like nobody's measured drop over a specific distance, like from a point to a point, how much drop there should be, and it's been measured. That's not been done ever. And then when flat earthers go out there with lasers and cameras, the radius has been
But it
debunked
just seems
over and
like,
over
as
again.
somebody who's a layman, right? Like I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about astronomy or space or anything in general. As somebody who, from the perspective of a layman, right? Why should I trust your opinion on the science versus what the
Don't
vast majority of people who study this stuff say, right?
don't
We're
trust
not
them.
asking
Don't
you to
trust
trust
us.
us.
Make your own mind up, man. That's what we would always say. Do your own tests. If you feel that strongly about the Earth's radius and you
I don't
want
think
to
that's a
prove it
very good way
yourself,
to go about life. I don't think
what do you
you
mean? You
can't
never
make
even
up.
finished.
Well,
I hadn't even finished what I said. I hadn't even finished my sentence. I was saying if you feel that strongly about it, go out and do your own tests. That's what flat earthers will tell you to do time and time again. Go out, get a camera, work out your elevation, see how far you can see to a specific point, work out your elevation, get a curve calculator, and there you go. You can prove it yourself.
he doesn't even have
And
to do the test. I'll do the test for him. If he can tell me what test to do, I'll do it. But rather than saying, I'm sure there's a mathematical equation for something, and blah, 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 actually tell me, how would you measure the Earth to be a curved surface? Or any of those other things that go with that?
Well, I
Me
just told you how to
personally,
do it, man.
or
I just told you how to do it, bro. Work out your elevation, work out your distance to a target, work out where the
No. I want
geometric
Pirate
horizon
King
should
to do
be.
some thinking and come
You
up
don't
with
have to
something
speak
himself that
over
he can
me,
do.
Cheppa. Cheppa, you don't have to speak over me. I'll literally tell them how to do it. For fuck's sake, man. So you work
don't
at your
tell him. Don't tell him.
elevation.
No, he's got to come up with the idea. He has to
You stop
think
fucking
and think
speaking
how
over
will
me,
he
bro.
measure it.
Jeppa,
No, I'm just
Jeppa,
saying.
man, you get
Look.
muted every fucking day, man, for
You
fucking
guys,
talking over people and talking nonsense. You want to stop it, mate? For fuck's sake, man.
you guys are misunderstanding me, right? I'm not okay. Look, I'm not saying I know how to measure like the shape of the Earth myself, right? Or I know how to measure the distance around the Earth or whatever, or anything like that. I'm just saying, when you're going about life, right? You can't be an expert. You can't be an expert in every single field, right? You're gonna be a
You don't know
layman
that.
in a lot of
But
different things.
I mean, you know how to measure basketball. Why don't you tell us how you would measure a basketball?
Well, I mean, measuring a basketball is much more different from measuring the Earth, right?
Why not? What's the difference besides one is bigger?
Measure the radius of a basketball. Just get like I don't know, like a tape measure or something. I don't know.
Something straight, right? Something straight.
Or you could
Get a
just
tape measure?
multiply the diameter by
Did you
2.
just say you get a tape measure to measure a basketball?
Like the ones that like are kind of flexible, I guess.
And what
Yeah,
are you gonna measure?
you could get a straight edge, right? Put a straight edge on it, and then just measure the height to the ground, right? So you could do similar things to this, or measure the how much drop there is over a certain distance of that straight edge, right? You make a little triangle with it, and
Yeah.
or
My point is
you
like
could use a
somebody
laser.
said in
That straight edge could be a
Sure.
laser.
Sure, it's kind of irrelevant to the point. For the point
Jeppa,
that I'm making, though, it's
how come you decided to stop me from telling him? No, you've just fucking told him. Are you fucking
Dude, I'm
insane
trying to
or
get him
what?
to think. I'm trying to walk him to it. I want him to try to think
What do you
through it,
mean?
because if he's not thinking, then he's
Wait.
never going to get it.
He doesn't know. Fuck's sake, bro. I
Wait.
don't fucking cut
Somebody,
over your points. Get a grip of your life.
Well, just dude, I don't know. I was asking a question, and you were just like, "Yeah, I'll answer it."
somebody in the chat said consensus isn't science, and I would like argue vehemently against that
It
because
isn't.
consensus,
It's not. No.
peer review is like very important to science, right? That's
No,
all
Peer
consensus
reviewed
is.
perform experiments, maybe, but not just peers in general reviewing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's a
Peer
good
agreement
indicator
is
that
not.
it's something. It would the
You know
way
what
that I'll put it
consensus
is
means?
this. The way that I'll put it is this. Like it's
Do you
better
know
to
what
have a
consensus means?
consensus on something. Having a scientific consensus on something makes it more likely to be true than not having a consensus on
No,
something,
that
right?
is
What's a
incorrect,
scientific consensus? What is a
Um,
scientific consensus?
Scientific consensus is when I guess like the majority of scientists agree on whatever the particular topic is.
Would you say that a
The
majority
scientists
has
that
to,
are
or it's
relevant to
not
that
No,
topic,
no,
I
it's a
guess.
mutual agreement. So it's like
Would
you've
you
already
say it has
disregarded your
to, hold on,
disagreement.
Blood. Would you say it has to be a majority?
Majority, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Yes or no? Does it have
But
to
to a
be a
degree,
No,
yeah.
majority
no,
for a
it's not a
scientific
majority. It's not a majority.
Okay, if you want to get involved, you may discuss it. It's fine.
No, it's all like
Yeah,
everybody
I'd
has
say
to reach a
maturity.
consensus, not just like majority rules. That's not how it works. It's
Okay,
everybody has
the
to.
data, the thing that
Well,
is in contention, or the data, the thing that is being studied, this is what is important, and the results of the method that they use to test, that's the important thing, not whether somebody agrees with something.
would you
Yeah,
say
but like
that? Would you say no? But would you say that the vast majority of climate scientists say that global warming is anthropogenic?
Oh, we
yeah,
don't say that.
Then you're wrong. You've been
that's my
hoodwinked.
understanding at least.
You've been tricked into thinking that, right? Majority of climate scientists don't think that. Majority of climate scientists know that there are Earth cycles. We've affected them, but they're Earth cycles. It's not to do with carbon dioxide.
The quote unquote
This
majority that you speak of
to
are just the ones
to
in government, bro. No one else
I
agrees.
can't type in
Majority
chat,
of
right?
climate
So I'm
scientists are
just
actually looking at the data and actually analysing it. So the majority of climate scientists do not agree because the science is not on that side.
The ones you hear from are the ones that are in the newspapers, in the government. Usually, press conferences that are held in government buildings or other situations are more heard, right? Have you heard this? They're saying the louder
yeah.
the voice, the more accurate the opinion. It's not true.
The guys, I'm not talking about like the truth makers of something being consensus, right? Like I'm not saying the earth is round and this fact is true because there's a consensus on it, right? I'm talking about more about the justification of our knowledge. right? I'm not saying like
Yeah, which you're basing on
it's-
which you're basing upon how many of certain people in a field agree on
yeah,
it,
from the
right?
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I'm
Okay,
saying
so you don't,
is
but you don't know.
I'm
But
confused.
wait, hang on a
hold on.
second. Hang on a second. You don't know what it is they're agreeing on. You don't know what they've done in order to reach the conclusions that they've
I
made.
know exactly
So
what they're agreeing on.
so
They're
you don't
agreeing on
you
the
don't even know.
shape of
You
the
don't
earth.
even have, beyond them saying that they are experts and that they've done something. You don't know what it is that they've done, nor do you have the basis for to even decide whether they're
Exactly.
experts in that field
That's
or
my
not.
point, right?
The
Exactly.
basis
That's my
is
point.
their degree and their credits.
That's exactly my point, right? So it's
I
from
know
the
people with
perspective of a
driver's
layman.
licenses that can't drive for shit too.
I went back to this argument of authority. You have PhD, therefore you must be right. Are we doing this really?
Wait,
No.
wait, Pirate King, if I can real quick. I don't know who the fuck just said that, but like, I understand the innate, like the instant, oh, we're just gonna appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is only fallacious if I'm like bringing. So a
I'm
good
not.
example would be,
Look.
yeah,
I'm not
like
trying
it's
to.
not
I know
fallacious
what an
to just be
appeal.
like.
Look.
I wasn't
I'm not.
talking to
Fallacious
you. I
when
was talking about the
you're
other
talking
guy.
to me. It's fallacious
Okay.
when he
Yeah.
says
Okay.
it's fallacious when he
Yeah.
says
I'm
the
just
views
saying.
of experts.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to appeal to authority. It's much different. I'm more talking about how we should listen to experts when we're laymen in the field, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying
So,
like, why should I trust your opinion?
I don't
when
have
the
Would be
PhD. I listen to
extremely
PhD.
gullible.
So if I don't have PhD, I listen to PhD. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, not
Like in the
necessarily.
same way,
Why are you
I'm trying
saying
to
no
make
when
a
he's literally
decision.
saying yes?
Look.
Oh, I was.
In the same way, if I'm not knowledgeable about medicine, right, and I'm trying to figure out some fact about my health, I'm gonna listen to somebody who has a PhD in medicine or like a
So
degree
why
in
get a
medicine,
secondary
right?
opinion?
What do you mean? Why get a secondary opinion?
When you go
I agree.
see a
You should get a
doctor,
secondary
why do
opinion.
why
You
he
should
has
definitely.
PhD? He
Yeah.
must be right.
Yeah, it would be
Wait, that's
better.
not what.
It would be better.
The
Wait. It would be
probability
better
of
if
him being right.
it would be better if 10 doctors told you that you had cancer versus if it was like one doctor telling you that you had cancer, right?
But why are you seeing so many people now? I thought PhD means right.
That's not what
Originally,
he.
I
Hold on,
was.
I am
Oh my
correct.
god.
This
You
is my
don't know what
issue.
he's talking
We're
about,
talking
Tuxedo.
about
I
the
mentioned
basis.
who
The
is
I do
we?
know
basis.
what he's fucking
Can we
talking
go back
about.
to the who is we? Right? I asked the question. Tuxedo says no. Other guy says yes. I don't understand this. Who am I talking to?
I'm sorry.
Talking to
Just
nobody. Take your pills.
the way in which you're going about
Thank
this
my
is
pills.
making my brain implode because never did he say PhD equals right. What he
He
said
just
is
said
I've
that, you clown.
no, he didn't, and that's what I
Word
mean.
for
I did
word,
not say that.
said
Disingenuous
that.
shit.
I never said that the truth
Hallucinating.
maker of a proposition. I never said that the truth maker of a proposition would be.
Someone turn that off.
I never said that the truth maker of a proposition is just some expert agreeing on it or some sort of consensus. Obviously, like the fact that I have cancer, whether or not that's true, is going to be based on the evidence at hand that says that I have cancer or not, right? I'm more talking about
Right.
how we justify the knowledge that I have cancer, right? If I'm a layman in the field of medicine, how would I justify the claim that I have cancer? I would listen to an expert and maybe I would get a second opinion or a third opinion, and I would go from there.
How many experts does it take before you are satisfied with the answer?
I guess that kind of just depends. Depends on
What
the
if
types of
there's
claims.
equal experts on each side? What do you do then?
So that's exactly my point, right? So if we're like talking about a scientific issue, and if
Let
there's
me just reiterate my
yeah,
question. Sorry for that.
Which the shape of the Earth is not, by the way. It's not a
Let me
scientific
reiterate.
When you know
So
you're
position a bit better to the guy that said losing the argument. It's not an argument. Reiteration. When do you start taking your own research and ideas into consideration? When do you say this guy said this? He is obviously more qualified in the field. When do you start doing your own research and learning for yourself?
like when would I delve into a particular topic myself
When would
if I
you
was
start doing
interested
your
in
own
doing
research? So, for example, you went to a doctor, right? He said, "This is
Mhm.
the reason. This is the condition. This is the solution." Then you see another
Mm-hmm.
doctor. He tells you something different. Then you see another doctor, and he tells you the same thing. Majority say something, and minority say something else, right? Do you still trust the
Mm-hmm.
majority, or do you actually do some research and figure it out for yourself?
Yeah, if the majority of doctors were telling me that I had cancer or something, I wouldn't suddenly go on Google trying to justify if the case
Let's
that I
not go
don't
to
No,
have
but what if
cancer.
you had like a third doctor tell you that no, it's actually this and it's easy to solve?
I would listen to what the majority of doctors are telling me.
So you're
You
not going to
wouldn't
do your own
research
research?
why it's happening. You wouldn't research the etiology, the cause of the disease. You wouldn't ask
I
the
would
doctors
do
what
my
the
own. No, no,
etiology is.
no. I would. So I wouldn't. Don't confuse me for saying that I wouldn't do any research at all, right? But I would ultimately take the judgment and the advice of the majority of doctors instead of my own Google research.
But surely you would ask the doctors to explain the etiology behind the disease, right?
Yeah,
Surely you'd want to
I
know.
would surely, yeah, for sure. I would ask them to explain it. But if I didn't understand it or if I disagreed with them for whatever reason, I would most likely err on the side of caution and recognize that these guys have been studying medicine for their entire lives, and maybe perhaps in my sort of 1 hour in talking with them that I don't have the
Is
complete
he
picture.
roboting, or is that me?
What if they put you on cholesterol lowering medication and tell you that's going to be the best thing for you, the path forward?
Let's get off the medical. How
Anyway,
about
you would have to
this?
say no to that because it's not good for anybody, anybody at all.
Well, first of all, that's medical malpractice. And second,
Yeah.
doctors take a Hippocratic oath to do no harm to their patients. So
Oh, yeah.
anything that goes against that, you can take legal action for that.
Don't police do the same thing and they're still committing crimes?
Yeah, and people get sued.
The minority
Like
of
if a
them.
doctor gave me cholesterol lowering
Get
medication
off
for
the medical
cancer,
track.
right? Yeah,
No,
if
no.
they gave me
What I'm
cholesterol.
saying is that if he's going to give you some medication and it's quite it's got a very sketchy past and you don't know the certainty of it, and the research on
more.
it tells you that the
Wow, this
medication is
is
bad,
way
right?
too
Result has a
unreal.
bad
Okay,
result.
proof is in the pudding.
Would you
Okay,
do
so
your
we're
own research?
discussing the shape.
At what
So we're
point,
discussing
considering
Earth,
your
right?
own
We're
health,
discussing the
would you
shape
do
of
research
Earth,
into the
right?
things that you're
Yes,
being
yeah,
told?
he would. Yeah,
Space.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get off the medical discussion.
I
We're going to
asked,
get back to the topic of the
I
shape
asked,
of the
at
Earth.
what point, this, shush, I asked at what point with this medical progression.
Yeah, we're not discussing that anymore. No more medical talk, please.
That was
Let's
just an
talk.
analogy
This
to
is
sort of explain.
when you
Yeah,
go
that
too
was just an
deep into the
analogy.
analogy.
Vance is
Back
the
to the
same.
shape of
He
the
never
Earth.
uses his own brain.
Discuss the topic of Earth directly, please.
Yes, he will
I
trust
have nothing
whatever
to
the
say
experts
about
say.
I have nothing to say about the shape of the Earth directly. I just sort of take the opinion of the majority of scientists. So beyond
Okay,
that,
so
I'm
let me
kind of
finish my
useless to you
question.
guys.
Let me finish my question. This analogy is very simple, so you're going to have to put up with it. If you're having some medical problem, it's your body,
No.
not anyone else's. At what point would you take the
Give him a
responsibility?
40-minute video.
Because it
Come on.
matters to you, right?
He's
So, at
not
what
gonna.
point?
He's not gonna
If it
give you
matters
the
to
answer
you,
you want, bro.
at what point would you do the research to find out what is the cause, what is the truth behind it? Would you do it for a medical issue?
At one point, right? What point would I do my own research? So for example, like a couple of
Even
scenarios
if you're
in
going
which
to
like
die,
I
you're saying
might.
you're not.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Basically, what you've been telling us is that even if you were going to die, you wouldn't do your own research. You just trust all the time.
Wait, did I ever say that I was never going to do my
You
own
never
research?
said
Yeah,
that.
even with
He
cancer.
said
Even with
no,
cancer.
no, no,
Okay,
no,
what
no,
I'm
no.
saying is, what would it take?
No,
If not cancer, if not dying, then what would it take?
wait.
Torture?
He
What would it
said,
take for you to do
Bro,
your own
what does
research?
this have to do with Earth?
What would it take for you to do your own research on the things you're told that actually affect your life?
Well,
moral of the
I'm going to
story is don't
clarify
trust the
because
experts,
I'm
brother.
going to clarify because you're strawmanning me, right? So I didn't say that. Even if the majority, I even clarified, right? Even if the majority of like doctors are telling me that I have cancer, I'm not gonna like do absolutely no research. I'm still gonna go on Google and read up about like what causes cancer, what I could maybe do, blah blah blah. But I clarified this earlier. Maybe you
But
weren't
do you
listening. I
accept that
said
you do have cancer?
ultimately I would take the judgment. Ultimately, I would take the judgment and the decisions of the doctors.
But here's the question, right? Do you take their judgment because they're doctors or because they showed you X-rays?
Um, do I take the I would say from the perspective of a layman, I would take it because they're doctors.
So you're not taking their advice backed by evidence. You're just taking their
But
advice
I wouldn't
backed by
say
that PhD they have on the table. Is that what you're saying?
so. There's two things that you're confusing here. I wouldn't say that I have cancer, and the fact that I
No,
have
no,
cancer
no.
is just because the doctors are saying that I have cancer. I wouldn't say that's what. Obviously, I would the evidence at hand is what makes it true that I have cancer, right? But
Okay,
more I'm
let's just
speaking on is like how I
That was a
simplify
justify
really
this.
the
bad
belief that I have
analogy.
cancer.
You said the
Let's
doctor telling you
hold on,
you
hold
said
on,
the
hold
doctor
on.
telling you that you've got cancer makes it true. That's what you told us. You said if
Let's
the
simpli-
doctor tells me I have cancer,
let's
it's
just
true.
Wait,
let's just
can
simplify
I
this a little
can
bit,
I
right?
please say something really quickly?
No, let's just simplify this a little bit. The doctor
Okay,
said you
I'll
had
eat my dick.
cancer, right? Do you trust him,
Mhm.
or do you ask for the X-rays or some sort of evidence?
So yeah, so that's yeah, basically it's about trust, right? It's about how we justify our knowledge, right? So I would trust the doctor and I would also ask for the x-rays, but even if I didn't understand the x-rays or anything,
What if he
I would
says he
still
can't
trust the
provide
doctor.
X-rays? What if he told you that the X-rays aren't available and the type of cancer it is isn't visible to the human eye, and that you just have to have faith in his expertise? Do you still trust him?
Yeah, I would trust the doctor. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if we're talking about the fact that I have cancer, why would I trust my own opinion versus that of the doctor?
We're not
Let's
asking
say
about
you
your
have no
opinion.
symptoms, no symptoms that are debilitating in any way to your life, but you've been told that the blood test shows you've got cancer.
Yeah, I would definitely take the doctor's advice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
I'm
though you
happy
don't
with
have
my.
no symptoms, you have no symptoms that
Yeah.
you have cancer, but
If
they're
Wait,
telling
hold
you you've
on.
got cancer.
You're
if the
saying you
doctor
would
tells
trust
me,
the
look.
technology?
I'm satisfied with my answer. I'm okay.
Hold on. If the doctor told me that
Stop
this
the
was a
medical
cancer that's
staff.
not visible,
No,
right?
no, no, no.
If he
I'm
told
gonna
me,
analogize this because this guy's saying it's more credible. Well, I'm not saying he's saying that. Like from what I feel like he's alluding to is that it.
anyways, I'll explain a little bit more what I
Let's move
exactly
on from
mean.
this medical field. I think the gist is we should not just trust the experts of science regarding the globe, right?
I
We should
mean,
try to do
like,
our own
look,
research and
if
learn
a
for
doctor
ourselves.
told me, right, like if a doctor told me, right, like this
Leave
cancer
this
is
doctor analogy.
invisible, they can't provide X-rays, blah blah blah, and they don't really have like that kind of concrete evidence that they can provide for why I
You'd be
have
skeptical,
this
correct?
cancer. No, I would.
Anyhow, don't trust the experts without any qualifications that are credible. Qualifications that are credible would be like a photo, some evidence, some sort of measurement, some sort of graph, anything that can actually be shown, right? Not because they
Wait,
have a
hold
PhD
on.
that
I am
says the
correct.
Earth is
Can
a
I ask
sphere.
you a question then?
Sure.
Just using a medical analogy. It's not the fucking cancer one though. So like you realize
No,
with
no more medical analogies. I don't
hold
think
on,
there's
wait,
someone
no,
who like
but
it.
it deals with empirics though.
If
So
you see
like
everyone that's mentioned has been muted, I don't think they want to talk about it, bro.
I really have a question because it's been burning me this entire time. I've
Okay,
been wanting to
ask
ask
away.
it.
Sure.
So I assume you've been to a doctor before. I assume you've been to a hospital.
Yes.
And I assume there have been time. Well, maybe not. I don't know what kind of life you live. So there are times where they will find something, say, in your blood. Now, the thing they find in your blood does not necessarily mean there's a like hey, you might have this because we saw this in your blood work. You can look at your blood work. You have all the ability in the world. You, as a non-doctor, probably have no idea what the fuck it means. Would you trust that doctor's opinion?
The reason I put trust in doctors is because usually, most consistently, is they don't really give their opinions when they're not asked, right? Usually they show you evidence, blood tests, history records, and things
Mm-hmm.
like that that can lead to a case. Right? Doctors are only speak.
Okay. Well, damn. Guess I'll never know now.
Yo, why is everyone muted?
I don't know. There's a few people's server muted.
Globe heads. They've come on attack. They're attacking us.
No, there's a few flat earthers muted. Or one.
The flatters, the what the? Why do we have push to talk here?
I have push to talk. I don't know.
There we go.
The flat Earth is real.
Yes, it is.
Mason told me that.
Yeah, Mason told you it was a globe too.
A 33rd degree, an important man.
Important in his own world, not in mine.
Wait, don't you believe in the flat Earth too?
Yeah, I couldn't care what the Masons think or believe.
Why?
Well, because I like to look at the facts and the evidence, not listen to what others tell me.
Do you not learn through conversations?
Do you take all conversations as gospel?
Oh, so you take from what the gospel says?
I'm saying, do you believe every conversation you have? Do you take what everybody's telling you as truth without any investigation?
Only if they have good sources or if they're important people, such as 33rd Masons.
Thanks.
And if someone has been found to be a liar in the past or to deceive people, would you question?
Yes, maybe. Yeah, they lie to the normal world, but I'm saying like 33rd Masons, like inside information, they do believe in the flat Earth. You know, these people, but they don't really let us know why very well. Like
What do you
I'm
mean by
talking
that?
through. I mean, listen. There's like the scientific way of it, and then there's like the Masonic people are more like allegories and philosophy and bullshit like that. So I want to know what they think about it from that perspective, not really scientific shit.
What are you talking about?
Well, and again, I'm a Christian and I believe the Bible, and the Bible's also a flat Earth book. But when we have these discussions in this room, there's people that believe that the Bible doesn't hold any weight. There's people that believe that these Freemasons don't hold any weight. So we don't like to speculate, and we like to stick to the facts
That's
of
true.
what we can see and what can be proven.
Yeah, true. Don't Masons take their ideologies from the Bible too? I mean, everything they know is like Christian theology and alchemy and Kabbalah and all that bullshit.
Oh, look, they may do. I haven't looked enough into it. And it
They
is a
have to
secret
have a god,
society.
otherwise they're not accepted. because the worst human in existence is the one that doesn't believe in a god.
That's true. It's ignorance. But they believe in a God. They believe in God.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you
They
have to be religious
subjectivize
to
what
join
God
the
is.
Freemason.
How about the Earth? You got any proof the Earth is curved, specifically by measuring the drop over distance?
Oh no,
Which
no,
would
I'm
be
not. I don't
the
believe the
best
Earth
way of
is round.
finding it.
No,
Do you
he's told
believe
us
it
the
is?
Earth's flat. He believes the Freemasons.
Yeah.
You shouldn't believe anyone, man. You should test everything and everyone. You don't know people's motivations. You don't know who they are. So it all should be tested.
Humans are flawed. We lie. We are built to lie.
Yeah, but I believe that will lead me to a fucking delusion and a rabbit hole.
To use evidence instead of opinions and trust.
Well, because everyone's interpretation of an event is different, and so what holds my
Not
interpretation
necessarily.
more weight than someone who I consider more successful or more knowledgeable about a certain subject? So I'm pretty sure I think intelligence is learning through other people sometimes. Like, I don't think you should always hold your opinion to a certain weight.
No one said that. We're
I
not
think
saying
you
if
can
someone says
I think you can have a good conversation with somebody and learn something that you haven't known before, and then go and research what it was that they were saying and find out if what they were saying is bullshit or not.
100%, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So then what brought you to the 24/7 flat earth room?
I honestly wanted to see if anyone did like the Masons' fucking like ideology about it too, but I guess no one really here cares about them.
Well, there may be people in here that know about it, but again, we stick to what really can be proven rather than speculations and other people's beliefs. And I explained why.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Plus, I'm in the server to learn more, bro. I don't pretend to be some all know it all. I come here to listen and then take everything I can.
we're all just here to
So
learn.
we do have another server that is a dedicated 24/7 flat earth server. Someone in here, or I can do it, can drop the link to it.
Just
You do
flat
have to be voice verified in there, and
You're gonna have to send it in a DM.
just
I don't know
discord.gg
if
slash
they've
flat earth.
turned off the links for the server. I remember it being
yeah.
said that they had turned it off, but yeah, I
Well,
think
do
you'll
you
have to
guys
send
do you
DM.
guys have the same conversations in this VC as you do in the other server?
The other server, yes, if depends who comes into the room. There are some higher level debates with astrophysicists and scientists and other people like that. Then we get the regular people that come in. The main room's also streamed 24 hours live to YouTube as well.
Oh, okay. So this is like a big thing right here.
So this is like an offshoot of that channel.
All right, man, I'll check it out. Oh, look, there's a Christian chat. What the hell? Man, this server's huge.
Yeah, I've been in a couple of times, but I haven't heard a lot of Christian chat in there so far. Maybe I'm in the wrong days.
There's a VC called No Girls Allowed. Wow.
For good reason.
Can you see that link I posted?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, cool. So that's the other 24/7 server. Also, you'll find in there's a lot of information. So if you've got any questions, if you scroll down, it's underneath the list of names on the left. You'll find information on Coriolis, on entropy, gases, distance measurements, all sorts of things. So if there's any questions, there's information and citations and things in there as well as videos.
Wait, I can. They let me like join chats and shit. Like I can join VCs.
Yeah, so normally what happens is you would go in there, ping a mod, and go into voice verification. you can go in and listen, but you won't be able to speak until you get voice verified and they have a chat with you. They can be a bit hard on you in the chat to try and establish whether you're telling the truth or not, because it is live streamed 24/7 to YouTube, and we don't want that to be shut down. So there are some rules that need to be adhered to as well in regards to that. Once they voice verify you, you can chat, and then after a little bit of time, they'll give you roles and posting permissions as people get to know you in there.
Like, what questions would they ask me? Like, oh, do you work for a government agency type question?
No, like, how did you find the server? Have
Oh,
you read the welcome section?
probably not.
Um, do you agree to not be a troll? Simple shit. And then, what is your opinion, or what do you think the Earth is? How do you see it? What's your cosmology? And then they'll move you over to the live stream, and then somebody will ask you more about your belief system.
So if you claim to be a flat earther, you're going to get asked how you came. Oh, sorry, Kiko, you were cutting out. I thought you were finished. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not going to ask you any like PI related questions. You're fine.
Dude, that's really stressful. What the hell? What if I just want to learn about the flat Earth? What the fuck?
Well, the problem is if we get trolls in there and they say the wrong things, then it causes issues for the live stream and the server.
Oh, I don't want to like say
Plus,
anything. I just
we
want to
have
listen.
reoccurring visitors. Plus, we have reoccurring visitors, and the people who do the check-in have memorized these people's voices,
Yeah,
and
man.
then we use like the new guys who are coming in to start VCing people. We tell them, "Hey, focus on this voice. Remember this voice," and then they'll usually spiral out of control and speak and yell obscenities and all that shit.
Everybody knows piss drinker though, man. Almost.
Yeah.
So if anybody's wanting rolls over on 24/7, like I'm happy to give you them. If you're not crackpot, you're not crazy, I'll give you a roll to access the VC.
I mean, I'm not gonna really like talk. I'm just gonna listen, bro. If anything, I just want to listen and see what the hell you guys are saying about it.
Well, man, you can join multiple voice rooms in there anyway. I'm not sure if you can get into chill chat, in fact, to be honest, but you can get at least in the live stream. And then if you do decide you do want checked in and you want to join the discussion, just go into VC check and somebody will sort you out with a role.
Yeah. If you want to have a freelancing conversation, like in the lobby and in the live stream, they stick to the shit you can prove, the non-speculations. If you want to talk about speculations and opinions, then you got to get VC verified so you can go to like chill chat and the other like political religious channels.
Or join Speculation Sunday. We do allow those kind of discussions at least on a Sunday.
Oh, we've got a few days yet.
Aye. Plenty of speculation in this room.
Yeah.
I need to
On
join
one
my
side
other
at least.
Aye, for sure.
I need to join my other account on this VC. What the hell?
Yeah, we're almost the highest room, supposedly, man. Like, we only need like another 24 hours or something, we will be the highest room. AI calculated, I think.
Yeah, okay. You know, I've been noticing, I've been listening throughout the day, I've been noticing these guys we've been talking to for days just keep popping in and out, in and out.
Yeah, man. And we've only been here like fucking 12 days, man. It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Bro, this server is crazy. What the hell, bro? Looks fun as hell.
Yeah, it's a party over here 24/7.
How often does it get heated?
Oh, it depends
What, like
on
24? And this
depends on
server,
the
what do you mean? Oh, sorry, bro, sorry, I never had you talking now.
You want to fight?
Everybody, really.
Depends who comes into the room and their attitude when they come in.
Yeah, because so far I've been to like multiple chats, and usually people are just really like waiting for each other to finish. I couldn't believe my ears, bro. That never happens here.
Well, the thing is that we get a lot of people in here and come and repeat the same things over and over again. They use circular reasoning. They monologue on and then they get stopped. We don't need to hear the same things over and over again. We just need the evidence that we're asking for. And then they complain that they're muted, and then they carry on, and it's a big shit fight and everyone talking over each other. But realistically, if someone wants to come in and have a normal conversation, there's plenty of people that will have a normal conversation.
I'm reading this chat right now. What the? If I boil a kettle, does the steam equalize with the rest of my house?
So what brings you into here? How long have you been in here for?
I just joined. Well, I joined yesterday because someone told me about this server. Because I like conspiracies, you know, we were talking about like CIA shit. And then he's just like, oh, you should, go to this politics server. I was like, there's a politics server? And I was like, yeah. And I joined.
So then where do you sit on the nature of the earth?
Somewhere far away from America, like, like the Middle East, I guess, maybe.
No, as in the, do you believe that you're on a spinning sphere hurtling through space?
I honestly don't know what I believe. I purely like to listen to all sides and like to decide from then where I want to stand.
Okay.
Because I am a
Oh,
student,
right.
bro. Like, I don't like. There's too much information for me to research on my own. I'd much rather hear people talk about it and then conclude.
So do you have a stance at the moment? I understand you're here to learn by the sounds of it, but do you have a stance at the moment?
Well, I used to think the world was round, but then, I heard like some things, I guess, from the flat Earth community. I was like, well, it doesn't sound like total batshit crazy, and now I just don't know where I stand anymore.
Kind of sounds like reality we're pointing out, bro. Like, we don't seem to make any outlandish claims, whereas the globe do. Like, they make these fucking claims about trillions of light years away and all this shit, where we're just saying, look, most of their surface is covered in water. We know how water behaves. Like, that's all we're saying, and then there's no motion. Like, so what the earth is, we don't know, but we know what it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to just conclude at the end of the day and see what it is.
Well, I sat on the fence, so to speak, for I think 4 years before I decided that I can prove that it's a globe or, even a bigger sphere than what they claim, right? So, as I started looking into this in 2015, and then by 2018, so 3 years, I sat on the fence. By 2018, I couldn't change my mind because there's no there's no actual proof for the globe.
Oh, I think I got like banned or something from that flat Earth server. What the fuck? Why are they so secretive? Wait, did I or maybe? Oh, I just joined on a different account. Never mind.
So have you got any questions you'd like to ask? Well, there's some people in here that can answer them.
I just want to know how this whole thing even like started. Like, what was the first? I don't just give me fun, like not fun. I mean like your proof, because I don't even know the proof that you guys hold at all. Actually,
Well,
Like
I
I see
can.
someone talking in there about relative density and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you want to know where it began, well, everybody knew the Earth was flat. It was only a couple of Greeks that proposed that it was round, and it caught on as an idea, and then it was eventually pushed by the Catholic Church, the heliocentric model. But everyone knew the Earth was flat at some time in history. All ancient cosmology shows that, all biblical cosmology shows that. So for me personally, I was pointed this out, that the Earth was flat. I had my stupid arguments, of course. I was brainwashed into believing that, what we've been taught was true and correct, and I started paying attention to a few things, distances over water and on the ocean and things like that, and started looking into all the claims of the globe and what we were taught. And what I found is that none of these claims actually stack up. It's all based on assumptions. There's no science. It's all reverse engineered mathematics. And what we're told is just not true. And when we go out and we make these observations, the world is observably and measurably flat. There is no curvature. And the globe side will tell you that there is no curvature that can be detected. It can't be found. It can't be seen. It can't be measured. So if there is no curvature, where does the radius come from? Yeah, it's all based on assumptions and lies.
Is there any reason they would want to lie about the Earth not being flat? I mean, yeah.
Well, I know I shouldn't answer a question with a question, but my question to that would be, why do liars lie?
To benefit themselves mostly.
There you go. So again, we do try to stick to what's reality here and what we can test and measure and see. We can speculate on why they're lying, but it's not speculation Sunday, so we're not going to do that. But like you said, it's usually to benefit them, whether it be money, whether it be power, whether it be control. These are all viable speculations, but they can't be proven. So we're just looking at the nature of the Earth and what we can actually test.
Fair enough.
But there are plenty of answers, man. Like just the ones you were given there. Like I'd say the best one's mind control. Like if they've got the whole world thinking they're just an insignificant amoeba stuck to a rock, barreling through space, nothing really matters. And when you die, you die. Like if the world was told today that this is a created environment, it's enclosed and it's stationary, I think people would act slightly differently. Like over the whole world. Like I don't think it would be as much of a shit show as what it is today.
Yeah, they made people nihilistic in order to
Yeah, man.
easily control them, make them depressed and shit. Yeah, obviously.
For sure.
And from a biblical perspective, the first book of the Bible describes a stationary plane on foundations that can't be moved, with a firmament or some sort of containment, things that we can actually witness. So again, this is a satanic world, and my belief is that this is in direct opposition of the Bible and completely undermines the first few pages, the foundation of that book as well. Now, others won't believe that because they don't hold that stance about the Bible, but there's another point.
I mean, I believe those, they're pushing people to sin a lot more nowadays, and the West is going further away from God, and I think that's just the fallen angels at work, really. I remember from the Book of Genesis, they said they wanted the way they would get revenge at God is to hurt his children, So I'm guessing that's one of the ways they're doing it. Through making people a bit more nihilistic, less believers, violating generative principles and shit like that, being gay, sodomization, all that.
Well, just have a look at what they're doing now, promoting selfies. It's a selfie. It's all about yourself. It's not about anyone else.
You could also even point out that, the Bible says that the number one proof that God exists is creation itself, because it leaves man with no excuse. And then you have the Christians and atheists arguing about the same subjective lie. And it's literally a position of what you believe. I'm either a total accident, happened by chance, or this was created by a being and he doesn't care because he just decided to make one planet out of all these trillion, million, billions have life and the rest of it doesn't have life. And then somehow we're supposed to be special.
Well,
Whereas
there's two
if
doctrines on it.
everybody's actually living in a contained environment, you have no excuse as to whether or not God existed because how did you get in this contained environment?
Yeah, and to further that, there's two doctrines here that they're mixing that cannot be mixed. So you've got the Bible that teaches that God created the earth. It was at the center of creation. The sun, moon, and stars were there for times and seasons, and they were put inside our firmament, and that they rotate around us. Now, then you've got the Big Bang story that talks about nothing from nothing, exploding and creating the globe. Okay, so, but what we have now in the churches and what people believe is that God created the globe. It's a mixed teaching that can't be mixed. It's either one way or the other. God created what he said he created, or there was a big bang with a globe.
Because if they don't mix them, because if you take away the Big Bang and evolution and all this stuff that kind of is like sort of that needs these stories to be part of each other, you take that away. If they don't mix it up, then all you're left with is obviously there must be some kind of creation. There must be, like, you take that story that we've been fed since childhood away, then the only thing you're left with is this is a created environment. Why or by who, I don't know, because I'm not religious, but it's for sure it must be created, man.
Yeah, I'm agnostic really more than Christian. Even though I do like Christian theology a lot, but it's just I don't know. To me, one contradiction or one change just changes everything for me.
Well, I used to think I was atheist. Then I found out what an agnostic was, and then I thought it was that. Then I found out about the flat Earth, and I started thinking about, like, obviously it must be creation. Then I found out the word deist. So it's probably the best word that describes what I think. I would say I'm a deist.
There's a deity, but you haven't chosen one.
Yeah, man. Because I would always see, because I lost the globe story, I'm very hesitant about believing fucking anything, man. Literally anything. I mean, I know Australia exists because I know people who have been to it that I know. Like, I know family that have been there. I know my friend moved there when I was young. My best mate, he went away to Australia to live. But when we've got Australian people in the chat, so like people use that as an argument. Oh, well, if you've not been to Australia, how do you know it exists? Well, it's an antecedent relationship. I see creation all around me. There must be a creator.
Well, if you ever want to discuss that, feel free to hit me up because, yeah, I can discuss that quite in depth with you or anybody.
That's okay. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back, bro.
Enjoy it.
With you.
It's a fucking filthy habit anyway, I'll just add that. I mean, I'm a smoker, so I know.
So am I. I'm a bad Christian.
You go to hell. You're hellbound, bro.
I'm going to hell, bro.
I mean, I think possibly, like, from what I looked into years ago, that the Catholic Church invented hell as well.
Yeah, in a way, there's a bit of confusion from the Greek as well because of the Greek word and their meaning of hell or Hades.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of confusion around that.
Yeah.
Like Sheol is just like the pit or the depths of the earth, you know. And then like the biggest descriptions is that they go to sleep, but then you have go to sleep arguments because the Jehovah's Witness also believe that you only go to sleep. But their version of go to sleep is that everybody goes to sleep and then everybody wakes up, and it's a whole different thing. Like, I don't want to get into it because it's not the topic, but
no, but it's just very clear that, you know, when you die, which is classed as sleep, that your spirit returns to God who gave it, and your body and soul awaiting the earth and know nothing until judgment.
I mean, I would love to think that, like, this place, that beyond this, that there's some fucking spectacular fucking existence beyond it. But I just, like, to just have faith in stories, I'm unable to, man. I literally just physically cannot do it, man. I just, it's kind of, like, my mind obstructs even any of it getting anywhere near sinking into me.
Yeah.
Just because I've been fooled before. I've been fooled once. I'm
I'd
not
like
going
to
to
have
be.
it'd be good to have a chat with you, but not in this room, obviously. We'll stay on topic in here, but at some stage it'd be good to have a chat with you because I can very much relate to where you are right now.
Anytime, AJ.
Yeah, cool. I'll send you a
I'm
message.
not sure. Did I ever speak to you over in 24/7, or was it only here I really started speaking to you?
No, I spoke to you a couple of times in 24/7, but I didn't speak too much in 24/7 because there's always a lot of guys in there by the time I'd get in. But I found here you can get in and have a bit of a good conversation.
Yeah. I have trouble distinguishing the Aussies and the New Zealanders and who's who and who's T-Dub and who's
Well,
Timbo and
I often talk in 24/7, so I'm there.
all
Just
you Aussies
depends
sound
on
the fucking same.
just depends on work for me. So like we're really busy up till this point over winter, and
I
winter's
do.
just sort of coming to an end.
I do. Was debate flat Earth and more. Right? Like,
Right.
I'm in a bunch of times.
James Penders here.
Yeah.
I don't go over there, man. I've not been over for like over a year now,
It's
man. I
a
left.
bit,
They were up,
I literally just left it a couple of
they
minutes.
were all just being dicks. The last time I was in, they were like being complete assholes. I'm not sure if it was to me or it was someone else, and I left out of principle, man.
Yeah, well, look, sometimes it's just talking about movies, and sometimes it's talking about the flat
Or,
Earth.
or we're talking about flat earthers. They talk about flat
Yeah.
earthers more than they talk about flat earth, man.
It's not, like, look, I'm not going to make an argument or I like the place because sometimes I go in there. I'm a bit drunk, right? To be honest. So I'm an Australian. give me a break.
Fine. Fucking fine, man.
But I'm a round header, right? Like I don't
All right,
believe.
bro. You're entitled to your religious beliefs.
I don't think it's a religious belief. I think it's
Well, it's faith. It's faith based, and it is a form of control. It supposedly comes from the word relegere, or that's part of the etymology, which is to thwart, hold back.
Well, you might,
Is
I'm not a I'm my belief in the round Earth or the globe is based on science. So
well, bro,
that's how
science is not doesn't answer those kind of questions, though, bro.
it does.
This is a geometry question we're talking about when we're talking about the shape of the Earth. And when it
Geometry.
comes to the
I think
motion,
it's more about. I think. Well, it's more.
science.
Well, we can talk about geometry if you want to.
But the scientific method, that's basically what we're dealing with when we're dealing with science in this sort of fucking realm, in this
repeatable.
arena.
Well, repeatable experiments, right?
There's no experiment that proves an Earth shape, though, bro. That was my point. Like, we don't
Isn't there?
deal with shape
One?
when it comes to experiments.
Maybe a couple.
Like Eratosthenes, for instance, people like to call it experiment, and so I suppose to the layman, I suppose like colloquially it gets
Well,
used
isn't
as an experiment, but it's not an
yeah.
experiment, bro.
Well, he saw down a well and he saw how the shadows worked, and he said, "This is a bit weird." So he
That's what I'm saying,
expanded.
but it's not an experiment.
Well, yeah, but he looked down the well when he's like, I mean, look, there's always a
No,
bit of a thing.
it
Right,
does, bro.
hold on. I just
You
want to
never
say,
held on for me. Just to clarify.
there's always a bit of a thing, right? There's a bit of a thing, right? Like before, when you come to a realization, right? You go, oh, fucking something happens this way, and and then you know, right? Like you go, oh my god, okay, that's a thing. And now, like Aristosthenes looked down the well, he saw that the shadows on the well, like down a hole, it could have been anything, right? Down a hole.
But
He
the point is, it's not an experiment, bro.
Yeah, but
If
he's
that's what
but hold on. That's not the experiment. He went away
but
to
it's not an
die.
experiment. It doesn't establish a cause and
Right,
effect. Like the
right,
term
right, right,
experiment
right.
is quite a
But
rigid term, bro.
he saw an idea, right? He sees an
Did
idea.
it?
He did because he looked at the fucking
I,
shadows
bro, I doubt
going down the
he's
fucking well.
even. Bro, I doubt his
It was
existence.
well. Hold
Like,
on, hold on, wait.
bro, calm
Because
down.
it's a
Calm
very
fucking down.
fucking okay. Yeah, but I'm just
Bro,
saying, right?
calm
Like,
yourself.
don't fucking don't stifle what I'm trying to say, right? Like,
What do you mean? You just fucking spoke over me as soon as I started speaking, bro. So,
but
fuck's
like,
sake, I'm just trying to get back to what I said. It's not an experiment. Like, regardless of what you're going to say, it's not following the scientific method. It doesn't
but
follow that. That was my point, bro. I don't think you
okay.
get that.
But, well, hold on. I think you're getting ahead of what I'm trying to say.
No, you disagreed with what I said.
He goes away from the shadows that he sees in the well, and he goes, "Hold on a fucking second."
Bro, we know the story, man.
Right. He's sick of
It's not an
fucking sticking.
experiment.
He's sick in the ground. Gets his friend from 400 from like 10 miles away. You stick a fucking stick in the ground. Let's
Bro, do you
see
not
what
think that,
happens.
bro, they had like fucking sundials and gnomons like fucking centuries or millennia
I
prior to this supposed claim.
understand.
Like, you're
Well,
just talking right over the middle of my sentence again, bro. And so I'm saying they had gnomons back then. Long before Eratosthenes, they had fucking sundials. So why the fuck would they need to put sticks in the ground? I don't get that, eh?
well, the sundials at the time didn't prove that the sun. What it proved at that time, a sundial can prove with your knowledge at the time that the sun goes around the earth, right?
Like, it casts a shadow so you can move the gnomon
Right.
around anywhere you like.
Right. It doesn't prove that the earth is going around the sun, right? Or it
Bro,
doesn't. It doesn't
I'm saying to
actually.
you, why would,
It doesn't
bro, I'm saying to you,
prove.
man, you're not getting me. I'm saying to you, why, if they already had this, if you want to call it technology in air quotes, so they already knew that casting a shadow would putting a gnomon someplace would cast a shadow, they could then obviously move that gnomon around anywhere they like. So I don't see why they would need to have, or to have waited till Eratosthenes supposedly done this
No.
quote-unquote experiment.
Right. What Eratosthenes was talking about, he changed the paradigm. He's saying that the sun is in a permanent position,
That
and
doesn't look like
Earth.
that.
No. But it makes more sense for
Doesn't
the
it?
shadow. It makes more sense for the shadows that he's seeing for the Earth to be going around the sun,
So,
right?
nobody's going to think
And
that, and I'm sure that those
at
intelligent
the
guys are not going to think that.
well, he was talking about that the Earth was rotating
Yeah,
instead of the sun going around the Earth.
but he experiences no emotion. So these Greek guys, if they were highly intelligent, like what is like sort of accepted by most people, that these dudes were fucking extremely intelligent. Like, where do they jump from? I see shadows. Like, I see a shadow cast differently, different points of the day. To we're on a fucking ball spinning through space, like
Well,
around the sun. Like,
because he was a clever person, much more clever
what are
than
they
I
doing?
am. He takes that information, right, just the shadows and the sticks in the ground stuff, and he calculates the circumference of a globe, right? So
The radius.
yeah,
Well,
the
the fact
radius.
of the matter with Eratosthenes is that he didn't prove a globe. He pre-assumed a globe and then calculated measurements from shadows. So it has nothing to do
Calculate
with
being
proving the
a
shape of
specific
the
word.
Earth, bro.
That's the good word to emphasize there. Calculated, not measured.
Right. But there
And
was
secondly, that your own paradigm, your own astrophysicists say that it does not prove anything either way with the shadows, as they would work on a flat surface as well as a curved surface. So Eratosthenes is nothing.
I don't think I don't
Yeah,
think it
plus,
would
plus,
work
guys,
on
plus, this
a
came
flat
from,
surface.
and he only presumed this spherical Earth due to Pythagoras presuming the moon was spherical, therefore the Earth
Right.
must be spherical. So they did some angle measurements and said if the Earth was a sphere, this would be the circumference. It's all presuppositions, no physical measurement of Earth curvature whatsoever anywhere
Absolutely.
ever.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But it turns out to be quite accurate for what we've calculated as the circumference of the globe.
And how is that relevant?
Well, it turns out that when you do some angles and some mathematics, that is far more than what I can do.
Can you
It turns
define an
out
angle for me?
on a flat plane,
So, no, I'm
yes.
asking you to define an angle. You're telling me that after taking some angle measurements, so please define an angle.
Okay, well, they would. Okay, sure. So like you've seen a protractor before?
He doesn't know what an angle is.
Yeah, I'm asking you to define what an angle is. I've seen a protractor.
So the degrees between a flat plane and where
He doesn't know
you.
what an angle is.
Well, I think I'm trying to describe an angle, but you're not accepting my
So,
premise.
well, you're partly right because an angle.
Where do you want? Like, I'm not a
Well,
mathematician
hang
or
on, I'll help you out. You're partly right. An angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Yeah. So you said that the flat Earth. So welcome to flat Earth, bro. You said it yourself.
Well, I do know
An
that like
angle on a flat Earth. Yeah.
if you take a triangle on a flat plane, all the vertices equal 180 degrees. Doesn't really matter what triangle you have. The isosceles. There's
Well, when we're talking about
three
this, we're
types of
talking about
triangles. It's
right
180.
angle triangles, bro. We're talking about measuring elevation and depression angles. So we'll be talking right angle triangles.
So there's a 90 degree, and then there's the what equals 90 degrees with the other two angles of the triangle.
Yeah. So if we're doing celestial navigation, we're going to have a GP of a star or a ground position, geometric position.
Sure.
And there's going to be a 90-degree angle at the base with a straight, flat, horizontal line to the observer. This could
If we're
extend
talking
out to.
about if we're talking geometry, I would totally agree with you. Absolutely.
Well, that is what we're talking when you're talking about measuring an elevation angle. We're talking about plane trigonometry.
Yeah, I did trigonometry in high school.
So how do we measure an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
You would have to do an infinite angle, right? So like you're talking about infinites, the tangent to a line, those kinds of things.
Okay, so what is this line tangent to?
Well, it would be to a curve, right? So a tangent on the curve, the outside tangent. You could take an inside. You can do
So we would
inside
need to
tangents
know.
as well.
We would need to know exactly where that tangent point was on our sphere. Yeah.
Well, it's always 90 degrees to the. It's always 90 degrees to the tangent to the middle of the Earth. So a
Okay.
radius.
So
So the radius of a sphere is always the radius of a sphere is always towards the tangent of
Yeah.
like 90 degrees tangent to
Yeah.
the spherical surface.
Cool. I agree. No problems. So then, according to this sphere that we live on, we're given some measurements. So we should be able to work out that drop over distance or the distance to the horizon from our eye line, which would be this tangent point that you're talking about, yes?
Right. There's a tangent point from where you are sightline. So sightline towards the tangent of the edge of the earth, like the edge. Well, your
Yeah, which would
horizon.
have to be
These. It's usually roughly around about 5 foot, 6 foot above the surface of the earth. So that would be a sight line to the tangent of the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, so do you know the equation to work out that sight line to that tangent?
I'm not a like a land person.
Cool.
I'm
Well,
not
we can tell you, and I can put it in the chat for you as well, but it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I'm just going to drop a picture in the chat for you. On the side, you can see the chat.
On the side chat. Oh,
Give me 2 seconds.
Can I open it up? Yeah.
Okay, so I got a picture in there.
Sure.
With a motor stolen. So if you open that up.
I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, this has nothing to do with the oil rigs, apart from the fact that these oil rigs are a marker for distance, so we can see how far offshore these oil rigs are. All right, now this is a logical argument. If P, then Q. So not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every distance to the horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Now, as we just discussed, that would have to be the geometric horizon or the physical curvature of the Earth. If we're looking out, that would be that tangent point.
No, you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
I'm incorrect. Can you explain to me how? Because I thought you were just pretty clear that the curvature of the Earth was the tangent point at your eye line looking out.
No. The tangent to the Earth can be calculated in many different ways. So
No, it's calculated off the radius of the Earth, which equates to 1.225 times the height of the square root of the observer. Now, that is also in sailing documents, in celestial navigation documents. That is agreed upon pretty much everywhere.
It's a very good reference, right, in history. So the height of a person. But if you're in a boat in historicity, you're not 6 foot above
Well, that is why you have the equation to work that out. Nothing here talks about 6 foot above. Here it's speaking of 1 foot. Okay, so there's equation 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So that physical curvature, which is required of a sphere, right? It is a requirement. You did admit that. And that would be your tangent point.
No, there's a tangent point on any
Correct,
sphere.
which is the horizon that you can see too.
You realize that a square root equation doesn't make a sphere, right? Like doesn't describe a curve that way. It's a parabolic.
We're not discussing that. We're discussing the distance.
I'm not talking about that.
It's a parabola, bro. We know that, but it can be used like I've been told up to over 1,000 miles. I've been told
We can talk about other.
No, it's quite
Hang on a
off.
second, Nep. You've just interrupted in the middle of a conversation here, and it's completely off topic to what Ninja Wallaby actually stated.
Absolutely, it is. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. We're not gonna,
So according to that radius, at a 1 foot observer height, the max distance to that geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles. right? So
Well,
when we're looking at
technically,
this,
the
when we're looking at this photo, we can see that the horizon's beyond 9.41 miles in the distance. We can see that it's an optical horizon, not a geometric horizon. And in
yes,
actual fact, from the globe paradigm, you never can see this horizon. You can never find this horizon. You can never measure this horizon. You can never detect this
right.
horizon. Therefore, hang on, therefore, for your celestial navigation and your tangent point, you no longer have a tangent point as you have no curvature
Right.
or point
But
for that tangent.
well, can I put a but in here? I think that this photograph is representing what we would call looming. There's a loomed thing. Looming happens when we have an atmosphere on a planet, right? So the planet might be spherical, but things can be detected in an atmosphere when it's looming.
So
These platforms are looming.
no, they're not
You know
looming.
the black swans nothing to do with the platforms apart from they are demarcation points to show you mileage. We're talking about the horizon. Do you see any kind of distortion on the horizon though?
Yes, you do. You quite often do.
On that image, you can
Mirages
see,
happen
bro.
all
Can
the
you see
time.
distortion on the horizon on that
Looming
image?
happens all the time. Most of the moon, like
Bro, we're
when you see,
talking
Can
about
you
at
define
the
what
time we're talking
looming
about
is for
this
me, please?
specific image.
Hang on,
Bro,
Ninja.
why are you just talking? You don't know what's been said. You're answering what's not been asked. I'm saying, do you see on that image, no on Fairyland or last week or 4 years
I
ago?
see. Hold on. You
Can you
asked
see
me a question.
distortion on that image, on the horizon?
Yes, I do see distortion on that image. Yes,
On
I
the
do.
horizon.
No, I see
Right.
distortion of the image.
The black swan is the horizon, bro. These other points are just landmarkers, man.
Do you know
I
what
don't know.
you're
I
talking
think
about?
this image is a lie. It's not 1 foot observer
What do
height.
you mean it's a lie? The guy recorded
No,
it,
of
man.
course
You
it's
could literally
of
go
course
and do
it's
it
not. It's
yourself.
not 1 foot high. No,
Yeah, I don't think that's 1 foot high, man.
no.
The
He
water
recorded
wouldn't
that
look like that if it was 1 foot high.
it's in there being recorded. So, I mean, you can obviously do these
Hey,
images,
hey,
just
hey,
like
hey,
these
hey, hey.
observations,
Who's
personally, man.
talking? Who's talking?
You
Look,
mean,
I
hey,
was
hey.
hold on. Wait. I was having a
You
decent
mean, hey.
conversation
I'm
with
allowed to add
someone
something
about
in, bro.
look, as soon as I fucking mentioned looming, some other fucking cunt
Yeah,
come in and started
you mean,
fucking
cunt?
perverting
Who are
our
you talking
nature of
to?
our
The
conversation.
horizon's no looming in that image, is it?
Shut the fuck up.
What do you mean? I'll just
It
shut you the
is
fuck up, man. Stop
looming.
being a dick.
Define
Stop being an
looming.
asshole, man.
Dude, it is fucking looming. You can tell it's
Bro,
Define
looming.
looming. Define
no,
looming.
you believe it.
Looming is something. Looming is when you can see something that's below the horizon, above the horizon.
Have you got evidence of
Citation
it?
up.
Or
Define
just believe
looming.
in it?
Citation.
Sorry,
Please.
Looming.
say that
Define
again.
looming.
So
Define
you're
it. Cite.
claiming this is a mirage.
It's a mirage. Yes, it's when you see something that
Or,
you ought not to see. If it was
or,
a perfect situation, you ought not to see this thing.
or
You
we
will
just
But
see
you're
it
but
missing
because
the
it's
point.
visible.
You're missing the point, bro.
Is that,
The
bro, is
physical
that not a
I don't
horizon.
think
chance
so. I
that,
don't think I am.
bro, is there not the chance that it might just be visible
Hold on.
because it's there and because we can see it? You know, I think that's
No,
there is a chance of that as well.
because when we look at these images, right? This image and the one that has the I'm sorry,
So,
the P not P, all that sort of nonsense.
P900, P1000.
Right. So what we see here, we see these straight things that ought to be straight. They're
Right.
wavy. They're often wavy, right? In
This is the
fact,
horizon.
we see what platform was it? Platform habitat
Bro, the
9.4 or
horizon
whatever.
looks perfectly
Yeah.
horizontal to
Hold
me, man.
on. It's obviously looming because one of those.
Obviously.
Hold on. I'm talking. Can you let me talk?
I'm not stopping you, bro. I'm having a word.
Okay, well, it seems like you're trying to stop me from fucking talking.
No, you literally just screamed all over me and you're talking about me. Fuck's sake.
No, I'm the one that's being asked the question.
Yeah, but you're claiming
I'm
that it's women or it's doing some kind
you an
of effect.
answer. I'm
The
giving you an
horizon's not
answer. I'm
affected
giving you
in
an
that image,
answer.
brother.
Are you okay with me giving you an answer?
Of course.
Okay.
But the horizon's not distorted in that image.
All right.
Before you give your answer, I just got to say one thing. You're missing the complete point of this photo. We know that there's refraction occurring. We know that there's atmospheric effects occurring on those
So
cranes.
you know that those straight lines are being curved, right?
It's the horizon.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
They're in a mirage effect.
They're not a mirage. They're physically
is a
there. A
mirage.
mirage is something that's not physically
Oh
there.
no.
See, the point is that at that
That's not
distance,
what I mean. That's not what I mean.
regardless, what you're missing the point of is at that distance, even with the curvature that we have claimed, we would still see these oil rigs. These oil rigs are not behind the curvature at all. Even according to your own globe maths. Hang on. So the point is that at 1 mile, we're supposed to see curvature that is supposed to block the water behind it, and it's supposed to be the horizon, yet we can see water well beyond 1.22 miles out to a optical horizon. The only horizon we ever see, the optical one that moves in and out according to conditions, debunking the curvature and the horizon that's supposed to be there at 1.22 miles. Forget the cranes, forget the rest of that. Those rigs are not a mirage. They're physically there. The curvature of your Earth dictates they would still be there.
When I want to clarify, I want to make a huge clarification. I'm sorry, man. I want to make a huge clarification. I do believe that these platforms are real, like things, right? I do believe that that is a real thing.
Really?
They are really there. Yes, I believe that the reason. Hold on. I believe that the reason that you can see them at that kind of distance is because of looming through the
Then you've
atmosphere.
missed the point, dude, because according to your globe, they wouldn't be hidden behind the curvature. That's why they have nothing to do. If you go and Google the height of these towers above the water, and then you go and have a look at the Earth curvature calculator, these are not being loomed up above the horizon. They are, in fact, above the horizon. That's why they're only a marking point for distance to show the horizon beyond them. So again, you've missed the entire point.
Well, hold on. I'm a little bit. I'm being a little bit. I'm the only. I'm thinking that I'm the only flat Earth, globe earther here, and I'm being a little bit pushed in by a lot of flat earthers.
Bro, you're the one that started shouting at me, man. Jesus Christ. You're the one that took it from being.
It's okay.
It was killed and civil until you blew it back. Then you're screaming again, brother. I'm talking about how you started screaming previously and you start screaming to tell me.
No, it's okay.
I've got to say that we were having a Ninja
No, man.
Wallaby.
Just take a breath, brother.
It's okay.
Ninja Wallaby. Hang on.
What I want to say.
Ninja Wallaby.
Can I
Just
please
stop there for a second because I want to correct something here. First of all, we've got Jesus was black. We've got Zedekist, Mr. Thrillzilla. There are other Globers in here. They're just not choosing to speak at this time. Now, I was having a very cordial and nice conversation with you. Yes, Spake jumped in to help out, but you're not being jumped on and cornered by flat earthers.
No.
You're feeling cornered because my conversation, yes, I was cornering you. I was drawing you into where I wanted you to go because we have now just proven to you that there is no curvature. I know exactly where I was going, and I think you've realised that now at this point.
Well, there is curvature because you can take a photograph of this same image, right? Like in the same place, and you won't see these.
That's right. You know why? Because the horizon is not the physical curvature of the Earth. It's not the geometric horizon. It's the optical horizon. It's the apparent location where the sky meets the Earth. So there is no geometric horizon, and none has ever been shown to exist.
So,
Simple.
Ninja, if you take a look in the
I want
text,
to
bro,
ask you a question.
Ninja,
Can I ask you? Can I
Ninja.
ask you a question?
Once I draw your attention to the image that I posted, there's two of them there now. So that's one of them. We're taken from the same spot, like what you're talking about. So we know the horizon constantly fluctuates, but it has been seen to be the case that, like, the horizon's obviously beyond where it should be. Like, you can claim refraction and, like, all these different optical effects, but it might just be because it's visible, brother,
Claiming
because it is there.
looming. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm not claiming
No,
refraction.
but whatever you're claiming, an optical effect. So
Yes, it would be an optical effect. You're right.
right. So, or it might just be visible because it's visible, because it's there and it's able to be seen, because the Earth's not what we think or what you
Well,
think.
hang on. It may be
Experience
an
in
optical
real
effect,
life.
but first, for you to prove, we've got two options here. It could really be there, and it could be a straight line, or it could be that there's a curve there that you're assuming. So, first of all, who in history has ever measured this curvature? Drop over distance. We need to establish it's there first rather than make some assumptions, yeah?
I think Aristophanes was the first person to measure.
Oh my
Whoa.
god.
There we
So, I
go.
don't know if
Well,
you're
Might have
just...
been somebody before him. Is this going to be always like an oh god? Can't believe he's bringing that up again.
Oh, were you here for the
right,
last
so
conversation
Eratosthenes,
about Eratosthenes?
bro, did Eratosthenes do a measurement, or was it just a calculation he done, though?
Or he got like a time and shadows and wells.
Yeah, but
To
was it a
Angles.
calculation, or was it a measurement? Or was it just a
was
mere
meas-
calculation?
No, well, it was a measurement and calculation. So, and he got
Oh, well,
pretty.
it wasn't.
Well,
It wasn't.
He got pretty close to what
Bro,
I would. Oh, hold on. Wait. He got
but
pretty.
it wasn't a
close.
measurement.
He got pretty fucking close. Yes, there was a measurement,
It's not, bro.
motherfucker.
They
There was a
measured the
measurement
shadows.
done.
They
Yes, there
measured the
was.
shadows, so he never
What's
actually
wrong
measured
with
the Earth.
measuring a fucking
He
shadow?
assumed. Oh,
Now you're
calm
making
down.
me. Hold
Fuck's
on, you're
sake,
making me
bro.
angry.
Calm down, brother. Fuck's sake, we're not your enemy, man.
Right? Well,
He doesn't listen.
don't tread on my toes. Right? What
Well,
I'm
I'm
trying
saying,
to.
I'm asking you if it was a
I'm
measurement
trying.
or a calculation.
Look,
You
I'm
obviously
not.
know, bro.
Hold
You
on,
obviously know it's not a measurement. That's why you're getting pissed
I'm
off.
not. Look, dude. I'm not a physicist. I'm a fucking.
You don't have to be.
I have a high school education when it comes to physics.
All right, so you can know the
You know,
difference between a direct measurement of the Earth system surface of a
or
drop
an
over a
indirect.
distance.
Like,
Wait a minute, bro.
there are
It's either a.
indirect
Oh,
measurements.
listen, man, please. No, listen, you're getting pissed off. I don't want you to. I'm not trying to get you pissed off, bro. But we're
Well,
talking about,
don't
is it
tread
a
on my fucking
calculation?
toes when I'm
I.e.,
trying to
you're not
explain
listening, bro.
something.
That's why I'm still saying it. So he measured the shadows. He never measured the Earth. He calculated it with a bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, but there's a whole fucking bunch of things that we can't directly measure.
So
We
it's
can
not a measurement.
only.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Ninja.
hold on.
Just stop there for a minute. Wait. First of all, before you start arguing whether... Hang on.
I'm
Wait on.
upset.
Before we argue... I understand, but before we argue about the difference between a measurement and a calculation, the first thing you need to realize about Eratosthenes, he wasn't proving the shape of the Earth. He had already assumed that the Earth was a sphere.
No,
He'd also,
that's
yes,
incorrect.
he had, no, that's not incorrect. He had also assumed, hang on a second, man, just let me talk. And then you can go and do whatever investigations you want, or I'll give you whatever you need. Eratosthenes made the assumption that the Earth was already a sphere. He also made the assumption of the distance to the sun. Hang on, stop. He also made the assumption of parallel rays, something that we never see. All right, then he made a calculation of the shadows, yes. And off that calculation, he gave a radius. Now, he didn't prove anything because he assumed the spheres first. Secondly, your own astrophysicists on the hang on. Secondly, your own astrophysicists on your side actually state that it doesn't prove either way because you would get the same shadows on a flat surface as well as on a curved surface. And no, I'm not incorrect. Eratosthenes did not prove a globe. Can you show me how two shadows measuring an angle actually prove that we're on a sphere?
You're making an assumption, right? So you're making the
No,
assumption.
you are.
Yes. No.
What are we
So-
assuming?
Okay, so the assumption is a flat Earth, right? So you're assuming a flat Earth.
Well, bro, why are we assuming stuff that's reality? Like,
No,
we
no,
don't,
wait,
we
wait,
know,
wait,
you've
hold on,
never
let
seen curvature.
Hang
Have
on,
you
this
ever
has
seen
nothing to do
curvature?
with
Like,
Eratosthenes.
Wait. Can I get?
So we've
Can I
never seen
get?
curvature.
Give,
We've never
please,
experienced
please,
motion. The point is, Eratosthenes assumed parallel light rays for
please.
starters.
Can I get like about 5 minutes of free speech?
5 minutes?
With
Fuck off. For 5 minutes to
minutes.
explain
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Eratosthenes. No, man,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not needing 5 minutes to explain Eratosthenes and what he
I'm
assumed.
not. No. I'm gonna talk about what you assume and how shadows can work, right? On
Nah, you don't
your.
need to straw man us, bro. Like, we don't need to be straw man.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to.
No, that's what you are. You just says that's what you're planning on doing, and you need 5 minutes to do so. Fuck.
Well, because
So,
I can.
so did Eratosthenes
I
assume
can.
parallel light rays?
I
Did
can.
Did
No, you're right.
Did it?
That's what I'm trying to say. You're right.
So,
You
so you're a
can
flat earther?
have. No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a
Of
globe
course you are,
earther.
bro. You must be a flat earther if you're saying I'm right. Like,
No,
Eratosthenes
that's not
assumed
what I'm
parallel light rays, bro. This is not what we see in reality, brother. We don't
You
see
can.
parallel light rays.
You can, if the world was flat when Eratosthenes. I mean, obviously the world was flat when Eratosthenes was around, right?
The same Earth, bro. I don't think you know
Let's
what you're
make an
talking about.
assumption. Right? I want to make that assumption, right? So, if over the two wells that he had in control of himself, right, over a period of time, if there was a light source that was rotating around on that flat plane like a pancake. So there's an
No.
orange there's
Oh,
a
man.
there's a sun that's like circling that.
Bro, is that what we experienced, bro? Did you see that?
I don't know. I don't
Oh.
exactly know how it works. I'm trying to
I only,
explain
I only see it
how
rising in the east and setting in
I'm
the
trying to
west. That's what I
explain
see.
how he could be wrong. If that was
Well,
the
we already
circumstance.
know. Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson himself
You
explained it to us
you
that
don't
it
give a
worked.
shit. You don't give a
Oh,
shit,
Jesus
do you?
Christ,
You
man.
don't fucking
No, but,
care.
bro, I'm
You
saying
don't
we know
care.
the argument.
You
Bro,
don't
listen,
care.
man. We
I'm
know the
trying to
argument.
explain.
We know the
I'm
argument,
trying to
brother.
explain the flat
Fuck,
Earth.
dude.
Don't give two shits about it.
Ninja, dude,
We know the
Ninja
argument,
man,
bro.
wait, stop. You're another Aussie man. I'm an Aussie as well. Just chill, man. Seriously, if this subject gets you that angry and upset, you maybe shouldn't come and have these conversations because it's really not worth getting your blood pressure up over, that's for sure.
Nah, there's a fuck.
And secondly,
I
usually
I do care. Look, you don't understand. I care about this. You know, I
So do
care
we.
about I care about I care about
So do you care, bro?
I care about you guys and I care about me
Well, bro,
and I care
do you
about the
care enough
people that
about the
believe
truth?
in the way that I believe, right?
Do you
I
care
do
enough
care
about
about
the
the
truth,
truth.
bro? Right,
That's why
so, like, so,
that's why
do
I'm
sun rays,
upset. You don't understand why I'm upset. I'm
Well,
are
upset
sun rays
because I do
parallel?
care.
well, man, usually in my experience and also my personal experience for myself, and from what I can hear here, we've been having a discussion, and when you start getting upset is when I believe you're realizing there's some truth to what we're saying, and you don't really have a relevant argument back. And most people do get upset when they're in that position, and I can tell you that the truth that happens for myself. But Sitting back
I'm
listening,
trying.
that's how it appears.
How do you think? How do you think it works? Honestly, like I'm asking you an honest question.
Bro, God,
Ha-
stick to the point, man.
No. I don't think we're
Bro, at the
beyond
end of the day, I've said it
on the
like
point.
10 times and you've just breezed past it. Are the sun rays that we experience and we see in day-to-day life or ever,
Is
are
there
they
is
parallel?
there is there a universe out there?
So, bro, are they? Do we experience parallel sun rays or are they divergent like crepuscular rays show us?
I think there's cases of photographs showing parallel rays.
Where about, brother? Because I've never seen one yet. I've always seen them diverging from the point, the source of light, i.e., the sun, out in each
Yeah, well, when we're
different
talking about
angle.
light is a very strange thing. We can't really tell exactly how
But how could he get a,
light can go through. We are in atmosphere, so when light is traveling through atmosphere, it can diverge, converge,
does
be parallel.
Dude, do you know that atmosphere is an oxymoron? You know that atmo is air and sphere is sphere, and there is no sphere shaped air. Gases travel in all vectors, in all directions,
But you
without
understand what I'm
rhyme or
trying to.
reason.
You
I do.
understand what I'm
I'm just pointing out another lie to you that people tend to
Yeah,
believe that we've got an
well,
atmosphere.
okay, sure. Uh, I don't. I'm really at the end of my. I'm at the end of my convincing powers, right?
we don't want convinced, bro. Like, we're just asking you to have a genuine, honest discussion with us, man. If you care about the truth,
I
then
am
you should
having
care,
like
man.
honest. I am having an honest discussion with you, right?
So,
I hope you understand that. I
man, I'm
really
not
am.
sure, bro. Like, you just literally said it out of your mouth that you're not able to convince us. Like, so we're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to
Well,
get you
I'm
to
not a
think.
fucking. Well, hold on. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a
You
fucking
don't have
person.
to be. Bro, you
No,
really don't have to be a
but
scientist. You don't need
hold on,
degrees. You don't need, bro. You don't need many IQ points to accept reality. That's all we're asking you. At least observe and
Like
discuss. Like, if
you
you don't want to
must
accept it, fair enough.
you must think me a complete moron then, right?
No, mate.
Like,
No, mate.
No,
Heard a
I
lot
think
worse.
that you have some wrong views on life. If you believe that
Yeah.
you can't do anything that you put your mind to, and you can't go and learn anything that you want to learn, and then, and if you believe that somehow, because these people have gone and studied another field, that they're some sort of expert over what you can go and do for yourself, then you're very lost in the sauce, bro. You've
I
fallen
don't
for
think
their
I
mind
am.
trickery.
Look, the
I'm
system's got
pretty.
you convinced that you need to be some kind of scientist to know these things. They've made it excessively complicated, so the average Joe's like,
I think it
whoa,
is
fuck, man, I'll
complicated.
just
It
defer
is
to them.
complicated.
Well, it's not really, bro. Earth's not moving. The constellations say so. Your vestibular system says so.
How does it
All
work? How does it
experience
work
of
then?
anyone, bro,
Hold on,
all
hold on.
experience.
Wait. If
Listen,
the
bro.
Earth is
Look, bro,
if
if
the
you're being
Earth is
honest
not
and
hold
genuine,
on,
bro,
no.
you mean hold
If
on?
the
You're
if
not
the
listening to anything that's getting fucking said.
no, I am listening.
You
I
know,
hear you. But you're saying that the Earth is not moving. That
bro, is
sounds
that
Uh,
what you
can
to
I
experience,
me.
bro?
can
Do
I ask
you
you a
experience
question?
motion?
If you were to be honest and to think logically, when you walk outside and you go for a drive in your car, maybe you go across state to another town or another city or another state, yeah, or you're out on the ocean and you're doing a long distance trip on a ship, on a boat.
I have been in
What?
other states of
Yeah,
Australia.
so when you do that, are you honestly witnessing a ball with curvature spinning at, what is it? I don't know exactly, about 1,000 kilometers an hour, and then
Yeah,
rotating around the sun and then flying through
66.
this through space, or are you
I don't
witnessing
know.
a stationary plane?
Because because of relative motion. That's how it works.
I'm asking
Relative.
what you. I'm not. Hang on. I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm asking
My
for what
honest
you would
my honest
witness.
assessment.
Hang on. What you would witness in your everyday life when you walk around outside? What would be the logical?
You understand relative motion. Do you?
I do, but I'm saying what would be the logical conclusion for any person who's walking around on the earth?
If I had no knowledge of what relative motion could even mean, if
But bro, what's that got to
I
do
would
with it?
say, I would say, okay, if I was in 1800s, 1700s, I'd say yes, of course. The Earth is flat. What I experience
Sensational.
is what it is, right?
Right.
So
what are
that's
you
what you
talking about?
experience every day.
So
Cool.
do you
That's
defer?
right.
Do you just
But
defer
I
to
know
consensus then?
I know through science and physics and the way I've read
Hang on.
Einstein
Can I stop you
theory.
right there for 1 second? First of all, we're not talking about science when we're talking about the curvature of the earth. We're talking about geometry, so we're talking about measurements and maths.
Science.
So that's not science for a start.
Why isn't it science?
Because science is establishing a cause and effect relationship. Maths can be used in science, but is not science. But what we have to do is we have to establish a cause and effect relationship through testing.
Have you read Einstein's theory of relativity?
Yes,
Bro,
and you
don't tell
believe
me
that
you
it's
understand
scientific.
it, bro.
I don't think you have.
Don't tell me you understand it, because all the top scientists around the world say they don't even understand it. So
Can
please
you
don't
tell
tell me
me?
either.
They understand. Hold on. You can read. You can read even as a layman. You can read Einstein's theory of relativity because it's very. It's a very.
Okay, hang on a second.
It's a very simple concept, right?
Bro, this is a discussion that we just had, and you said we couldn't do this because you weren't a scientist, and now you've changed your mind and talking about Einstein. But secondly to that,
I am a layman.
I need to ask you.
Bro, please quote us anything from Einstein's theory of relativity that you've read that makes sense that you can articulate.
It's a special relativity, and
So what's the difference then? All right, so just so I know you're telling the truth, what's the difference between special and general?
Special. Okay, hold on. General relativity is all about the motion of objects in relation to your perspective, right? So there's a perspective that you have. He makes a really good example of like an elevator or a train, right? There's a couple of really good examples.
So it's not really it's not analogous to the Earth, though, is it, bro? Like when we're claiming the Earth.
No.
And
It's
bro, calm yourself, bro. Listen, man. When you're like people like to claim like an
Do you want me
elevator,
to complete my
bro.
sentence
Hang
or
on.
not?
Bro, it's
Jedi
not
wants to
analogous
jump
to
in
what we're
too,
talking
guys. Let
about,
Jedi
brother.
jump in.
Aye, go for it,
wanted-
Jedi.
You're talking about Einstein, aren't you, my friend?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. And we're
General
talking about
relativity.
yeah, and we're talking about the motion of the Earth. Yes.
Yes, which
Awesome.
Einstein
Yeah, yeah. Can I
doesn't
just say
really
yes or no?
talk about in
That's fine.
his.
So, hostile witness time. You know what a hostile witness is? You understand?
Yes.
Einstein himself declares that there is no observational or testable experiment that we can do on the Earth to prove its motion. We can talk about relative motion all you want. We can talk about special relativity all you want. But he himself will declare, and I can quote you, there is no observational or testable experiment we can do on the Earth to prove its motion. You understand that,
because
correct?
yes,
Brilliant.
because he knows he knows why because it's relative. There's a
He
there's a big
understands.
problem. There's a big
He
problem
understands.
when you try to test something in motion, right? So that's a big problem. So if you're
Yes.
trying to test something that's in motion and you're trying to test the motion of an object that's in motion whilst you're also in motion at the same time, that's a huge problem. Big problem. There's no
Yes.
no
Yes.
point can you be without motion unless
Oh.
At no
Oh,
point
you're
can you
still
be without motion unless
unless
you put yourself without motion. You have to be
yeah.
like self-observed without motion, right? Say
So you
literally stating,
understand? Sorry,
"I'm
mate.
not in
Dude.
motion." Right?
You understand that there's no observable or testable
Oh no,
experiment we
because
can do
you're
on the Earth to
always
prove.
there's no
Oh,
observable state that you can be in because you're always in motion.
see, that's the claim. Hold on. That's the claim that you're always in motion. How has that been tested to be true? Being as we can observe the sun, moon, and stars moving, we've only got two choices. They're moving or we're moving, right? So either them or us. Being
Or
as
with
Einstein.
both. Or no. It's not a
I'll give you the third
dichotomy.
one.
There's
Everything's
no
in motion.
no.
I'll give you
The third position would be all things are in
everything.
motion.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Sorry, I do apologise. I didn't give you the third one. But we've either got them, us, or everything, right?
it's in
Now,
motion.
being as he is giving, now being as he's giving you an excuse or an example of relative motion, but will
Right.
also declare there is no observable or testable experiment you can do on the Earth to prove its motion. Our question is this:
Doesn't really matter.
How has the motion of the Earth been proven? Being as we experience no motion unless we infer it from the stars, how is the Earth proved to move?
Okay. I think through the observation, you could make an. Okay, hold on.
Oh, you're struggling there.
Yeah, of course I am. This is higher standard of this is a higher standard of physics
It's
than I've
not
ever
really,
than
bro.
I've,
We're asking you why you know you're
but
moving.
I think hold on, I'm hiccuping as well.
Would you maybe consider that you're struggling because you're wrong?
No, I
You're
think
choking on your own lies, dude.
no. What do you mean? I'm not lying, you fucking fool.
No, no, you're not.
I'm
You're not lying. You're just uninformed.
I'm thinking that you could prove the motion of us on Earth, or
Here we go. No, go first, man.
and the Earth moving. If you
How?
would take into consideration the relative motion of the stars themselves, the way that
That will
the
be
stars move in the night sky, you could try to make a formulaic motion
you,
of what we are
you could
on.
assume.
Right? You could even do that even if the Earth was flat. You could say that the flat
Dude,
plane is in motion, right?
dude,
Pretty
we're
sure.
just going back through those. We're just going to go back through these 3 points where it's either us, them, or everything. You're going to say, well, we could infer that it's us then, but we're not proving it. We can just assume it according to what you're trying to say.
Well.
So my question is this:
Well, I did say
being
that
as you said, if
I would assume it. I would assume it.
yeah,
Deductive.
yeah, exactly. My point. That's an assumption. It's not proof, right? So my question is this: to you, me, and everybody else, how did they prove the motion of the Earth for us to believe that it is actually us?
Actually in motion?
Yeah.
We're in the Milky Way. We're in something.
Whoa.
A whole lot of wheeze in here, brother.
Oh
He's
well,
practicing his
I'm
French.
in.
He's taking French
I.
classes.
Yes, yeah. We. I'm in the Milky Way. I believe that I'm on a globe. I believe
Believe.
that the things that we see in the night, it's quite often
They,
that we look at things in the night sky and they don't look like flat planes, right?
You know what we can do with that knowledge?
What does the
All
sky have to do with the Earth, bro?
with that knowledge and that belief, you could in
I don't
25 cents.
observe the moon as a flat plane. I
Okay,
don't
and guess
observe
Bro,
the
it
sky as
was.
a flat plane.
Wait, bro, just I need to add, right? You know, we don't think that we live on a disc.
fuck do with it.
Well, also, like, I think that
Ninja.
there is a competition, you know, every few years of yachts trying to go around the
You're
Earth.
cutting out, Jedi.
Yeah, well, wasn't that?
You're cutting out heavily, Jedi.
Yeah, they're a little bit broken.
Yeah,
But
Ninja, just so on that, Ninja, just to add, bro,
I do
bro, I
want
think,
you to,
bro,
I do
Ninja,
want you
just,
to know that
Ninja, just by a
you're not
couple of things you've
convincing
said,
me
bro, I think
whatsoever.
believe, Ninja, just so you know, bro, we don't think we live on a disc. You know that? No? Yes?
Yeah, it's fine.
Geocentric.
I also believe that you don't think that you live on a desk.
A disc, like a frisbee type thing,
Right,
so we don't
right,
think,
right.
so we don't think the moon's a disc. Also, like we're not mixing up the cosmologies between flat and
Well,
globe.
I've spoken to people that have been to the South Pole. You know.
There we go.
Ooh.
Awesome.
And what did they tell you? Did they tell you they saw the curvature?
Well,
Did they tell you they felt the curve? They held the Earth up with their bare hands. What did they tell you?
the meteorite hunters, right? That's where
Did
meteorite
they
people.
find any meteorites?
Yes, yeah, quite a
Oh,
lot.
that's interesting. Did they take photos? Because personally, if I found something unique from outer space, I'd take a photo.
No, I've seen like photographs of like where they often, because they use these like big massive disc type things.
Yeah, I've
They
seen photographs of Superman as well, brother.
Oh right, yeah,
And
that's not
there's
exactly what
even
I'm talking
maths. There's even maths for Superman. But I mean, you don't really go by
the
second-hand
way to get,
information, bro.
I mean, meteorites. If you can conceive a globe, the best place to find meteorites, because they fall all over the globe. But
Right. So how come when
the
they're
best
falling?
the best
Can I ask
place
you
to
a question, Ninja?
find them is in where it's icy
Can I ask you a
everywhere.
question, Ninja?
Sure.
So you would say that meteorites are flying and falling from the sky very often, correct?
Yeah. We do go through like showers of meteorites every now and
Do you
then.
think they're playing dodgem cars with the satellites up there?
I think some satellites do get hit by meteorites every now and then. Yeah.
How come we've never heard of an instance where a satellite was hit, destroyed, or
They
damaged?
do happen. It does happen. Absolutely.
Where's the source? Can you show me?
Just Google it, mate. You got your
I have,
power
but I
at
haven't
your
found anything. I've googled it quite a bit of times. I haven't really seen a satellite be destroyed or hit by a rock. It's almost like they're not there, or they're playing dodgem cars. These
Oh no, well
meteorites are.
just Google it. There's plenty of
I
them.
have though. The issue is that Google's not really providing the answers. It's saying it's never happened. It's not saying a meteorite has hit a satellite.
That's not true.
Well, then please show me. I'd love to be corrected.
All right.
It's a very good game of dodgem.
I
It's
guess
pointless
I'll have
asking
to
them just to
Google
Google
for
something,
you.
man. It's the point. What is the point of this? Like, there's no point in googling shit. Like, you Google for me.
You don't
Like,
even
you're gonna
believe
come up with roughly the
satellites
same
even
result.
exist.
Sorry, what don't we believe?
Satellites.
I just
No, we
don't
don't
think.
think they're in a place called space. Destroy space for them, Jada.
Yeah. Do you know why satellites in the vacuum of space doesn't exist?
Yeah, because a vacuum next to a container can't be a thing, right?
A vacuum next to a pressurized system can't exist. Not a
Mm.
vacuum next to a container. A container, you'd be able to have a vacuum within a container and a gas pressure on the other side. But remove the container.
Hold on. Of the roughly 8,000 satellites that have been
There's
launched,
about 5 times as much as that.
which would seem to result in variable shooting ground of meteors, only one has ever been hit.
And that one wasn't actually hit. That was a satellite dart, I think they call it.
It
That
was
NASA sent
and
out.
subsequently destroyed.
According to Google,
And the reason why they don't
let's
get hit
go.
is because of the fact
Well,
that they
it's
have
very
actual
like
avoidance.
you have to imagine like the
Every
eight.
satellite has meteor avoidance that dodge them.
Yeah.
Is that what
No,
you're
they
telling
go to places. They go to places where meteoroids,
Also, it's
because usually there's
very
like seasons for
fucking.
where meteorites actually.
It's like imagine
Hold on,
like
Ninja. Union. This okay. So the season for meteorites, the satellites travel and avoid them due to the season, right?
yes,
fuck?
because
Yeah.
we do go through
Why,
like areas.
Ninja, Habibi, please, 1 second. Union. If we look at a map of the satellites in Squire, according to Google, they're quite literally everywhere, right? They circle the Earth consistently. There's never a patch where they're not there, right? There's never like a U shape or a C shape where they avoid a certain area. They're always there. How do you explain that?
Well, apparently the European Space Agency's communication satellite Olympus
Yeah.
suffered in 1993 was hit by a satellite. Well, was hit by a meteorite, I should
So
say.
the last time we recall a satellite was hit was 30 years ago, and since then we've launched 100
1993, yeah,
times more.
apparently.
And then
know what
since then we've launched 20,000 more, and they haven't been. I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, because
Do you know?
I mean, because space is really big,
Do you
and
know what the
you know,
power is?
we have avoidance systems on our newer satellites now.
My friend,
What were we gonna
do
say,
you know,
Jiro?
do you know what the Perseid meteor shower is?
Yeah.
Every single year, according to the model, the Earth passes through an old comet's tail, and the Earth gets hit by hundreds of thousands of meteors.
They're
Now, are
very
you telling me?
small. A lot of them is
And,
very small.
And
yeah,
it doesn't
but
matter if the size of a fingertip, right? They still damage.
Yeah. Well,
You know, a
they're
bullet is
not
very
they're not
small, right?
traveling.
Velocity.
Yeah, but they're not traveling very fast. I
How
mean,
fast are they traveling? We can do the maths, right?
it's like 1,000
hold
kilometers
on,
an hour,
hold
something like
on,
that.
hold on, hold on. The Earth is passing through this area at 66,000 miles an hour. You can
Yeah.
add that to the speed that these things are traveling.
No,
So,
that's
fucking
no.
fast.
It's relative. It's relative. Think about the relative motion that we're doing, right? Okay. So the meteor shower is relative. The speed of the Earth is relative. It doesn't
To
all
what?
add up to a figure,
So it's
right?
a
It's all
thousand, a
relative.
thousand, a thousand miles an
Sorry.
hour. You said
Yeah, 66,000 miles an hour. Relative to what, mate?
Well, relative to the motion of other things in the fucking into the solar system,
I'm
So
so
here
right?
confused.
comes the Earth, 66,000 miles an hour, and it's just about to pass through an area of an old comet's tail, known as the Perseid meteor shower, which we can observe in
Which
the
could
autumn time in
be
northern France.
travel like fucking you say it like fucking this is all relative, right? So our
What
6,000
does that
miles
even
per hour
mean?
doesn't really mean it.
It's
Relative means
relative.
it's
Everything is
relative.
relative.
Everything is relative, yes. So imagine something. Okay, so we might be traveling at 6,000 miles per hour, right? Sure.
66.
But if
Oh, that's quick.
something else is also traveling along with us at 6,000 miles per hour, they
Oh,
don't just
sorry,
magic. They
sorry.
don't
Quick
just
question.
magically add up
Quick
to
question.
12,000 miles per hour. They are
Quick
just
question.
traveling relatively towards with each
Quick question.
other at 0 miles per hour.
Quick question. Is the Earth and the meteor shower traveling towards each other, or are they traveling on the same path?
I think it's with each other.
How cute. Are
Whoa.
they holding hands as well?
No, it's weird. Like it's
Wait.
not against. It would like so. Let's say. Let me put it in this way, right? So, like, say that that meteor shower that we do experience, I think it's like actually twice per year, but
Let's do
it's
our twice.
mainly once per year. The because we go around the sun in that kind of.
So why haven't there been a satellite hit yet? Are we just fortunate? Hey, are we praising like a god?
There has been a satellite. There has been.
That thing you mentioned 30 years ago?
Yeah, 1993.
How many
Yeah.
satellites did we have up then compared to now? And why has it only happened once in 30
Of
years?
the
Is someone
roughly
protecting them?
8,000 satellites, yeah.
I think there's dramatically more than that, right? How many did we have 30 years
Oh,
ago?
there's more than 8,000 satellites.
Yeah, the numbers obstructed. Some
Are
websites say
you including the moon as well?
you know there are private satellites, but how many? Like I think
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's a trillion.
Starlink itself has freaking hundreds of them. How
Yeah,
many do
yeah.
these guys have? They have thousands. Sorry, Starlink
Yeah,
alone has
yeah.
thousands of them. So how does that work?
So when I say 8,000 satellites, there's only a few that are really large. The
So someone too small to get hit by rocks.
most of them are very, very small.
How
Yeah.
small? The size of your hand, the size of a house? How big is
Yeah. No. We're talking about the size of your hand. Yes.
You think? Can you show me a satellite the size of my hand?
Sure.
Brilliant. All of this is happening in the vacuum of space, which is the second law of thermodynamics violation, by the way.
Yeah, because you don't understand.
Yes,
how
we don't understand that it's all relative to insanity. You are right.
I got to challenge that. What don't I understand?
how gravity works.
Ooh, that's a good one. How does it work?
So 1 kilogram. So we're talking about nano satellites. Most satellites are 1 kilogram.
That's brilliant. What don't I understand?
About what?
Well, we're talking about the second law of thermodynamics. This is all happening in the vacuum of space, which is a violation of that law. What don't I understand? You said gravity.
So how does how would we understand? How would I understand? Maybe I should say. How do you think a planet is a planet, like a globe? How do you
You're not
think I
answering my.
understand it?
I don't care.
You're
Asking you what
explaining
I
gravity.
don't understand. My question: what don't I understand?
Well,
You said you don't understand.
no. I
I
well,
think you're talking about gravity.
no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about gravity. Like
Yes,
gravity.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. We,
So tell me, with regards to the second law of thermodynamics and gas, what the fuck gravity's got to do with
Gas.
it, and what I don't
Sure.
understand.
Okay. The gas that is our atmosphere is held towards the Earth through gravity. It's basically gravity is what is
Awesome.
keeping it. Yeah.
Awesome. What direction's gravity?
Towards the center of a mass.
Awesome. So when I drop a rock, it falls towards the center of a mass, right?
Yeah, but there would be a small. Okay,
Awesome.
hold on. No, okay, I want to explain it further. It's a little bit more complicated than what you're just describing. So when you drop a mass, like if you pick up a rock off the ground and drop it, right? So there would be a tiny amount being drawn towards you as well because you
oh, that's
have
interesting.
mass, right? There's a tiny little amount,
Can you
right?
measure that?
Yes, you can
How do we
use
measure mass attracts mass?
using thermodynamics and the equations.
We use thermodynamics to measure gravity, mate. Come on. You're saying that I don't understand, and now I'm about to assert that you don't understand. But I'll give you, we drop a rock, it falls to the earth. When I uncontain gas from a container, when inside the container the gas is moving in all directions, which gives a ball, for example, its spherical shape, so moving in all directions. And I uncontain the gas.
Some of that
Sorry?
gas inside of that container, we understand that it's moving all over the container, right? But some of that gas is being attracted towards
Some of it. Some of
a
it.
little bit.
Why not all of it? You're saying some of it. Why not all of it?
Well,
So when we uncontain gas, my friends,
technically,
very quickly.
Are we going to talk about farts yet? I mean, come on.
No,
like,
no, we're not going to talk about parts. We're going to point out that first of all, the gas is contained, and the gas inside the container.
Right. But all of that, all of
Why?
that gas,
Why?
all of
You
that
got to
gas
interrupt me.
is
Why have you got to interrupt?
being
I haven't finished.
Well, do you want me to answer the question or not?
I don't
I
think he's
haven't
asked the
fucking
question yet.
fully formulated it yet, Sunshine. So if I could do that, maybe wait till the end instead of thinking you know what I'm going to say and rambling all the way fucking through it. How about you wait till I finished? How about that? Can you do that?
I don't have to be here, bro.
Well, then
You know?
fuck off then. If you're not going to listen, fuck off. Or listen. It's up to you. You don't have to be here. Fuck off. Or
Okay.
stay and listen.
Don't
So
be
you can
upset.
answer
It's
the
okay.
question properly. So
Lad.
I've given you a container of gas, and the gas is moving omnidirectionally in all directions, pressing against the walls of the container, inside the container. And then I release the gas from the container, and it disperses in all directions, right?
He's gone.
Oh, fuck off then.
On Earth, it would disperse in all directions, but then settle into a pressure gradient.
Brilliant. So the gas is moving in all directions.
And then it settles into a pressure gradient.
That's awesome. How do we achieve pressure without a container? Being as the description of
By
gas
having a
pressure.
force,
Sorry, a force.
or an apparent force in the case of gravity.
So which one is it? A force or apparent force in the case of gravity, which I just removed the observation of gravity taking effect of gas and pulling it downward towards the Earth.
No, you haven't done that, but
I have.
it is technically an apparent force, but colloquial, I'm just going to call it a force for this conversation. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves your apparent force?
Yeah, or you could do what's that mountain one where a guy like put something next to a mountain and showed that there was a deviation to the vector
Because it
caused
was
by
a
the
magnetic
mountain.
mountain.
I can't remember the
Sorry,
name of it.
because it was a magnetic mountain, and sailors for years have realised when they sail around it with a compass, that compass fucks around because it's a magnetic mountain. Not that one, then.
That's begging the question. Do you know that mountain was magnetic?
Yeah, as I just pointed out, the sailors had an issue when sailing around that particular island where they used compasses because their compasses used to fuck around. Also, you're
What was the
describing
island?
Also,
What was the island? Where was it?
Yeah, I can't pronounce the name. It's like Shikaligling or something like that.
Yeah, where is it though?
I think it's in like the Northern Hebrides up the north coast of England or Scotland or something.
Okay, great. Do you have any citation for these sailors being knocked off course because of it and it being magnetic?
Not
Because you
directly
can test magnetism versus gravity, right?
Yeah, well, you can, but being as magnetism's a much, 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 much stronger force and gravity's fucking weak, you'd have a problem there.
Why?
Sorry, did you not hear the words that were coming out of my mouth? Being as
Yeah, I did. So you asserted that because magnetism as a force, as like a conceptual abstract force, is stronger than gravity, you'd have some problem. I asked you, why is that? Why is your assertion true?
Because of the compass deviation, sailors that were navigating around this island. You can't affirm one way or the other. You'll just assert that it's gravity.
No, I can confirm that it's gravity by using things like the Cavendish experiment or by looking at things like balloons going down in a vacuum chamber. Can I do either of them to confirm it's gravity?
Being as you said that gravity is an apparent force, that wouldn't be an actual force, which would be mass attracting mass, which was superseded by Einstein in 1915 with the theory of general relativity.
Wow, that's a great script you have. So the way that an apparent force works is that there's something that causes a vector, and it's not an actual force that imparts energy on.
Awesome. So not an actual force then, which removes Cavendish and your mass attracting mass bollocks.
Great. So how does that remove Cavendish?
Because it's not an actual force. You said it was an apparent force, but mass attracting mass is an actual force. So I don't know what you're talking about. You keep jumping between the two.
Okay, so listen very closely and try to understand without being incredibly biased. So mass attracting mass is caused by the bending and warping of space-time. So you have step one, which is a bending of warping of space-time caused by mass, which causes things to have a vector that they want to move towards, just like, a bowling ball rolling down a hill, And
Oh,
that
shit.
is the apparent force we're describing. So Cavendish is when you have two masses next to each other and one mass is attracted to the other mass because the space-time between those two things has been warped in such a way that there is a vector created for that thing on the torsion bar to want to twist towards.
Awesome. Quick question. What's space-time?
It's an abstract concept of likely... it's an abstract concept that describes the universe and the three-dimensional fabric of the universe.
It's four-dimensional. You said abstract, so not physical then.
No. An abstract concept can describe the physical.
So is space-time physical?
It seems to be, yes, because it can be changed by mass.
Awesome. So is time physical?
Time is not physical that I know of. Time seems to be...
Next one.
Time. Hey, stop. Let me answer.
So you
time
said
seems
no.
to just be... Time seems... Well, I'm sorry. I want to get a full answer out before you cut me off with your next scripted question. So,
It's narcissistic rage right now.
Time
Just
seems... Crit, shut up. You've been bitching at me in DMs for ages. So, time seems to be a
Narcissism.
measure of entropy.
Start screaming again. Go into your narcissistic rage. No one gives a shit what you have to say, dude.
Crit, go back into my DMs and you can bitch at me there. But right now I'm trying to have a conversation because all you guys have is the same script again and again.
There
and
it
again.
is.
So how
If
about
you
this?
think that,
Your turn.
follow
FE
that
Jedi.
logic.
Why doesn't Cavendish experiment show that mass attracts mass? Can you explain that,
Follow
please?
that logic. All we have is one thing, yet you keep coming back for more. Your worldview is contradictory.
Go back into my DM and keep complaining to me. I don't care. None of
No
you will
one's
actually
complaining to you.
debate.
I
Good
told you to
faith,
come here.
moderated debate. None of you will do it. Elijah won't do it. I've DM'd him.
Okay,
I've DM'd you. I've
and?
DM'd Larry. I've DM'd like
So
Spake
what do you
Face
do?
or whoever it is.
What do you do
I'll
next,
DM
then?
you too. FE Jedi, will you have a moderated debate with me?
What do you do next with that? If no one will debate you,
Yeah,
what
fine,
you
great.
do?
I'm gonna message FE Jedi. Nothing. I'm gonna keep coming back here and trying to have a discussion.
And what did I tell? My feedback
see
was,
if anything
come here.
interesting happens. Crit, can you stop over talking me, please?
Come here and keep shaking your stinky leg.
Crit,
That's
can
what
you
I told
please
you.
can you stop over talking me,
You
please?
tried to say I tried to run you off.
I'm trying to have a discussion about the shape of the Earth. Go back into my DMs if you want to have a personal discussion with me, please.
Come here.
Go back into my DMs if you want to have a personal discussion with me.
And shake your stinky leg.
You're go back into my
hilarious,
DMs if you want the personal discussion. Right now I'm trying to have a discussion about gravity with this guy.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is. And then you had
what do you mean I don't know?
Then you had
No one knows what it is. No one knows what gravity is except for like the bending of space-time caused by mass, which then creates a vector. But why can't Cavendish explain that to us? Why can't it be a way to validate the description of bending of space-time caused by mass? Featured on.
Quick question. Is Cavendish a scientific experiment?
Yes.
Awesome. So can you give me the hypothesis, please?
The hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
That's not a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. So
yeah, that's a cause and effect.
No. Listen, a supposition into a cause. Let me finish, dude. I'm trying to do this politely now, all right? So a hypothesis is a cause and effect statement. And if this, then that statement. If independent variable, then dependent variable. If cause, then effect. You've given me if mass, then mass attracts mass. Which one of those is the independent or dependent variable, mate? I asked you for a hypothesis.
So
look at
the cause and effect relationship is an increase. A cause and effect relationship is the increase in the mass or the decrease in the distance between two objects with mass will increase the gravitational force between those objects. That's a cause. The cause is either the distance or it is the size of the object. And the effect is that they will have some attractive vector towards each other. They'll want to move in some way towards each other. So the dependent variable, so the variable that depends on the thing that we're changing would be gravity would depend on the mass or the distances of the masses between each other. So we manipulate the distance and the mass in order to see what the gravitational change will be. What part of that is incorrect?
Let's slow this down for everybody to understand. In the physical and natural world, where
Don't give me a lecture, just tell me how I was wrong.
Fucking hell, I'm just about to. Chill out, bro.
Well, so you're not. You're going to lecture. You're going to say something like, in the natural world.
Yeah, I give up.
Hey, you gave it a shot. It was, it's worth the effort. I'm okay with letting them. I mean, no one else is here right now. Just let them spurg out. At least it's entertaining. It's like once someone like that has accepted the contradiction, they're not going to be able to pull out. They're in a nosedive. And it's going to take someone who really cares about them, which I don't.
Alright, so if we change the distance of the masses or the size of the masses, does that cause an attraction towards each other? Is there a cause and effect relationship? Did I describe one?
I'm still trying to figure out what your dependent variable is, mate. I do apologise. Maybe you cut out. Maybe I didn't hear correctly. So, what's the observed phenomena in the physical and natural world?
Things are attracted to mass.
Okay. Where's that in the
And
Cavendish?
what's so the most massive object is the Earth,
Can you
and
just
things fall towards the Earth. That's things being attracted to objects of mass attracting mass. In the Cavendish, you have the mass that's next to another piece of mass on a torsion bar, and they're attracted depending on the distance between and the mass of two objects, and you can actually figure out like the gravitational constant from that.
Awesome. What's mass?
Oh, you're doing this again, are you, buddy? Wow, this is really pathetic. Just tell me how I'm wrong, and then we can
Hold
do the
on.
math.
Sorry.
And then you can. How about I'll give you the definition after you tell me how I'm wrong, because you're just going down a script at this point, and I heard it earlier today.
Awesome stuff. So you will understand that mass is what? The resistance to move.
How about FE Jedi? You actually tell me how I'm wrong first, and then I'll give you the definition.
You haven't given me a definition yet.
Here,
I
Jedi,
know.
let me
Tell
try.
me how I'm wrong
Let me see if I
about the
can steal.
Cavendish being a cause
Okay,
and effect
take a knee.
relationship
Take
of
a knee,
mass and
Dobbs.
distance changing the gravitational attraction between two things.
Take
If you
a
can
knee.
tell me how
Hey,
I'm wrong
Dobbs,
about
yeah,
that,
take a knee.
then
I'll
I
try.
will give you two definitions of mass.
I'll put
One is a simple definition,
globe
and
head,
other is a
head
complex
on.
one.
Okay, I'll put my globe head on.
Why don't you guys ever deal with the argument? Why do you just move on to like, oh, well, we're going to ask him about Cavendish, we're going to ask him about independent dependent, we're going to ask him
Look
about
at
the definitions.
narcissistic
Just deal with
rage.
the fucking arguments, guys.
You're just raging right now. Here, let me try to put the globe head on. I'll present his argument better than he can.
No,
Here,
how about
the law of
FE
gravity.
Jedi just actually deals with my argument? That's all he has to do. No one has done it in days now. I've popped back. I've had a discussion with someone. No one has dealt with my
What did
argument. So I
Einstein
can write
say
it
about
down for you
doing
if
the
you want.
same thing over and over again, expecting different results? Use
That
Einstein.
sometimes you just
use
have
all
like
of Einstein.
really
Einstein,
bad experimental tools,
yeah,
which you're a
Einstein
tool.
said if you keep doing the same thing, expecting some different result.
I know that you're obsessed with me, but can
What did
FE Jedi
Einstein
please just deal
qualify?
with my argument? How am I wrong?
What did Einstein call that?
I'm sorry, I'm letting FE Jedi talk quick. FE Jedi, can you tell me how I'm wrong?
Well, I'll tell you how the Cavendish experiment is not an experiment. That suffice.
Awesome. I'll write that down. Go.
Awesome stuff. So, first of all, the observation of an apparent phenomena, something happening in the physical and natural world. This isn't observed within the Cavendish experiment. You said things fall down. There's nothing falling down in the Cavendish experiment, correct?
So you're wrong
Point
about that.
number
The problem is no, stop. The problem is that you put the thing down as some arbitrary reason why it's different. The natural phenomena is just mass attracting mass. It doesn't actually describe what direction it's going in, what direction the vector is. It just says towards mass. So in the Cavendish, the hypothesis isn't things will always fall down. It is mass will attract mass. In the real world, we see mass attracting mass every time something falls down. Keep going.
That's a supposition. That's a begging the question fallacy, mate.
No,
If
it's
we're gonna,
asking a question. It's an observation. You get a hypothesis from it, then you can create questions that you can ask and experiment on.
You like the sound of your own voice, don't you? You won't shut up.
Well, the reason I'm interrupting.
I can't talk to you, dude.
Hey, Flat Earth Jedi, remember that girl you abused from America? How's she doing? You remember what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
All right, here, let me try then. Now that dogs are giving up. So let's see. Let me get back to it. All right, so here we go. Premise number 1. The law of gravitation states gravitation causes a gravitational field.
There's no law of gravitation.
All matter will be affected by this gravitational field. Gases are matter. Conclusion. Small gas particles will not have a measurable effect inside the gravitational field of Earth. The gravitational well of Earth is simply too big to notice individual reactions. Done. Easy. And you avoided it using mass. You're able to invoke this graviton, this like invisible, powerful particle that combines the universe. You're able to put it in context with the size of the Earth. And you didn't have to use the word mass at all. See, this is why you guys got to think about, if you're going to use Einstein, use all of Einstein, all of it.
But why would we not just use the parts we want?
Einstein said that a very simple observation, humanity level, doing the same thing day in, day out, and expecting different results. So if you come in here and your claim is all flat earthers do is X, and then you just do the same thing over and over again, getting the same result, why not switch it up a little bit? Why not come here someday and say, you know what's interesting, and come up with something other than some spurg out over flat earth? What flat earthers are doing, they're not answering your questions, they're avoiding you, they won't debate you, and then coming back exactly. There's enough out there in the globe model to keep you entertained for lifetimes. Just today, there's like an hour and a half presentation about everything that happened on the ISS in the last couple of weeks. A lot of news. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. You guys don't know one thing. Not one thing that happened this week. I mean, they had to fire their retro rockets to avoid a meteor. That sounds cool as shit. Wouldn't you want to be like, wow, dude, fire the dodging?
Wait a minute. Sir, are you trying to tell me that the Earth is round?
No, I'm saying if you think the Earth is round, and if you think flat earthers have nothing to offer you, why not just simply follow that logic? I prefer you don't. I think globalist derp is fucking hilarious. I think it's for me, it's like one of these things where people come in here and they don't know anything about the topic. They're not experts. They took a science class in junior high and got a B. And then they think they're somehow this massive expert in all things because they've dehumanized flat earthers down to zero. Somehow flat earthers should be appreciative that the globalists are coming in here to tell them all about them. I'm like, dude, I don't give a shit about you. Never will. The only thing I'll use you for, I'll give someone a few chances to be like, can you understand flat earth? Let's go through a step-by-step process. And if they can't get it, I just call that disqualifying. Because this is stuff, these concepts were mastered by cavemen 30,000 years ago. Okay?
Globalists would definitely use pi to take over the world. There's no question about that.
A pie or the formula pie, because I would do anything for a pie right now.
Pie in your face.
I like pie.
Not the green pies.
And good morning, everyone. While there's a bit of silence here, I'd just like to say hello and happy Thursday.
I don't think there's any actual flat earthers in here.
No, I believe the Earth is the shape of a donut. Like your head.
I believe you just fall off when you get to the edge. Like it's like Valheim. If you guys ever played that, it's just like you get to the edge and just you can sail your ship right off the edge
Have
of
you
the
been to
planet.
the edge?
Yep, it's just like boom, you're
Well,
gone.
there you
Oh,
go.
really? Can you send me a photo? I'd love to see.
Yeah,
Based off of
right, right.
thinking you
It
have.
is straight to Valheim.
See a photo of that you said?
No, he's a conceptual idea that he has based on the video game.
Also, he has no photos of the edge? It's unfortunate.
That's why
So,
you
does
can't.
anyone want to deal with the
You can't get a
Cavendish mass
photo.
attracting mass thing, or are you just going to ask me what mass is?
Cavendish? What's wrong with the Cavendish experiment? Why is it so inconsistent? Why
It's
is
inconsistent because there's a lot of variables that can apply to it.
So it has to be perfect in every sense, even then it doesn't work sometimes?
No, you just have to account for as many variables as possible, and then know the margin of error.
Okay, so if I show you a professor that says he tried his best, and he's a professor that is highly regarded, to make it work, and he says it's too consistent, would you agree that it's an inconsistent experiment?
No, I agree that professor thinks it is, but I'd need more than just one person's word on it.
And if I showed you 5 different experiments which all failed due to some sort of incontrollable variable, what would you say?
I'd say that because it's part of a basic physics degree in a lot of countries, that's not a big enough margin of incorrect outcomes or unaccounted for outcomes to show that it's unreliable.
What would make it unreliable?
What would make it unreliable would be if someone who does it correctly can only do it correctly one time.
Can you show me a person that did it correctly multiple times over a span of period?
Not off the top of my head, no, but I could probably research it. Is that what you want me to do?
Please, if you can find a
Do my
Cavendish
research
experiment
for
that
you?
was done, sure, do it. If you can find a single
Yeah, so
person who was either funded by an institution or someone that's at least reputable, credible, for example, professor, I don't really care which
why does that
university,
matter?
but I would like a professor to do it, right? I don't want someone that's faking the experiment before say.
Well, faking it would still be
Cavendish
okay
himself
because you
do
can
it?
follow that. You can follow. Why would they fake it?
That's a good question. A lot of people lie and fake things.
Yeah, for
Well, didn't
prestige, for
Cavendish do it
money.
repeatedly?
No, show me a video, please.
I don't have to
Okay.
show a video. Video
Okay.
is a weird reason to ask for it, but Cavendish has said multiple
How
times
many
he's
times did he do it?
gotten the gravitational constant in his works due to Cavendish
How many times?
experiment.
How many times did Cavendish himself do the experiment?
From what I understand, it was multiple times. I don't know exactly how many. But why does that matter? You guys are just, again, asking arbitrary questions instead of dealing with any of my
Dog, so
arguments.
the issue is, right, you're saying the Cavendish experiment is... Can I speak on that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
sparking
Anyways,
out again.
so the issue is you're telling me Cavendish is a very reliable and good example that
Wait,
shows
I didn't
mass.
claim that.
So what did you claim regarding Cavendish, and why do you mention it as your evidence for mass?
I said that if you account for enough variables, it is reliable.
Sure, can you show me a single professor that made the Cavendish experiment, replicated it, with every variable to be accounted for repeatedly, and it worked every time?
No, I can't show that because I don't understand what you're asking for.
I want to see the experiment replicated multiple
On
times,
video?
and it works. Yes, on video.
Well, no, I can't do that. That's impossible because that's
Isn't
not how
it
science
a...
works. So, do you understand how science works? Have you ever gone into a
Do
scientific
you want to? Can you explain to me what the Cavendish experiment is?
Have you ever gone into a scientific institution?
Can you stop
Do you
trying to
understand how
derail
science
this
works?
and answer my question?
Well,
What is the
your
Cavendish?
question is stupid because it means it's like
My
based on
question
someone
is,
that doesn't
what
understand
is
science.
Cavendish? Can you explain to me what Cavendish is?
So your questions are stupid because it's based on you
Us
not understanding science. So in science, they don't take
answer.
videos of the experiments they do. What they do is they record data and then publish that
What
data.
if the example is
Excuse
practical?
me. Can you
What if
please
the
address what I just
example is practical? Can
Can
you
you
please
please
tell
address what I
me?
just said? In
Cavendish,
science, they don't take
yes, in
video.
science, blah blah
What they
blah.
do is
The
they do an
experiment
experiment and they
is
record the data. Do you understand that?
okay. Show me one person that recorded the data. Then I don't want a video.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll find you. How about Cavendish? Does Cavendish work?
No, I want something more modern and a bit more credible when it comes to the actual research and data. Something published by an institution would be good.
Yeah, how about this? There's a video, Cavendish Gravity Experiment Time-Lapse version 1 on YouTube by someone known as Bennett
I've
Stein.
seen that
That
video.
work
Read
for
the
you?
comment section for me.
Why?
Just read the comment section for me. I've seen that
Okay,
video.
flat earthers. The bowling balls are paid actors. Flatards are like, that's CGI,
The
and NASA is
description.
behind it.
Read the freaking description of the video, you clown.
Results from this
hilarious.
experiment are compromised. Here's a result.
Compromise, crazy.
Here's a revised, improved version. So he redid it without the air conditioner.
Okay, and read the comment.
That's amazing. Look at all the comments.
That proves that all you have to do is.
The comments in the video were not about what an amazing thing they did. They figured out gravity. What they did in the comment section was spurg out over flat earthers.
It's funny because he mentioned a video that I've actually seen, and the first thing that video's description says, "Sorry guys, the results actually compromised." The actual clown.
Yeah, and it's funny too because inside the video, no one even paid attention. All they wanted to do was use it to spurg out over flat Earth.
It's like, okay. Can you show me?
Bowling balls are CGI and all that.
So I've seen the second revised video. That one is compromised as well, and I want to see an actual video of a singular person that has no flaws in his trial. As in, he replicated Cavendish perfectly with consistent results over numerous attempts. I don't want to see one guy that failed once, succeeded once. I want to see success over the board. Is that possible? Can we please let me in for a second?
What?
Okay, so you admit that there's a video of someone using it successfully. Can you admit that before we move on?
Sure, I admit. My whole entire point was
great. So that's all I need. Cavendish did it. He recorded the results. People have replicated it, and it's worked for those people. They even admitted there was a variable that caused it to be inconsistent, so they removed that variable, and it matched after they removed that known variable. So what's your problem now?
My problem is inconsistencies, right? It works one time, doesn't work the other time, and the variables are so slight, right? They had an air conditioner blowing a very slight breeze, and that compromised the entire experiment. Really?
How did they isolate gravity?
So again, what's your problem with this?
I need something a bit more consistent.
Why isn't it working?
I want to see a singular individual.
Do you just want something that isn't what science does? Is that what you want? You want someone to meet your personal incredulity?
I think scientists measure consistency, right? If they find something to be consistent,
no, that's not what they do.
So
they isolate gravity, bro.
Do you just want someone to meet your standard of personal incredulity? Is that all you want?
I don't think it's absurd to ask.
Why do you guys keep doing this every single time we have a discussion? What happens?